candidate here in North.
I'm actually very right wing, and I loved it.
They're having a disco.
Shut up, Wesley.
And if I'm going to live rent-free in his head,
vegan sausage roll.
Their revenue.
Good evening, chat. It's polling day. Who's ready?
I'm actually very right-wing, and I loved it.
Who's ready for Joe Swinson to be Prime Minister? Who's ready to get into the Swin zone? It's coming. She can still win, I promise. How are we doing? We all right? Good to see all the Green voters in chat. Love it. Love to see it. After my impassioned speech I did yesterday, seem to have pulled a bunch of Green voters around at least. You are already drunk? You got your skills wallet ready to go? Absolutely.
I'm literally a communist.
Yeah, that's what being an LGBTQ ally is like nowadays, Jack, unfortunately. It's gonna be a funny one. What's everybody's predictions, right? Like, from like a left-wing perspective, I guess the best result that we can hope for, right? The best result that the left can hope for is like no SNP wipeout in Scotland, so Labour don't win a majority, maybe just a plurality of seats. The Liberal Democrats become the official opposition.
I'm literally a communist.
And the Green Party get more seats than Reform UK. Let's get this camera right. Like, if all of those things happen, then that's a good night for the left. I didn't see it, Sarah, no.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Thank you, I Love Me Tiara, for this tier 1 subscription. I'm gonna need it. It's gonna have to fund my my Monster Energy for tonight. You and your partner both voted Green. Good to see it. No, I really don't think there's gonna be shy Tories this time. I'm pretty certain that the shy Tory is. I mean, shy Tories didn't exist
Fucking neoliberalism.
at either of the previous elections. The polls were bang on leading up to the election in 2017 and 2019, and the Tory coalition has only collapsed since then, when you look at what's happened with mortgages and pensions, for example. You know, the shy Tory syndrome is mostly a function of material conditions of middle-class people, and those got destroyed by the mini-budget. So I don't think there's any chance of there being shy Tories this time. Oh yeah, Sinn Féin overtaking DUP in the 6 counties. That's also a good thing that's the good thing for the left as well. Thank you for the gifted memberships, I appreciate it. Yeah, Katie, how you doing? And thank you, Autumn Leaves, for talking to David Griscom for me. I'd love to go on Left Reckoning.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Seeing consistent polls showing Reform getting more seats and votes than the Greens is depressing. That's because the right is more split in votes, right? Well, the right don't care about tactical voting, and people who aren't on the right really do care about tactical voting. That's the only reason why Reform are getting more votes than the Greens. Oh, it's not the only reason, but that's the main reason why Reform are getting more votes than the Greens.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Exactly, the shy Tories are now loud reformers, or they're Liberal Democrats. Like, if you're somebody who's a shy Tory, it's because you don't want to admit that you're racist, or you don't want to admit that you care about your material conditions more than those of poor people. But of course, you can't care about your material conditions as a shy Tory anymore because they're bad under the Tories, right? So you've got to vote for the closest people that look like stable economic managers, which for most people is the Liberal Democrats. No, it makes sense, Lewis, no worries. Hoping for a Tory win in Clacton, one of my 2 seats where I think that it's fine for you to vote for the Conservative Party. Like, you can vote Tory in Clacton and in Canterbury. Hopefully the SNP don't do so badly, but I do feel like there's going to be a.
Live rent free in his head.
I feel like there's going to be a Glasgow wipeout for the SNP, unfortunately. Pretty sure your seat's going to be Lib Dem. It's a new constituency, partly your old one. I mean, as long as those southwestern seats go Lib Dem, that's fine by me. You and your mum both voted for Charmaine. First time Jenny Happening voted for a local candidate. Yeah, I've really enjoyed talking to her. She's been great. Well, Nigel Farage will certainly be an MP tomorrow, but you know, you could still theoretically tactically vote Tory. But you voted Lib Dems in your area tactically. Well, I did recommend it. You know, Ed Davey being in opposition, and for all the shit For all of the absolute garbage fire shit that the Liberal Democrats have done in the entirety of their wrecking existence. At least if Ed Davey is the leader of the opposition, we won't have people mocking dead
Is that
trans kids
literally a communist?
at the dispatch box. How many reform get? My prediction is 8. Wow, that is quite of a change, Atom, but there you go. Well, they'll come around eventually. But I reckon Reform will get 8. I think that the Tory polling is going to be lower than we expect, and there'll be shy Reformers out there. So I think that the Reform vote and seat share is going to be bigger and more concentrated than people think. I think a lot of the coastal seats and a lot of the seats in the southeast that would usually be incredibly safe Tory seats, I think they're going to go Reform. So you've got Great Yarmouth, you've got Clacton, you've got Boston and Skegness. Basildon will go Reform. I think Mid Buckinghamshire, I think, will go Reform as well. I think Greens will come on like 8%. I think they're slightly under polls just because young people don't engage with polling as much as other people do. But I think that the Greens will broadly be on 8%, 7 or 8% probably, and 4 seats. I don't think they'll get Isle of Wight East or Sheffield Central, but we shall see, we shall see. Thoughts on Workers' Party of Britain? Red Brown idiots. I don't have time for them. I'm sure there are lovely people in the Workers' Party of Britain, but I think George Galloway is awful. He's just incredibly reactionary, making pacts with Nigel Farage. Like, I can't in good conscience, even if the candidate is good, give support for the Workers' Party of Britain, when the Green Party have very similar economic prescriptions, but aren't, like, anti-migrant and anti-trans and all that kind of stuff.
Would you like me to be...
That's fair, Sheev. Makes sense. Workers' Party are bigots with some good economic and foreign policy. That's basically it, right? Ashfield. Oh yeah, Ashfield. Yeah. Reform might get Ashfield. Yeah, the Ashfield seat is incredibly interesting and difficult to be able to predict. The Ashfield vote, I think Reform will do very well in Ashfield. And Lee Anderson might win because of a split between Labour Party voters and Jason Zadrozny voters. So then Lee Anderson might sneak through the middle. But I mean, I've been telling people to, if they're in Ashfield, to vote for Jason Zadrozny, but that's cool to see a North Yorkshire village voting Green, although it's almost certainly because NIMBY reasons rather than progressive reasons. Tristan Tate donated to George Galloway, that's all you needed to know. You want to have a chat about Scotland, Katie? Fuck it, yeah, absolutely. Jump in the Discord. Which hopefully will not have a raid. Be raided by Faragists today. That would be nice. Thank you for the $9.99, Ian Scott. Appreciate you for the super chat. Agreed regarding the SNP. Fear the worst, but hopeful that there isn't a total collapse. Great show. Keep the faith, Elena. Zach Michaelis from TLDR News has the prediction that SNP are going to do better than predicted. The very last poll that Ballot Box Scotland posted about had the SNP ahead by 2 points. So maybe with a very, very strong... very, very strong kind of SNP base, they might do better than we expect. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the seat that I really want to see stay SNP is Airdrie Shot, but I know it's not happening. Gone Green and Wolverhampton, good to hear it, good to hear it. I posted a link in chat yesterday and somebody must have gotten hold of it. Yeah, I really do hope the SNP do better than we expect. I mean, yeah, nobody needs to tactically vote though. Like, the Labour like
Fucking
absolutely hammered on to win.
neoliberalism.
Like you should obviously vote like tactically if you're the 4 seats that I said you should vote tactically. And thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Atom, for the 3 months of membership. Like you should definitely vote
Fucking neoliberalism.
tactically on the 4 seats that I mentioned. So Joanna Cherry, Kemi Bader, Oxwella Bradman, and Rosie Duffield. But outside of that, like what does it matter? No worries, David. Appreciate you. Will Pfizer win? No, I don't think so.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Thank you, £2 from Grant Sloan. Appreciate you. I did vote green. I voted green at 11 AM today.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Yeah, so the only Labour cabinet member looking like they're going to lose their seat is Thangham Debonair. Yeah, I'm pretty sure IDS will survive. A lot of young people tweet they're going to vote Scottish Greens. That's you good young people in Scotland are voting for their future. People still spouting that we need to tactically vote Labour broadly tells me they aren't politically engaged whatsoever. I mean, because first of all, obviously there's all the arguments against tactical voting that I've already talked about. I don't need to go over the points again about why I think that tactical voting is bad. But on top of that, they even say you just have to vote Labour because it's a two-party system without realising that each seat is different. I've seen less of that as time's gone on, but I did see a bunch of people like kind of Gen Xers on TikTok mostly talking about, you have to vote Labour, it's a two-party system. And I'm like, depends what your seat is, right? Voted Green in Darlington. I mean, that's going Labour anyway, but appreciate you giving us more short money. Was that vote? If it's a city where Labour or Lib Dems win, you must be Sheffield Hallam, right, Kieran? Some folks in Braverman's district got right leaflets for the wrong candidate. I'm not surprised. Voted Green in Leicester. Hey, Parallaxis. I was round there the other week, a few weeks ago. Tactical voting Labour to oust Rees-Mogg. I mean, I can understand why, but I don't think he's a threat at all. Like, nobody takes him seriously. So I just have to. There's lots of comments today, so. Voted Green in Poplar and Limehouse, even though they're going to Labour. I mean, I do think that there's a chance that the Bangladeshi communities in Tower Hamlets might unseat Absana Begum. So I wouldn't have besmirched anybody for tactically voting for Absana Begum just to piss off the Labour right, but I understand why not. Thank you for the $6.99, Nick A. Loughlin. I appreciate you for the super chat. The 7 Canadian. Sheffield Hallam might go Lib Dem. I mean, it's actually probably. I mean, as much as I think that Olivia Blake is like a good Labour candidate, like as much as I think that Olivia Blake is one of the better Labour people standing at this election, maybe it's better that Sheffield Hallam goes Lib Dem because it makes them more likely to be the official opposition.
Because I'm literally a communist.
Now, Labour are just trying to get out the vote paradox call, like it's super safe. Although, to be fair, there's lots of seats that are marginal that are like, they're supermajority seats rather than ones that need to win. Voted Green in Leicester West. Oh, fucking hell, I hope Liz Kendall gets out at some point. Hate her.
Because I'm literally a communist.
Voted Green in St Ives, fair enough. Isn't Sheffield Hallam Nick Clegg's old seat? Yeah, it is. That's why it's a red-yellow marginal. Green in Bury North, yeah, that's going red regardless. Green second place in Exeter would be really sweet.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Also voted Green in Bury North, wanted them to keep that deposit. Yeah, well, they're gonna. Yeah, exactly. It's not like Labour need the votes when they're trying to overturn 100. Wasn't 100 vote majority for James Thingamajiggy in Bury North, right? The guy with a massive forehead. Not that I can talk, because I have one too. But thank you for all the gifted memberships. Appreciate you both for those gifts there, Mark Baker. Appreciate you. I'm gonna turn off the alerts though, because we'll be here forever. Green and Bootle. I'm gonna make bank today. I mean, I do appreciate all of the donations. They are very much appreciated. If you can help support the stream today, gifted memberships, of course, the best way to do it, so we can get this stream promoted as much in the algorithm as possible. Did my proxy vote all the way from Vietnam? Process of supplies and easy. Sweet, glad to hear it, Dave. Again, good to see you in chat. It's been a long time since you were watching me in when all I was doing was playing Magic the Gathering, and so it's been a while, but it's good to see you in chat as always. I see we have. Is that Katie over there in chat?
I don't need to make chicken bacon with pie anymore. I don't need to make chicken bacon with pie. Just buy it.
Hello, can you hear me?
I love. Can you hear me? I'm okay.
Yeah. How you doing, Kate? You all right? Apparently not. Voting green in Liverpool waiver tree. That's Anne Sand's seat. Is Anne Sand got any chance to win? I'm not sure. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Priyesh. I appreciate the support.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah,
No,
we can hear
no,
you, Katie.
Fantastic.
How you doing? You're right.
Not bad. Not bad.
That's loud. Let me turn the volume down on my end. There we go. What did you want to talk about?
I had to go through work capability assessment this morning at 11.
Okay. You watch all my content over on YouTube because of the time difference. Appreciate the great work. Well, thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Dave, in chat.
I was something like that, I think. Yeah.
I don't think I can. I'm not sure that the audio is coming through on my mic on Discord. I'm not sure what's going on there, Katie. Not wearing a red bow tie as a joke, but couldn't be bothered to put on early in the morning. Voted Green and Hall Green and Mosley. Good to hear it. Went Lib Dems in Horsham along with Stop the Tories. Vote suggestion. Get the Tories out. Got to get your fingers crossed. Yeah, again, like not worried about people voting Lib Dem to get the Tories out. That makes sense. Voted Green in Chorley. I mean, isn't Chorley the Speaker's seat, or am I misremembering? I think Keir cozying up to the sun will affect Liverpool. Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. I don't like the Liverpool are fiercely loyal to the Labour Party because of the fact that it's a Labour Party, not because of the fact that not whether or not what the leader does or doesn't do. Although I do think that Liverpool should be voting Green, especially around Merseyside, especially in Birkenhead as well. What's my prediction for Yeovil? No, I don't think Greens have a chance. Electoral Calculus have got good NMRP projections, so I recommend going there to check on, see what the projected result is. Scaly Bubble with the 50 gifted. Thank you very much. Thank you, Subguides Jared, for the follow. That's a lot of gifted memberships. Literally said on the ballot paper in Sheffield Central that the Tory candidate lived in Rutland and Stamford. From her leaflet, she clearly took all the pictures on the same day. Waste of petrol hunt. I mean, that's fair enough. Dognut, did you vote for the Greens in Sheffield Central? I hope you did, because that's one of our target seats. I mean, it amazes me too that Labour are voting for Keir. The Scouts are still voting Labour after Keir cucked out to the sun, but hey ho. Did you know that Stop the Tories.vote already registered a URL for stopreform.uk? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised in the slightest. They seem like they could be the mainstream party of the right moving forward. Yeah, it's been lots of people have been telling me that they've not received any election material from the Green Party this election, and I apologise, guys. We don't have a big base. We don't have much money. We can't really send leaflets to everywhere, especially when it's uncompetitive, and we definitely can't afford to have what few activists we do have going to every seat in the country rather than focusing on key seats. It's why the Lib Dem and Green vote is so centralised. If Reform actually gets opposition, I think all the Lib Dems have a better chance of being opposition than the Reform Party. Are Labour centrist or centre-right now? I mean, depends on who you ask, I guess. I would call them a centre-right party, especially now that you've got Labour essentially wanting to go full Liz Truss, right? Now that Labour want to do, like, special economic zones and mass deregulation and all the Freeport shit, like, as far as I'm concerned, Labour are just a centre-right party now. Like, I mean, the fact that they're trying to do, like, Liz Truss-style disaster capitalism, like, they're probably, like, on the economy, they're probably like, more right-wing than a lot of parties in Europe are. Like, trying to be like bargain basement, like investment zone for high growth. Like, that's real disaster capitalism. That's like Deng Xiaoping style deregulatory, like, shock therapy. How reckon do you Reform more realistically do? I think it's going to be about 15% of the vote and about 8 seats for Reform UK, personally. Well, yeah, literally, just you're not even centre-right, just right-wing. I mean, especially with their social rhetoric, too. Like, they're just a conservative party at this point. Who am I voting for? I voted for the Green Party, Soup Slapper. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Smafs, appreciate you, and thank you for the follow. Somebody else followed as well, which I missed too. I'm turning my notifications back on now. That was the start of the Rotten Ann, yeah, absolutely. "15% of the vote is terrifying to you for Reform?" The thing about the Reform vote being 15%, right? I'm not that scared about it, because I think that their ceiling is low. I think the Reform UK ceiling is super low, especially after the kind of comments that put people off in the last few weeks of the campaign. I don't think Reform can really get above 20% of the vote, 21% of the vote maybe in a general election. They're really going to have to go through a proper, like, Rassemblement National movement to try and change their party image pretty drastically to be able to get higher than that, to be, like, competitive in Parliament, unless there's electoral reform. The leaflet for the Rejoin the EU party area, like, it was made on Microsoft Word in the early 2000s. And an advert for the printers at the bottom. That's wild. I think, how big do I think the Labour majority will be? I think Labour on course for about 450 seats, Tories around about 60 or 70. So it's going to be a 200-seat majority at the very least. I don't think that they'll kick out Zara Sultana. She shows that she won't be a nuisance, so they're going to keep them in. Like, the SCG have cucked out. The Reform had an identical leaflet for the entire country. It just shows you how little they have in on-the-ground campaigning for Reform UK. No activists, no party structure, no nothing. It's a big limited company, all done centrally. Because instead of bothering to have proper leaflets for each constituency, they just printed 70 million fucking identical leaflets and then just posted them out based on constituency by constituency, and they still got it wrong. They still got people leaflets of the wrong constituency for the Reform UK. Like, it's not a real political party. It's literally just a fucking, like, vanity project for Nigel Farage. Oh, absolutely. I still prefer proportional representation as well. 100%. Yeah, exactly, Rory. Like, they just don't have the ceiling. The ceiling is super low. Yeah, I think Lorna Slater and Patrick Harvey are right to concentrate on Holyrood rather than Westminster. I don't get the people who say of reform that they like their policies but don't like the racist stuff. Like, which policies are they talking about? They think that if they get a small tax cut and corporations get a massive tax cut, they'll be better off, when the opposite is true. It's a very easy sleight of hand to give rich people lots of stuff and poor people a little bit of stuff, and then make it think that that's good for them when it's actually bad, whilst also cutting back public services that poor people need to survive. Like, the Reform UK plan is real fucking snake oil for people who think that a small tax cut for them by raising the bottom rate, the tax-free threshold, is somehow going to help them when they slash corporation tax and slash taxes for like high earners. Reform's leaflet didn't even show the candidate. Well, exactly, because it's the same Reform leaflet for the entire country. They do not change their leaflet. It's just one leaflet that they print different constituencies and names on and deliver it to the entire electoral roll. Just watch Van Man's video. He voted Labour because he doesn't think it's fair to vote conscience when everyone else is having to vote tactically. That fucker lives in Brighton, Kemp Town. He's literally voting for Chris Ward after what the fucking Labour Party did to him. That's so disappointing, Van Man. So disappointing. Especially when Elaine is a really good candidate for the Greens in Kemp Town and Peacehaven. The private schools policy is possibly Labour's most leftist. I mean, it pissed off all the right people, at least. Did you see the bizarre letter to themselves the future Tory party sent out to potential reform voters? Oh yeah, it was you writing a letter to yourself from 2024 about how you voting reform caused Keir Starmer to ruin the country, which is very funny to me. That's true. Vox Pops, they do say they're voting for Farage. It's a real kind of personality cult rather than a real political party. Yeah, Lib Dems might win in Hull, actually. That'd be interesting. Wow, so many messages, it's difficult to keep up. Remember, if you want your message read out, all you have to do is super chat. I'll definitely read it out. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing, what's super interesting, right, is Labour have essentially, for ages, Labour stopped campaigning Islington North, and they stopped campaigning Islington North for one reason only. They don't want people to know that Praful Nargan is the Labour candidate. They want people to vote Labour thinking it's Jeremy Corbyn. Because they know if they campaign for Praful Nargan, people will know that Jeremy isn't the candidate and to vote independent. So it's a really interesting kind of artifact of the independent campaign there. Got an independent who couldn't spell Smethwick. Love it. Good to hear it. Reform candidate areas from Greece. Lots of them around there, actually. Nobody hates immigrants more than second-generation immigrants. That's so disappointing from Van Man. So disappointing. Like, he knows the Labour Party is dog shit. What the hell is he doing? Especially in Kemp Town, where in like Brighton, Kemp Town, the only competition in Kemp Town is Labour versus Green. Like, why would you vote Labour? It makes no sense if you think what the Labour Party did to Lloyd Russell Moyle is bad. Saw Fangham Debonair shitting it. I mean, I hope so. I hope she must be shitting it. One would hope so. Really gonna look forward to all the Labour voters who are gonna surprise Pikachu face when Labour get in and Keir doesn't turn out to be a secret left-wing paragon. Well, yeah, absolutely. Like, that's what you'd expect, surely. Is that these people have just kind of convinced themselves that he's lying to win votes. And I'm just like, well, if you think that he's lying, why the fuck are you voting for him? Why are you voting for a liar? We know he's a liar, here on the left, right? Why are you pretending that he's a liar to justify voting for him to get the Tories out? Yeah, my Green Party membership was £12 for a year. That's how much it cost me to be a Green Party membership. Oh, so Fangham Debonair fucking yelled at people at the hustings for talking about like ending arms sales to Israel, and called to get Carla Denyer a liar for saying that Labour wanted more NHS privatisation because they do want more NHS privatisation. That's just true. Okay, I know it's Labour ball, guys, but this is a good meme. This is good memes. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate the link. But yeah, true, lying is okay when the red team do it. This is the frustrating thing. This the frustrating thing that people say when they say, "Oh, it's fine." Keir Starmer had to lie either to the membership or to the public to justify winning either the leadership election or the general election. But essentially, on the only justification of this was, "We are the good guys, and therefore the ends justify the means," without possibly thinking that that's exactly how Conservatives think, right? Like, I'm sure Boris Johnson said, "I have to lie to save conservatism. If I don't lie in the Commons, we'll lose the election, and the country will be worse because Labour will be in power, not the Conservatives." I'm sure that's what the Tories thought when they were lying to the public, because they thought their ends justified the means, right? So the only way of possibly being able to bridge this gap is to actually commit to political honesty, which neither Johnson nor Starmer want to do. What the hell, man? It's a good one. I like that joke, Jim. You're always good for the puns in chat. Do you think we can have the NIP down here as the Northern Alliance? Thank you for the bits, Jack. Appreciate you.
I saw someone claiming that Starmer is a Trotskyist, which is very funny. This was from a person who was also calling Blair a Marxist though, so very much not someone to take seriously.
I mean, Peter Hitchens is absolutely sure that Keir Starmer is a secret Pabloite, which was very funny. Genuinely terrified of how much power the right wing is going to get a few years from now when Labour's strategy of just continuing austerity inevitably fails, and also just how much power the corporations are going to have, all the private equity firms who are going to own so much of our infrastructure after PFI 2.0 goes on fucking mad shit, right? Like, obviously, there were lots of factional reasons why I hated Labour and policy reasons that I hated Labour, but like, genuinely the worst policy that Labour have essentially leaked to the press over since the start of the election campaign is the one from 2 days ago about selling our country off to BlackRock. Like, doing PFI 2.0 but such a massive scale because they're desperate for all of this kind of quick growth Liz Truss style. This is real disaster capitalism. This is like fucking action stations. This is the worst possible thing that Labour could do. It was the worst thing that Blair did was PFIs, and they're doing it all over again, like, but twice as hard and twice as fast. Thank you for the £5, Les. Appreciate it. You slept this so you can stay up this afternoon, so you can stay up and watch the faces of these Tories losing. Maybe some Labour types as well. I'm definitely going to enjoy watching Thangam Debonair lose.
Fucking neoliberalism.
I hope the Bakers Union affiliates the Greens. That'd be cool. Well, yeah, like, why do you think that? Why do we ever think that Leveson 2 would happen when the Times and the Sun both back Labour? Peter Hitchens thinks the Tories are communists. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but think how much the economy is going to grow. Don't I care about the economy? Red line must go up. Must get the red line up. Right-wingers love to talk about Marxism and social Marxism. Half of them don't have a clue about Marx and Engels. Well, that's the thing, right? Is people will always get mad about the idea of Marxism taking over everywhere. And as someone who is a Marxist, right? Just continually hearing people only speak in idealist terms, no material analysis, no class analysis based upon, the ownership of the means of production, no discussion of base and superstructure. These things don't exist in society. No one talks in Marxist terminology in this society. And the right-wingers are obsessed with this idea that Marxists are everywhere. I promise you we're not. We're a very, very tiny corner of Twitter getting mad at each other because we have different ideas of the dialectical relationships based upon our own interpretations of Luxemburg, Lenin, Trotsky, whatever. That's what Marxists do, or Bernstein, or whatever. Marxists. Sorry, I can't do a Zizek impression. I can only do the Jordan Peterson one. I do apologise. It would be so easy to spot a Marxist because they say material conditions within 30 seconds of meeting them. Exactly, literally. Like, the thing that you know about a Marxist is they will mention material conditions like one time. Wilhelm Friedrich Marzipan Hegel, indeed. Looks like Lone has voted green. That's cool. I like Lone's pathologic. Oh, Loner Box, right? Sorry, okay. That's cool. I mean, again, like, I know that Loner Box was critical of the Labour Party, the Green Party candidates, but if I think he's in the north of Scotland, which is like nailed on SNP. I swear to God, I say material conditions at least once every 5 sentences. Yeah, same, exactly. To do a Jordan Peterson accent, you just impression you have to Kermit the Frog in a Canadian accent, literally. When they say cultural Marxism, they usually just mean social liberalism. Exactly, they just mean that people have, you know, progressive social values. That's what they mean. Anything other than just, you know, maintaining a bunch of kind of structural hierarchies, right? Andrew Fisher's great. I love Andrew Fisher, yeah. Also, good to see Realm in chat. If anyone who's watching likes Formula One video game content, and you like that kind of thing, go and subscribe to @RealmF1 over on YouTube for good F1 content. I genuinely watch Realm's content, so definitely worth giving it a go. Taxpayers don't pay for public spending. That comes from the central bank. Just Loan the electronic artist. Oh, that's cool. Because there's also a YouTuber that I watch called Loan, but I think he's American. So he does Pathologic runs, and I love Pathologic, so... You would have voted Green, but your constituency is a toss-up between Labour and SNP. I've always been telling people to vote for the SNP in Scotland if it looks like Labour will win. Like, apart from my tactical votes in England, right? But I've always said people should tactically vote SNP against Labour, so... 400 people watching, Jesus. You've got 520 across YouTube and Twitch. But if you're a new viewer, welcome in everybody. This is the No Justice stream. We talk about UK politics from a socialist perspective, 6 days a week. If that sounds like your thing, drop a subscription. It's free to do on YouTube. Like the stream. Membership's 99p. Do you think the sun will shine again when the Tory party are gone? No, I don't think so. Damage, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you joining here on twitch.tv, keeping me employed here. Thank you. How are you doing today? Kept my word and voted Green. No chance of winning in Gedling, but happy to vote for policies that I won. I'm feeling really good. Well, that's true. This is also the best reason to start early. Like, the best reason to start early is specifically so that I get to hoover up all of the people who would otherwise be going somewhere else when those things start. So that's why it's good for me to start early. But we've got loads of time to go. Loads of time for us to go. First time chat member, long time viewer. Good to see you, Stoked. I'm happy you're doing well. Still time to vote against Starmer streeting 8 Cursed Phillips. Absolutely. If you can vote an independent that's going to win, vote for independent that can win. Thank you for the 5 gifted, James. Appreciate the support. It's really difficult for me to be... By the way, I'd like to point out, it's really difficult for me to be able to follow chat when it's going this fast. So if you really want me to read your message, super chatting, I will always read out super chats, and bits messages on Twitch will obviously have text-to-speech for 100 bits or more.
Fucking neoliberalism.
How involved is Green Party membership? Is the only requirement paying the fee? Yes, the only requirement is paying the fee, but we have AGMs and meetings and things like that, so... Turnout will be, I think, will be 60% or 65%, sorry, something like that. I mean, if you switch over to Novara, I will be on Novara like a non-zero amount of times throughout the night, so... That's true, like, a lot of the damage is irreparable. Like, Corbyn not winning in 2017 was like that was the most important election. People saying this is the most important election of their lifetime. No, 2017 was the most important election when interest rates were still at zero and the public was hungry for
Fucking
anti-austerity
neoliberalism.
politics. The fact that Corbyn didn't win in 2017 to actually put some expansionary policy on the table to end austerity at the time when interest rates were low and bond yields were zero. Like the fact we lost in 2017 and we couldn't do this expansionary policy, like that was it really and truly. And the country just had so much damage; it was very difficult to repair. 2019 was always cooked, but the thing is, even if Corbyn won in 2019, COVID and the Ukraine war, he would have been gone anyway. Like 2019 was a nothing burger. There was no point in winning in 2019. Like I'm over it already because there's basically no chance to get over like the Brexit hurdle when all of the FBP types were all over it. Whereas when it comes to 2017, Brexit wasn't on the table, anti-austerity was on the table, and would have been at least 3.5 years or so of proper Labour, anti-austerity, social democratic, expansionary politics and policy to be able to turn the country around from austerity when interest rates were low. Sorry, just 1 second. I'm just gonna get bingo set up. That's the thing. Well, that's the thing, right? Is I think that like a coalition between Labour and the SNP would have absolutely been fine for passing at least a nominally anti-austerity progressive agenda. I mean, that's true. I mean, Jeremy Corbyn did have the best post-Brexit manifesto in 2019. It just would never have gotten into power because of COVID in Ukraine. Like, the guy, if he'd have tried to lock us down, there would have been a fucking military coup, I swear. Unfortunately, Corbyn would have been ousted by the bond market. It's not true. It's not true. Like, John McDonnell had already spent plenty of time reassuring markets before the 2017 election. Like, just because Liz Truss borrowed for tax cuts with no growth plan doesn't mean that borrowing for investment without a growth plan would do the same thing. Like, yeah, like Jeremy Corbyn talked about the time when he was asked in a select committee, like, if you become prime minister, would you like support any military action by Israel regardless of what it was? And I was just like, fucking hell, like this shit's fucked. That's my high quality political analysis, by the way. High quality political analysis on the No Justice stream. Shit's fucked. Oh yeah, the Tony Robinson tweet was a real war crime. I wanted to refresh the bingo card phrases, David, but I can't find the link to edit the original bingo card. I've just got the one that we've got at the moment, so I'll have to make do. What do I think Corbyn's chances are? Like 40, 60. I think Labour are slight favourites to win that seat, but Corbyn's not out of the running at all, especially since how far hard they've campaigned over the last few days. Truss didn't have a growth plan. She provided no growth plan for anybody. No projections, no report, no Treasury forecast, no OBR forecast, nothing. Right, speaking of the bingo, shall we play some bingo? Shall we actually play some Keir Starmer bingo? Labour out enforcing Islington. All that's going to do is let people know that Corbyn isn't the candidate, so... Yeah, basically everyone in Leeds can vote Green. There's nothing to worry about voting Green in Leeds. Some of your mates work on Time Team and they say Tony Robinson is one of those real don't you know who I am stuck up prick type celebrities. I'm not surprised. Not surprised in the slightest. Given how mad he was at the idea that Corbyn might have taxed him slightly a little bit more, just shows you how much of like a prick he is. Also, the Bank of England acted to screw over trusts. Let's not forget the MPC starting QT right before the budget and stopped right after. That's true, yeah, absolutely. Corbyn would have just done what the PLP asked him to do on foreign policy. Like, he would. I don't think there would have been any chance of Corbyn going away from the majority opinion on foreign policy, because he would never have been able to go through the Commons regardless. Tony Robinson is a Liberal. Sorry, I'm just getting my stream set up for this one. This Keir Starmer speech is from a few days ago, but it'll have to do. I'll have to do. We've got to get one more. We've got to get one more bingo in before the election. Do I have a favourite drill rapper? I'm not really into drill. Like, I like grime, but not like, I guess Princess Shishi is probably my favourite drill rapper, but she's just a random TikToker, really and truly. She got like one song out on Spotify, but I'm more into grime than drill. If Ed Davey doesn't zipline into PM queues, I'll be mightily pissed off. Lando Revenge this weekend. We can only hope that we get some Lando Revenge. Favorite drill tweets? The turning the dial that says racism and looking back at the audience for approval. That's my favorite drill tweet. Right, everyone got their bingo cards ready? Does everyone have bingo cards ready? I don't know, Katie. I've never paid attention to his political opinions. Yeah, all of the celebrities coming out to endorse Labour, now they know that they can look woke whilst also being not getting taxed, right? Charlatans. But yeah, why should we expect the rich to be good to us? Last time he repeated himself so much we couldn't get bingo. Well, this is somebody, he's being asked questions. This is him from 2 days ago at a campaign event in Derbyshire, being asked questions by people in high-vis jackets. So we can only assume that the Toolmaker reference will come up at least at some point. I'm not surprised, Mincy. By the way, I had my Popeyes before we started, so everyone else should get their fried chicken in if they're not vegetarian or vegan. Got Toolmaker Centre Square feeling positive. Well, let's go. This one last Keir Starmer bingo whilst we're here. Let's do one last Keir Starmer bingo.
North East Derbyshire, and I'm Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party. And firstly, thank you all for being here this afternoon with us, for giving up your time, for waiting for us, and we're really looking forward to this session with you. We've got an election on Thursday. I hope everybody's clocked that. A really important election. I'm not going to give a great long election speech, don't worry about that. But obviously, election that's all about change. You know, the opportunity is to vote to continue with what we've got.
Right, there's delivering change should be on the bingo card. I've not got it on mine, but if you've got delivering change on your bingo card, you should tick that one off.
In my view, that's not been very good. Or we can vote to change that and have a different government come in and start cleaning up the mess and taking our country forward. But it is a vote all about change. It is very much a change election, and the only thing I'd say about that is if you do want change, and we've been campaigning now for weeks and weeks and weeks across the country, almost everybody says to me, I do think
Nah, this is a question and answer from 2 days ago.
Want things to change, But if you want change, you've got to vote for it, is the basic message, because otherwise you're going to wake up with the same as what you've got now, because the Tories will still be in power and they won't.
Did he say change Labour Party? Have I missed a bingo or like a square already? Let's talk about the changing Labour Party. Did he say that?
Changed, and therefore we'll have another 5 years to add to the 14 years that we've had already, which...
Right, 14 years of Tories, there you go, easy peasy.
Pretty chaotic, pretty divided, and failed to deliver. So that's all we are wanting from you, if it's possible, to have your questions. Anything, we'll just spin round trying to see hands or whatever goes up. Any questions you like on anything is absolutely fine. Or if you just want to say to us, look, Keir and Louise, I just want you to think about this. This is what I want to see changed on Thursday.
Whenever I hear the word change, I can just think of like the lightning seeds. It's all that comes to mind.
So it can be a question, or it can just be you saying, look, this is what matters to me.
Or indeed the changeling. Or it could indeed be the changeling, absolutely. Because Katerina thinks Clara is a message from heaven. Yeah, right.
In my family, and you need to think about that, because what I do...
Your family? Tell me more about your family, Keir. Tell me more about your family. I'd like to know more about your family. Where they grew up? What your dad did? Please let me know, Keir. I would very much like to know.
What Louise does in relation to sessions like this is just afterwards mull over what you've said to us and think about how that impacts on what we are saying the change needs to be, because it's got to be rooted in what you think, because one of the big things on the ballot on Thursday is putting an end to this government of self-entitlement, in my views. We've had a government where they made COVID rules and told all of you to obey them, and then they disobeyed them themselves. I thought that was pretty disrespectful. They handed out COVID contracts to their mates at huge cost, taxpayers' cost, and then, as you saw in the election, the first instinct when the date of election was known was not how do I get to the country with my message, but how quickly can I get to the bookies. We need to change that and bring in a government of service, and that means it's in your service. So if there's a Labour government, it's here to serve you, which means that it's not just an offer that you have to tell us what you think, it's actually your right to tell us what you think. You've got a right to put your fingerprints on what happens next if it's a Labour government. And so please, don't hold back. Any questions?
Yeah, Politics Hub is happening today. We're going to be tuning in, yeah.
Anything you want to say, even if it's just a point you want to make your point and we'll try and deal with it. Have we got anyone who wants to open the proceedings with an opening question? Someone has been pointed out. Yeah, and we've got a roving mic, so we'll just pass that to whoever wants to ask a question or make a point.
You all talk about improving the NHS, but it all tends to be a long-term plan. What are you going to do right now to make waiting lists and everything lower?
We're going to put a plan in place straight away for 40,000 extra appointments each and every week, because it's shocking at the moment. There's nearly 8 million on the waiting list, which means that many of you will either be on a waiting list or you certainly know someone who's on a waiting list, maybe a member of family or friend, and that is shocking. That's the highest it's ever been, and satisfaction in the NHS is as low as it's ever been. And that my wife was
true. They're gonna pick up. They're gonna create all of these new appointments from the appointment tree. They're gonna fall down like all of these spare appointments that were just there. They were just sitting around in the background, ready to give out to people, and the Tories just didn't do it. Imagine it. I can't believe they didn't do it. But Labour are going to come in, and they're going to come in, and they're going to say, they're going to just get the appointments. This can be the appointments from the magic appointment tree.
That's
going to work.
A disgrace.
NHS, by the way, so I feel this very personally in terms of the folks in the NHS, by the way, so I feel as low as it's ever been. And that my wife works in the NHS.
Oh, right, this is my wife, okay.
I feel this very personally in terms of...
I can't believe I didn't put NHS wife on the bingo card.
The impact on the workforce. They're overworked, they're not properly respected, they've got a waiting list that is far, far too high, so 40,000 extra appointments each and every week to get that waiting list down. That's 2 million a year to get the waiting list right down. That will mean, and this is the tough bit, that we have to work with the NHS staff to work evenings and weekends, because some of the operating theatres are not being used, or most of them are not being used, in the evenings and weekends. We need to change that if we're going to get this list down. Now, obviously, we'll pay...
Yeah, his plan is to just make doctors work even harder than they already work, and not even give them their pay restoration. Sure that's going to work, Keir? Sure that's going to work real well?
The NHS staff for that and work with them. Some hospitals, St Thomas's, which is a London hospital, and one of the hospitals in Leeds, are already doing that. So we know there's a model there that can work, but we'll get that right down. The other thing, just whilst I'm on the NHS as well, is dentistry, which is a massive problem. Some of you will probably have experienced this. Not enough NHS dentists, and not possible to get NHS appointments. We need to fix that with 700,000 more appointments, particularly for children, and making sure we've got NHS
True.
dentists.
Again, plenty of dentist appointments for the NHS just out there on the appointment tree, the magic appointment tree that the Tories just haven't shaken yet.
Close to where you are, because at the moment it's really difficult to get a dentistry. Would you add anything? Or anything else you want to say on it? No. You sure? Okay, let's go somewhere else. Anybody else want to come in? Yeah, yes, sir.
Hi folks. A lot of people are concerned about the cost of living and how things have gone up obviously over the last few years. What would Labour be able to do to manage it, drive that down? And specifically, how would you see the national living wage changing over the next 5 years if you're elected?
Well, I have to say, across the country, the cost of living is probably the thing that comes up over and over again for obvious reasons. Many people are struggling to make ends meet. Almost everybody's got the same experience, which is my wages, salary haven't gone up considerably, but my prices have. And that's food, that's mortgages, it's rent, and energy has been a massive cost for people. We have to rebuild our economy to make sure that never ever happens again. We cannot go through this again. Don't have a magic wand to say on Friday of this week I've suddenly found some extra money and I can start passing it out to everybody who's struggling. But we will put in place the basics to make sure it never happens again.
None of these are policies. Literally, all he does is just stand there. All he does is just stand there and say, we will do the good things and not the bad things. That's all he does. All he does is just say, we will do the good things and not the bad things. Yeah, Magic Wand certainly should be on the bingo sheet, yeah. Are these just the same questions when he talked to the hospital staff with the same answers? Basically, yeah. What did he say specifically? If he's not specifically talked about growing the economy as a very specific phrase, then we don't get it for the bingo card.
Stabilising the economy, creating GB energy. This is once again stabilising the economy, creating GB.
He said stabilising, so you don't get grow the economy, but what you do get is stability, right? Stability and security is one of the squares. It's not on mine, but it might be on yours. So if you've got stability, then you can tick that one off.
Energy. This is going to be a publicly owned energy company, which is going to drive renewable energy, which is much, much cheaper, and will keep your bills down, not just for a few months, but for good, and give us energy and security so that Putin can't put his boot on our throats. When it comes to the minimum wage, what we want to do is not fix a particular sum now, but we are going to change the way that it is formulated so that it will include a cost of living element to it. Because I think a lot of people have said the minimum wage is all very well, but actually does it account for the cost of living crisis that we're going through?
Yeah, exactly. Like this publicly owned energy company that is absolutely not an energy company, that they keep calling it one. Again, people, like, literally, randoms on TikTok in comment sections on like Ed Miliband's page, they will directly pull him up and saying it's not an energy company. So it's actually really cutting through that the publicly owned energy company thing isn't real.
We will get the Low Pay Commission, who actually do the process around this, to take into account the cost of living crisis. Is there anything else you would add?
No, not specifically. No.
Great, Louis. Did you...
Thank you, £5 from Lewis. Got a list of all the Tory people who... Oh, sorry, that's just gone off my feed. Let me find that super chat again. Got a list of all Tory MPs who hate gay people, trans people, migrants or benefit claimants. We'll be sipping the champs whenever one of them loses. Yeah, me too. Like, again, 7 whole minutes of enjoying Tory MPs crying in sports halls before all of the misery sets in.
Did you want to add anything?
No, and I think it's important that we recognise some of the driving forces behind some of the cost of living that we've seen, so for the big rises in things like food prices, for example, and I think one of the things that we're looking at is making sure we can improve how we import and export food to help tackle those things. And then also locally in this area, a lot of people have raised the difficulties with getting affordable housing. And again, I just know the Labour government's going to take that issue very seriously, which I think for people my generation,
Who is she?
one of the biggest things on their mind. So,
I just...
Is she? Who is she? Who is she? Where did you find her?
On housing, because this will affect a lot of people. Firstly, it's very hard to buy your own house. It's expensive. You have to wait forever to get on the housing ladder. And we need to change that by building houses and making sure we've got houses that people can afford. Secondly, we need to get to grips with rent. A number of you, no doubt, will be renting. Rents are going through the roof. People are now paying much more in rent, by and large, than they would be if they were actually able to get a house and pay a mortgage. And so we need to stop that. And some landlords are doing this issue of bidding, where tenants or would-be tenants are asked to bid above the price. That's
They've already said that they won't actually ban it. They will allow it if it is voluntary. So essentially they're not banning it. Essentially what they're doing is not banning the bidding war.
Actually being asked for the rent, and then the next would-be tenant is asked to bid above that, and you go through this process until the price has gone up and up and up and up, and it's a massive, I mean, some of you probably in this position, where it's a massive percentage of the money that you've got coming in every week. Could anybody else want to come in on that?
I mean, there are other solutions to the problem with landlords, Keir. You're just thinking small. You're just thinking far too small, Keir. There's plenty much more that we can do to deal with the landlord problem.
Or anything else?
Behind you.
Yep.
That's a nice picture of the roof there. Excellent VT work from the sun.
Just illegal immigration, basically. Just illegal immigration.
Yeah, illegal immigration, we have to get to grips with it. We've got too many people making that journey across the channel. 50,000.
It's incredible to me that... So, if there's 450 of you watching, hello everybody, over on YouTube at the very least, and then plenty more on Twitch as well. You're 124 over on Twitch, right? Like, this is, like, people arriving in small boats across the channel. This isn't illegal immigration. This is not illegal immigration. This is irregular migration. If you come across the channel in a small boat and you claim asylum, that is the internationally recognised legal way to claim asylum. You become illegal if your asylum claim fails and you don't leave, or if you don't claim asylum, or if you overstay your visa. Those are all illegal, right? But if you arrive on a small boat and you claim asylum, you are a legal, irregular migrant, a migrant arriving via irregular means. It is literally Tory spin to call that illegal migration. And not only have the Labour Party picked this shit up, so have our media. Our media describe it as illegal immigration because it's been called the illegal migration bill in the comments, and there's an illegal migration minister. But on the official government website, they list it as irregular migration. They literally list it as irregular migration and not illegal migration because they can't, because that's not what it is. It is Tory spin, it's rhetoric, it's not actual reality, because it's perfectly legal to arrive by small boat and claim asylum. Perfectly legal. Politics Hub has been cancelled today because of Ofcom rules. I didn't even realise.
Thousand people have come since Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister. He said, I'm going to stop the boats. 50,000 people have come on the boat. Nobody but nobody should be making that journey across the channel. The way to deal with it is to have a serious response. There are gangs that are running that trade. So the gangs are making a huge amount of money getting people to the north of France and getting them into those boats and taking their money along the way. and we need to break those gangs. Before I was a politician, I was the chief prosecutor for England and Wales, running courts.
Literally 2 hits and 2 sentences.
Here in Derbyshire and across the country, every single criminal court, every prosecution was done by my 7,000 staff. Amongst the things we had to do was to smash gangs who were running terrorism plots, as you can imagine, and guns and drugs, etc. That often involved working across borders into France and Germany, because terrorist gangs tend to work across borders, so do drugs and guns. And we shared intelligence, we shared data, we had the police and prosecutors working together, and we took those gangs down. And a good thing too, by the way, because those terrorist gangs were very, very dangerous. Got to do the
I'm just going to get a drink 1 second, chat.
same with these gangs that are running this trade, because nobody should be making that journey across the channel. It needs a serious response. But the Rwanda scheme, which is the government's response, has cost you a fortune and nobody's gone. And even if they get flights off, it's a few hundred a year, and there's a 99% chance, because there's so many coming across the channel, that you're not going to be on a flight. Well, that's not a disincentive in my view. So we're going to take down those gangs that are running this trade in the first place. And we're going to set up a border security command. This is a new elite force, police, prosecutors.
Thank you, Emily Orford, for the membership. Welcome to the stream today.
Intelligence and security services working together with counter-terrorism powers, which allows them to act before they'd normally be able to act, to intercept what's going on. So that's a really serious response to what is a massive challenge for our country at the moment, because I think there's a sense that...
He keeps saying, we will set up a thing, right? I don't know if anybody watched Novara Media's analysis of the manifestos, and Aaron Bastani described their plan as Quangos and Inshallah, and this is basically what it is. We will set up a border command and smash the gangs. I was DPP, so I'll smash the gangs. Smash the gangs, smash the gangs, smash the gangs. How are you going to smash the gangs? By having a border command. What will the border command do? It'll smash the gangs. And that's basically the entirety of their plan, just Inshallah. Which, Aaron was right about that. Welcome back, Kyle. Good to see you in chat. I hope you're doing well, Kyle. It's been a while. 3 months. Thank you very much for that. Appreciated. Open safe foods and processing in France. Literally, exactly. 100%.
The government's lost control of the borders, and therefore lost control of who's coming here. It ought to be the government that decides who comes to this country, not criminal gangs. And we need to get control back here. Is there anything you wanted to add, sir, on that?
Yeah, it's what's going to happen to them who's already here.
Well, at the moment, what's happened to those that are here, there's tens of thousands, is they're not getting processed. That means they're being housed in hotels, not broadly. There are, ex-military bases.
Well, literally, someone described it as having James Bond on the cliffs of Dover.
Well, and you're paying the bill, and that's not acceptable. And therefore, they've got to be processed. So amongst those, there will be people who shouldn't be here, but they can't be sent back because they're not being processed. So we've got to get on and process them. Rishi Sunak says he'll send them to Rwanda. That's a few hundred every year. That's 340 years before we can get them to Rwanda.
Hey, thank you, Raboozle, for the 10 gifted. I appreciate the support.
That's how absurd that is. So we've got to do something about it. Good. Anybody else on anything else? That's this woman, and then I did see your hand. Yeah, please.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Could I just touch on what you've said? You've said that they are being in hotels, being put up, we're paying for it. You've got all these homeless people on the streets, your armed forces that are on the street that fought for our country, but yeah, they're not being housed.
Yeah, and that is exactly why we've got to fix this problem, because at the moment it's costing millions of pounds for the rent in hotels. That is just not sustainable. So we've got to fix that problem. And you're absolutely right. That
he's not wrong. He's not wrong about this. We do need to get the waiting lists down for people having their asylum claims heard. This is a function of taking away all of the funding for the asylum system, for austerity, for case managers within the asylum system.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Like, I hate to, support the Labour government during the Blair administration, but during the Blair administration, we were processing double the number of asylum claims per year that we currently are under the Conservative government. Some of them were accepted, some of them were turned down. That's how that's supposed to work. But we're shitting away money in hotels because they took away loads of state funding to get claims heard during austerity, this gigantic false economy, which again, costing us more money down the line because we failed to prepare.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Again, austerity always a false economy.
ex-military who are really struggling. I'm going to pass to Louise because she is ex-services. She served the country for many years, including, I think, in Afghanistan. So let me address that because I think we're all concerned with our ex-service people, who many of whom struggle. Actually, they want more support. They're not getting that support. And we need to put support in place. There's a covenant that we need to put into law. We want a commissioner for...
I mean, a lot of the time we don't even need to train them to be doctors. A lot of them are medically trained already.
Our armed services, someone who's going to be the champion of their cause. But I'm going to, with respect, just give the mic to Louise because she has served her country and therefore she knows this patch very, very well. Louise.
None of those have come yet, Katie. Thank you, Aramis T, for the 20 gifted. And thank you, 123 Cam, for the 1,000 bits. I literally just turned the notifications back on, 123. I do apologise, but I will read out your bits message.
Neoliberalism.
Hi, Helena. Just voted green for the first time. Hopefully, Tewkesbury will also go green. There are plenty of places where I assume there is not going to be a green vote, but we'll see. Well, maybe it will, maybe it won't. One can only hope that we build, at least if we don't win some seats, we'll build bases for later. And thank you, Thumper, as well, for another 10 gifted too. Appreciate you all.
Yeah, so I'm ex-military myself.
I'm sorry, but unless you can offer me percentages rather than anecdotes, there's no point in me paying attention, Vincent.
And there's several other candidates that are ex-military. And I think the reason why so many of us want to stand for Labour is because we've seen over the past 14 years...
In the same way that every British citizen, not all British citizens are angels, right? Do we just deport random people who we think are criminals? Like
that our veterans have not always had the treatment that we think they should have if you've gone and served your country. You shouldn't be disadvantaged by that service. And I just can't wait. I'm really looking forward to having a Labour government and knowing that we can start improving things.
Who owns the hotels? Who's getting rich having this problem? Oh, literally, Serco. It's Serco. Like, Serco literally run the contract for the government paid for the hotels. Like, literally state money being given to Serco. What a surprise.
Things, make it even better for veterans that have served their country. I know for a fact that things like the Armed Force Commissioner, for example, that will make a huge difference, having an independent commissioner, which is a fantastic thing that we do for veterans.
Just to give you an example, because you said about people, homeless, etc. For some people who serve their country, there are all sorts of issues with the support they need. Quite often,
I mean, when it comes to homelessness, just end homelessness. And then it doesn't matter whether you're a veteran or not, you'll be able to have a home. Just do housing first policy. Super, super simple. Noam voted for Sinn Féin. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Although he is right, we need more funding for people who do have, like, PTSD from when they've served.
Some mental health issues in there that aren't picked up. And having a commissioner means you've got somebody who's on your side who can help you access support which you might be entitled to, but you simply don't know about or can't find a way of getting to.
FSM with the £2 super chat, appreciate you. Tory talking to Tories about the Tory agenda, quite literally, yeah. Any surprise places the Greens might win? The 2 seats that I'm looking at as being potential Green pickups that people might not be expecting: Isle of Wight East and Sheffield Central. Those 2 are places where they have strong support in terms of a tactical vote in Isle of Wight East, and there's a plurality of council seats in Sheffield Central. I don't think they'll overturn it though.
So that's really important. Having 14 Labour candidates who are ex-services is really important to us as a Labour Party, because if we're able to form a government, if we are privileged to come in and serve later this week, it means
he did say, let me be clear. Thank you for pointing that out, James. Appreciate it, yeah. But there's no magic house tree. I mean, it's true, there is no magic house tree. That's why there should be a policy for having a state-owned house builder, so that we can actually ensure that we can build houses to the right specifications with state planning to ensure that it's got the right amount of green space and high-quality housing, which is energy efficient, for example, like Passive House Standard. That's a thing that we could and should do. Even Labour together wanted to create GB Homes, a state-owned house builder, and we absolutely should have one, 100%. Thank you, The Real Moongravy, for the follow and the Prime sub. Thank you for throwing your Bezos box my way this month.
That they will be on the government.
He has announced GB housing, but it won't actually build houses. Well, that's just Homes England then. Like, Homes England already exists as a state department that subcontracts private developers.
Louise and others in my ear, making sure that we are acting on this rather than being in opposition, where all you can do is try to force the government to do something about it. Yes, sir. You can
Oh, right.
Hospitality is really...
It was a riff off of GB Energy. I'm sure they can have a GB housing investment fund, yeah?
important to our business.
Yeah.
Did I always vote Green? I voted Green in 2015. But I only voted Green in 2015 because I lived in Manchester, South Gorton in 2015, which was like one of the safest Labour seats in the country. That was Gerald Kaufman's seat. So I only voted Greens in 2015 because I knew Labour would win. Actually, I voted Green in 2017 because I knew Labour would win in my seat as well. So didn't make any difference. But by 2019, I was so sold on Corbyn as a candidate that like in both 2017 and 2019, I was living in Manchester Central. So in both of those, Labour were definitely going to win. But I was so bought into the Labour plan in 2019 that I voted for them regardless, even though the seat was safe.
And it's having probably the toughest time that it's had in such a long time. We've got a disproportionate VAT rate, disproportionate duty rate. What's the government going to do to support that? Because they are one of the biggest employers out of the whole economy.
Yeah, and obviously here you depend on that hospitality in terms of what you do for a living. Firstly, let me acknowledge how hard it's been, because I think for the last few years you've gone through COVID, obviously, which had a massive impact, then into the problem with the conflict in Ukraine, and now a cost of living crisis. And as you all know, the problem with the cost of living crisis is that very often people say the first thing they're going to cut out is going out for a meal, going out for a drink, socialising, and therefore what used to be a sort of weekly or monthly meal out with the family has been cut right back. That hits hospitality. So it links with what we need to do on the cost of living. We have to grow our economy.
Yay! Grow the economy.
Easier to be in hospitality. I think one of the things on the high street that is needed is the business rates need to be amended and changed, because many in hospitality are saying we're basically paying up front through the business rates for at quite high rates, and we're not being able to compete with those that are online. So there are things we can do.
I've literally already forgotten what the question was.
Straight away. But the thing that we need to do most of all is grow our economy. That's been flatlining for 14 years now. There's no reason it should, by the way. We've got brilliant businesses, huge potential in this country, but we're not making the most of it. But hospitality, I think, has been very, very hard hit. Is there anything else that you would do in... Think of...
Does anybody in chat know where Hyperfocus lives? I think they're having an aneurysm. So if anybody can go and do like a wellness check on Hyperfocus, that'd be great.
What you want me to be thinking about on the train on the way home, that you just say, look here, just have a think about this one on my behalf, because I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I think I said quite specifically, we've got a disproportionate VAT and duty rate for hospitality, particularly within the on-premise. That's something.
How does he plan to grow the economy when Labour told us there's no more money? What they've done, their plan is, Kieran, is that they're going to sell our country to BlackRock. They're going to be allowing BlackRock to do PFI 2.0 supercharged on steroids and give them access to loads of new infrastructure that gets built, literally rebuilding Britain via BlackRock. That's their plan for growth. And then that Liz Truss, like deregulatory disaster capitalism, like Singapore on Thames style. Like, we're literally going to get the Liz Truss style capitalism, and under a Labour Party, it's miserable. What is socialism? Socialism is the worker ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange.
That could be easy to fix and drive people to go back out again, because it would make it more affordable, it would start to drive the economy, it would start to drive more people back into work, because we'd drive more jobs, and therefore we'd have a much better thriving economy. But there needs to be a stimulus in that, and I don't think business rates quite cut it.
Well, no, the conspiracy, Aidan, is that Larry Fink is some evil man from the Legion of Doom who's trying to control the world, when he's not. BlackRock is just an asset management firm. It makes money out of managing assets. It's a rentier. Rentierism is the worst form of capitalism, and it's being used to extract wealth, because capitalism is all about extraction from the proletariat. Like, it's not difficult to understand why BlackRock is materially bad, because of the materially bad things that it does. It's not run by evil people who want to control the world.
Okay, so you would go further than that and look at other duties. No, let us take that away. I mean, obviously, what I'm not going to do is make commitments to changing tax rates that, unless we can afford it, unless it's fully funded and it's sustainable. That's a big mistake. That's what Liz Truss did. She made promises which were unfunded, and look where that got us, and we're not going to do that again. But I do think... I'm
going to give you Tories crash the economy, because he essentially was entirely alluding to the idea of Liz Truss crashing the economy there.
Mull over what you have to say. The other thing, of course, is to make sure our town centres and high streets feel safe to people, because too many people feel I'm not going to go out.
Oh, yeah, no uncosted commitments. Yeah, we'll give you that as well, Set the Shallow.
Because I'm not sure about the high street anymore. We need to turn that around. That's partly about the police we need. It's partly about upgrading our high streets and making sure we're getting good businesses in there that want to thrive. All of that has to be done pretty urgently, in my view. Let us go somewhere else for a question or a contribution. Behind me. Sorry. Yeah, you take mine.
Thank you. Lots of young people will be voting for the first time in this general election. There seems to be a great deal of apathy with this particular age demographic because of a lack of education in schools around British politics and our voting system. If Labour are successful...
Oh, yeah, I'm sure, chap. I'm sure the disillusionment amongst young people is to do with lack of education around the British political system, and not the one candidate who engaged young voters the most being treated like he's fucking Satan. Like, I'm sure that the young people would be far more engaged if they weren't told that they should get out of politics because they're anti-Semitic. Stop saying globalist when you mean capitalist. Like, globalism is just global capitalism. It's nothing more than neoliberal capitalism on a larger scale. The reason why global corporations want things is because of the profit motive. The profit motive is why rentiers do what they do. It's why capitalists do what they do. There is nothing more complex than big corporations want to control our economy because it's what's most profitable for them. This is the tendency rate of profit to pool. It's the tendency towards monopoly. It's really simple.
What would you like to see happen in our education system to encourage more young people to vote?
The first thing is we need to get the teachers in that we need. One of the shocking things I think about state secondary at the moment is we haven't got enough teachers in our basic subjects. So in maths, we've got too many children and young people being taught maths by supply teachers or PE teachers rather than maths teachers, and that lives with children for a very long time, particularly if it's GCSE year. My boy's just finished his GCSEs, so we've been living through how important this is. If you miss out...
You're gonna do a deal with the NEU about teachers' pay to fix the recruitment and retention crisis?
That level on basics like maths or English or whatever it may be, that will affect... he's already thinking what can he do next in terms of possibly going on to sixth form, A-level, so it's the gateway to what happens next. And as you will all know, apprentices, etc., do depend on what's happened with your maths at school. So if they're missing, so we will recruit 6,500 new teachers into our schools to make sure we've got the teachers that we need. We do need to broaden the curriculum as well, by the way. I think that we don't teach children enough about the skills they're going to need for the jobs they're actually going to go into, and the lives.
This is about political education, not about education on maths. So I will give you not answering the question for this one. I've not even got it on my fucking sheet. I'm doing really badly today.
Are actually going to lead, and that is about maths and English, those basic core subjects. Of course it is. But it's also about working in a group. It's about confidence. I mean, you will know this from your working environment.
Hey, Jack Gilman got bingo.
In a group. It matters whether you can work with the team that you're working in. And a lot of young people come to work. You will have probably seen this. Perfectly capable of doing the job, but not actually skilled in working in a work environment. So I think we need to do a lot more than that. I also want to do proper work experience for children at school, 2 weeks worth. where they go into a work environment and see what it's like for themselves. Because
that's what we all did. Maybe this has changed, right? Maybe this has changed in the 16 years it's been since I was in school. I don't know about anybody else. I did 2 weeks of work experience. I did 2 weeks of work experience in WH Smith. It was shit and I learned nothing. Like, it really wasn't anything that gave me any... work experience, everybody hates giving kids work experience. Everybody hates it. You get no value out of it. All it does is take away
neoliberalism.
Capacity for workers because they have to spend time babying people who don't want to be there rather than engaging new workers who do want to be there. Work experience, right? Actually, I think work experience is shit. I think work experience is garbage.
a lot of young people wouldn't know what it was like to come in here and see what you're...
Gove got rid of work experience? Okay, I should have known it was Gove.
...doing. I think they should be coming in here and seeing what you're doing, and you can tell them, this is what I do, this is what my colleagues do, this is how this works, this is why business is important, this is why politicians talking about the economy is important. It needs to be linked, not to some abstract thing, I think, but to the real world in which they're going to be working. Is there anything you would do? Is there you've been burning to say, look, I think this ought to be taught?
Yes. I think a lot of young people don't even know what a ballot looks like. So, obviously, you are leader of the Labour Party. We want lots of young people to engage in politics.
I'm like, I'm literally, yeah, because he didn't answer the question, but I'm just like, yeah, most young people don't know what a ballot looks like. Well, I mean, unless this person has information that I don't know.
But I don't think that that's happening because there's such a lack of education around party systems, first past the post, etc. That is putting young people off engaging in politics.
Yeah, we need to engage them in politics. We would give the vote at 16 and 17, by the way, because I think if you can go out and work and pay your tax, then you're paying into the pot, and you should have a say over what that pot is used for in terms of what your tax is used for. But we do need to engage young people. We also need to give them some hope. At the moment, if you're a young person, your basic message is, it's hard to get a job, it won't be as secure as you might want. If you can't afford to buy a house, and almost all of them won't be able to, you're going to be paying rent or staying at mum and dad's for a long period. The rent is going to cost you a fortune. The staying at mum and dad's going to be much longer than it was in the past. And you don't feel supported. And we need to turn that around because in the end, what we do for the next generation is defining of government. I mean, my mum and dad, my dad worked in a factory. My mum was a nurse until she became too ill.
Yep. We got there eventually. But I don't even have his mum being a nurse on my card is shit. Why is my card so shit, chat? Yeah, I'll give you, I mean, working in a factory, he's absolutely alluding to the toolmaker bit. Mum and dad in one sentence, yeah.
To work. And, you know, it was really tough for them at times. Couldn't make ends meet, etc. But they believed that the next generation, that their kids would have a better chance than them and there'd be a better future for their children. It was really, really important to them. And we kind of lost that at the moment. But we need to get it back. So is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Hey, Baz Cams, thank you for £20 super chat. That's incredibly generous of you. Welcome, much appreciated.
I actually think there's sort of incumbent on us as politicians actually to get out there and spread the message. You know, I went on a really great visit to a primary school last week, and all the kids really wanted to know about politics and what a party is and what government will do. And I think it's about us to go out and say to people, look, you don't have to put up with things having been the way they've always been. Politics can make a difference. It can make a difference at the local level. You know, just get involved with your parish council, with your district council. Politics can make that difference. And I think it's really easy, and not just for young people, to look around and see politics as something that other people are doing a long way away. And it's not. It's in your communities. It's in our communities. It's about people understanding that you can make a difference and there are choices to be made. You just need the right people to make them.
The final thing I'd say about this, because I think it's important, is during COVID, we asked everybody to obey the rules. For kids and young people, it was really hard because this was a really important time for them growing up. And, you know, a year, 18 months, 2 years or so, we were living those rules. They were really important age for them. And they were probably slightly less at risk than the rest of us. So they were putting a lot in for all the rest of us, slightly older people, more at risk. And we owe it to them, I think, to repay that by putting a better future in front of them. Anybody else on a question, a comment, anything you want us to be thinking about on the way home? Sorry, I got
Fucking
two.
neoliberalism.
One here and one there, so let's go.
Why shouldn't we fear a Labour supermajority?
One, because we've got to fight for every vote into Thursday at 10 o'clock. Here in this constituency, it's going to be really close. And this idea, I mean, people are saying the polls predict the future. They don't predict the future. Every single vote counts. Every single vote has to be earned. And in places like this, it'll probably go down to a few hundred either way.
Unless I'm having a takeaway. Actually, I think you'll find I have been having a takeaway. Somebody asking about takeaway in chat. Because I live in Nottingham, chat, I am blessed. We're blessed in Nottingham, but I have access to Popeyes. I've access to Popeyes in Nottingham. It's so fucking good. So I treated myself to an election day Popeyes. I have already had a takeaway today. But I still got some chicken strips left that I'll heat up later.
And therefore, the worst thing for people who want change is to think, job done, and we don't need to vote because there's going to be a majority in any event. It isn't job done. In this constituency, we'll be working till 10 o'clock on Thursday night to get those votes. The second thing I'd say on this is, given that the country is pretty broken at the moment, a lot of things aren't working, there's a big job for us to do if we come in to serve. But we need a strong mandate for that. We need to know the country genuinely wants this change and that we're sort of all, prepared to say this is the change that we want. And it gives, a real strong mandate to a government to say, we've asked you to change things, you need to get on with it. And therefore, it's not something, the mandate is important to us, if I'm honest, because I want to know that people do want change. Our job then is to get on and do it.
I do love the dice cup. I do love some time at the dice cup. Actually, I mean, if you're going to be at the, I will probably be at the dice cup tomorrow, Captain Numbers.
Just one quick last question.
Thank you. So if we go back to what you said before earlier about making high streets safe, what are you going to do to tackle antisocial behaviour? I mean, obviously, you go down the high streets, and Chesterfield's a prime example. It's everything's closing down. You see the police there, like 4 or 5 police arresting young people. There's nothing, there's no future for young people. There's, grassroots football and things like that. There's no facilities. You've got children climbing over fences, just to play football. And what are you going to, how are you going to tackle that? It's a real concern for parents.
No, well, look, thank you for raising antisocial behaviour. I've had no end of people telling me when I was a prosecutor, and since I've been a politician, that antisocial behaviour is low level. It doesn't really make that much difference. It makes a massive difference to people's lives if they feel I can't go out in my community, in my street, into my high street. And so we have to tackle it. Partly that is more police officers, 13,000 more police, neighbourhood police. That means in the neighbourhood, dealing with antisocial behaviour, not behind a desk, not in an office, but in the neighbourhood. But it has to be coupled with more things for our young people to do, because if all the facilities are closed down, you can't play football or engage in sports or other activities, then it makes a bad situation worse. So we do need to tackle that. Louise, I'll pass to you, and then I think we're slightly running out of time.
So make it brief. Yeah, and I think North East Derbyshire has really suffered from losing a lot of youth facilities, and it's something that gets brought up a lot to me, both here in St Cross and elsewhere in Dronfield, about the opportunities for young people and things for them to do, whether it's youth facilities or whatever.
Probably not going to get bigger,
and I think, this is something that Labour is taking very seriously. Yes, we'll have the police, but equally we need to make sure that we're investing in young people and showing that we believe in them and that we're helping them.
Yeah, we're going to invest in young people, but how? Yeah, how are you going to do that? I guess they said they're going to build houses, but then how they're going to build the houses? They're just going to, just deregulate and inshallah. That's all it is.
Can I just end by saying this? One, thank you for being here. Thank you for standing for as long as you...
Yes, Ben, that's the best way of doing it. It's the way that takes the least cut out of anything that you donate.
...stood whilst we're having this session. Thank you for your questions.
The lowest, sorry. I get the biggest cut out of your donation via Patreon.
I don't want you to think this is your last opportunity. If there's something you wanted to say, a question you wanted to ask, but we didn't have time, or you didn't feel inclined to put your hand up with all these cameras running. Will you please, through your teams here, just tell us what it is that you wanted to say? It could be anything, and get it through to my... We will then make sure it comes through to my team, to me, and I will try to answer your questions or deal with your queries, because you've got a right to tell me what you think. It is your right to do so. So if there's anything that you think I would have asked that, or given what I've now heard Louise and Kia say, I've got a follow-up question.
Okay, thank you, Ben, for the Patreon. Appreciated.
Just make sure if we could do this perhaps through the management here or whatever, I'll then make sure my office picks that up, because you've got the right to put your fingerprint on what happens next. We want to be a government of service, and that means we're serving you, and that's really important. And if we're serving you, you've got the right to be heard. So please, anything, big, small, short, long, doesn't really matter, question, contribution, if you just pass it through the team, I will make sure that we deal with it and get back to you on it. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
Oh, that was disappointing. I didn't get bingo. Boo. Oh, fuck you, Keith. Screw you, Keith. You couldn't even give me a bingo. We're still with 2.5 hours until polls close. Couldn't even get a bingo, could I? So tilting. Yeah, you only one away. I mean, probably lots of people one away. I think I only got one bingo in chat. True, Israel should release the hostages, absolutely. Get the Mexicans to build houses for cheap at the threat of being deported like we do in the US. Probably preferable to sending them to Rwanda. I don't think most people care about the cost of living. Oh yeah, the Rishi Sunak with the tattooed woman. Yeah, we most of us have seen it now, but I think yeah, it's very telling that him being left out in the corner. Is he one of your local MPs with Steve Reed? Isn't he from LFI? Are we betting on Lib Dem oppositions or the Tories holding on? I have a sneaking suspicion that we're going to have a Lib Dem opposition, and that the polls are underestimating the amount of tactical voting that there is, and the way in which the Tory vote has dropped across the country, across demographics. And I think that that's going to lead to the Lib Dems becoming the opposition. But it's going to be close. It's going to be close regardless. I definitely think there's going to be 20 seats in it. So either 10 seats either way. Yeah, Lib Dem opposition is the best scenario, yeah. Thank you again. Oh yeah, I forgot. If it's brown people, it's prisoners. If it's white people, it's hostages. Yeah, I would be very funny to watch the Tories get demoted to third, yeah. Define woke. But you can't do it. Nobody can. Can't define woke. I mean, I think Labour will get 450 anyway. I'm pretty sure that Labour will be on 450 regardless. It just depends on the difference between Lib Dems and Tories, and that will involve how many seats Lib Dems take off the Tories, like how many different vote splits there are. Like, I can already see Kemi's probably going to win in her seat because of a Labour Lib Dem vote split, because people can't coalesce around an opposition to Kemi. So I think Kemi will win far fewer votes than the combined Lib Lab vote in northwest Essex, but I'm pretty sure she'll win. Yes, they are. There is loads of claims of that. There's loads and loads of evidence of mistreatment of hostages in Israel. Not saying that there isn't in Palestine, because there is evidence of that too, but... Is everyone in the chat a socialist or any communist or anarchist? I mean, we're all just on the left, broadly, most of us. It's going to be so wacky if Lib Dems are opposition to the left of Labour. I mean, not to the left on economics, certainly, but definitely to the left socially.
I'm actually very right-wing, and I loved it.
I mean, broadly, what we are is just Marxist, right? Socialist, communist doesn't really matter, but we are all Marxists at the very least. Well, not all Marxists. I'm sure there are plenty of liberals in chat as well, but I'm a Marxist. Katie's a Marxist. Or Katie there is a Marxist.
Because I'm literally a communist.
Emma Goldman is based as fuck. We definitely stan Emma Goldman on this channel. Seen some of the, if we had a PR system, Greens would easily win 19% of the vote. That was one YouGov poll. I think there was another YouGov poll that showed the Green percentage of the vote would be like 15% if people voted how they wanted to, rather than with first past the post. So, I mean, there's definitely more appetite for Green votes than you would otherwise get, which is a symptomatic of the way first past the post works. Breaking here in the turnout in key target reform seats is up on previous averages. What might this tell us about tomorrow's election results? I mean, I've always said that these pollsters are underestimating the level of the reform vote, because they'll be shy reformers, and I think that the media are underrepresenting. I think the polls are underrepresenting the amount of people who are voting reform in reform target seats. So Clacton, Yarmouth, Ashfield, Boston, all of these kind of places, right? All these reform target seats. I think that they're going to have more seats than a lot of the pollsters expect. Like my expectation is about 8 seats or so. You're a classical liberal in that you think there should be a Republican uprising against the aristocracy. True and base. I mean, I'm a Titoist, so most Marxists hate me. Most Leninists hate me for being a Titoist, but... I mean, areas with no immigrants are far more anti-immigration than areas with lots of immigrants. Like the bigger the percentage of an immigrant population, the more pro-immigration that part of the area is, and not just the immigrants themselves. True, the people who live near the immigrants get contact with them and therefore become less hostile, whereas the areas who think that they'll become like London or whatever, the people who live in the less immigrant centric areas are more likely to be very, very anti-immigration, because they think they'll become like London or like Birmingham or like other areas. Well, yeah, that's the problem with the Liberal Democrats. You're always voting for a mystery box rather than any kind of real policy platform. Yeah, it's true. BreadTube was mostly founded by anarchists. That is true. Plus, like, some of the most based leftists in history have all been anarchists, right? Like all the people who have like the leftist groups that have the cleanest history are all usually anarchists, right? Like, if there's one leftist figure from history I have like total respect for, it's Nestor Makhno. Like, he's just an unblemished record as a leftist. Remember when the Makhnovists went into eastern Ukraine and just handed out guns to all the Jewish people so they could kill anti-Semites? That was based as fuck. Nestor Makhno was a Ukrainian anarchist who there was an anarchist grouping within like southeastern Ukraine before they were absorbed into the Soviet Union, because the Makhnovists had an alliance of convenience with the Red Army after the revolution to fight back the Whites to gain control of Ukraine, the Ukrainian Soviet for leftists. And then as soon as the White Army were defeated, the Red Army turned against the Makhnovists and fucking killed them all. It was Lenin, Fat Baptist, but yes. And some of the most successful leftist projects have been anarchist ones, like the NTFAI and the Shinmin Autonomous Prefecture. Red Army purging people, no way. I know, right? Fucking mad shit. Imagine the Red Army purging people who they feel to be very, very slightly different from them ideologically. Yeah, that's true, he was an ANCOM, yeah. Well, that's a problem that we've got, Woody Red, right? Is that a lot of anarchism has either been co-opted by right-wing libertarians who are anarcho-communists, which isn't really anarchism. It's just Rothbardianism, that's all you can really call it. And the other rest of anarchism has just been co-opted by internet children, whereas like the serious kind of intellectual thought of anarchism has kind of been lost online, which is really sad. Any good YouTubers who cover historical politics and sociology? I really like... Historical politics is interesting, because I couldn't name you like a particular one that I would usually go to. It was stupid, NWA, yeah. I just can't stand the Marxist-Leninist thing of we will build a newer, bigger, shinier state to oppress you. There's a really great Richard Wolff clip where he talks about how when Stalin took power and he was like, guys, we've made it, we're here. Socialism is when the government does stuff. And it's more socialism the government does, the more stuff it does. And if it does a real lot of stuff, that's communism. He couldn't just go to them and say, he couldn't just go to the Russian people after they'd sacrificed everything up to the revolution and say, you've sacrificed all of this, and what we've achieved is state capitalism. The state has become the capitalist. So they've substituted the wish for the reality by saying that socialism is when the government does stuff. I mean, anarcho-syndicalists to me certainly seem like the anarchist sect that have the most applicable game plan for how they achieve their goals. I think Hakeem's criticism of contemporary politics is definitely on point, but Hakeem's defense of like historical communist governments I find pretty cringe. But that's just me. Yeah, Tom Nicholas is good on, again, contemporary politics, certainly. Thank you, Welsh Backgammon, for the £2 super chat. Night time till 9:45. I'm a machine. Look forward to seeing you in a bit. I mean, I've always been down with syndicalism broadly as a political project. I mean, the greatest syndicalist of all time was James Colony, and he achieved quite a lot. I mean, he achieved a lot rhetorically and ideologically. Materially, of course, you know, he was always up against the forces of reaction. But
neoliberalism.
why call myself a communist when the Soviet Union was awful? Because Yugoslavia was great. It's as simple as that. I say great, I mean, it had its problems like anything. Like, Yugoslavia wasn't perfect, but, you know, there have been more communist or socialist projects than the Soviet Union and China. Like, you've got Yugoslavia, you've got Hungary, you've got Czechia, you've got Shinmin, you've got the PRK, you've got the Seychelles, you've got CNTFI, you've got Shinmin, you've got all of these different things. Like, you've got all of these different opportunities where you can look at the historically significant successes of socialism, like Grenada. I mean, even Cuba, you could say as well. Thoughts on Kosovo? They deserve their independence. I mean, the KLA are just, I mean, literally, when I look at like the Yugoslav wars, when I look at like the later Yugoslav, when I look at what happened in Serbia and Kosovo, I can't stop seeing the parallels between Israel Palestine and Serbia Kosovo. I really can't stop seeing the parallels. Just Milosevic essentially saying Serbia has a right to defend itself, and then loads of people coming out and defending it. You know, PRK is in the People's Republic of Kampuchea. How do you define the difference between communism and socialism? Socialism is when the workers control the means of production, distribution, and exchange. Communism is a stateless, moneyless, and classless society. What are the best points to emphasize with Yugoslavia, do you reckon? The high standard of living, the international support that it had, because it eschewed bloc politics to be able to foster alliances with people across different parts of the international community. They supported loads of projects in Africa and in the global south to be able to build infrastructure in allied countries. They were, like, Tito was strong in the non-aligned movement to be able to oppose bloc politics internationally as well. Like, Yugoslav society was very tight-knit. People loved living in Yugoslavia at the time. Do you think the Soviet Union had redeeming aspect? Housing policy. What they did with the space race is good as well, and the Soviet Union's anti-colonial endeavors in helping the global South fight back imperialism, like their support for the MPLA in Angola and places like that. Yeah, that's the issue with Yugoslavia is after they cut out the IMF and international finance, it was all over. But that was a Ned problem, so. There was commodity production in Yugoslavia, yeah, but it was owned by the workers. You can't have a dictatorship if you don't have a state, and as communism is stateless, it can't be a dictatorship. Socialism as one country was a dictatorship, though. Destroying the Nazis was pretty base too, but that's a collective action, right? It was a collective action between, you know, all of the Allied forces. So. I'm sure, yeah, exactly, non-binary, 100%. Yeah, socialism is a process towards revolution, exactly. But you can be a non-communist socialist and just you're only. I mean, if depending on if through a Marxist framework, if you're a Marxist socialist, you can believe that your goal is to want to create a society where the workers control the means of production, distribution, and exchange. But you do not want there to be a moneyless class or stateless society. But then again, socialism has gone through many different kinds of socialism. I mean, like it's not just Marxist socialism, like Christian socialism and Fabian socialism, all these kind of thing, right? Chartism. Will the state ever really wither away, though? Well, that's the thing, right? That's why I'm not a Leninist. I never went to Chimera, Caps. Will I be watching the BBC Channel 4 or ITV on this stream? We'll be flicking between them. We'll be flicking between the different channels. I mean, the flavors of communism are all just about the route towards achieving communism, rather than the state of communism, which must always be a moneyless, stateless class of society. Exit poll is at 10 PM, Milady. Your household's heated over an election, maybe, Billy. What's the heated argument that you've got? What's the heated argument that you have there? Oh yeah, 100% Lucas Lupine. Like I was always a Dubček stan rather than a USSR fan in that regard. Oh yeah, Sky as well. Mike chucking on GB News too. The most heated argument you had with people close to you was people saying voting Labour to make sure the Tories are out. Don't you live in Manchester, Jack? Why would you need to vote Labour in Manchester? Like, Salford especially. Like, Salford is an incredibly safe Labour seat for Rebecca Long-Bailey. That doesn't make any sense. What's the first exit poll you're looking for? There'll be a joint Sky News, ITV, BBC exit poll. It's Salford and Eccles. Salford and Eccles is the constituency for Rebecca Long-Bailey, right? Like, and both Salford and Eccles are incredibly safe Labour. Never did any research on Bukharin, sorry. Do I have enough coffee? I have 3 more cans of Monster Energy downstairs. I don't know, Milady. They'll always go to swing seats. Oh, you live in Chorley, which is the speaker's seat, so you even need to care. Literally even need to care in Chorley. What's up? You've been sharing my channel with friends and family. Love my fiscal and economic angles, especially when you see me on Navarro. Well, thank you, Vagabond. I appreciate the kind words. You would have voted for RLB if you'd lived there. If it was in any doubt that she was going to win her seat, I would have voted for RLB, but she's nailed on guaranteed to win, so I would have voted Green regardless. Oh yeah, I love Kropotkin. Who doesn't like Kropotkin? If you don't like Kropotkin, what are you doing on the left? Like, Kropotkin's a legend. Thank you for the £5 super chat from Questionable Absanity. Sophie Scott Brown has a fairly coherent view of anarchism in your opinion. Rules without rulers. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. For sure, for sure. Malatesta is based. Yeah, we love Malatesta as well. I'm surprised you've never seen me in the Dice Cup. I'm there like 3 days a week, caps and numbers. Like, it genuinely scares you how much power Starmer's going to have without any vision, like at least New Labour had a plan for government. The thing is that New Labour's plan for government was laid out in their manifesto. With New Labour, all you get is a mystery box. You vote for the mystery box, and then you've got to choose the mystery box. And if you... who knows what's going to happen? Because they've not... Like, the policy about BlackRock and shit like that, and the special economic zones and free ports, that's not even...
Neoliberalism.
That shit's not in the manifesto. The public haven't voted for this shit. It's just been leaked to the press on the eve of the election, so people can't make it as a decision in how they vote. And they're going to be able to pass it with a gigantic majority in the Commons, having not told the public that's what they're going to do. It flies in the face of fucking democracy. No, you should vote for the Green Party, James. Which is the Isle of Wight seat the Greens made competitive in? Isle of Wight East. So they did 2 primaries on the Isle of Wight, and the Labour won in West and the Green won in East. So Labour and Green voters have been vote swapping amongst each side of the island to keep it Tory free, which I think is pretty cool. Really hope the Greens win in North Herefordshire. Ellie Chown seems to be such a great voice. I wish I was in her constituency. I mean, she seems pretty NIMBY, but other than that, she seems really nice, yeah. Isle of Wight only got divided into 2 seats this election. The boundaries were redrawn literally at the last boundary review last year. How practical is a wealth tax? Argentina has had a good success with their wealth tax until, you know, the whole Javier Milei thing happened. Like, Argentina raised like tens of, like they raised like billions of dollars with their wealth tax. And also the NFP in France want there to be an exit tax as well, just to stop capital flight, which would be a good thing. What does NIMBY mean? NIMBY stands for not in my backyard. It's somebody who doesn't necessarily oppose building new houses or infrastructure, as long as it happens somewhere else. Do you think a new left-wing party will be formed? New Labour have shifted once Labour have shifted to the centre. I mean, I'd like to think people coalesce around the Green Party, but obviously the Green Party has its problems, and they're not a working class party. They're not a trade union party. They are a middle class party with progressive policy, which is a problem. So I think there's room for a left-wing party, but that would involve moving on from the... That would have to move on from...
You still haven't commented upon my awesome blue tomatoes.
I'm sure you have excellent blue tomatoes, Kev, but thank you for the bits. But, I mean, there's definitely room for people to move on from the Greens to a proper working class party, but, you know, building a new party is difficult. The Greens already have a bunch of support. They have a supporter bases that exist already to be able to tap into. Rather than having to rebuild from scratch immediately, we've got a base to be able to build off of, and I think that's worth more than trying to start from scratch. Hey, commies, crash near commie, and cap Argentina, literally. Javier Milei doing his best, like anarcho-capitalist speedrun. Yes, Moronarch, I'll definitely do that. I'll do that tomorrow. Does David Lammy lose the seat now? How are the Greens in England and Wales doing now with trans people? They removed candidates for being anti-trans. Like, they went all Azar Ali, like the Labour Party did on anti-trans candidate. 101 reads on macroeconomics. The Deficit Myth by Stephanie Kelton. Your Labour candidate is Joe Morris, but you voted Green. I mean, hopefully that is going to be a useful vote. I appreciate you voting for the Green Party. Thank you. I don't know if I know very little about the Greens. Are they sus on any issues? American Greens are weird on Russia. German Greens are very pro-business. The Green Party broadly, I think there are very few issues I disagree on with the Green Party. I disagree with them on nuclear energy. I disagree on nuclear specifically. And I disagree with them on their attitude towards planning and local authority house building and things like that. But outside of housing and infrastructure building, like their NIMBYism, I guess, and their opposition to nuclear power, I basically agree with on all the other issues. Kev, do you want to jump in Discord and chat for a bit? I've got a bit of a break until the exit poll. Do you want to jump on for a bit whilst you're in chat, Kev? Is the lettuce running anywhere? I think running in Richmond and Northallerton. You live in Sunak's seat and no one you know has even had a canvasser from the Tory party? I wonder if Sunak will lose his seat. That'd be a real Portello moment.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Hey, thank you for the two... Oh, that's the £2 super chat from earlier. Thank you. Yeah, the main issue... I've always said the three issues for the Green Party for me are too much NIMBYism, no nuclear power, and their lack of class politics. Like, those are the three things that I always find as being... that I criticise the Green Party for. But it's not enough for me to not vote for them. You prefer Galloway to Farage, but that's like saying you prefer a headache over cancer. Well, exactly, Gary. Yeah, I agree. That's how I feel. But they support each other. Like, Tristan Tate supports George Galloway. That's all you need to know, right? What's the issue with the German Green Party? Also anti-nuclear, which was bad for green politics in Germany because the implementation of their nuclear phase out was done so poorly. They just made it just like dropped people's standards of living instantaneously. It was a terrible policy that put climate policy off the agenda for ages. And also the German Greens are like a pro-business climate party, so they're not even like a properly left-wing party. On top of that, they're really, really kind of like proper like liberal types. They're just like socially liberal.
I disagree with your point on more NIMBYism in the Green Party. Any local council is going to be NIMBY and proportionally Greens are better.
I mean, I do agree that people over-egg the pudding when it comes to green NIMBYism, right? They always say that, oh, the Greens are the ones who hate house building and other councils are much better, when really and truly, basically all local councils run in opposition to building regardless, but, you know, the Greens could still be better on that, especially when it comes to, like, national policy in terms of changing planning regulations. I'm not sure, Mr. Hereticus.
Because I'm literally a communist.
Kev, join the call-in channel. Carla Dennis said they would try and increase the number of council housing through building new ones and acquiring them off the open market. But I think the Greens should be more fastidious in not just saying we'll create new council houses, but being pro-building, pro-new towns, high-density, high-green space, mid-rise blocks of of council flats. Hello, Kevin. How you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, I'm setting up my own stream right now, but I did just want to jump in, just to be an annoying prick.
Absolutely, absolutely. By the way, no C slurs, no C slurs if at all. By the way, I want to try and monetize this stream for once.
Okay, absolutely fine. Although, given that you'll be talking about Tories, I think that's going to be a difficult one.
It's going to be so hard, isn't it? It's going to be really hard.
They are absolute mutants. Anyway,
mutants. That's a great word. Yeah.
So you call yourself a public housing single issue voter, do you not?
I do. Council housing's English voter very specifically.
Indeed. Well, how can you then overlook the thing that you just mentioned, the NIMBYism involving house building from the Greens.
Well, because they say they're going to build council housing. They're literally the only party that has a promise to build council houses. Super simple.
But where are they actually going to do that? Because it seems everywhere they have councillors, they tend to oppose building in their local areas.
Well, then they would have broken their pledge, right? Like, I don't think that they're going to let councillors oppose things if they would let them go down on their go back on their pledges.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there. I think it's only fair to bring it up on that basis. But anyway, other than that, how's it been?
Yeah, it's good. I just had Popeyes for lunch, for dinner. My pre-election
That is
stream
specifically
dinner.
what I was asking about. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't not talk about food. It's like my favourite thing. So
yeah, absolutely.
Do you have any? What's your prediction? What's your prediction for the exit poll?
You know what? I'm gonna say the Greens are gonna take 650 seats. Let's be optimistic, yeah.
Absolutely,
Let's go.
absolutely. Like no, actually, no. You say the Greens, don't you really mean Jeb?
Yeah, Jeb. Well, actually, as we know, in all of the seats, only the Lib Dems can win here.
True.
So,
did you see that? Was it you who posted the meme earlier in chat of the Afghanistan map?
Afghanistan, yeah. I thought you'd enjoy that one. Yeah.
So fucking funny.
Yeah. I think I showed you the graph, didn't I, in one of the things that was going around, where it had like the Lib Dems can win here, and it was 28%, and then a slightly bigger bar was the Labour one, which was double the vote. It was like 54%. What the? You're not even fucking close. Then that's really dishonest, you bastards. Anyway. I mean,
I've seen every party do it at this election. Like even Tories have been doing the only Tories can win here stuff to try and get people to not tactically vote.
Well,
to get stop tactically for Reform UK.
The Tories doing their fucking chameleon thing of like pretending to be every party except the party they are. They've been colouring all the lights green and red, and having pictures, literally Tory candidates with pictures of Nigel Farage. What are you doing?
It was Anne-Marie Trevelyan, wasn't it?
Yeah, she had a picture of her shaking hands with Nigel Farage. I mean, you literally had to look at the back to say this has been done by the Tory party on behalf of blah blah blah. In the tiny black writing that they legally have to write, and that was the only indication it was a Conservative candidate at all. Yeah.
Yep.
Although talking about that, did you see the Glaswegian woman who's been doing the rounds on Twitter today, who's been taking the piss out of the Reform candidate for one of the Glasgow seats, I forget, who basically doesn't seem to exist. There's no information about her. There's no photograph. There's just an email that they'd never replied to, and that's it.
Wow.
So
Also,
I don't know if that exists.
Also, did you see the Tory candidate who made his election leaflets look like Labour leaflets, and even had the word Labour on it, and got pulled up by the Electoral Commission?
Yeah,
At
well,
No
that's
Justice
that's just
MTG,
fraud.
have any parties specifically
There's
said
taking
anything
the
about
piss a little
NHS
bit with,
dentists?
the colouring and all the rest of it, but like, if you're saying Labour on it like that, come on, that's actually just electoral fraud at that point,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Helen Burns, that's the one. Yeah, Helen Burns is the supposed Reform candidate that, again, that there doesn't seem to be any trace of on the internet at all, which is almost impossible for a candidate in an election, really. But there you go.
I mean, the Reform candidates have been a really funny bunch, haven't they? But there's some brown ones. They can't be racist.
They can't be racist, no. Although, again, I think we talked about this the other day, but the people that have been resigning from the Reform Party because they're racist, what you just worked out, but what were you doing for the rest of the time when you remember? Did you just realise this? Very strange.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody asking if anybody got specific plans about NHS dentists. The Greens are going to put money into it. That's all I know. Through their tax plans.
And the Labour Party are going to press the big red dentist button.
It's true. The dentist appointments are gonna fall from the appointment tree to be able to do that problem.
Yeah. It's a dental tree, and then they pull the dentist out, and then they work for free because you don't have to pay any money for it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Lucas Lupine in chat says, only problem with house building categorically is austerity has put councils in debt. Nobody can afford to build any, having to do it with PFI because Tories thought it was going to be the NHS. Why not? I mean, The thing is about council house building is that if it's being funded by the state, as it's an asset that the state that would be owned publicly, you can justify just issuing bonds to pay for the new house building. That's why I say there should be a nationally owned home builder, and then you can just issue bonds, and then the council could then pay that down with council rents, and then still have an asset at the
Although
end of it.
Birmingham's so messed up with that we can't afford a brick, let alone any houses.
True.
We are absolutely screwed. There you go.
What's your election night plan, Kev?
I'm going to go live at 9 and sort of chat away for a bit. I've got people coming on. So if you wanted to jump on at any point, I'll be on my
100%.
Discord. And then at some point, I'm popping on with Curtis to have a chat with them. Did you see his setup he's got for the night?
I've not seen it.
It looks like a proper TV studio. No, he's going all out for it, the lad. Good on him.
That's cool.
He's going far, that lad. I said it.
Yeah, I think they've got a really good thing going now that he's got like producers and shit. That's cool. I mean, it's definitely more than I do. Is just turn the camera on and talk shit on the No Justice stream. It's worked so far. Hopefully, it'll work continuing.
Exactly. Yeah. The leftist insurgency out of Bristol. Carla Denyer and Curtis leading the charge, manning the barricades.
Absolutely.
They're little people, but with big ideas. That's what counts.
I mean, I tell you who else is a little person with a big idea. That's Rishi Sunak. And his big idea is not campaigning his own seat so that he can lose and then fuck off to California.
Well, he could already do that anyway. Look, for him, it sounds like that. I know what you mean, there, but you can just resign.
I'm Crush's lol.
You can just not be. You can just resign as soon as the election happens, and then go to California, or just keep, taking the money until they, do a recall election. But you're already in California, so you don't give a shit.
Will be the
But what you don't want is the stain of being the first and presumably only prime minister who will ever be unelected. Well, that would be ridiculous. Not unelected, but deselected. Yeah,
It would be very funny.
All the Tories are on.
It'd be incredibly funny if the Tories and the Lib Dems were tied on the number of seats. And then Rishi Sunak therefore can't stand down because that would make the Lib Dems the opposition.
I think he gives the slightest shit.
Well, exactly. It would be very funny if he does do that.
Yeah. Well, did you see all of the airlines ripping the piss out of him? They've all been acting him on Twitter saying, "We've got seats for you, Rishi. Don't worry." Absolutely.
No, please don't make me find corporate humour funny. But that is actually
usually
funny.
It's cringe as fuck. But actually, that's because everyone knows that's what's going to happen. And you know how I know it's going to happen? Because specifically, his spokesman came out yesterday and said he has absolutely no intention of moving to California.
Well, it's just like
so he's happening then.
It reminds me of when KFC dunked on the Tories for doing like the chicken costume Jeremy Corbyn advert.
True, but nothing beats the KFC Black Lives Matter chicken drumstick fist picture. That was honestly the most offensive bullshit I've ever seen.
Well, there was like the Pepsi advert which had fucking. Was it Kylie Jenner or was it what is it? Like handing a can of Pepsi to somebody?
One of that family of absolutely useless mutants. That's the word I'm going with. You know what I mean when I say that now.
Yeah, true.
It's not very clever code, but technically it's allowed.
Oh, by Kev, Garrett asks in chat. Apparently they're asking if you're still hanging out with Christy Winters now she's in her pro-genocide phase. What? I'm not sure that's true. Is that true?
On. Garrett, is that the Garrett?
The Garrett is in my chat. The Garrett is in my chat. This has happened the other day. I was wild. I was starstruck. Old time.
Do you know? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, hello, Garrett. Howdy. Much love. I haven't spoken to you in a long time. I hope you're well. For those who don't know, Garrett was an OG leftoid on the YouTubes who was very good and then just disappeared. Anyway.
There's a really great anti-Saga of a Cad video.
I don't think Christie's... Well, indeed. I don't think Christie's pro-genocide. But what makes you think that? If it's because she supports Joe Biden, I mean, yeah, she's a lib. Like, that's what she does. Like, I would say people should vote for him because the other option is way worse. Like, literally, Joe Biden is a mealy-mouthed snake. Whereas Donald Trump's literally like, no, they have not been doing enough genocide. The Israelis need to actually kill all of the Palestinians.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, Trump is like the harbinger of the end of humanity. Like, how does the climate survive another 4 years of Trump at the end of the day, right? Brody G asks who Curtis is. Curtis is at Turn Left on YouTube.
Yes, and also an absolute Chad. Just saying. He has literally breathed the same air as the Jam Man. It's a beautiful thing.
Does that make you catch anti-Semitism?
I think so. That's how it gets in, isn't it? Yeah, the Nazi spores get into your lungs. Yeah.
Do you think Corbyn's going to win? Do you think Corbyn's going to win his seat?
I don't. I'm not sure. It's like so many of these seats. It's a real toss-up.
And if I'm going to,
I'm not sure he will, just because they've pulled all of. I mean, and again, it's typical Labour mutant behaviour, where they've pulled all of their efforts from Clapton when just allow Nigel Farage to goose-step his way into Parliament. Awesome, thanks lads, and put it all into Islington North, a seat that they don't need to win, and it doesn't matter. But it's the grudge of it all. Did you see? Actually, did you see the crypt creature, Neil Kinnock, come out of his lair from wherever he's been buried? Yeah, the withered husk corpse man, who's so butt blasted that the Jam Man opposed him 40 fucking years ago. That he's come out and been like, everybody needs to vote for the other guy. Actually, You're like, yeah, we're all right, mate.
Yeah, I saw
off.
Yeah, I saw an interview with Kinnock on Peeps, and he just is insufferable. One insufferable
I'm literally
wanker.
a communist.
Well, he's the worst of it. Like, he's
Dear Reverend
like
Disco.
I think we've talked in the past with the Brexit thing that, like, I've got no problem with people being pro Europe or even necessarily pro EU, although I disagree with it. But he went like fucked the generations to come by changing the Labour Party into the Blair Party, basically, and then double fucked everybody by going into the EU and arguing for liberal economics, which shifted the conversation in the European Union more to the right economically, and as well digging his face into the gravy trough that is the European Union's expenses and wages and all the rest of it. He was on that gravy train enormously, and frankly, he can go and play Roblox. I mean, he wouldn't shorten his life enormously anyway, because he's like 200 years old at this point. But
he's only 82, apparently. He looks way older
if
than
only
82.
He really does. If only when he'd fallen over on that beach, if only he'd just not gone up and let the waves cleanse.
Absolutely. Also, thank you, David, for the 5 gifted. And thank you, Kev,
has
for the 100
made me
bits.
number 2 now.
I didn't get 100 bits. What?
I was trying to think it was another.
There can't be 2 Kevins. I'm not having it.
It's true. Like, there can only be one.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even give you a serious prediction, did I? I think it'll be probably 200 majority.
I think that's like the lower bound. I think is 200 majority. Yeah.
Vegan sausage roll.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be that. Because again, I'm still maybe I'm just iffy because of previous pollings, but like I think I mentioned this the other day, the shy Tory thing I think will be heightened by the fact that they're so rancidly unpopular. But I still think there are enough self-absorbed Tory home county mutants that I just don't think they'll. I think a lot of them will vote, and they'll probably hang on to a few seats. Unfortunately, I hope I'm wrong. Actually, do I hope I'm wrong? Like, in a way, yes, and in a way, no. It's sort of a lose-lose, isn't it? If the Labour Party get such a massive majority that it's basically irrelevant what anyone else says, that's bad. Then the opposite is them having a reasonably strong Tory opposition, which is possibly worse, I guess. Yeah, it's awful. What an awful decision.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jack Gilman Works says, has the exit poll
That's
ever been wrong?
black pills.
Yeah, it's very blackpilling. Jack Gilman asks, has the exit poll ever been wrong before? Like 1992 was the last time it was very wrong, but that was a close election regardless. Like it was slightly wrong in 2015 because it predicted a hung parliament, but it was actually a very small Tory majority, but it was broadly right over the picture of what was happening across the country. The issue, of course, the exit polls are usually very, very accurate. They've been historically accurate ever since 92, and that was, 32 years ago. So that's a long time for polls and exit polls to get far more complex and far more accurate as they've refined their model over time. This exit poll, it means nothing. It means nothing to me other than a very, very broad idea. So many seats are toss-ups. So many seats are going to be based upon tactical and local voting and how high the reform vote is. What the constituency MP is like. It's like you can't predict it. Like any exit poll could have like 100 seats of tolerance here, 50 seats either way, because loads of seats are on knife edges and demographic voting trends are so different depending on what part of the country you're in. So the exit poll is actually the least important part of the night for me because it's going to be so difficult to predict.
Yeah, there's no doubt the Nigel Farage getting involved in this is like just thrown something of a hand grenade into the situation. And having talked to Christie, who's herself a psophologist, which is the political science numbers droid, she's been in the UK the last few days doing this election study thing, which she's done over the course of the last decade or more now. And she was saying that they're getting a lot more undecideds, that usually this late on in the process, most people have decided, but they're getting a lot more undecideds much later in the process than they did previously. And I think that's, like you say, in part, some of the demographic changes in these places, and also because reform, right? Reform have definitely thrown a kind of hand grenade into things. And it's not just even older people. There's unfortunately a large number of younger people who, looking for any kind of alternative, are going with the charismatic spiv that is Nigel Farage, unfortunately. And they're polling second amongst 18 to 35s, aren't they? Which is slightly terrifying. And of course will ultimately lead to further alienation, because if they get their way and those sorts of policies become the rule of the land, then actually it will make their lives worse rather than better. But with Brexit, his lies work because the other party's selling status quo neoliberal nonsense to a country where people don't have any vested interest in status quo. Look for any alternative. And rightly or wrongly, he's offering some kind of alternative.
Yeah, at least it's anything other than the status quo is being offered, and so they'll run to it. I do think that we'll probably see like an exodus away from those people as they are more likely, as they get into the world of work and start, realizing how much of their own surplus value is being extracted. They'll want to be able to get their own back eventually.
True, but it depends whether they get sucked into this hustle culture nonsense, and then they'll think, well, actually, the real surplus extraction is the government taking a tiny amount of my money in tax. Like, yeah, that thing.
Yeah, quite so.
Nigel Farage offering them a 2% cut in tax and offering billionaires a 20% cut in tax, making everyone's lives worse. Yeah, it's a possibility.
Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see where it ends up. This won't happen. What if you vote Labour in 5 years? Would I vote Labour, in 5 years' time if they're struggling for votes but actually start trying to win our votes with better policies, or am I gone for good? It'll be difficult. It'll be difficult for them to win me back, especially, but it depends. It depends on how the Greens are doing, right? It depends on how the Greens are doing in 5 years' time too, or how if there's a new party or whatever.
I almost sort of don't care how the Greens are doing in a way. Don't get me wrong. In this situation, like, I have the luxury of being able to vote Green and it not mattering, right? Because A, the seat I live in, and B, the overall electoral picture in the country. If it was knife edge, then it would come down to what have they done in those 5 years. If they've done what they're saying they're going to do in those 5 years, then they will never get my vote. Ever. If they've done the weirdo super Tansky magical dream act situation and become ultra Maoist in the last 5 years or some stupid shit, then we'll take a look and see. If they've done anything progressive that I can hold on to and say, you know what, okay, maybe I'll hold my nose and throw up in the booth and all the rest of it, but maybe I'll put my eggs down to them if I feel that there's something worth giving them that extra time to do. But if they're just the Tories, then I don't care. I'm voting Green. Yeah,
Yeah, that
because
makes
it's
sense
not
there. Yeah.
harm reduction. If they're not reducing harm for me, then I can't even justify it on that basis. So fuck them.
Yeah. It's understandable. It's understandable. I think that's basically where I am as well. I can unpin this bingo card now. It's actually let me unpin that. Starmer Bingo didn't go very well. I think only one person got bingo when we played Starmer Bingo earlier. It was very disappointing.
Well, I suppose because in the last couple of days, it's less about establishing those narratives and just go and vote, 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 vote. You know, so he's hitting less of or fewer, I should say, of the old staples. Also, I think he's now reticent to say my dad was a troublemaker for the 7 billionth time.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Once bitten, twice shy.
Quite so. People are asking me why I'm yawning. It's not that I'm tired, it's because I've only woken up recently. I only woke up about 4 hours ago, so.
No, it's because I'm on and I'm very boring. That is why. Fact. I have this effect on women.
SNP have finished for quite a while. Again, this is something that any exit poll will find it very difficult to be able to predict, especially in Scotland. We'll see.
Yeah. I've seen various ones from them down to being just 10 seats, which would be a disaster, to 28 seats, which would be okay. Like, I think, it's still a lot of losses, but it's still, that's manageable.
Mm.
That's still a very significant force in Westminster. Yeah, I think you'd still be guaranteed a question, I think, at question time. So that's something. For whoever the leader is, I don't know if your man's going to stay on, and he looks like he might actually win his fucking seat, so who knows?
What's my opinion of the Alliance Party? They're too Lib Demi.
Also, did you see...
So on the Alliance Party, the sister party of the Liberal Democrats in Northern Ireland. Sorry. The 6 counties. Let's use its real name. Oh.
Yes, the occupied north. Yes.
There, yes, sorry. Yeah, your sound had gone for a minute, but yes, yeah. Like Apnea are fine. Like they're aggressively fine. But why would I ever vote for them over the SDLP or Sinn Féin? Like, there's just no reason.
Yeah, exactly. Up the ra, Nigel.
Up the ra, Nigel. That's excellent moment. Love it.
Really is. I sometimes think what would have happened if he died in that plane crash. Like the sort of sliding doors moment of British politics. How different things might have been. Not necessarily even for the better. Who knows? It could have been someone way more charismatic and less, with less of a problematic history, may have risen to the fore. Who knows?
I'm really glad that Sinn Féin put up Mary Lou McDonald in the South, because I think she's a really good political campaigner, and moving on from Jerry Adams is probably a good thing.
Probably, I think, A, he's old as balls now, and B, yeah, I think, to be honest, the island as a whole has moved past that generation of politicians, really. Not just because they've got, obviously, the connection with the Troubles and all the rest of it, but just, it's not the same place anymore. These kind of political dinosaurs are being shifted aside. We've already seen that with, for very different reasons, the Donaldson with his sex abuse case and all the rest of it. But even before then, the DUP's been, surpassed by the UUP, who themselves are being surpassed, and look like they might have quite a rough night of it, actually. Not that numerically it matters, because A, there aren't that many seats in Northern Ireland, and B, if Sinn Féin do take a seat or two, that just means a seat or two fewer people in Parliament. Just slightly more room on the chairs, on the benches, I should say, because they don't take their seats. So
Josh. So I've got just had someone in my comment section on my James O'Brien video saying, "Oh, carry on singing, oh, Jeremy Corbyn. His coy's tribalism got us Brexit. He came to lead on a Brexit ticket as an EU skeptic, and now we are never going back to the European Union and Brexit's done." I'm just like, I couldn't give a fucking shit. Average James O'Brien fan.
Also, how do you feel about Starmer literally saying that we won't enter the European Union in his lifetime?
There's no case for rejoining the EU. We got to make Brexit work.
Yeah. We got to make Brexit work.
And even then,
bingo, bitches.
And even then, we got Tory Brexit because the Lib Dems Change UK and Caroline Lucas, to be fair, didn't back Corbyn's compromise deal in the Commons, or indeed Ken Clark's compromise deal in the Commons. Yeah.
Change UK. What? I was sure Chuka Ramuna was going to lead that centrist revolution. Why isn't he prime minister?
The British Barack Obama, remember? That's how he changed his Wikipedia
Oh my god, Anna super. Those melters. Honestly, we don't talk about that enough. What a bunch of
mutants,
absolute wastrels those were. Jesus Christ!
I literally got
just
a
wild nonsense in the last 10 years. Really,
I got a somebody posted on Facebook. So obviously, I live in Anna Soubry's old constituency in Broxtowe, and she had posted these notes around saying things like, "When I joined the Conservative Party, I was a one-nation Conservative. I believed in all of these blah, 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 blah. The Conservatives have abandoned that, but now the Labour Party has adopted my values." And I was just like, that's what I need to know. That's all I need to know to not vote for the Labour Party. Anna Soubry thinks that they share her values. She voted for the austerity paradigm and still defends her votes for these things. But today she says that austerity was necessary to this day, that led to mass death of the unemployed, poor and sick. And I'm just like, I do not need to vote for the Labour Party. It's over for me. No, it's over.
Well, there are loads of instances of that, right? There was obviously the defections, especially Alfic. Don't even get me started. But of course, the Wakefield and all the rest of them. The fact that even the fact that they were courting the support of the Sun, and then got the support of the Sun, the fact that ex-Tory MPs, and indeed Soubry was in the cabinet at one point, wasn't she? Ex-cabinet ministers coming out and saying vote Tory, vote red Tory, because they're not any different now. And that's why Nigel Farage ultimately felt comfortable doing this, because allowing Keir Starmer, they do this whole thing of Keir Starmer's, the new fucking Deng Xiaoping who's going to make everyone communist. And
he's literally Deng Xiaoping. He's literally doing a Deng Xiaoping.
Yeah.
Unironically. Also, there's someone called Royston in my chat saying, "It seems quite easy for you to sit there gobbing off about how bad everyone is without giving much insight into who you put your cross on." I literally did a whole fucking video about why I voted for the Green Party. Come off it. Although I don't really expect someone called Royston to have basic analysis or critical faculties.
Well, you can't be sure, because Royston is the kind of name that could be a really posh lad, or it could be someone from Jamaica. It could be.
I think it's a posh person. I think it's a posh person with ideas about their station who think it's too good to engage with content.
Almost certainly.
Yeah. Thank you for Paul Hunt for the £4 super chat. Appreciate you.
Fucking neoliberalism.
But as I was saying, they'll try and make out that that he's some sort of communist who's going to lead a revolution and blah blah blah. One party state socialism, yada yada yada. Did you hear Boris Johnson call him the disciple of Jeremy Corbyn? Amazing. Look, how much does he have to literally stab Corbyn to death live on TV to distance himself? Or what is he going to do anyway? It doesn't matter. So they'll do all of that, but they know deep down that actually him getting in doesn't really change anything. So he's not risking anything by destroying the Conservative Party, because you've essentially got a Conservative Party stopgap until maybe Nigel Farage can either take over the Conservative Party or lead an insurgent Reform Party to become the new Conservative Party, or a merger, or whatever absurd nonsense comes after this, without actually fundamentally changing anything. So it's risk-free. You might as well roll the dice because you're not risking anything.
The B team for capital.
Basically, yeah. It's the subs bench coming on, getting a few minutes and then being replaced again, I imagine.
Anthony F says that's stereotyping. Yes, it is. We are being very unserious.
True, but sometimes stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason.
Wasn't
Is
Royston
all I
Facey
will
named
say.
after Roy Chubby Brown? It was indeed, yeah.
It literally was, yeah.
The
Good
town
knowledge.
from
Good knowledge.
the town from the League of Gentlemen. Although music, when I was
League of
working
Gentlemen, yeah.
when I was working in a call center, one of the aunt's phone machine messages from our outbound calls called up his wife. So I have seen the address.
Really?
Not that I would remember it, and even if I did remember it, I wouldn't tell you because that would be breaking data protection.
Well, of course, yes, but I mean that's still sort of cool in a way, I guess.
Right, it was a thing. It was a thing that happened.
Yeah, bro. I took a piss in Tony Blair's office in Parliament.
Did you? Did you say
I
hello?
did indeed.
Did you say hello to Dave Nellist?
Oh well, it wasn't that far back. Jesus, they were roommates when they were office mates when they were before I was born, 83, wasn't it? Anyway,
It's the 80s. Fucking
no,
hell,
this was when he was
is it that long since Dave Nellis has been in Parliament?
Well, I think he was still in Parliament until the 90s, but Blair was making his move, so he got a nicer office, I think, was the thing. But anyway, no, this was when he was Prime Minister.
Oh, wow.
He was my then MP, he was a wanker. Anyway, but he stood down now, so who cares? And I was involved in a political group, and I'd just gone to uni and stuff. Anyway, so we went to Parliament. It was lovely. I've stood where the Prime Minister speaks, at the dispatch box and everything. And he was away in America at the UN, and we actually walked past Gordon Brown as Chancellor, and it was a lovely day. Anyway, yeah, and you go into his office, right? And it's like literally the Prime Minister's like ad hoc cabinet room in Parliament. And their toilet is like a James Bond bit where the door to the toilet is the wall, and you like press the wall, and the wall bit sort of revolves and reveals a toilet.
The Buck
It's
Rogers
like a
toilet.
genuine like trapdoor situation. Yeah, exactly. One flush, all gone. Yeah, it was lovely. And he had a couple of shirts hanging up in there, and I thought, do I steal the Prime Minister's shirt? Like I could. Literally, no one's going to stop me. I didn't. I'm not a thief. I'm many things, but a shirt thief I am not.
No, quite.
This was years ago. This was, oh my god, 2006, something like that. So nearly 20 years. Jesus, where does the time go?
It really does go
So
quickly.
old. Doesn't it just?
So you're heading off? Did you say you're heading off to get your own screen sorted?
Are you kicking me out? Is that what this is?
No, I just thought
you were very polite about it, but
I was just wondering.
No,
because he said I thought that was your mission to move, so I was going to shout it. I mean, shout yourself out anyway, so people can go follow you. Because I've got 450 odd people watching on YouTube.
Wow, that is literally incredible. Well done, and much deserved. You deserve many more, of course. I'm Kevin Logan. I am a mutant of the highest order. And you can follow me at KFLogan1875 on Twitch, or just Kevin Logan on YouTube. Although, news on that front, they finally recognised who I was an hour after I just got on a strike for hate speech, which I've gone against, but whatever. Which meant that I'm not allowed back in the partner program until that strike's gone, which means in 3 months' time, if I don't get any more strikes, I can then try and prove I'm the same person again.
Well, love it. Good to see that we're actually getting something going.
Really
Finally,
excellent. Bravo, YouTube. You are just spectacularly shite.
Don't repeat it.
And you can follow me there and not
don't
give me any
repeat
money.
it. Don't repeat it, but allude to me what the hate speech strike that you got was.
Oh, I said, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I said something about the Prime Minister. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something, unpleasant. But it wasn't obviously it wasn't racist or anything. It was just unpleasant. I like to make rather crass jokes
Off
and
colour,
stuff,
yeah.
which can be taken in bad faith. Yes, yeah. But there you go. And especially when I'm on my own and I don't have to worry about anyone else's channel going down, I do push a line or two. But on this occasion, it was nothing really. So I've gone against it. But the thing is, the only one I've ever had overturned was a copyright claim by basically saying, this is obviously fair use, what are you doing, you dickheads? Which they did overturn.
Yeah.
But yeah, for hate speech, they just go, nah, sod it. I mean, apparently, if you're a right-winger, you can literally dress up as a Chinese person and do the, stereotypical voice with your eyes glued back and all the rest of it, like Stephen Crowder. That's fine. Absolutely fine. Yeah, no problem. You can black up, you can do whatever you like. But
it reminds me of the
satire of a right wing figure.
Reminds me of when the Twitter files came out, and there was this big sign on Libs of TikTok's account saying, "Don't delete this person. They're basically above the rules that everybody else has to follow." And the Conservatives thought that was a win for them because there was tabs on the account. I was like, no, this shows that we're right. That people like Libs of TikTok are getting given preferential treatment in terms of the fact that because right wingers kept breaking the rules, right wingers thought that the rules were stacked against them and not just these were awful people.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. In order to have any actual viable and legitimate hate speech rules on a website, it basically makes conservative political discussion impossible. Because that's what they do. It's just, hate speech and horrific, abuse of people. Yeah. So that's a thing. Anyway, yes, I am going to now nip off. You can, like I say, to the people, you can follow me, but although you should probably stay with Helena because she's going to give you better content. Let's be entirely honest about the matter. But you can go and give me a follow and check me out sometime. Yes. And you can pop on yourself, Helena, if you want at some point. I'm going to be on my Discord with Mix Vivian Wolf and various other people, chatting the night away. So,
no worries. I will see you in a bit. We'll definitely catch you later on one of the many streams. Have a good night. See you in a bit. Bye.
Bye.
Just told everyone in Femi's live stream to come here straight after. Is Femi? I'm surprised Femi is gonna. I guess it depends how long he's going to go for. Oh, Mooncat is streaming as well. Bloody hell! There's a lot of competition for streams. Probably a good thing that I started as early as I did to try and bring the people in. Is Viv coming in? I don't think Vivian cares too much about the election at this point, but if you want to go and follow Kevin on YouTube viewers, if you're not a Twitch person, on YouTube, Kevin is at Ploppy111. Mooncat hasn't streamed for ages. Yeah, quite so. Been a while. Been a while since Mooncat streamed. I'm assuming she's in the middle of an election. An election? A video? She's in the middle of doing a video. That's what I mean. Yeah, Mooncat's still going. I mean, Mooncat talks about, like, leftism from, like, a progressive perspective. Like, seems good enough to me. So many streams going on at the moment. There's going to be, like, a split between, like, me and Curtis and Kevin and Novara. Like, there's loads of them going on at the same time as well. Thank you, EQ71, for the follow. Welcome in today.
Because I'm literally a communist.
By the way, if you're enjoying the content, you want to support the stream, you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 or for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. That gets you a free subscription every single month, courtesy of Jeff Bezos, at no additional cost to yourself. Get you access to all of the benefits of subscription, which is ad-free viewing, and also my animated and static emotes in Twitch chat. If you want to have a message read out, 100 bits gets you text-to-speech over on Twitch, which you have a message read out should the stream be going too quickly for you. If you want to have me read out your message. If you want a message read out on YouTube, super chatting is the best way to do that. I read out all super chats regardless of value as long as it's not rude. You can also become a member on YouTube for just 99p, which gets you access to my static emotes in YouTube chat and in the YouTube comments section, as well as access to all of my archive live streams. You can also, the best way to support the stream is by gifting memberships to your fellow viewers. If gifted memberships are 99p each, so if you don't have a message to read out, rather than super chatting, the best thing to do is to gift the equivalent number of memberships. That helps boost the stream and the algorithm, give us extra emote slots, and spread the love around. But of course, if you do have a message, still best to super chat. And of course, Twitch viewers, you can gift subscriptions as well.
Fucking
And on top of that,
neoliberalism.
I've also got a Patreon there as well too. Those are all the different ways you can give me money. Thank you, Malidi and Finn West does it for the Prime subs. If you're watching on YouTube, you have paid for Amazon Prime, but you haven't used your Amazon Prime to connect it to Twitch to give somebody a sub, it literally will cost you nothing at all. Give you bonuses in my Twitch chat, as well as giving money to me from Jeff Bezos. So if you are watching over on YouTube and you have Amazon Prime, please pop over to twitch.tv/NoJusticeMTG and then use your Twitch Prime sub, again, at no cost to yourself to help support the stream today.
Fucking
Thank you,
neoliberalism.
Fulmar Music and Specs Beam Farmer for the 10 gifted memberships each. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much for that. And it's your student Prime, so technically your uni is paying for it. I mean, yeah, you might be able to get a free Prime... You might be able to get a free Prime... trial, for example. I'll be able to get a free Prime trial, and then you can use your free Prime trial to give me money that costs you nothing and costs Jeff Bezos money as well. Wow. Thank you, David, for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Jack, for the 20 gifted, and MCH for the 10 gifted. I appreciate all of the gifted memberships from the three of you. Thank you very much for supporting the stream today. My Left Eye will be streaming as well. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. That's a lot of gifted memberships I've got going there. I wonder who else is going to be streaming from at the Liberal end. You intend to be loyal? Thank you, Idiosyncrasy, for the 100 bits. Appreciate you. I have some pretty solid takes on politics, and the different bias put you off fairly recently. I mean, the thing with Phil, right, is Phil isn't an idiot. He's very smart, he's very switched on, he's very knowledgeable about politics. I just feel like he is completely blindsided by his support for the Labour Party, that he refuses to properly critique what happens with Keir Starmer. He just fundamentally is allied to the Labour brand as a political party, rather than socialism as a political philosophy. That's the only way he views politics, and I think that blinkers him somewhat. Yes, it is bonkers, Tom, which is why we need to tax the rich. Helpful tip for fellow students. Link your student email to your Amazon account. You can keep creating new accounts and keep getting free primes for 6 months every 6 months. That is a great tip, Finn West. Everybody who's a student, go and do that. And then also subscribe to me with Prime, if you want to do that. Rob's PL be streaming. Yeah, that makes sense. Election prediction. Labour with over 200 seat majority. Potentially the Lib Dems being the opposition. Justice One's hoping for good news from Islington. I was getting really worried when the constituency polls were saying that Nargand was going to win. But once I had seen that there were like so many people on the ground canvassing for Jeremy, I got a little bit more hopeful that Jeremy was going to win in Islington North.
Fucking neoliberalism.
What are gifted memberships? So a membership is a way of supporting the stream. So memberships get you access to my channel specific emotes in YouTube chat and the YouTube comments section, as well as access to my archive live streams. If you gift memberships, you essentially pay for free memberships for other people distributed at random to the other chatters, and then they all get access to those same benefits, all of the emotes and all of the access to the archive live streams. And then obviously later on, if they want to keep their membership going, memberships are only 99p, so they'll get an email afterwards saying, your gifted membership is about to run out, would you like to renew it for 99p? And therefore, if they've enjoyed the access to the member benefits they've been gifted, they can then choose to recur their gifted membership subscription. So that's the way. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson is in chat. I hope you found the cultural Marxists. They are taking over the campuses over in England here at the moment. That was Kermit the Frog, by the way, but it's also got Jordan Peterson. It doesn't really matter either way. Justin Trudeau should resign now so that Jagmeet Singh can become Lord Protector. All PPE students should pay $1 million a year in fees. Very true. Yeah, Phil has been very ill recently, and I hope he gets well soon. Jordan, the subreddit is on fire. Jordan, the subreddit is on fire. No, mother, it's just Western values. Oh no, oh no, I said postmodernism. That's what I call Marxism. No, I think you won't get shy Tories this time, Jack. You're going to get shy Reform voters. I think Reform are going to do better than the polls have predicted. What was that Prime and Twitch thing again? Yeah, so if you do need a Twitch account. It takes like 30 seconds to make a Twitch account. So if you go to twitch.tv/nojusticeMTG and sign up with Twitch, and then just link your Prime account to your Twitch account, you can subscribe to Twitch for free with Amazon Prime. I get paid from Amazon, you pay nothing, and you get to watch Twitch with all of my bonus, with all of my emotes that you get in Twitch chat for being a subscriber. It doesn't automatically resubscribe, so you're not going to charge you any extra. In fact, you have to re-up your Prime every month on Twitch, but it's free for you to do. I get paid and you get benefits. So if you go to twitch.tv/nojusticeMTG, sign up for a Twitch account, link your Prime on Amazon, and then just when you click subscribe, then go use your Prime, click the box that says use Prime sub. Somebody post the link to the instructions on how to claim a Twitch Prime. SNP prediction, 20 seats. Around 20 seats, something like that. Localized entirely within the University of Toronto. Thank you, Mr. Santner, for posting the Amazon Prime link in chat. Appreciate you. Shami Singh Gupta, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Talking of leftist political commentators, what do I think of the late, great Michael Brooks? I think he was the best leftist political commentator on the internet. I really do. He had all of the values that I share. The values of pluralism, the values of compassion, the values of anti-imperialism, the values of redistribution, and the values of revolutionary spirit. Everything that I believe in terms of leftism was shared with Michael Brooks, and he was somebody who always valued coalition and cooperation over antagonism, and I think that is sorely missed in the world of international politics and online politics. There was nobody who I would have wanted to have lost more than
fucking neoliberalism.
Than Michael Brooks. It was a gigantic loss, and I don't think left will ever be the same. Thank you, EQ71, for subscribing with Prime and throwing your Bezos bucks my way this month. Appreciate your support. I don't think the SNP voters are going to be as fickle as people expect. I think their base is going to be stronger than usual, but I still think they'll lose a lot of seats because Labour are going to be hoovering up all of the unionist votes. How many seats for Reform? 8.
Because I'm literally a
8
communist.
is my 8 seats is my expectation for Reform UK. Thank you, 8DX man with the 4 gifted. Appreciate you. Thank you, Calmac, for the follow. Will bankrupt Bezos one student Prime account at a time? Absolutely.
Because I'm literally a communist.
What's the point in working if you're going to be taxed over 50% of your own money that you work for? But we shouldn't be taxing work, we should be taxing wealth. We should be doing wealth taxes and capital gains taxes, not income taxes. And even then, like, income taxes is essentially a payroll tax. The money that you're getting taxed outside of the government, as part of an employment contract, is nowhere near the amount of your surplus value that's being extracted by your employer.
Fucking neoliberalism.
How are reform appealing to the 18 to 24s? Because nobody else is, and because there is a gap in the market for iconoclastic politics in a world where young people have known nothing but industrial decline in this country. There's literally been nothing but decline for the entirety of the adult life of every single 18 to 24-year-old. In fact, from their, even as a teenager, they've only known decline. So they are ripe for people with iconoclastic politics to court their vote by saying, well, literally anything can be better than what you have now. And as somebody outside the mainstream as an anti-establishment voice, it's very easy to be able to attack them. And now that the Greens are the only real left-wing voice, and they're not iconoclastic, they're radical, but they don't oppose the establishment in the way that Nigel Farage does. Young people aren't getting drawn to the Greens as much as reform can pull people in. I mean, there's also the big gap is that young people support Reform UK more than some other people do, than like millennials do. But it's only among young men. Like, young women don't support Reform UK at all and support the Greens in much larger numbers, and the reverse is true of young men. There's a weird gender split that I don't know what's going on, because the gender divide for left and right doesn't exist in my age group. Plus, Reform are a lot more active on TikTok. Yeah, that's true. Like, once these 18 to 24 start working jobs, they'll realize how shit it is to be able to when having your surplus value extracted away from you. So the ones who become small business owners will stay with Reform. The ones who get normal jobs will realize that being a worker is shit unless you have good terms and conditions. So will want to support something like that. We'll probably move back to more conventional politics. Andrew Tate syndrome, almost certainly. There's no difference. It's not how hard you work, it's how smart you work. No, it's not the same, because one is productive, one isn't. When you work, you are selling your labour for a wage to somebody who owns the means of production. When you get when you have capital gains tax, you're either a rentier, in which case you're even worse, or you're somebody who invests capital into the means of production to extract value out of those who are productive. All value in society comes from productivity. If you are unproductive, you are a scrounger. You are somebody who is not doing things that is productive to be able to create wealth in society. And that is true of all capitalists and all rentiers, whether they be landlords, whether they be brokers, whether they be traders, whether they be business owners, whether they be shareholders. All of these people are rentiers and they are parasitic on the economy. Green seems to go hard on some well-worded anti-establishment stuff. That means whatever both the left and right need it to mean. Exactly, 100%. Popey, I think the Peterson account is a meme account, by the way. I think it's fine to have the meme account be doing some memes. I'm not that fussed, but I understand why you delete the messages. Taxing isn't brainwashing. Taxing is only brainwashing if you think that money as a value is being derived from only market principles rather than social utility. Money is not value in and of itself. Money is a representation of how we distribute resources in society. It is a token that represents the distribution of goods and services in society. There is absolutely no reason that people who own stuff rather than actually are productive should have access to a bigger share of resources in society than those who are actually productive to create that wealth and to create those resources in the first place. Of course, the thing is that there are people out there who have no ability to be able to be productive, and those people need looking after to by society. From each according to their ability to each according to their need. In Bow constituency, everyone you've chatted to, young, old, most in the area being pro-trans rights and being friendly and respectful with me, voting and voted Green. Feel happy to live in East London. Because the Bow constituency has moved. I forget which MP that is now. Ahmed Yacoub to win in Birmingham Ladywood. I think you're right. I think he'll unseat Shabana Mahmood, which would be very funny. I mean, Yacoub is a bella, and Yacoub is a fucking piece of shit. But Shabana Mahmood needs to go. So I think it's like the lesser evil in that case. No worries, Popey, it's fine. The Labour theory of value only applies to a capitalist system. If people feel it shouldn't be like that, they're getting the gut feeling of Marxist critique. Yeah, quite exactly. Yeah, Jodie McIntyre is Yardley against Phillips, but Jodie's not going to do as well as Yakub. I think that's also right, player A. The internal data in Ladywood is really bad. Oh, I'm not surprised in the slightest, right? Yakub's got a big following and he did well in the mayoral election. I just think he's a bellend. I just think he's a piece of shit. Like, the man is not only a transphobe and a homophobe, he's also a misogynist too. Like, these fans of people like Andrew Tate, like, Yakub is a genuine awful piece of shit who is grifting off of Gaza, and I think he's disgusting for it. But Shabana Mahmood is part of the Labour Together gang of four and she has to go. Prospect of Pfizer keeping IDS in pretty high. What's wrong with the Workers' Party? It's like a Red-Brown alliance at this point. Like, George Galloway has got a pact, an official, has openly said that he wants to have a pact with Nigel Farage. So, Galloway's party has zero support from me. Stratford and Bow. Yeah. The candidate looks good, yeah. I agree. Thank you, Calmac, for the Prime sub. Thank you, Ryder, for the Prime sub. Thank you, Zekastian, for the gifted sub as well. Appreciate you all. It's generally hard to get polls of young people. That's why I think that the Green vote is going to be like a point or so ahead of where the polls say it is. Like, I'm predicting an 8% polling amount for the Green Party, really and truly, because I think that young people will gravitate toward the Greens in the way the polls don't pick up on, but the move will never be bigger than a percentage point, really and truly. Also, Workers' Party funded by Tristan Tate, yeah. Oh, Shabana Mahmood is definitely a better person than Yakub by like a country mile. But my thinking with this, Martin, right? My thinking is this: is that whilst Yakub is definitely a worse person than Shabana Mahmood, right? They're both transphobes, but Yakub is more of a transphobe. They're both like right wing on a lot of things on the economy, but Yakub is, a genuinely awful person funded by supported by like the Tates and things like that. And he's a misogynist, but Shabana Mahmood isn't. But the big difference between the two of these people is that Ahmed Yakub, being a random independent MP, has zero power. He has zero power to do anything. A grifter grifting off of Gaza, who's just getting in for the grift points, is not going to be on these select committees. He's not going to have any impact on any legislation. He's just going to be there sitting around chilling, essentially, in his position as an MP. Whereas Shabana Mahmood is going to be right at the heart of a Labour cabinet. She's part of Labour Together. She's part of the Gang of Four, essentially. She's really high up on the Labour right and a director of campaign staff, and is transphobic and queerphobic in the way that she backs like Birmingham protesters against teaching LGBTQ stuff in schools. And she will have real, genuine power in the way that Ahmed Yakub just won't. Like, I wouldn't vote Yakub. I wouldn't vote Yakub. I would still vote Green. But if Yakub wins, I think that getting rid of Shabana Mahmood is a net better utility than the utility that you lose by having somebody as awful as Yakub in Parliament. Because he won't have any power. He won't have any power at all. Shabana Mahmood is going to be in she's like really up there in terms of Labour Together. Like, she is the dark heart of the Labour right. She's right in the dark heart of the Labour right. And I just want her gone, yeah. Thank you for £10 Oni Baba. Voted Green today. Having voted Green, never voted Green before I discovered the channel, was considering voting Labour for the general election. I turned you around. Thank you, Oni Baba, for the £10. I appreciate the kind words for you supporting the channel today. Shami Sen Gupta, thank you for another $4.99. Please, could you get advice on where to start understanding the political economy? That's a broad question. I mean, my perspective is always around economics. So the best place I would go to start understanding the kind of impact of normal real world economy is Money and Macro on YouTube, I would highly recommend. Unlearning Economics, I definitely recommend. Democracy at Work by Richard Wolff, I would recommend as well. Those, like, for current affairs, political economy stuff, I would go from there, really and truly. What kind of socialist takes money from the tough class is a fake one? Well, exactly, yeah. Do I reckon Faiza Shaheen stands much of a chance? No, I don't think she does at all. How many independents do you think we'll see win? Just Corbyn. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the state, like this, I mean, I believe that Sunak used public money to pay for a debate coach. Emidenko got a good shout. No, I don't think so at all. I think she'll lose pretty hard. Political books to read, to pick up and read.
Neoliberalism.
Capital in the 21st Century. Bullshit Jobs. Capitalist Realism. Manufacturing Consent by Herman and Chomsky. And if you've got a local independent that's got a good chance, Robin, that's absolutely fine, yeah. I've always said that independents are good to support.
Neoliberalism.
I have, thank you, Freddie Hampton, for the Prime sub. Appreciate your support today. I've always, I mean, I had people in chat going out canvassing with Leanne Mohammed and Faiza Shaheen and Corbyn, so. Should any illegal drugs be legalised? Basically all of them. Or decriminalised, at least. Given the demographics of the seat, I expect Leanne Mohammed to get closer to streeting than she likely will. I don't think she'll win. I don't think she'll win. The only independent I think is going to win is going to be. I think the two independents that are likely to win are Jeremy Corbyn and Ahmed Yaqub. I think the one that's most likely to win after them probably is Faiza Shaheen. But I don't think Leanne Mohammed will get close. I don't think that Fiona Lally will get close. Anne San, Sam Gorst. I don't think any of these people are going to get close, unfortunately. It's sad. I don't want to say that these people are going to be winning any seats. I would love them to win seats. I just think that starting an independent campaign so close before an election, I think it's going to be really difficult to be able to turn that around, especially since there is such a collective desire to see the back of the Tories and people are worried about vote splitting. They don't want to lose for the worst. They don't want to lose to the worst candidate. They don't want to vote for a losing candidate. Like, I really don't think these independents are going to win, and people need to be prepared for the independents not to win. I would love to see Wes Streeting gone. The best thing that could possibly happen is to see Wes Streeting unseated by Leanne Mohammed. It's just not going to happen because the mechanics of independent campaigning make that incredibly difficult.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Voted for the first time today. Thank you for being a positive voice on the left in the UK. It feels like we're few and far between. Also, do you think Corbyn would do well in the Greens?
I think Corbyn would do well in the Greens, and Zach Polanski said that the door might potentially be open, but I think he'll want. I think if Corbyn does get back into party politics, he'll want to start his own party. Drug addiction is a healthcare issue and social issue, not an issue solvable by law enforcement. 100%, and Portugal shows this. Gary's Economics is excellent. Highly recommend Gary's Economics. Yeah, big fan. Oh, another place for policy specifically, check out Matt Bruenig's People's Policy Project. Basically the only good think tank in the world, because it's a cooperatively funded, like it's a Patreon crowd-funded think tank for socialist politics. I highly recommend checking out and reading, if not subscribing, to Matt Bruenig's People's Policy Project. Really, really good stuff there. Loads of really good resources for the mechanics of policy and political economy behind them from a socialist perspective. And I love Matt Bruenig anyway, but his People's Policy Project is worth checking out. Yeah, I think Feinstein is like the least likely person to win, but yes, I do hope he does win. But I think there's no chance of Feinstein winning. Is a red-green alliance possible with all the people leaving Labour? I think so. I think so. Yeah, it was literally the Young Black Economist. It was literally the Matt Bruenig article about
Looking forward
discounting
to
that got me
watching the
into his
Tories
project.
lose with you in spite of what they're being replaced by.
Thank you for the bits of Wild That Cat and Tifa Demon. That's basically how I feel, yeah. 7 minutes of enjoying Tories crying in school, in village halls or whatever, but after that, just kind of bleakness. Hayek and Rothbard, no, fucking take a hike, mate. You've come into a communist channel. Do you know, you've come to the wrong ass neighborhood, Mr. ANCAP. I think so, Kumaternal, yeah. Do I have a link for the People's Policy Project? I can find one. No, I don't think Liam will win Ilford North. Yeah, Richard Wolff is great. I love Richard Wolff. I mean, I literally have Richard Wolff in my channel banner. The GTA style one. I've got the Richard Wolff in the top right. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing worse than reading libertarians. Oh, The Shock Doctrine. Excellent book to pick up. Which politician is the UK's Ron Paul? Someone from like the Tory Libertarian wing? Steve Baker, I guess? But even then, he's like not socially progressive or socially libertarian, I guess. Ron Paul isn't a progressive. Like, I think he's phobic, but like he doesn't think that should be codified in law. But I'm not sure who that would even be from a UK perspective. I think if we have any politicians like that. Exit polls are another prediction based upon 100,000 surveyed people, I think. Best book to convert celebs to socialism, Capitalist Realism. David Davis, maybe? Yeah. Mark Blythe, Austerity, The History of a Dangerous Idea. Another excellent book worth checking out, yeah. If the Tories held on to opposition by 1 seat, are the Lib Dems and Greens allowed to form a coalition to prevent that? Yes, I think that coalitions don't become the official opposition. They're only coalitions in terms of electoral maths, not in terms of commons maths. So John Redwood, yeah, I think John Redwood would come out, and that's a really good kind of Ron Paul type is John Redwood, yeah, because he hates like getting involved in cultural stuff, and even when the Tories do it for electoral reasons, he hates doing that too. He's super focused on economics in the way that Ron Paul is as well. But what I think if the Lib Dems held on to the opposition by 1 seat, I think Labour MPs would defect to the Lib Dems. Bullshit Job's great, yeah, I mentioned that before, yeah. Libertarians just anarchists, socialists. True. Yeah, and just call them ANCAP. Just call them minarchists, yeah, or ANCAPs. Thank you, Robin Powell, for the super chat. I appreciate you. Techno-Feudalism is a good book too. Vulture Capitalism by Grace Blakely. If you lose your seat as an MP, does it fuck up your job prospects after? Nah, mate. They instantly want to get hold of you as soon as you lose your seat. Access to power, that's all it is, right? What's the most Tory-named Tory candidates? I'm not sure. The most Tory-named person in the country is Sophia Moneycoots from The Telegraph. She's the most Tory-named person in the country. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised, Davey. Like, of course they're both big figures. Jacob Rees-Mogg is a very Tory name, 100%. Ask an ANCAP what the solution to climate change is. People will decide to consume more climate-friendly things, and the market will find a solution. That's basically it. I mean, if I can ever get down to London, then yeah, I'm nowhere near London, so... Yeah, what I saw Phil's about that, yes. And if Kemi Badenoch has a by-election, A, she might not be able to be elected leader when they do the leadership election, and B, it might coalesce the vote around a local champion. Thank you, Kyle Palmer, for the 10 gifted. Appreciate the support. Thank you for throwing some money my way. It'd be funny if they did, Davs.
Neoliberalism.
The thing is, if they did all leave and create a Celtic union, you'd know that essentially their opposition to the union wasn't even independence. It was just that they wanted to be free of England, and you know why? I wouldn't blame them. Remember there was a right-wing commentator called Keith R. Swank? Literally a guy called Keith R. Swank, absolutely. Do you think the Tories will be back to the normal number of seats in the 2029 election? No, they won't. Their kind of politics is dead in its day and it's going away. Like, because One Nation conservative politics is owned by the Labour Party. Right-wing conservative politics is owned by Reform UK. There is nothing keeping people with the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party have been completely usurped by the combination of the Labour Party and Reform UK. Who do you think will become the Conservative leader after this election? I hope it's Alicia Kearns. I just know it won't be, because Alicia Kearns has been too critical of the leadership during the Israel-Palestine war as head of the Common Affairs Select Committee. The Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Come to Banbury. I used to live in High Wycombe, so I'm just down the road sometimes. Just walk a couple of trains away. Right, let's tune into some election coverage. Let's see what Sky are up to.
It's
1945.
What, 92?
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Exactly 10 p.m. we'll reveal the results of the exit polls. None of them were right. Produced Sky News, the BBC and ITV News. It should give us our clearest indication yet of how this election is going to play out. For the first time, our data editor Ed Conway is inside the exit poll bubble, where the polling is being crunched by a team of psephologists from Sky News, from the BBC and from ITV News. He has more now on how the process works.
It's the first big moment of election night, eagerly awaited by political pundits, broadcasters and you at home. The first indication of just how well or badly the main parties have done, of how the political landscape in this country is changing, and crucially, of who will be walking into number 10 the following day as Prime Minister.
Oh my God, yes!
But
yes! Bad election graphics. I love bad election graphics. They're my favourite thing. They're my favourite thing, the bad election graphics. Yeah, they were on some kind of break when we tuned in, they were on some kind of break, so I didn't bother. I wanted to go back and watch some actual coverage. But I love bad election graphics, they're my favourite thing.
after 6 weeks in which we've been, frankly, up to our eyeballs in surveys, what makes this poll, the exit poll, quite so special? Well, exit polls, first off, are very accurate, sometimes down to a margin of only a few seats, and partly that's down to how they're carried out. Commissioned by the broadcasters, Sky News, BBC, ITV News, carried out by Ipsos UK. They have got interviewers at polling stations around the country, 133 of them this year, mainly chosen because of the battlegrounds you've got there, the party competition, and the current and the historic data that's captured at polling stations, along with previous results in those constituencies, helps to build up a picture of any changes in voter behaviour. And that change in the vote share, that and other data is then pored over by statisticians and political scientists in a sealed room in London. Ingredients for one of the most accurate projections of the election results. So, shall we have a look back at how close it's been in the past? Starting with this, 5 years ago, 2019, that, of course, in that election, Boris Johnson's majority was just 6 seats off. And then you can see, look, bit of an upset back in 2015 when the seat numbers suggested a hung parliament, not quite over the line there. But look at this, David Cameron scraping through with a thin majority. Overall, though, it's worth saying, it has been very close historically. I want to just show you 2010. Look at this. That's what the...
Actually, instead of graphics, they should just do it in burgers. They should just Nick Robinson to come out and, like, demonstrate what the Commons is going to look like with burgers and Lego bricks, and then the idiots can understand, like Nick Robinson must think that the entire electorate are.
Exit poll was suggesting, and just look at the eventual results. Bang on. Now,
lovely lady knocked on your door from Ilford in North Leanne Mohammed asking if you want to lift to the polling station if you're not already voted. That's nice.
shall we take a look at how it actually works on the ground? It's finally election day. You know the drill. You head down to your local polling station. Maybe it's a leisure centre, or maybe it's a church. And there we go. But if you're lucky to be at one of those 133 polling stations around the country, there might be something else.
Hello, hi, I'm from Ipsos. If you could replicate how you've just voted inside.
I mean, true. Like, it does genuinely, genuinely, some people do need things explained slowly for them. I get it, Enkife. But I don't think there's anybody in the country who needs to have a burger waved at them to know what a burger is.
Literally a communist.
On there, and pop it in the ballot box for me.
Once you have collected all of your ballot papers.
Video Leanne did from outside a polling station, Ilford North. The queue is around the block. Let me find it. Polling station or rack concrete school. True. That's wild. Oh my god, I'm desperate. I'm desperate. I'm so desperate for Leanne Mohammed to win. It'd be fucking wild if she won.
What happens to that data?
So the interviewer will sit down on a bench somewhere, get all the papers out of the ballot box and read them through on the phone. And that's how we enter the data into our systems and are able then to process it and send it over to BBC, ITV and Sky News teams to analyse.
Electronically, Fred?
Yes, through a secure pipe.
I mean, most people don't live in swing seats to need to be asked about an exit poll. But the thing is that because there is only like a certain number of seats they can take their exit poll in, even then, at this particular election, those exit polls are still going to be really, 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 really unsure. They're not going to be accurate at all. I reckon we're going to have a real difference between the exit poll and the real result this time, just because of how many different local and individual and how many different regional disparities we're going to have in how people vote.
Pipeline.
The data comes through to us. We'll model the change in the vote at each of those polling stations, and we'll try and look for patterns in that change.
It's presumably very secret.
Our phones are taken away from us. There are security.
It's always a rush between Newcastle and between Sunderland to get the first one done, right? I'm sure it's always Newcastle and Sunderland that race to get the first result out. Because I know Cheon Wura got the first result out in 2017, and then Bridget Phillipson was the second. Is Leanne Mohammed a socialist? Yes, I believe so.
Guards, so we don't communicate with the outside world at all. We just talk to each other. And so it's a very strange feeling as people are still going to the polls, already having a sense of what the result will be.
Secure pipelines, sealed rooms, sounds quite mysterious, doesn't it? But as we've just heard, there is a science and a finely honed art to all of this. And this year's exit poll might be one of the most anticipated yet.
Just over 45 minutes to go. Ed Conway there right now, Ed, and representatives.
Yeah, the Green thugs managed to derail our democracy. Let's hope they have. Be based.
And the other broadcasters will be getting their final briefings about what the exit poll has revealed. What they're told can't be broadcast until 10 p.m. Ed joined the psephologists in central London earlier this evening.
I mean, your average Reform voter in chat, like, who are you going to vote for? Reform. Why are you voting for them? Reform. What policies do you like about them? Reform. Do you know any other words? Reform. That's all they know, right? Any policies that you like about them? Nah, just Nigel Farage said he looked at me when he asked me a question, when he answered my question.
And sent us this before he went inside.
My favourite Kay Burley moment was when she asked the wife of the Suffolk Strangler if they would have, if they'd have had better sex life, do you think that he wouldn't have done all of the murders?
Of the
My favourite Kay
broadcaster's
Burley
exit
moment.
poll. It may well reveal who will be taking residency in the home of the country's most famous cat. Larry's been living in Downing Street since 2011.
Election graphics,
Actually has an official title. He's Chief Mouser to the Cabinet Office and has his own entry on the government's website.
Wow, we are literally in full on like 2001 era graphics here. I'm so glad they've brought up the PS1 graphics here.
As well. Now, there's one thing that's certain about election night, and that's the countdown to 10 o'clock when the polls close and we can release the broadcaster's exit poll. After that, it's down to the thousands of ballot counters across the country to see when we'll know the result. Last time, the first declaration took place at 11:27 for Newcastle Central. That meant they pipped rival Sunderland by 2 minutes. Tonight, we're expecting Sunderland to still be battling to declare first, but they could be pipped by another northeastern constituency of Blyth and Ashington.
Ooh, we have a third constituency in the race for first to declare. The northeast certainly having a competition today.
Other seats which could declare early tonight are Basildon and Billericay.
Literally, that looks like a cat that's been pulled out of Pathologic Classic HD.
That's interesting. We'll tell you why. And also in the south of England, the seats of Swindon North and South, also very interesting. The first seat to declare in Scotland in 2019 was Rutherglen and Hamilton West, and we're at the Rutherglen count tonight. In Wales, it was Caerphilly, and in Northern Ireland, it was North Down. So, who will be first to declare tonight? My colleague Gillian Joseph is in one of the biggest contenders, and that is Blyth. Hi, Gillian.
Hi, Kay. Yes, I am. Blyth.
Hey, Mamo Swindle, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support.
Then Ashington. They're hoping to take the crown, to be the first to declare this evening. But there are 3 other counts where I'm at this evening in Northumberland. That's Northumberland.
Chat. What do we think? Do we tune into the GB News coverage?
Neoliberalism.
Do we tune into the GB News coverage for the exit poll? We have to tune into GB News for the exit poll. 100% GB News.
Cramlington and Killingworth, Hexham, and obviously Blyth and Ashington. Now, Northumberland is a new seat. Became a new seat after the boundary.
Oh, and thank you, Matt1872 Gaming, for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate the support.
Changes in the last Parliament, and it's one of the largest seats in the country. Very rural, sparsely populated, a population of about 72,000. Cramlington and Killingworth, that's an ex-mining area. Fun fact for you. The pop star musician Sting, he was once a school teacher in Cramlington town. I think his subject was history, if memory serves me correctly, and it was at the St Paul's Roman Catholic School. That is a fact.
It is a nice dress, yeah.
Also, Killingworth famous for George Stephenson, the engineer. He made his name in Killingworth. We have Hexham, which is a big rural area. Main industries there, agriculture, forestry and manufacturing. And it's home to England's first purpose-built prison. And there are also some Roman ruins, some remnants of Hadrian's Wall in this constituency.
Interesting
and
facts.
finally,
Thank you,
Blyth
Sky
and
News.
Ashington, again, a new seat, a former mining and shipbuilding constituency.
We weren't allowed to openly support any part of Zero Works. Instead, you brought in all your green stationery and green pad, etc. Absolutely, Carl. Again, I think glad to hear it. And also interesting, when we first met, like a decade ago, gee, that's how long we've known each other. Like 10 years since I moved to Manchester. I think I remember there used to be a Tory. So glad that you've come round to. I mean, again, people change their minds all the time, and different schools of thought, different people support different things. But at the end of the day, regardless of whether your political beliefs are, I'm really glad. After all these years, we're still connecting through you enjoying my content. So thank you again for the membership, for the gift and obviously your super chat as well tonight. I appreciate the support, Carl. I really do.
It's the 139th most deprived constituency in the UK. Up to probably about 30% of people have never worked in this constituency. But again, tonight, Blyth and Ashington are hoping to take that crown for being first to declare. We think at around 11:30, but definitely before midnight. They're very, very confident, so we shall see.
Okay, so we'll be watching those early declarations. very closely indeed, and of course many others as well. So we're very much looking forward to that. Let's hear from
Hey, Luna Scream, thank you for the 4 months of Prime. Appreciate you.
some of them right now. Should we? Our political correspondents Gurpreet Nawan and Matthew Thompson are in Clapton and in Chessington in southwest London. Our chief political correspondent John Craig is in Farnham in Surrey. And on we go. Our communities correspondent Becky Johnson in Birmingham. Our Wales correspondent Dan Whitehead is in Cardiff. We're everywhere. And our senior island correspondent David Blevins is in Belfast. Where should we start? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go with Gurpreet.
Good evening, Kay. I'm in Clacton on the Essex coast. This is a strong Brexit-supporting part of the country. 73% of people here voted to leave the European Union back in 2016. Around a third of residents are over the age of 65. And they were the first to elect a UKIP MP back in 2014 in a by-election after Douglas Carswell defected from the Conservatives. Since 2017, however, this has been a Conservative hold. Votes will be counted here.
Was able to speak to your Green candidate, and apparently Royal Mail didn't send out the 50k leaflets they printed. Just yet another privatisation success story. Absolutely 100% success rate from the Royal Mail after being privatised. Thank you, Ed Davey and Vince Cable, for that one. Appreciate you. Excellent job on the privatisation front. Big fan. Well done, Liberal Democrats. Love you, mate. Cheers for that. Big ups. Big ups, my Lib Dem homies. By the way, chat. If you are watching, by the way, if you're watching on Twitch especially, please clip the good bits. If you just search for Twitch Clip Downloader, if you clip the good bits on Twitch when funny things happen, Twitch Clip Downloader will allow you to download the clip for free. Once you've downloaded it, post it to Twitter and I'll retweet you. Let's get as many people who are watching Twitch to get some good clips out on Twitter and get all of my funny reactions trending. And by trending, I mean just being retweeted a couple of times. But if you get a clip, just search Twitch Clip Downloader, find one, like I think Clipsy, CLIPSEY.com is where you want to go for Twitch clips. Download it to your PC, upload it to Twitter.
Clacton Leisure Centre for two constituencies, Clacton as well as Harwich and North Essex. And we can get the first of those declarations around 3 in the morning.
I'm literally a communist.
Welcome to the King Centre in Chessington. Now, it's not quite a world of adventures, but it is the venue at which the counts for the constituency of Kingston and Surbiton will take place. A constituency won, at least at the last 2 elections, by Sir Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. Now, will he pick it up again, or will any of his no less than 7 challengers have done enough to unseat him? Sir Ed himself voted here in the constituency earlier this morning and then spent some time with his family, but we're not expecting him here at the count for a few more hours still. Now, back in 2019, the result here was declared at just after 3 in the morning. And again tonight, we're expecting the result some point between 3 and 4 a.m.
Well, 20 miles or so down the A3, welcome to the heart of the Surrey stockbroker belt, where more homes sell for more than £1 million than anywhere else in the UK. It is an area that has been represented by Conservatives in Parliament since 1910. Classic blue wall. Now, votes in 2 new constituencies, that's Farnham and Borden, and Godalming and Ash, will be counted here at the Edge Leisure Centre in Hazelmere in the borough of Waverley. The 2 constituencies here have been created out of the former South West Surrey seat. Now, that's been represented in the past by Harold Macmillan's son Maurice. He was a member of Edward Heath's cabinet. And Virginia Bottomley, who served in John Major's cabinet. It's one of the most affluent parts of the UK. In both of these new constituencies, 3 out of 4 residents own their own home, 90% own a car.
I think you're given pencils rather than pens, because it's much easier to see a pen through the back of the ballot, so it makes it secret.
It's even claimed that life expectancy here is well above the national average. They are counting Godalming and...
Yeah, I do not think it's going to be accurate at all, Set the Shallow. I really don't. I mean, 130 is probably absolutely fine for accuracy at like any normal election, where they're expecting like 5 or so points of swing. With like a new party and different seats going different ways with independent candidates and different vote splits and local issues and tactical voting, there's no... like this exit poll could be wildly inaccurate. inaccurate, but not inaccurate in the result, just in terms of the fallout of the result.
For around about 3:30 a.m. and then it's Farnham and Borden.
Thank you for the Prime sub.
Good evening from
M-A-E-A-8.
Birmingham, where at times this evening it's felt a bit more like a disco than an election count because they've been testing the sound system with music. But behind me you can see the vote counters starting to come in, and we're going to need dozens of them. They're going to count the votes from 9 constituencies right across this city here tonight, 8 of them being defended by Labour, 1 being defended by the Tories. Of course, Birmingham, the second city, vibrant, multicultural, has one of the largest Muslim populations in Britain. So that will be...
I wonder what Curtis is up to. Let's tune in on Curtis, see what he's up to.
And that was mainly in response to the public sector strikes that were going on, and then also
Champagne Socialist. Everyone go and follow the Champagne Socialist. He's based as fuck. He's cool.
Something to consider.
That's a real professional setup that Curtis has got there. Not like my fucking me chatting shit in my bedroom on my own. Just reacting to Sky News. That's a proper setup he's got.
As we see the votes, the results start to come in.
He's just broached 500 viewers over on YouTube. Just about 500. Welcome. If you're a new viewer of the channel, 500 people viewing on YouTube. If you're a new viewer, welcome. This is No Justice Stream. We talk about socialist politics from a UK perspective 6 days a week. Please subscribe on YouTube if you want to see more of that. It's free to subscribe. Please like the stream. If you're a long-term viewer and you want to become a member, it's only 99p. If you want to become a member on YouTube, it's just 99p to support the stream for all of my emotes and my archive live streams. Or if you're watching on YouTube, if you're 500 of you there, you want to support me through election night, the cheapest way of doing it is just to become a member. As it's just 99p, cheaper than a can of Red Stripe.
They're taking it pretty leisurely here this evening, actually. I'm told they're not even going to start counting votes until 11 o'clock, so we're buckling in.
Left truly is best, absolutely, left is best.
I'm reliably informed the coffee shop is staying open all night.
Well, good evening from the capital, Cardiff. On this side of the Severn Bridge, you can see that the counters here in Cardiff are starting to...
Hey! Mayor Lazen with the Prime sub, appreciate you.
Come into one of hundreds of leisure centres across the country being used tonight. There are 4 declarations for the Cardiff seats here, and we are expecting a big night in Wales, not just because of the results, but also...
Jack, thank you for the 20 gifted. Thank you, appreciate it. Appreciate you supporting the stream today. Thank you. 20 gifted sub, that's so generous of you.
A real change at this election because of the number of seats, thanks to the boundary changes, the number of MPs...
Although, to be fair, with Curtis's live show being him chatting with guests, the one thing that you know you're going to get on the No Justice live stream is me answering questions in chat. You're always going to get chat interaction from me, which is something that you don't get from, like, the studio setups. Like, you'll definitely get me going back and forth with chat, which is something, you know... This is the USP in the market share.
In Westminster from tomorrow is falling by 20%, going down from 40 to 32, 8 fewer seats. So that is something to keep an eye on. Some 2.3 million people in Wales eligible to vote in this election. Many of those will, of course, voted already through postal votes, but half an hour or so left of the polling stations.
Although, to be fair, on my stream, you get all of the actual content interrupted every 10 seconds by Natalie Wynn saying, fucking neoliberalism. What's Novara doing? I think it's a studio setup. I've not even had a look at Novara's coverage. Are they live yet? Have they gone live? I'm not even sure. Thank you, Baffamatthew. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you re-upping your Prime sub this month and keeping me employed here on twitch.tv.
Being open, we're expecting those first results in Wales to come in around 2 a.m.
And also Twitch viewers get access to my soundboard.
Well, here in Northern Ireland, we do things a little differently. There are 5 main parties, 2 of them unionist, the Democratic Unionists and Ulster Unionists, 2 of them nationalist, Sinn Féin, and the Social Democratic and Labour Party, and Alliance, which doesn't designate as either unionist or nationalist. We've got 18 constituencies, and don't underestimate their significance. Remember, it wasn't very long ago that a party from Northern Ireland held the balance of power at Westminster.
Thank you very much for the membership. Hilda Ogden, appreciate you. I mean, Novara haven't even started yet. Novara still got a few minutes left until their stream goes live, so...
And it is the vote share between those unionists and nationalists that will shape the debate about the future of this place. It hasn't been the busiest of polling days.
Also, that's true. Actually, Ezra Spounce is right.
Neoliberalism.
Thank you, Mr. Strawberry, for the membership as well. Like on the No Justice stream, because I have no like filter, you will sometimes me telling politicians to eat my poo in absentia. Well, now you don't get that on the Navarre election sesh. Like on the Navarre election sesh, you get this professional, like proper conduct with real economists and people who've studied these things properly. With me, you get a lippy bird telling Suella Braverman to eat my poo, which, to be fair, is a real part. It's a real USP. It's a real USP. Right, you can stop with the soundboard now.
Fucking neoliberal.
Thank you, Ravenstone138, for becoming a member as well. Appreciate your support.
That's because Northern Ireland's schools closed for summer last Friday, and lots of people had already voted by post before heading off on holiday. But those votes are very definitely in the mix as the counting gets underway here very shortly.
Okay, great. Thanks so much indeed, everybody. Thank you. Back to you shortly. And tonight, Sky News is live at constituency counts covering the length and breadth of the country. Check this out. Here you go. Wow. Almost 200 declarations were in Stornoway in the Outer Hebrides, all the way down to Truro in Cornwall. We're live.
Oh, and thank you, Sergey Meerkat, for the 5 gifted. Appreciate your support.
Live in Belfast in the west, all the way over to Dover, I should say, in the southeast. We'll be bringing you the results as they come in and analysing what they mean. Just down here to the left is Wigan. I've had it put there especially. Which one is caught?
Let's go closer to the live coverage,
Okay,
shall
we're
we?
being whizzed along, so let's move on and hear what you said when you came in yesterday. We had a chat with you, didn't we, yesterday about things that stood out for you in previous elections and what you're most looking forward to as far as culinary delights are concerned. Here we go. So we've got a very, very busy night ahead of us. There have been many elections in the past. What's your election night routine?
When I was standing as an MP, it used to be go late to the polls. My team always used to say, have you not voted yet? But I always used to like to walk down.
You know what's funny about Ruth Davidson, right? Like, Ruth Davidson is essentially the only reason why Jeremy Corbyn didn't become Prime Minister. Like, literally, if Ruth Davidson had just had the same kind of vote share as the rest, same kind of performance seat-wise as the rest of the Tory party in terms of campaign, like, the Tories wouldn't have won as many seats in Scotland and Jeremy Corbyn would have been able to form a coalition with the SNP. But Ruth Davidson winning Unionist seats in the 2017 election essentially stopped Jeremy Corbyn from winning the election, which is frustrating at the very least. Thank you, Davs, for the £5 super chat. Everyone should play Notorious by Duran Duran when the exit poll is announced and change the lyrics to No Tory Pigs like you do. I'm not surprised if they would do that. Is it okay to ejaculate like a biblical tsunami when Mog loses his seat? Like, if that turns you on sexually, Mr. Strawberry, then you, by all means, you go ahead and enjoy yourself. Voted Green in Hindburn, but no chance of winning. But Labour candidate was parachuted in. Yeah, because they got rid of in Hindburn. They got rid of a Labourite candidate, like a really like Blairite candidate who was like pro-arming Saudi Arabia and pro-Iraq war. They booted him as a candidate because he said the British Israeli nationals that go and serve in the IDF should be sent to prison. And I'm like, that's the law. Why are you sacking this man? It's the law that people who fight for foreign states don't get to be British citizenship. Like, yeah, like that's how that works. And he got his candidacy removed for just asserting the fact that the law should take place when people break it. Very silly.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Hey, thank you, Mandy, for the membership on YouTube. Appreciate your support. It's true. We also get moments of raw, unfiltered anger about Pret. Pret very specifically really gets my goat on this channel. You get me ranting about posh coffee shops. Because I have real problems in this world, right? So I'm a leftist. I've got no real problems. That's why I can rant about Pret. I think it's, it's less the Pret itself, right? So less about Pret itself and more the political culture that surrounds Pret. Like the fact that all of the people in the world who are powerful in British politics and they all eat at Pret, it tells you something about the kind of class of people who becomes important in British politics. The Pretariat, exactly. Ash Sarkar's hair is always amazing. It's because she's Ash Sarkar and she is amazing. Like, she's just... This is why I have her in my Grand Theft Auto banner on the channel. It's because she's based as fuck. If Davis had been Tory leader, do you think we'd be here tonight? Yes, I think we would have been. Not quite as hard, but I think there certainly would have been a similar kind of low vote share because of the state of the economy. Thoughts on Burnham? Yeah, he's been doing good in Manchester, and he's kind of been a little bit better now. He got screwed over by the Labour right during the leadership election, basically the only reason why we have Corbyn as leader. Voted Green for the first time in your life, felt weird but you couldn't bring yourself to vote Labour. Well, I appreciate you joining the Green Club today, Harlech. MB voted Green in Manchester Withington. Jeff Smith will win, but he's a Labour friend of Israel, so no thank you. When I was in Manchester South Gorton, I also voted Green, so when I was in Gerald Kaufman's seat, so it made sense for me as well. Who's going to win, Costa or Starbucks? This is definitely a Costa girl right here. Never going to shop at Starbucks after the union busting and tax avoidance.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Thank you, Kumri Gav with the Prime sub. Thank you. Always look for the local coffee shop. If not possible, then Greg's. Pound Bakery's where it's at. All about the Pound Bakery. Voted Green in North Cornwall, but the Lib Dems are having to overturn a 14,000 vote majority. I think they'll probably do it. I think that's probably a likely win for the Lib Dems.
Vegan.
Voted Green in Preston. She's a Lancaster councillor, but she seems nice. No chance of winning. If there's one area of the country where Labour have been really good, it's been, it's definitely Preston. Like, the Preston model shows what happened when Labour does actual Labour things rather than just being like fucking lib shits, right? Like, that's proper like municipal socialism going on in Preston at the moment, and that's thanks to the council, but no thanks to the National Labour Party in England. Thank you, Stu Lamb, for the membership. Appreciate your support, and thank you, Emphasis as the dog, for £2. Cask given, peerage, and dissolution. Not surprised. Yeah, that'll definitely be something. Voted Green today. Unfortunately, I managed to write on the borderline and end up in a Penny Mordaunt seat instead of Portsmouth North and not South. Honestly, a very depressing day. Again, like, literally waiting 14 years for the Tories to go and feeling literally nothing. Wonder if Rosie Duffield might defect if she wins her seat again. Yeah, like, they've bent over backwards to appease Rosie Duffield, and she still shits on them from above, and I'm just like, just transphobe things, like, they're never happy. Mr. Miller, you voted Green, coaxed your brother out to vote as he wasn't going to bother. I said, just come and spoil your ballot then. Turns out he voted Green for me, bless him. Well, that's nice. I'm glad that happened. Voted Green in London. Labour MP is a supporter of LFI. Good to hear it. Good to hear it. I've got a better mic than Michael Walker. Voted Green there in Whitsun, but I think the Labour guy might beat Preeti Patel. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not surprised there are no reform votes in South London. Well, you can tell Navarra has started because my numbers on YouTube have way dropped. Voted Lib Dems at your daughter's request. She's politically motivated and turns 18 tomorrow. She was gutted she couldn't vote. Hopefully we'll see the back of Alex Chalk. Definitely a vote that I would endorse, tactically voting Lib Dems against Alex Chalk. Trying to get them to be the opposition is definitely a worthwhile cause. Worthing here bringing the Preston model. Worthing were bringing the Preston model after winning the council, but spending the left's success, the right have taken over and started destroying everything and parachuting people in. I fucking despise the Labour right so much. I hate them with like a burning passion. They destroy everything that's good in the world. Like there's nobody I despise more than people on the Labour right. Voting Green in Bolsover, no beast but protest time. Well, exactly. If you're not going to be able to vote for Dennis Skinner, what's the point in fucking voting Labour in Bolsover? It's a shame. Like, if Dennis Skinner was still there in Bolsover, I would have voted for him, but he's a bit too, old now, unfortunately. Said to the Labour canvasser outside the polling station, enjoy your celebration, but you have no faith or anything to offer young people. It's a disgrace. Yeah, too damn fucking right. Too damn right. Voted Green in Essex. Nice to see. Nice to see. Vote Green in Mansfield. It's currently a three-way fight with Labour being their favourite, while Tory and Reform could beat it. Labour probably like to win there if there's a vote split.
Fucking neoliberalism.
There's a couple of local Tory MPs who've been really screwed over by the National Party. Like the MP in Rother Valley, for example, is really well liked on a small majority from the last election. Another one of the 2019 crowd has done a really good job and wanted to make a good go of it to be able to repay the faith of the constituents. And Rother Valley is going so red, it is unbelievable. And that guy probably could have stuck it out if there would have been a normal election, but that's what you get for being part of part of the Conservative Party and being an absolute scumbag for being a Tory. Like, you know, you don't just get to walk away from the failures of the government that you supported in the Commons. Like, I'm sorry, you're connected with that, you accept the whip, then you've got to deal with the consequences when it comes to the next election. Like, there are plenty of Tories who I don't want to see lose their seats, who I think are pretty good, like Caroline Noakes and Alicia Kearns. I think Alicia Kearns probably will win, but Caroline Noakes is a dead cert to lose to the Liberal Democrats now. But at least replacing... I mean, Caroline Noakes is basically already a Lib Dem, so it doesn't really change. I just think that Caroline Noakes is somebody who I respect. Wish Tony Benn was still with us. A truly big loss, yeah, absolutely. Third wayers are the worst. Yeah, 100% true. They don't even want... The Starmerites aren't even third wayers at this point. Like, the disaster capitalism that these people are going to be doing, like the Liz Truss-style capitalist policy they're doing for, like, quick growth, come getting into power. Like, this is just right-wing. This is right-wing politics. It's not even the third way anymore. It's just, like, centre-right politics for the Labour Party that we currently have at this point. It's just centre-right. That's all it is. Thank you for the gifted subs, Scousroar. Appreciate you. Voted green in West Lancs. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. I love how I have phone jacker characters in my chat. Well, 5 minutes till the exit poll. I wonder if the exit poll is going to show much, if any, Reform Green gain since the far right and left vote. Also, do you think that Thangham is going to lose her seat in Bristol? I think the exit poll will completely obscure the Green vote, but I do think that Thangham will lose to Carla Denyer. Yes. Thank you for the 199, Keith. Appreciate the support. Oh yeah, we're totally watching GB News for the exit poll results. Yeah, you better fucking believe we're watching GB News for the exit poll results. What else would we be watching other than GB News? We're gonna absolutely watch like the unmitted. Oh, that's the LSE. That's why? Who is watching the fucking London School of Economics? Who is watching the London?
That what? That the media didn't have much of an impact on the campaign thus far.
No, well, not the media, the press in particular. But go on.
Yeah, press. I mean,
why is that making noise at me? Not sure. Yeah, Starmer's not the first third ways to become properly right wing. Yeah, 100%, 100%. But we're definitely going to be watching like the absolute. We're going to definitely be watching the absolute gigacope coming out of the GB News lot as the exit poll is released.
For all the other families, it's somewhere to come and remember their loved ones.
The People's Channel.
I know. That's all finished already. The People's Vote coverage.
This election night, we're putting on a...
This guy's face... I actually don't mind Tom Harwood as far as Tories go. His face really angers me. He's not like a nasty person. He's not a transphobe either for somebody on GB News. His face just makes me angry. Just young Tories just ignite a fire of hatred inside me. Voted Green in Consett, former North West Durham. Now Ricky Holden's pissed off at its odds on Labour, but that's fair enough. Anyone in North Durham? Anyone in North Durham here who can vote against Akehurst? Any news on the ground from North Durham? Voted Green in Warwick Clemington, currently live a majority of 1k, but now seen as Tories made it one of their top 6 targets, so hope they don't get it. I mean, Labour are going to win any small majority seat, like that's like a safe seat now. Mighty Pie with the 10 gifted, appreciate you, thank you very much for the support. Tom's got Fox News face, yeah, he really does. This is a real fucking rogues gallery of absolute stone cold wankers. All of these people, just genuinely awful individuals. This person is, Camilla Tominey especially, a real fucking rat, a real slug of a human. See, if you're hoping the kind of gentler politics in this chat, no, you don't get kind of gentler politics here. No kind of gentle politics to be seen whatsoever. Circular economy gang rise up, absolutely. Voted Green in Doncaster Central. Well, that's Ed Miliband's seat, right? 486 is a pretty high number, but definitely within the realm of possibility, Scouse Raw. I'm going 450, 460. Voted Green in Islington. Is that Islington South, Terence? I wonder how big Labour's majority would have been if Starmer's approval rating had basically plummeted in the last couple of weeks. It'll be interesting to see, because they lost like 4 percentage points in the last week of the campaign. But I think that might be a little bit... I think that those percentage points might be a little bit over-egged, and I think they might still make 40% in the polls. I reckon it's going to be Labour 40, Tories 21, between 19 and 21, Reform 15, Libs 13, Greens 8, something like that. But I can't be sure. You're from North Durham, but you live in Sheffield Heeley. The Green candidate in Sheffield Heeley is a really nice guy, actually. Oh, it's Rosie Winston's. Ed Miliband is Doncaster North. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Islington South needs like Green's definitely best to vote in Islington South. Fuck off Emily Thornberry. After what she said about Gaza, like I genuinely just have fucking literally less than no respect for Emily Thornberry after the fucking Gaza moment. I feel exactly how Owen Jones does about her. Bury North was a tight seat. It's now a very, very safe Labour seat because there's a 30-point swing. Potentially, George, but I just don't see that happening. Absolute stone cold wankers. If I wasn't saving for your wedding, that'd be a super chat from you. Well, congratulations on the engagement, Gareth. I'm glad to hear it. I'm very glad to hear that you've been engaged. I hope all the best for when you eventually do get married. Thank you, Kerno Zach, for the Prime sub for 6 months. Thank you, Scouse Roll, for 20 gifted. And thank you, Mandy, for the 10 gifted. We have an exit poll in 1 minute.
Conservative Secretary of State Sir Brandon Lewis, former Labour Shadow Minister Gloria De Piero, and former Labour Defence Secretary Jeff Hoon. Good to see you all.
Oh, Jeff Hoon is here. Jeff Hoon.
Why is this exit poll so important? Because
Matt Goodwin, the cope is real.
Really, of the whole election campaign.
Well, that's right, Camilla. It's got a great track record of actually telling us how the rest of the night is going to go. So for viewers who are not familiar with an exit poll, what's happened today is they've had people outside of a number of polling stations across the country interviewing about between 10,000 20,000 people, getting a really good measure of how they voted, what their concerns are.
It tells you just how much that the Labourites hate GB News. They sent Jeff Hoon rather than anybody normal or real.
That data to model what's happening across
anybody
the country,
recent?
And we will get those headline numbers in a moment.
And historically, they've always proved to be pretty accurate. Not in 1992. It was wrong then. It predicted a hung parliament, and actually John Major surpassed expectations. But
yeah, Matt Nurse is a part of the elite.
So just take the headline numbers with a pinch of salt. As we go through the night, we'll begin to see some variation. The question is how much variation.
And in general, do we think that there has been too much polling over the course of this election?
Cope. Give us the cope. Give us the cope.
Well, there's a lot of polling, definitely, but also polling is getting more sophisticated.
I need to know the cope.
Of my fellow pollsters, it's got a pretty good track record.
Cope, give me the cope. I need to feast upon the cope, chat.
The exit poll is going to be revealed. More importantly, of course, it means the polls have closed, so no one can have their say. It is done. However, it all works out tonight. And tomorrow morning, well, the last vote has been cast. It's now that the counting begins, of course. Gloria, in all of this, because it's been such a strong lead in the polling so far for Labour...
Oh, they've done the exit poll wrong. They've given Labour 131 seats. Oh my God! It's so GB News! It's literally... You couldn't make GB News up. The biggest night of GB News's broadcasting for the whole year, and they've got the Labour and Conservative seat numbers the wrong way round. They've literally got the seat numbers the wrong way round. Only GB News could wait all year for the most important broadcasting moment of the year and then get it wrong on the exit poll, the biggest moment of the whole night. And they've got the graphic wrong. Incredible. You couldn't make it up, chat. You couldn't make it up.
Is there an element of disappointment if it doesn't play out to be as big a win as people are expecting?
I still don't believe the scale of the Labour victory that is projected. Remember, it is 19 years since Labour last won an election. Labour doesn't win elections. I'm hopeful that tonight will be different. But remember, Keir Starmer will only be the 5th Labour leader ever.
They've had to reset it. They've had to reset it.
I think we have the exit poll result now. Let's reveal it. Let's just run through the numbers very carefully here. Conservatives, 131 seats. Labour, an astonishing victory for Sir Keir Starmer, 410. The Liberal Democrats, huge increase for Sir Ed Davies' party. They're up to 61.
Please tell me somebody clipped that.
Reform appear to have outperformed. They're on 13 seats. And the SNP in Scotland, another shock result if the exit poll is to be believed. SNP reduced to 10 seats in Scotland. Conservatives on 131 and Labour on 410. Brandon Lewis, as a former party chairman, just have your reaction, please.
Well, I mean, it's a dreadful result. I think a lot of colleagues have been preparing for what they thought might happen tonight. This is not as bad as some of the polls outlined, but it is as bad as I think anybody would have thought could happen. I think it's going to be a real shock to a lot of colleagues who would have still been hoping in the last few days.
Again, like, this is only an exit poll. Like, who cares? Like, honestly, as I said before, it could predict anything. Like, anything could be possible. In fact, 61 for the Lib Dems is more than that's still a large number. So there must be a bunch of Labour con seats that are going to be super close.
They can make a difference, and they are no longer going
to be. The tactical vote is super high here, but Labour should have taken more votes off the Conservative Party than we would have expected.
That Labour majority, though, 170. So that's just below the 1997 result for Labour.
Jeff, is that a disappointment?
On the contrary, it's an incredible achievement.
Well, it is, but there's been all this talk, hasn't there, about this is going to surpass everything.
Well, I'd be quite interested in seeing.
I mean, let me get the clip up. Let me get the clip up. Thank you very much, Surly Dev. We appreciate you here on this channel.
Well, the last vote has been cast. It's now that the counting begins, of course. Gloria, in all of this, because it's been such a strong so far,
right. Oh, they've done the exit poll wrong. They've given Labour 131 seats. Oh my God, it's so GB News. It's literally, you couldn't make GB News up. The biggest night of GB News' broadcasting for the whole year, and they've got the Labour and Conservative seat numbers the wrong way around. They've literally got the seat numbers the wrong way around. Only GB News could wait all year for the most important broadcasting moment of the year and then get it wrong on the exit poll, the biggest moment of the whole night. And they've got the graphic wrong. Incredible. You couldn't make it up, chat. You couldn't make it up.
Is there an element of disappointment?
Love to see it.
Seeing the actual percentages, because this is obviously a national poll that has then been converted into these numbers for seats. We won't really know whether those seat numbers are correct until we see the actual results coming in. But nevertheless, for a man who was threatened with the sack after the Hartlepool by-election, he's done incredibly well for the Labour Party, turned the Labour Party around and turned it into a tremendous result tonight. In order to win a simple majority, Labour had
Literally, Jeff Hoon. I mean, it's turning. Oh, they've changed the Labour Party. Sorry, there's people are chatting. I've not responded to chat. I'm so sorry. My one job is to respond to chat. I think that 131 is too many, but you've got to remember there's going to be so many seats that are on knife edges. So many seats here are going to be too close to call. So this exit poll is going to be. I really don't think you can bet anything on this, right? It's not like a normal election. It really isn't. I expect it probably will be around 100 seats, maybe, are like the lowest here. So it might not be too far wrong, but you've got to remember, like, it could be anything from between these bounds because the mechanics here are really out of whack from what you'd expect.
To get a bigger swing this time than we achieved in 1997, and he's gone way beyond that.
All right, you can see the exit poll now on screen showing Labour with that 170-seat majority on 410 seats. We've got the Conservatives, just to remind you, on 131. The Liberal Democrats appear to have eaten up a great deal of votes. They're on 61. And Reform had been predicted by some pollsters to win no seats. They are projected to win 30.
Is Reform a bit low? Like, one thing that makes me put off by this exit poll, right? The one thing that makes me really think that the exit poll is going to be super off on the number of Tory seats, I don't see a world where the Reform Party get 13 seats and they're not and the Conservative Party are this high. It doesn't make sense to me for the Tories to have 131 seats and Reform to have 13, because Reform are taking Tory votes away. So in the seats where Reform are winning, like, it means Reform's uniform swing, if they are getting it, is going to have to come at the expense of a lot of these marginal seats. I don't see how this adds up. This many Reform seats, but this many Tory seats? Maybe there's just lots of shy Tories and lots of shy Reform voters. Maybe, I'm not sure.
The SNP, I mean, there's a story to tell in Scotland as well here, isn't there, this evening, because the SNP reduced to just 10 seats seems astonishing.
Okay, everybody go retweet me. Everyone go retweet my clip, it's very funny.
So the SNP have lost 38 seats. from last time, I think.
Let's just put the majority into context. So the Labour majority of 2001 was 167. It's looking around there. It doesn't quite match Tony Blair's.
Channel 4 has Nadine Dorries, Alistair Campbell, Kwasi Kwarteng and Harriet Harman. Well, at least they've got Mad Nads. Mad Nads is good TV.
Majority in 1997 of 179. Some of the predictions, Matt, I mean, seem to be a bit off. I mean, there was talk that the majority would be starting with a 2.
It's a very big majority. It's not what we became used to calling a supermajority. Lowest number of Conservative seats since 1906.
Right, I'm already sick of watching Matt Goodwin, so we're going to tune into the BBC. Well, give me the live coverage. Watch live. There we go.
Rutherglen from the SNP. We already had the exit poll suggest the situation in Scotland there. Wrexham, Conservative, now potentially gone, according to our exit poll. Leon Atherton, Middlesbrough, Swindon, North as well. And it's going to be very, very interesting indeed.
Well, let's go straight to one of the people who it looks like is heading for government. Angela Rayner is with us tonight from Ashton-under-Lyme. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Do you believe these numbers, Angela Rayner?
Well, the numbers are encouraging, but of course the exit poll is a poll, so we haven't had any results yet. I think Keir Starmer has done a tremendous job of transforming the Labour Party.
If it's a second Green seat, it'll be Bristol West.
Putting forward a programme for government that I'm hopeful that people have got behind.
The numbers are a bit more than encouraging, though, for the Labour Party. I mean, you will have had thousands of activists out on the stump today, banging on doors, doing their own...
You know, honestly, I do not believe the exit poll can give 131 Tory seats and 13 Reform seats, unless it's this gigantic number of shy Reform voters and shy Tory voters that's massively bumping up both numbers, because they're competing for the same voter base. I really don't think those numbers work out, but we'll see. We'll see.
With their clipboards getting busy, do your numbers at Labour HQ broadly match with what we've seen tonight?
Well, if you look at where we were in 2019, just to get a majority of 1, we'd have had to have a swing greater than Tony Blair's in 1997. So we know a number of seats were on a knife edge from our own data. But I also know that all of our activists and our candidates have been going out there, not taking anything for granted, and speaking to the electorate about what they believe matters to them and the concerns that they've had. And I think that the thing that kept coming back to us was that the 14 years the Tories have been in power and the chaos that they've had to
Wow, Labour are down in London. The Green vote must be up.
Tolerate is that they wanted that change.
And we'll understand tonight why you're at this stage a bit reluctant to crack a smile. It's been Keir Starmer's watchword all the way through, is to tell you all...
Wow, only 3% up in the north. Reform must be high up the north.
And yet you might be able to hear Peter Mandelson chuckling along in the studio here as you are nobly emphasising that it still may be...
If this is the result here between Labour and Tory marginals, their vote share will definitely be lower than Corbyn.
Uncertain for you. So do you think that you are going to be Deputy Prime Minister by the end of the weekend?
Well, look, it'd be an absolute honour and a privilege to be re-elected, first of all, as the MP for Ashton-under-Lyme, but then to be in government as the Deputy Prime Minister. And the 9 years I've been an MP, I've not been able to effect change because we've been in opposition. So the ability and the opportunity to serve the British people and to bring about that change that they're desperate for would be an absolute privilege for me. But I'm not counting my chickens until we've got those results coming in.
Angela Rayner, Clive Myrie here. You're saying you're not counting your chickens. What kind of chickens might they be? What kind of chickens would you like to see in terms of a future job description in a Keir Starmer government?
Well, look, I've been dealing with the New Deal for Working People.
Yeah, someone go pull the chair out. Someone pull the chair out, somebody.
Jobs for people. I want to see those 1.5 million homes that we've promised to be built. I want to support our local government colleagues and our communities and bring them...
If it's showing 2 Green seats, that means almost certainly Denyer has won Bristol Central, yeah. Waveney Valley is a toss-up, though, I think.
Together, and I want to
Although, if the Tories have got this many seats at 131 on a higher vote share than the people expected, I reckon the Tories will still take Waveney Valley.
Whichever way I possibly can, hopefully in a Labour government that can bring about that change they desperately need, and it will be a team effort. The Shadow Cabinet have been working well together, and the Labour team are very keen to make sure that we put country before party and that we serve in whichever way that Keir Starmer would like us to.
Angela Rayner, thank you so much. Bravely standing in the rain there in your own constituency. Thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Bit of a smile at the very end.
At the very end.
We all caught that. We all caught that. It is an exit poll. It's an early indication, but it is suggesting a landslide for Labour. We're waiting for the results to start coming in, and we have correspondents at more counts right around the country than any other broadcaster. So stick with us and analysing the results, getting a sense of how the evening is going to progress, is my colleague Rita Chakrabarti, who'll be feeding all that statistics and all the evidence into her giant screen there.
Exactly so, Clive. And I can bring you some of those
Would North Herefordshire also be unlikely for Green? On these numbers, yes.
forecasts. They are forecasts at the moment because it's an exit poll, but it is based on a balance of probability using data from the exit poll that we can calculate the probability of victory or loss in individual seats. And there will be some very well-known Conservative faces who are faced with a brutal night. They include Ian Duncan-Smith, former Conservative leader, of course. We calculate his chance of hanging on to his seat in Chingford in East London as less than 1%. Steve Baker, who is in the studio here with us. Steve, I'm sorry to be putting you up here on the screen like this, but, you know, we are giving you a less than 1% chance of hanging on to your seat there in Wickham. Also, Grant Shapps, Defence Secretary, a 6% chance of winning his seat in Welwyn Hatfield in Hertfordshire. Let me bring you some more well-known names with a slightly better chance, but they're not going to be very happy looking at this. Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, a 19% chance of winning his seat in Godalming.
Wow, okay, well, these numbers are higher than I expected.
In Surrey. Another way of saying that is an 81% chance of losing it, of course. Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House of Commons in Portsmouth North, her chance of winning at 25%. This is all on the balance of probability given the exit poll. And Jacob Rees-Mogg, arch-Brexiter in North East Somerset, his chance of winning is 47%. So there are some of the big names that we're going to be looking out for. And I can also tell you that based on the information that we have so far, it looks as if Labour has pretty much a 100% chance of winning, gaining 110 Conservative.
It's super interesting to see the Lib Dem number this high, but also the Tory number this high.
Held seats, so lots and lots of...
like, Labour's numbers are really low here.
Information there.
All right, Rita, thank you for that. Much more from you throughout the night.
Let's have a word then with our guest here in the studio. Steve Baker will talk about our projections.
Oh my God, they've got fucking Mandelson! How is Mandelson still on TV, chat? Why is the Epstein photos not cast him into irrelevancy forever? Why? Why is he here? How is he here? What's going on?
Show you losing your seat in a second, but Peter Mandelson, welcome to both of you. You were chuckling away when
I guess we have to go to Sky. I can't fucking deal with Mandelson or Goodwin. See what Sky News are saying. ITV is George Osborne as well.
It needs to tack to popular and credible beliefs that people will support. I don't think this right-left thing means very much. And I do think people responded badly to the inflation, to the failure to control our borders, and to the way that COVID was handled and the result.
I just have a different take on it, John. I mean, I remember the Conservative Party when I went into Parliament. It was a different party than this one that stood at this election. You've got to decide now whether you're a wholly owned subsidiary of Reform, because that's what you've become. And I think you're one of the people who dragged it in that direction over the years. Sensible people were pushed out, pushed away. Ken Clarke, Rory Stewart, Theresa May. This is, you know, you may as well be Reform, and you should be owning this. This is the worst result in the history of the Conservative Party.
Sorry, we're nothing.
I'm happy the Tories have gone better than the best Labour than East on the left. It's probably a fine result for us.
Secretary, and you look at Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor of the Exchequer, and you look
Paul
at
Hunt,
Rishi
thank you for
Sunak,
membership.
This was a very moderate, conservative, balanced ticket. And unfortunately, the 5 years had not gone well for the public, and so we got the result we did. But you're quite wrong about where we are.
Exist in the party, and I don't see it.
I mean, I think this is a classic case of we had an election where you need groups of people to vote for you, and there was groups of people that we were actively putting off from voting for us. We upset pensioners by making the cut to national insurance over income tax. We upset mortgage payers because of the Liz Truss year, put hundreds of pounds on lots of people's mortgages. We upset young people with the idea of this national service, which we then dropped halfway through the campaign. We upset Remainers by being the party of Brexit in 2019, and we upset Brexiteers this time around because we promised them that
Novara interviewing Peter Obon, that's cool.
immigration would go down, and it went up and Brexit happened. So how do you cobble together a group of people that are going to vote for a party if you don't have a coherent narrative of what the last 14 years look like, if you've broken your promises to them in several respects, if you run probably one of the worst campaigns in living memory, and if you have also lost your reputation for competence
Yeah, I'm surprised they've not brought up the aggregate vote share here.
in government and for sound money. I mean, without these coalitions, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're on the right of the party or the left of the party. If you upset all these groups of voters, you're never going to win. So, you know, this was a defeat that was long in the coming, Kate.
I sort of disagree that this isn't the same Tory parties in 2019. How are the incompetent, self-serving pricks in charge any different from the incompetent, self-serving pricks that were voted in 5 years ago? Because Boris Johnson won on a mandate of building 40 new hospitals, of a green transition, of ending conversion therapy, of increasing benefits in line with inflation, of finishing HS2, of a high-wage, high-skill economy, of reducing immigration and getting Brexit done. And Boris Johnson did none of these things happened. Boris Johnson failed on lots of them, but Rishi Sunak, you turned on all of these policies as well. There is no mandate for the Liz Truss era or for the Sunak era. That doesn't map onto any of the actual manifesto they were elected on in 2019, and that is a defiance of democracy. Exactly. Like if it's just in every demographic apart from 1%, you don't get a massive vote share. Literally.
Bad government.
You've got a question for Bob Buckland.
Yeah, I just wanted to put to Rob Buckland, who I interviewed several times. Rob Buckland, the basic problem here is that the electorate clearly didn't really know what Conservative Party they were voting for. And if what Ed Conway says about the potential share of the vote, which is that Reform had a really substantial share, maybe not the same level as Conservatives, but close enough. Isn't the problem here?
The SNP losing these votes, like Labour up 18 points in Scotland is fucking devastating. I'm so sad for the SNP. The fact that Labour are just going to have like a gigantic mandate across all sectors of the country to do their awful disaster capitalism shit is really depressing.
The Tories have got to decide, what are they here for? The coalition that Boris Johnson put together in 2019 has just split apart. So what is the answer now? What Tory party do you want people to vote for?
Well, Trevor, I'd love to see...
Like, if the Tory and Reform votes are still this high, Labour is screwed in 5 years. Like, there's no way you get the living standards increase you need in a 5-year period to be able to overcome, like, a right-wing cohort that can get Conservatives on 31 and Reform on 13.
What the projected share is as well, because it may well be a horrible sort of inversion of what happened in the 80s when the left and the centre-left was split and the Conservatives enjoyed big majorities. And their choices were made then by the Labour Party to stop veering to the extreme left of British politics and to come back to the common ground. But, you know, John Redwood is right about this. Left and right, you know, isn't really where we should be debating. What we should be talking about is generational politics. And my big concern is that we did not have a compelling offer to younger, aspirational people who want to own their own home, who want to have a stake in our society.
No, they want to be able to afford the fucking rent, Robert. Young people can't afford to own their own home or rent. Renting is the problem for young people. The fact that you're saying, we need to actually appeal to young people who want to own their own home, and I'm just like, you don't live in the real world. You don't live in reality if you think that young people are concerned with home ownership right now rather than being able to pay the rent right now.
Believe it.
Literally, just build council. Just build some fucking council houses.
Future that is more hopeful than the past. I don't think we had anything.
This is really blackpilling, actually.
Really constructive to say to them, rather than more than steady as she goes. The economy's coming right. We've got to go away and think carefully about recapturing that spirit of optimism, of aspiration, and of representing that sense of progress that I think encapsulates the best of conservatism, and that that national sense that the Conservative Party represents all parts of our country. We've got a long road to come back now.
Can I ask you a question? It's Andy. Can I just ask you a question? Don't you think, though, the Conservative Party changed? I watched it happen when I was in Parliament. It felt like Brexit took the soul of the old Conservative Party, and all of those people, like yourself, a bit pushed away, and it left one strain of opinion dominating everything, and that you lost your balance, it felt to me, at that point in time.
Andy, I'd say this. I think, I'm a keen student of Labour history as well as Tory politics. I would say this. I think Brexit really sucked a lot of the energy out of what other areas of policy. I think because it took so much of our concentration and our governmental time.
Yeah, as if just like having some upper middle class young people getting on the housing ladder early from things like Help to Buy, as if that's any different to like the fact that they've destroyed the NHS, the future's gone, climate change has not been dealt with, no freedom of movement, impossible mortgage rates and inflation, lack of jobs for degrees, student debt. Like they hate us far more than just whether or not we can buy our first house.
Minister right through that process. I don't think, frankly, there was enough time to do the deep thinking.
Yes,
and
Thomas,
then
absolutely, 100%.
On issues like housing and aspiration.
OK, guys, we're going to have to move on. I'm so sorry to have to interrupt you there. Thank you very much indeed, Sir Robert. Thank you. Suggestions that Sir Robert Buckland in Swindon South may well lose his seat to Heidi Alexander of the Labour Party. Ed Conway winging his way to us. He'll be with us very shortly. Indeed managed to pick him up there. He will be heading our way very shortly to give us a flavour of what was happening.
Have you got Ed, his own Sky News copter? as if he's gone to the palace for dissolution. That's amazing.
I know.
That is
the
biggest.
No expense spared.
Oh, that's a huge move there for Ed.
You should see what your treats are later on. Let's have a look at the Big Beast graphic, should we, and see who could well be in trouble. There you go. Richmond and Northallerton, Beth, likely Conservative hole. They'd be in a lot of trouble if they weren't. Hertsmere, who is the Deputy Prime Minister, of course, likely to hold his seat as well. But we move along to Godalming and Ash, which, of course, is Jeremy Hunt. The first time ever that a sitting Chancellor would lose his seat. Braintree, we can see the Home Secretary likely to hold on to his. But a possible Labour game with Welwyn and Hatfield. We'll go through some of the others for you a little bit later on. Johnny, the Plymouth Moor view. Mark Austin is...
See what I mean? There's a lot of too close to calls here. Like, a lot of too close to calls probably look like, possible holds. Like, I'm not surprised that Essex and Richmond and Hertsmere and Tunbridge, but, like, a bunch of these too close to calls probably won't go Tories' way in my mind, but we'll see.
Standing by for us at the Labour camp in North London, Holborn and St Pancras. They must be thrilled, Mark. Hi.
Yeah, hi. OK, well, if that exit poll that you've just been...
Yeah, I think I would take you up on that, Garrett, if the national government was so fucking terrible.
...showing is anything like the reality.
There was a vote split against Kemi, like Liberal Democrats and Labour couldn't decide a candidate.
Then the civic officers here in Camden are about to witness something pretty spectacular. Keir Starmer will be here in a matter of
hours. The fact that the Tories are getting more than 100, I think that's not good enough.
I mean, it's
like the left. Like, this is literally the worst possible result we could have for the left, I think.
It's a given that he's going to win here. His majority is
possibly
27,000 or so, 64% of the vote last time, so he should win here. But the exit poll predicting great things nationally means that Keir Starmer, former human rights lawyer, former director of public prosecution,
Nadine mentioned Corbyn vote share being
great
greater on Channel 4. Jan Man mentioned rent-free as always.
He's going to walk into this building in a matter of hours, knowing full well that his life and the life of his family is about to change in the most dramatic way. Labour Party members have already been celebrating here as your exit poll went up there. And here they are receiving the news from the Sky News exit.
It's a sample of 130 seats, more Kennewick, yeah.
Poll. Tamara Cohen is with me, so, well, a good night for them, and certainly a big night for...
Oh, yeah, this PM Garage next up, absolutely.
We will see Keir Starmer here at this count for the first time tonight, walking in here in the knowledge that he is almost certainly going to be Britain's next Prime Minister after all these weeks of campaigning where you felt every day that Labour couldn't quite believe that it was happening.
Absolutely. Like,
they now know almost for
this is like the future Farage poll that we were dreading.
certain that they
Just going to get a cannon monster one
a
sec, chat.
landslide majority of the order that no one has since Tony Blair won from opposition 27 years ago now. And they've seen a Conservative implosion that we can see in those opinion polls there. And he will be coming here to thank the people who have voted for him to put him in this position, but also will be talking, no doubt, about the job he has done in transforming the party. We heard tonight from Pat McFadden, who's a close ally of Keir Starmer, has been coordinating the campaign, and he says the transformation of the party since he took it over, having had its most devastating defeat for 80 years. He took it over when a lot of people said it will be the work of many, many years to get them back into contention. He has turned it around in just 5 years, and now the hard work of governing will begin. I think we'll get a sense of that when he appears here tonight.
Yeah, and it could be hard work, because I can't remember an opposition leader coming into government with quite such low popularity ratings, but we'll talk about that in the coming hours as we wait for Sir Keir Starmer to get here. With that, back to you, Kay, in the studio.
Yes. Yep. That's really exciting. OK, for now, thank you, David Lammy, Shadow Foreign Secretary, until this evening, is joining us. Now, it's good to see you, David Lammy. Thank you for taking the time. You must be thrilled. How confident are you that you will be going into the Foreign Office by the end of the week?
Very.
Look, Kay,
it's an exit poll with like
a massive
general
election.
A massive fucking
The exit poll,
landslide.
of course, will cheer on many people that voted Labour across the country, but in the end, we won't know the full result until 3-4 o'clock this morning. I think
the media will turn on Starmer for constant lies like they turned on the Tories. Oh yeah, like the honeymoon ends tomorrow. Like literally the honeymoon ends tomorrow. Like there's no chance, there's just like no shot that he gets away with anything after like tomorrow. Hoping so many seats are too close that the polling is just wildly off, but maybe not. I mean, now is the time to build a parallel movement from the Green Party. Like, we need a place for people to go when Keir Starmer fails. Absolutely.
what we're seeing is what I picked up on the doorstep, that in the end, people recognise that Keir Starmer changed the party. Did I say Keir Starmer? Maybe that's what we should now call it, Keir Starmer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Labour will be desperate for our votes in 4 years' times, and I'll be like, ha ha ha, lol, you told us to go, you told us to fucking leave.
Changed the party, and now want him potentially to change the country. That's what they're voting for. They're voting because they recognise that after 14 years of the Conservatives, our public services are nowhere near where they should be. Inflation is higher than it should be. Cost of living is high. We've got sewage in our waters. For all of those reasons, they're up for change, and they're up for that Labour manifesto, which I hope, of course, is a winning manifesto. This is a long way from where we were in 2019. When I said to Keir Starmer, when he decided, and I encouraged him to run to lead our party, that it would take 10 years, I was wrong. He said we could do it in 5.
David,
he said
hold
about
that
change
thought.
the party, and it looks like he
David,
might
hold
be
that thought.
on
I'm
the
going to
cusp
come
of
back to
doing
you in
that.
just a second, because I do want to pursue what we're talking about with the Foreign Office. But before that, Angela Rayner,
Change the country the way they changed the party? Is he planning to purge the country? Fucking Reds... the Great Purge. Stalin comes to Britain. Let's go. Keir Stalin. Just sending up this bill. Yeah, they're spending all of this capital investments in new prison spaces to send every single leftist.
Deputy Labour leader, will she be deputy?
Yeah, we saw that, man.
Prime
Yeah, we're
Minister.
watching it live.
Is it going to rain on your parade, or do you think you are going to be the deputy Prime Minister?
I hope not, but I'm glad you cut David short so I could nip in. I mean, look, the exit poll is encouraging, but obviously we haven't got any of the results yet. You want to see your film crew behind it. I'm getting soaked. I feel really sorry for them. But, you know, the exit poll is, in Manchester. Who knew that it rains in Manchester? But the exit poll was encouraging for us tonight, but obviously we've not had any of the results yet. And, you know, Keir has done a tremendous job in transforming the Labour Party and putting forward a programme for government that the country can get behind. And after 14 years of the chaos and the scandals and the decline that we've seen under the Tories, I think they're getting, punished for that. That's pretty clear in the polls as well.
Angela, it's Andy here. I feel homesick looking at you under that umbrella. But I just want to say, David's right, we don't know yet how people have actually voted, and we're all going off an exit poll. But I just want to say, on behalf, I'm sure...
We are a conservative country, but we're not even that conservative, not on economics at the very least. Few Greek proverbs around, actually. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. But that's all it means, right? It's all just kind of double speak. Transform the Labour Party. They've become right wing. They've become acceptable to the establishment, right?
Of many, many people, not just in the Labour movement, but across the country. Thank you to you for leading from the front in this campaign, and to you, David. I mean, whatever happens, we know that.
I mean, why are we allowing Sky News to let two fucking Labour right people just gas each other up? Oh, I love you, Andy. Oh, I love you, Angela and David. This is, the adult stream you've got here, by the way. Incredibly high quality, sober political analysis here. Just making kissing noises and telling these people to fuck each other. True. 100% definitely not mad. I mean, if they're not going to do grown-up politics, I'm not going to do grown-up politics.
The Labour Party's back in tune with the country. And I just want to say, well done.
Thank you, Dav, for the £5 super chat. I said earlier, this is the beginning of the end for Starmer. The country has endured enough and need hope. They will seek that elsewhere. Yeah, absolutely.
To both of you for leading us through this campaign.
Can I jump in? Andrew Rayner, it's Beth.
Thank you, Andy. Can I just...
Go on, Beth. No, Beth wants to ask you a question, Angela. I know we've only got you for a short time, not least because you're in the pouring rain.
Andrew Rayner, it's Beth Rigby here. You were there in...
I'm loving the rain.
You were there in 2019, the worst defeat since 1935.
Isn't North too close to call? I'm not surprised.
If this poll is correct. Keir Starmer has now just delivered or will deliver the second biggest Labour majority since Blair. Can you actually believe it? Surely this is beyond your wildest expectations.
Well, to you, Beth, and to Andy's point, I just want to first of all say thank you to those people that have voted for Labour. And if the exit polls are correct and accurate, then it's an incredible honour for them to put their trust in us, especially after the 2019 defeat, as you say. To get even a majority of one, we'd have had to have had a swing.
Yeah, literally. Angela, your campaign has the momentum of a runaway freight train.
Than that of Tony Blair's in 1997. So it is encouraging. But, I want to say to the people of this country that myself and Keir and the rest of the shadow cabinet are putting themselves in the service of them. We understand that. We've seen the self-service under the Conservatives. We understand the weight on our shoulders, and the mandate is you better deliver for us and put us first. And I say to the people of this country, I will always put you first, and I will fight really hard every day to turn things around. We know how difficult it's been for people, and we'll work really hard to get people's faith back in politics and to turn that page on the decline and the chaos that we've had.
OK, David, we are going to come back to you in just a second. Angela's got to go shortly, so do bear with us if you will, because I know that Ruth has a question for Angela.
No, I was just going to ask if the poll is right and if there's 409 colleagues joining you on the green benches, how do you manage that as the deputy leader? You've obviously got your own...
Bill chatting nonsense justifying the BlackRock building hospital stuff because otherwise it'll jack up debt. I fucking hate that man. I mean, I don't hate him. I just find him incredibly difficult. Racking up debt is fine. It's fine to rack up debt if you're getting assets. Why are we leasing this out to BlackRock? What the hell is Phil talking about? That's so mad. That's mad shit. Do you want to come on and chat, Phil? Madge? Do you want to come on and chat, Madge? You can jump in the Discord if you want. If you're watching and you want to have a chat. Margaret fucking Hodge is getting a peerage. No fucking shit. And Harriet Harman, Miss fucking welfare bill herself. Sorry, I've just missed chat. I need to be responding to chat. What the fuck am I doing? Good at my job. Good at my job. Not shit at my job. Could the left-leaning Labour MPs cross over to the Greens next week? Never. They're not going to do it. They absolutely won't do it. These people are committed if they're still here, to be honest. I think there'll definitely be shy reform voters. 100%. Loads of shy reform voters. Legala Deville with the £5 super chat. Thank you for the support. Sure you won't need more monsters. I've got 2 more after this one. 2 more. Got 2 more left after this. I've got ham and cheese sandwiches and some chicken strips to get me going. Food-wise.
Mandate in the party, and there'll be people there that never expected to ever become MPs. They were paper candidates in the best tradition of serving the party because they were asked to. How do you make sure that you get a team that fights at all levels and doesn't descend into sort of rats in a sack? I know from my own party it can happen quite quickly, and in the Labour Party there's plenty of factions too.
Well, we were very clear when Keir and myself took over that we had to have a high bar for our candidates, and we didn't accept that any of them would be paper candidates. We've seen, even in this election...
Yeah, the high standards of Israeli lobbyist Luke Akehurst, climate change denialist Graham Stringer, racist Neil Coyle. The high-quality candidates everybody's asking for. Chat in Novara has gone a bit crazy. What's going on?
What happens when candidates fall below the standard that we'd expect for people that want to be MPs, and we've taken...
Most people that you met today didn't even vote. You work at university. That is blackpilling. If university students aren't turning out, that's terrible. 13 seats worth of shy reformers? I mean... 10 seats worth of shy reformers? I mean... It's going to have to be. If this poll is to be believed, then it's going to have to be. I mean, I might just move country at this point. I might just fucking leave. Where would I even go, though? Ugh.
Decisive action since Keir's been the leader and I've been deputy, to make sure that people understand...
I fucking hate her. She disgusts me.
...the standards we expect from them, and also the work ethic, that we put the country first before the party, and that's what we've gone out to the country and said, and that's what we expect to deliver across the whole of our members of parliament. And I've been up and down the country in my battle bus, and I've seen our tremendous calibre of candidates and the thirst that they've got, and the understanding of what a privilege.
Yeah, absolutely dead inside.
I
fucking hate her.
Your constituents,
she disgusts
and
me.
To do it
She really disgusts
and
me.
that's what we'll be expecting from any member of
Move to Finland. I mean, the Finns party are on the rise in Finland.
Parliament, who carries
Denmark,
the banner
maybe.
of Labour.
Angela, I know you've got to go, but I just wanted to ask you about how you feel this evening. Obviously, everybody's very excited at this stage, but how do you feel about losing seats potentially to Reform and the Greens?
Well, I'm encouraged by the exit poll, as I say, and if you look at where we were in 2019 to where we are now, Keir has transformed our party and put a programme for government, which I think, you know, the polls are showing that hopefully
Absolute
people have supported us in that. And I've been an MP and had the privilege of being an MP for 9 years now, and it's horrible being in opposition because we've not had the opportunity to change the country.
Answering my question,
you know,
though,
if
Angela,
the polls are correct.
Yeah, she's just become another soulless cog in the Labour right machine now. Literally, I feel nothing but contempt for her. I voted for her for leader as well, and she's a betraying piece of shit. Nah. After all of the... Especially now that we know that Labour are going to be a transphobic party and she claims to be a fucking ally, now she's dead to me. Totally dead to me now.
And if I'm re-elected... Yeah, I am answering the question in the fact that I think that, you know, we put a programme for government forward that I hope the country can get behind and has got behind, and then the work starts tomorrow and us delivering for that. And
I'm only using first names for
that's where our priorities are. I think if you look at the...
I said I'm only using first names for tonight, guys, because after that we're back to, back to normal after tonight. But congratulations. I know I've got to let you go. Thanks very much indeed. Trevor wants to ask...
Angela.
Yeah, Trevor wants to ask David a question. Thanks for your patience, David.
Hi, David.
Hey, thank you, Saltire Cam, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you sending your Bezos bucks my way.
Trevor Phillips here. If the exit poll's right, you're going to have over 400 seats. And one of the great traditions of the Labour Party is gigantic expectations. And
yeah, turnout probably is incredibly low. Off of these numbers, turnout must be low. Like, Labour isn't getting anybody out to the polls with their kind of platform.
With that number of seats, how do you think you're going to be able to manage the level of expectation that waiting lists will be reduced to 0 by Monday, that there will be breakfast clubs all over the place by next Wednesday?
Yeah, exactly. Just like the moment that it just kind of twigged for me. Like, the moment that it twigged for me was just when James O'Brien said, well, surely no one thinks that Keir Starmer is just like a compulsive liar. And I was just like, these people live in a different reality. They live in a different reality. They've not been paying fucking attention. They've not been doing it. There's this tiny little prism that they live in. Hollow Starmer isn't real. Hollow Starmer can't hurt you. Could it be 420 seats? It might be 4. I mean, again, I think that these numbers are in... I can't see these numbers being true, but we'll see.
That's going to be part of the issue for you, isn't it?
Well, look, Trevor, some people said that the manifesto...
I mean, they'll find it very easy to pass policy because they're just passing Tory policy. Just like Blair managed to get the Tories to vote with him on so many policies because they just fucking agreed with each other.
Could have many more promises.
60%, 60-something% turnout.
It had to be fully costed. It was measured. It was balanced.
It was shit.
What we were picking up on the doorstep.
Your
so
shit.
6,500 teachers.
Again, high quality political analysis here. Subscribe for more high quality
economic growth.
Subscribe or become a member or super chat or gift memberships or drop bits for high quality political analysis such as calling David Lammy shit to his face. Not even to just looking at my screen and calling David Lammy shit. Subscribe now for more high quality political analysis on the No Justice stream.
And stability, absolutely,
IQ, absolutely.
The climate challenge and GB energy, that was the promise. Those were the first steps. And so we were very careful at making it clear to people that we actually want 10 years of renewal. I think the public understand that the country's in a mess. It's in a mess. They know this, and they know that turning that around will not happen overnight. And as to the large numbers of MPs, look, I remember the 1997 intake. It was a large intake of MPs.
I'm bored of this now.
It was
bored of Sky News. Wonder what's happening over on the Novara live stream.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Hey, thank you, Mrs. Fair Games, for another gifted sub. Appreciate the support. Stream's just fucked up on there. What's going on?
Traditionally, have an alliance of the, we might call it the ruling
it's John
class,
Trickett.
together
Let's
with
have a look at their...
voters and maybe a third of the working class.
Thank you for jumping on stream today, Arch Anarchist. I want us to have a look at their reaction to the exit poll.
Because I'm literally a
45 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is even if there are no independents who win, and by the way, they're not all on the left, some are on the right as well, even if they don't win, I think we're going to see a record number of votes nationally for independents, whether that's in Ashfield, whether that's in some of the seats that our audience are more familiar with, Leanne Mohammed.
F75, thank you for £5 super chat.
So that is something to watch. And of course, in 2010, we saw the Labour Party and the Conservatives combined have the smallest combined share of the vote they'd had since 1918. I think it's going to be even smaller tonight.
Hey, Dan PJK, thank you for the 10 gifted. Appreciate the support.
And that tells a
Apparently
story
Navarro
about
got
political
hacked.
promiscuity, people trying different kinds
Corbyn
of
fully
politics, places,
closeted, yeah.
politicians. And I think independence fits into that story. Do they break through tonight? I don't know. But there's a clear direction here, isn't
Engaging
there?
with a streaming
And I
chat
think
is so
maybe
much
in
better than monologuing
2029,
profanities at the
we can have a
establishment. I mean,
conversation
it probably is
about,
better,
look, it's
yeah.
very political,
Actually engaging with
as an
people is probably
independent,
better.
with a campaign to get your way into Parliament. I think we've begun to see that
Fucking
work its way through the system in the last month or two, but it's probably a little bit too early.
Just messed up some sound, right?
Can you
okay.
imagine sort of a powerful alliance between the Lib Dems, the Greens, and Reform for electoral reform? Can you imagine them all getting on the same stage and saying our politics is completely different, but we've all been wronged by the same?
Navarro don't engage its chat anymore. I mean, again, that's definitely one thing that you get from the No Justice stream. And you will always get me engaging with chat. Thank you for another 10 gifted, Tan PJK. Thank you very much for the support. Paul Joe is editing a big guy at the table, noisy background. Also, the British version of the Young Turks isn't as deranged. I mean, yeah, like Navarro Media is just absolutely giga chat. Goated. I don't know. What do the kids say? It's very good. Did Claudia Webb defend her seat? Yeah, Claudia Webb is standing as independent in Leicester East, I think it is. But she's incredibly unlikely to win because, you know, the whole court thing.
The toast.
Okay, let's put us on the spot. I think we're going to get an exit poll in sort of under a minute. How many seats are we saying for the Conservatives? A lot of money is resting on this, by the way.
Okay, you know what? Below 100.
Below 100?
135.
135. Oh, I'm going to do the really sort of pathetic split the difference thing. Yeah, I'm going to go for exactly 117 seats, perhaps. While we're waiting for the exit poll, thank you to Navarro Media's team. We put a massive, you can't see it, we've got a green room, we've got about 15 odd people working on this stream. So, as you know, this is all possible because of your support. The growth of Navarro Media is all thanks to you guys. Go in.
In reaction, our political editor, Chris Mason, is with us.
Oh, I get to see the BBC reaction as well by tuning into Novara 2 and seeing what they're saying.
We're seconds away from 10 o'clock. And
Channel 4 have Nadine Dorries on. I mean, I think she's like a girl boss. Like, she's mad, she's crazy, she's a terrible politician and an awful human being, but she's fucking hilarious. Like, Nadine Dorries is just incredibly funny.
The exit poll,
I think so, yes,
indication
Sophie, yeah.
of how the night might unfold. More than 20,000.
I've got food. Don't worry, Chris. I have food. I just need money to be able to pay the bills.
ITV
so if you want to
News
donate so I can pay the bills,
in
right?
This first
you don't need to. I've got all the food ready now. If you donate me money so I can pay bills later, that pays for the food in absentia.
Live
if you want to
election
donate, Chris.
since 1945.
Gifting
326
membership's best way to
seats.
donate.
I needed to win. So, here we go.
And as Big Ben strikes 10, the exit poll is predicting a Labour landslide.
Sir Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister with a majority of around 170 seats.
The exit poll predicts that Labour will have captured 410 seats, adding 209. It suggests the Conservatives will have lost 241 MPs, landing on 131.
On to the other numbers. The Liberal Democrats up 53 on 61 seats. Reform on 13 seats. The SNP down 38 seats. According
the Tories, in terms of the
are up 1 on 2.
All the pointers.
So in terms.
I hear that Novara has this incredible contributor called Helena who is based as fuck. Also, that memberships cost less than a can of Red Stripe. They do! Memberships do cost less than a can of Red Stripe. That is absolutely true, Scasroll. Sorry, I had notifications turned off because I had a bunch of memberships come through. I apologise you didn't get your text-to-speech, but I read it out for you at the very least, like you would if it was a super chat.
In terms of the sweepstake, Aaron was the closest. You said 135. The Tories were on 131. Navarro Media's election guru, newly anointed. Interesting. I suppose that the expectations had been set so low for the Conservatives that this will be, I mean, strange, a majority of 170 will be a relief to them. In fact, actually, if she said a majority of 170, didn't she? That is actually slightly smaller than under Tony Blair, although the Tories are on way fewer seats because I suppose smaller parties are getting more here. I mean, to be honest, I mean, it's probably not going to be the big historic picture of this evening, but the worst night here is for the SNP on 10 seats. That's catastrophic.
I mean, the SNP have had an awful time of it. And when you just consider the timing of this general election, you've got a brand new leader, not great name recognition, and you've got this weird place where they're having...
I mean, then that's not interesting. Yeah, right. Let's move on and see what Sky are up to live.
They say a possible Lib Dem gain, okay, but it's actually
they're going through seat by seat. That sounds like something interesting.
Yeah, done it. Exactly. Facts.
I mean, it was pretty extraordinary
Yeah.
because I mean, I heard I was in the cab and I could hear the reaction on the desk when the numbers came through, but we were going through that.
I mean, Sky usually do have the best coverage.
Those numbers for a while, and also kind of looking at some of the charts and the historical context. So can I start with
Please.
some charts? Is that all right?
Oh, I love
Is that
a chart.
allowed?
You just...
There are many.
How far back are you going here?
There are many. But here's the thing, okay, shall we start with some of the constituency stories that we're hearing about? You know, we were wondering about who the big scalps might potentially be implied by the exit poll. And one of them is, of course, let's bring it up actually, Jeremy Hunt. One of them is Jeremy Hunt. Yeah, there you can see him there. And if I just bring up some of the statistics, we'll stick on Jeremy Hunt because we're going to bring up those statistics of what is implied by the exit poll in his constituency of Godalming and Ash. You can see it just down there. OK, so this is last time around. 53% share of the vote for Jeremy Hunt. 53%. Remember that number? And now look here. 32% is implied by the exit poll. Now, this is, they say, a possible Lib Dem gain, OK? But it's actually a bit closer.
I mean, you laugh at congratulating the Greens for 2 seats. We were only expecting 2 seats.
A lot of people would have expected. Looking like 37% for the Lib Dems. So looking quite plausible that we will,
yeah, no
in the
Stephen
next
Flynn is
few
bad.
hours, witness history in terms of the Chancellor, a sitting Chancellor losing their seat. But let's just see, OK, because what we're going to do is we're going to look through each of the results as they come through and give you a sense of whether it's kind of above, below, in line with the exit poll. And that's going to be one to watch, although that's coming up later. And Portsmouth North as well. Can we find Penny Mordaunt? So Penny Mordaunt as well, facing a real challenge in Portsmouth North. There she is, down south in Portsmouth North. And what you can see here is really kind of interesting because this is even closer. Okay?
I mean, like, the polls are going to find it very difficult to predict Waveney Valley and North Herefordshire. Like, I don't think there's any chance they'll win Herefordshire, but Waveney Valley might be a toss-up.
Okay, so last time around, 61% Conservative vote in Portsmouth North. 61%. Look at the blue. And now look in the
We
exit.
can't lose our dummy mummy. Like, she has to stay, surely.
28%. Just look at the complete collapse that you're talking about in many constituencies around the country, although in this case, it's a bit too
thank you
close
for
to
the prime
call.
sub, Effie.
Okay, and you've got different dynamics going on that we can talk about.
Yeah, the vote share is
it's
more
the
interesting,
Brexit
yeah.
vote, it's different areas with mortgages, a lot of people with mortgages, kind of those areas with more people with mortgages tending to vote against the government. So you've got the reversion from what we saw at the last election with that Brexit vote, but you've also got a mortgage story happening post-Liz Truss. Is it the kind of Liz Truss hangover? But I just want to, I mentioned a few charts to you, and I wanted to show you this one, OK? This is a bit of a historic one, OK? We'll start with what the exit poll is suggesting here. Conservative seats, 131. And now this line goes back a long way. I want to just follow that line through the 90s, the 70s, the 50s, the 20s, through into the 19th century. We've never, ever seen the Conservative Party get down to these kinds of levels before, not since the adventure of the Conservative Party, the period of, the Corn Laws, Peel, all of that. There has never been another result that's like that, if the exit poll is right. So we might be about to experience history from that perspective as well. I mean, if these numbers are right, it's historic in so many different dimensions, and we haven't even talked about the SNP. But what about the Labour Party? This, too, is another one of those charts to focus on, because, look, there's the Blair landslides, OK? And again, the higher the bars are, the more seats in Parliament. There's those Blair years. 97, of course, the one to beat, kind of around about close enough to 420. And here, 410, well, it's about in line with that. And, of course, it's an exit poll. We'll have to see what the numbers do. Could be a little bit...
Our election is just like this. They started with a landslide and there's an open on the majority just kept shrinking as counting progressed. I think that the majority will increase as counting goes on, but I still don't think it's good for us.
It could be a little bit lower. But, again, we have rarely seen...
No chance Joe wins.
Anything that's quite close to that. Look, that's Attlee there in the post-war election. So an extraordinary night for the Labour Party. But here's what's striking, okay, and we're going to tease this out. Even though the number of seats is really high, the share of the vote is not as high as you might expect. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's even lower than Jeremy Corbyn recorded in 2017. Final thing to say, okay, historic majority. So here, we're just going through, and in a sense, you can kind of ignore this because this is national government. So just look at how high these bars are. This is how high majorities have been throughout history, going back all the way again to the 1830s. And look how much higher that is than Boris Johnson, first of all, okay? So you've got Boris Johnson there, 2019, and there is potentially Keir Starmer, although we'll have to wait and see. And then looking back, it is very rare to see.
Yeah, the Reform polling, again, I just don't believe it's 13. I don't believe this is 13 and this is 131.
A majority this high, but that is potentially what Keir Starmer has just earned. And those are the numbers from the exit poll, okay? But we are going to get through actual figures as they come through from constituency to constituency. And what we'll be doing is we'll be comparing those and giving you a sense of whether this is the number to focus on.
OK, we're on the telly, Beth.
I know, so I'm getting my highlighter. Because the reason I'm getting my highlighter
is to wield it,
right?
It's no, because you talked about 2017 and the Labour vote share then was 40%.
Yeah.
And I remember at the time I was just saying to Kay, that was considered really, really impressive from Corbyn. It actually meant he stayed on, didn't it, Andy? So to get that size of majority on under 40%
considerably lower. It looks like it's considerably lower.
What does it look like, or can you not say yet?
We can't really say.
But I thought
It suddenly makes...
I mean, the one saving grace for this is that the Tories still being on 131 means that Reform have a mountain to climb to be more credible than the Conservatives.
Theresa May look a lot better. She got 42.
John Curtis urged caution on the Reform SNP seat numbers on the BBC. Well, that makes sense.
You know, actually told an interesting story because the Labour share is hardly up.
Oh, it's all just about the independents in Waveney Valley now.
But what has actually happened is that 61% has been divided between the Conservatives and Reform.
There you go.
And it's these light blues.
That's the story of that.
It's the light blues that we're going to spend a lot of time looking at, aren't we? Because this is what's... It may be that Reform have only picked up, was it 13 seats in the exit poll? But it's just how much they're splitting.
You need to shush.
It's how much they're splitting the vote. It's how much they're splitting.
We're too excited.
We're ungovernable already.
I find you not. But what I can tell you is that there are 3 seats that are hoping to be first to declare. One of them, Gillian's with us, being Blythe and Ashington. And Gillian, I was told by one...
All right, Kev wants to chat. Let's have a look and see what Kev wants to say. Lib Dems having a great time. Well, they've established themselves as a third party again, at least, but...
Well, you know what, I'm being, disgusting.
I know what you mean. It's totally fine. It's probably an accurate descriptor anyway.
How are we doing, chat?
It's Grace. Oh, fuck, it's Helena. Yay!
It is.
Save me from Kevin. No, it's fine.
So, yeah, this is shit.
We were talking about Catboy Rishi Sunak.
Yeah.
What are you talking
about? How do you feel about Catboy Rishi Sunak?
Catboy Rishi Sunak, I mean, it's better than regular Rishi Sunak. I mean, you turn anybody into a catboy. Surely that's an improvement, right?
Yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know. Catboy Nick Fuentes is still just as bad as not
literally,
Catboy Nick
my
Fuentes.
mind, as soon as I said that, my mind went, maybe not Nick Fuentes, maybe not Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, right.
So what's our thoughts? What's your thoughts about the exit poll? Isn't this very depressing?
It is, but it's not massively unexpected, I guess. It's lower than people suspected.
Yeah, I predicted.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what is depressing is the Reform seats, like 13 fucking seats for Reform.
Yeah.
Predicted by yours truly, by the way.
I still think they won't get that.
Yeah,
I think that's still wrong.
I think they'll get 15.
I think because of they'll get. Oh, you reckon they'll get more than that? Okay.
Really?
I'm not
Jesus.
sure they'll get double figures, to be honest. I think the numbers are going to be skew-if on this because of the kind of late entry and the kind of slightly meteoric rise. I don't think the traditional way of going about this, in terms of the psephology, necessarily works entirely well. And I think because the overwhelming numbers they're going to get, and they are going to get a very significant chunk of the electorate, I think overstates the seats they will win in this exit poll, but they'll just have like a kind of a smattering of that huge number of people over far too dispersed a place, and I don't think they're well entrenched enough in any particular seats to get that number of seats. I genuinely, they just don't have the ground game to have done that well. I don't think in any particular area.
That's what's making me
maybe
really,
I'm wrong.
That's what's making me really doubt this, right? First of all, I was thinking, of course, the projections are showing Labour losing seats to Reform. So that's in Barnsley and Hartlepool that they're losing seats to Reform. But I also think that when I looked at it, my first thought was, I don't see how Tories get that many seats and also Reform pick up seats because they're eating into the same voter bases. That's what I think that's what's putting me off, on top of what Kevin says. Like, this is a party with no infrastructure, with no campaign team, with no party no party base. It's just the Nigel Farage corporation. The idea they could get so much local support with that little ground game canvassing during the election period, I find that very unlikely. But we'll see.
Social media game's been fucking insane, though. Actually, Cambridge Analytica levels reminiscent of.
That's true.
I think they've been very much targeting their base, and not just their base, fucking everybody. They've just been blanketing shit, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, they've literally only had one electoral leaflet for the entire nation. That's how that's what I mean when I say I don't think they have the ground game for this shit, is that there's nothing specific and targeted in these local areas that gets you over the line as a new party. It takes a long time to sort of bed in, I think. I mean,
Reform aren't voting because they have local concerns. They're voting because they want to get rid of the brown.
Yes. Well, I mean, obviously, a large percentage are, but I think in terms of winning some of these really narrow head-to-head contests, having candidates A from the area and B that their literature speaks to you in a way that actually matters rather than just being a generic thing actually might make the difference in a number of seats. Again, you've got to bear in mind in any race, it's these tiny factors will make the difference between winning by 100 or losing by 100, and there'll be several seats that will be well under 1,000 in terms of the majority, and that makes the difference between winning 7 seats or winning 20 seats, maybe. And so I mean, again, look, this might be entirely accurate. It was last time, but it was last time in lieu of the Brexit Party. Now, of course, Reform. I think the Tories will get fewer seats than this, and I think Reform will get fewer seats than this. Whether they go necessarily,
I hope so.
Some will go to the Lib Dems, some will go to Labour. Maybe the SNP might hold on to a couple in Scotland. We'll wait and see. But either way, by the way, this result for SNP, 10 seats. That's why.
Yes,
they're basically back to where they were in the 90s.
So I described this result as like the worst possible result for the left. Tories not wiped out, Reform gaining more seats than expected, Greens only getting Bristol Central, SNP wiped out, and and then on top of that, probably unlikely to win the independent contest as well. Like, Pfizer Sheen looks like she's already lost based upon people observing the count, and Corbyn supposed to be Corbyn's supposed to be a toss-up.
Gonna lose. I mean, Corbyn looks like he's gonna lose. I hope he doesn't. It'd be really great if he doesn't.
Well, I think it's a sign of how far right, well, not far right, but how much to the right the Labour Party have moved. In that they're going to get a historic majority, the biggest majority I think the Labour Party have ever received, and we're probably still going to end up with a more right-wing parliament than we had last time on these results.
Just like literally, people were saying, "Oh, are they going to be able to pass their their policy through the Commons?" And their policy's shit. I don't want free ports. I don't want to have to deal with fucking BlackRock owning our fucking country.
What I do want to deal with is people subscribing to my channel, and I thank you, Elliot Warman, for doing so.
Good
3
shout,
months,
good
much
shout.
love. Don't forget, in these trying times of economic nonsense, not all of us can just press the big red button. Some of us need help pressing the button. You can do so in the form of bits, subs, you can give subs, you can do Amazon Prime and all the rest of it. If you're on YouTube, hello there to the millions, I presume, that are now watching on YouTube with Helena. You can do you can do super chats and you become a member, and indeed gift subs, gift memberships even to other people, and you should do that. Otherwise, Keir Starmer wins, and no one wants that. This is how you do socialism, people.
You do socialism by giving a middle-aged white guy all your money.
I'm not middle-aged. I'm still young and beautiful. Fuck off. Although I was literally when I was on with Helena earlier, telling a story of going to Parliament 20 fucking years ago.
Oh. And I implied that he was older than he was by asking if he bumped into Dave Nellist.
Yeah, who was fucking that was in the 80s.
But that was my fault. That was my fault for not properly knowing the period in which Dave Nellist shared an office with Tony Blair.
Fucking neoliberalism.
I think he's still a councillor in Coventry, isn't he, Nellist? He's still around. I don't know that much.
He's for the as a Tusk guy, isn't he now?
I believe so. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Most handsome Lib Dem voter. Honestly, Scouse Raw, I'm going to have to actually... Oh, no, I'm on someone else's stream. I can't do it. I'm going to play Roblox
Minecraft, Roblox, you get the drill.
Exactly. But I can't say the thing that I said in my Discord that would definitely get me put on a watch list. Anyway. This election has aged Kev years. To be honest, it kind of has, because it's been so unbelievably vapid. It's been
really has.
Void of any actual content or substance at a time when we desperately need something to happen, and yet neither of the parties is offering anything. It's
depressing. Looking at these
literally depressing
on stage and thinking, you know what? Like, Starmer is probably marginally better than Rishi Sunak, but not by much. And I can't see any fucking significant... He's got the same fucking donors now. It's just all that's happened is that the establishment has like moved its support in the hopes that it can disguise itself behind the Labour Party, who are now
If the Murdoch clan and the Sun and all these gobshites are backing you, you are not getting my vote in a month of Sundays. It's not happening.
No, exactly.
Fuck you. You are my enemy. Like, there's that clip going around of Starmer saying, the Sun hurt this city when he was in Liverpool. And unfortunately, the people of Liverpool, because they're so desperate to get rid of the Tories, of course, and it's natural Labour territory, are going to continue to vote Labour. And they're going to reward his scum fuckery from a paper that knowingly lied about the deaths of nearly 100 of the people from that city. It fucking besmirched their corpses.
And accused
Calvin McKenzie
Republicans of like causing them and hurting and pissing on police officers and all sorts while they were trying to pissing on a police officer while they were trying to save somebody and
usually pissing on police officers is extremely based.
But you probably shouldn't do it if they're trying to save somebody's life.
Exactly, but thankfully they weren't doing that. It was literally made up. They said that they were rifling the pockets of the dead people to steal their shit. Again, absolutely no evidence for that. And of course, the people who murdered, and I'm going to say murdered, it's not been proven, obviously, in the court of law, but I'm going to say these people are fucking murderers. The people who murdered them, the police officers that allowed this to happen, none of whom have ever faced any legal repercussion. That's the system we live in.
Oh, we have a projected share of the vote out now. By the way, projected share of the vote is Labour 36.1, Conservative 25.8. This is the killer, though. Reform 17. Reform 17.2. Liberal Democrats 9.4, Greens 6.1, which is basically what we expected, and then SNP 2.6. Now that's some grim viewing.
Yeah.
Not good. It's not good.
Ideal.
But
I mean,
then
that's
again,
what worries me, right? Like, is so the Conservative Party gets wiped out, right? I think we can all agree, regardless of whether it's fucking 19% or 30% of the vote that the Conservatives end up getting, the Conservative fucking the Conservative Party doesn't look the same after this election, right? It's a different party, and the thing that really fucking scares me is, you know, the people who maintain their seats, people like Suella Braverman, Kemi Badenoch, fucking, you know, any of those fascist fucks, basically, Priti Patel, just all going in and being like, well, I guess we merged with Reform now, you know.
Can I just say,
And,
I'm very proud. Just as a Midlander, just going to take some pride here. Largest percentage fall of Conservative votes of any region in the country. Just
very nice.
Just putting out there, we are literally the most based people in the world.
My favourite part of this vote share, though, is that the Greens have gained more votes this election than Labour have.
Well,
the Greens are up
no
to 6.1%
for Labour.
Exactly. The Greens are up by 3.3%. Labour 3.2%.
Amazing. Well, that's the thing, and if this holds up, I mean, obviously, the Labour Party will try and focus on historic numbers, blah blah blah. But that was guaranteed a month ago. It was going to be historic fucking numbers, unless Keir Starmer came out as a kiddie diddler, like he was going to win a massive majority. The fact that it's gone down in the last few days from 250 to maybe 150,
yeah,
I think there'll have to be some not autopsy, what's the word? Anyway, about what's gone on here, because you can't have a guy who's this poor in front of the camera, like he's a sink of riz, unbelievable fucking loser, and no fucking policies. You're not giving anyone any reason, and it's the same thing when I talked with Bowler Hatman, and I said, why should I vote for Labour Party? And his first reply started talking about the Tories, and I had to interrupt him and say, I didn't ask you why I shouldn't vote Tory. I said, why should I vote Labour? And basically, the entire tenor of the Labour Party's campaign has been that exact conversation, but on a national scale. Don't vote for us. You get the Tories, you know. Well, hang on, why should I vote for you over them?
The Tories, yeah.
Although there was a very interesting one. Did you see the woman brushing her teeth image that they put out today with Rishi Sunak looking back in the mirror? Which is just like, is this a body dysmorphia point, or is she brushing her teeth into a fucking window with the Prime Minister outside?
The worst one I saw was they had like as if you're waking up in bed next to Liz Truss, and I was just like, what is this? That's grim.
Well, to be fair, if you're waking up in a bed with Liz Truss, you just had great anal sex. So, you know, I'm just saying, like, it's not all bad. Well, Kieran Saunders can tell you all about it. He's our correspondent on that exact issue. Thank you, Tilda, for the 5 gifties.
I'm literally a communist.
Say something nice or positive.
So first result has come in. Reform have got double the votes of the Conservative Party in Sunderland South. So Bridget Phillipson wins with a 7,000 majority. Turnout down 5%, 52% turnout in that seat. That's pretty terrible. And Reform UK more than double the votes of the Conservatives in the northern seats. This is a real changing of the guard we're seeing.
It really is, and I think what we'll see, and I talked about this earlier with Viv about the Brexit vote, the disillusioned Labour voter who voted for Brexit and probably voted with Boris Johnson to get Brexit done and all of that in the northern wall seats aren't necessarily going back to Labour in massive numbers in the way that the Labour Party were hoping was just going to be guaranteed. Now they've been given an alternative, in the same way that they were given an alternative with Brexit, which was a shit alternative, but they've got no benefit from the status quo. Offering them no change is to offer them the misery they currently have. So they might as well roll the dice. How could it get worse?
The thing is,
And the
all
same
of these
mistake was
voters,
made
right?
with Brexit is the same mistake that you're making now. You're offering status quo in a change election.
And also, in all of these like seats, right? These like red wall seats, for example, they all increased their vote share in 2017 for the Labour Party. Tories increased as well, but Labour increased their vote share in all of these seats in 2017. In fact, the Labour have lost votes. Labour have lost votes between 2017 and now in the seats they held in that election.
Yeah. To rather prove my point, the great swing here is minus 20%, or sorry, minus 19% for Conservatives, 13% of which, and I'm going to guess it's mostly this way, 13% of which goes to Reform, 7% Labour. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, the Reform Party are hoovering up those disaffected Tories and disaffected Red Wall Labour voters who don't, like, they know that he doesn't represent either the north of England or, frankly, any part of England outside of the M25, really.
Mm.
You know, he's your ultimate southern fucking rat, basically. You know. I'm trying not to use the C word. What was the word we had earlier? Mutant.
Mutant, yeah.
It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. I have waited for this. I've waited for this since 2010. Okay. You know, like, and we finally get to the point where the Conservatives, yeah, and I just.
Well, it's historic in the sense that, like,
fuck it, whatever.
Like, if you're a younger person, this might only be the second time you've ever had a change of government in your lifetime. From 1997 to today, we've had well, technically, I suppose you could say 3 with the Lib Dem coalition, but let's be honest, that was a Tory government with a Lib Dem cock. So you've had basically 2 changes of government ever in your lifetime. And what real change was there? How dispiriting, how absolutely fucking dispiriting and undermining of people's faith in democracy, which is exactly the kind of swamp from which fascism rises. Because people lose their faith in democracy, so what's the point in voting for someone who's going to give you more shite? The strong man says the strong thing. Why not go with that? As we sleepwalk towards Nigel Farage declaring war on fucking Germany or something.
There'll be France over the boats, right? But, like, again, like, what are you saying, Kev? Kev. Just let me get clear for you. Are you saying that a drop in material conditions is the ripe ground for fascism to flourish?
Quite literally, that is exactly what I'm suggesting, yes.
Yeah.
That when times are good, people look for more centrist, safe options. When times are desperate, people seek desperate solutions. And not very good ones often, unfortunately. Look at France, for instance.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you, Macron. I mean, really, you played a blinder there, lad. You absolute fucking tool.
Another fucking idiot who called an election when he fucking shouldn't have done.
Yeah, absolutely.
That wasn't very fucking smart, was it?
No, it was not. You never know. The second round, they might be able to pull some rabbit out of a fucking hat if they can get their fucking asses together.
Genuinely, Starmer is so fucking dislikable, and he's run this campaign so fucking poorly. And I'm sorry, I don't agree with Christie about this 4D chess. He's just trying to be as unoffensive as possible. I do think that's partially his goal for sure. But I think he's fucked it because they've been consistently dropping. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like,
well, because he's offered nothing. It's not even that he's offered bad things necessarily, although I think some of them very much are fucking bad things. But he hasn't really offered anything. I said this earlier with you, but I'd be interested to hear your take on this as well, Helena. When Blair came in, it was obvious what he wanted to do and achieve, regardless of whether you liked it or not. Just on a basic level, you understood what his sort of mission was, to use the fucking annoying Starmerite phrase. He knew what his mission was and what he was going to try and achieve. What the fuck is Starmer going to do?
Well, I mean, somebody's asked me.
I don't know fundamentally.
Well, somebody's asked me in chat, what's the difference between Labour and between Cameron and Starmer austerity? Cameron, he may have been reckless to, democide a bunch of poor people, right? But he wasn't so reckless as to essentially just go bargain basement for the entirety of the world's corporations to eat our country. Like people keep saying, oh, well, Labour, you can't trust Labour with the economy. And I'm like,
cut corporation tax.
I mean, but what he's not doing, he's just slashing every single regulation that we have, plus inviting BlackRock in to be able to eat up the country to chase quick growth at the expense of votes later using PFI 2.0, right? Real bargain basement shit that's on offer.
Yeah.
Because, you know, people keep saying, right, this is an important thing. When people keep saying, oh, you can't trust Labour with the economy. Labour are fiscally irresponsible. Well, that's just not true. The Tories are the ones who don't know how the economy works. But Labour are so desperate into manufacturing a world where they don't do the good things, like Blair did with PFI, that they actually end up being worse for the economy in the long term. Just because whenever the Labour right take power, they do stupid shit like PFI rather than just being Keynesians. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I do see what you mean there. Yeah, but like I said, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what he wants to do in a sort of broader sense, but you could definitely get the understanding from some of the briefings that have come out in the last couple of days. And again, it's the complacency and to Viv's point about the campaign being shit. Is that the mood music behind it all is so fucking terrible, because he's literally having people brief that there are going to have to be Liz Truss-like cuts to red tape.
Exactly.
So the very thing they've been campaigning on, which fucking destroyed the economy, that means that we can't do this, that and the other ever again, and it's the worst thing ever, and the Tories are so irresponsible, he wants to now do.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
I mean,
libertarian
bravo.
Brexit dream coming true, turning UK into Ireland 2.0, and it's coming from the Labour Party.
Well,
and the country will be destroyed, and they'll blame the left because it's the red team doing it. Just like they blamed the left when Blair did it, when it was literally deregulating the financial sector that caused the fucking GFC that tanked the Labour Party in 2010. It's infuriating.
I genuinely, I want to hear from the fucking James O'Brien Media Industrial Complex facts. What they think of Keir Starmer on the verge of this vote, saying the UK will not rejoin the EU in my lifetime. Because literally, what have you got to hold your hat on then? What's he going to do that's going to be any fucking good for you, FBPE twats?
Keep their taxes low. That's it. They'll keep their taxes low. That's the only thing they care about. He's not putting up their taxes. That makes him the chosen one. Again, it's just they offers them literally. That's all they offer them.
Well, I genuinely, I'm going to dedicate the next few years of content to pointing out the likes of JOB, who, by the way, can we have a brief moment's silence for Laura Koonsberg having to pass the torch of the government's biggest dick rider over to JOB for the next few years? The fucking James O'Brien and Supertansky and all these fucking people, the kind of people I'm talking about, them shielding their eyes, averting their gaze to the exact same problems and the exact same corruptions and the exact same failed, fucked up policies, the same austerity, the same undermining and hollowing out of Britain's economy, because it's the red team. And I'm going to fucking hound them. With every fucking fibre in my being, I'm going to hound them over it, because you wanted the red team, but it's just the lever on the fucking trolley is now red rather than blue. You're still getting run over, you prat.
You know, James O'Brien did all those fucking phone-ins on.
I mean, the Sensibles, Mr. Sensible himself, yeah.
On Brexit, right? Like, you voted for Brexit. Where's the benefits? What has got better for you since Brexit? Like, what? Yeah. Why did you vote Brexit? I want to see people doing the same fucking thing to him over Starmer. I really do. It won't happen.
Yeah. No, it won't happen. No. Well, in the same way that this is how the government
I want to see that.
The government dick riding industrial complex works. He's there to answer legitimate questions about Keir Starmer. He's there to run defence. He's the laying down covering fire to protect, the general. That's it. Yeah. That's all he will do for the next 5 years, and it's fucking tragic because he's a very effective communicator, and he's going to use those powers for evil.
I'm just cutting through with a completely different thing. I just saw this on my feed. There's somebody looking at the total forecast Liberal Democrat vote share, and it's literally gone up nowhere. North 0%, Midlands 0%, South 0%, and it's just like, but they're still getting like triple their seats because of how concentrated their vote is, which I think is quite funny.
Yeah. Well, exactly, because this is what the Greens are going to have to do over the course of time. You establish yourself and you take root in places. Definitely what they've done in Brighton with Caroline Lucas, and now with, I forget the name of the candidate who's replacing her, that they've laid down roots in that area. Hopefully, Carla, then you can do the same in Bristol, because it's not just that area, but it's the areas around it.
Exactly, and there were loads of high Green...
Oh, did you hear about that Green MP that did the such and such, or fucking called Rishi Sunak a wanker in Parliament, or whatever, right? And they get a name and a reputation. So then when they're campaigning in their constituency, they can maybe get some councillors elected. And then hopefully, you can actually start to grow and like a kind of virus take over a local area. And the Lib Dems have been very effective at that. They've got control of certain councils, which is slightly mad when you think about it.
Which is like how Greens have like 800 councillors around the country as well.
Yeah, but unfortunately, sort of dispersed, right? They're dispersed amongst all of the various councils, so they don't necessarily pack as much of a punch as their overall majority or their overall votes would take you to be. Because first past the post is fucking dog shit. We know it's undemocratic and it's fucking the country up.
You hope that all this can work, but like the only reason Starmer is winning this election is because Rupert Murdoch's on his side now. That's it. That's it.
It's incredible. Honestly, it's incredible, right?
Yeah.
You have the big billionaire capitalists, like every and their fucking mum, all of the richest people in the country, all of these business brains, like the FT, the Times, the Sun, the Mirror, the Guardian, all of these people coming out and backing Keir Starmer, Dale Vince, doesn't matter what sector of society they're from, they all come out and back the establishment's man. And what do we get? 4% lower than Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, being hounded as an anti-Semite terrorist who's a threat to the country.
That's the thing you've got to bear in mind. The same massively powerful media machine that was fucking hated Corbyn there was a Czechoslovak spy. He was a fucking Russian asset. He was a danger to Britain. He was an anti-Semite. He was a Nazi. People like Job and Tony Robinson, they couldn't possibly vote for this man. He's a piece of shit. And the exact same people being massively in favour. Literally, Tony Robinson dancing down the street like a fucking doddery old cunt. Just fuck off, mate. Just go away.
You know what? As well. You know what this tells us?
But the same media establishment going with him, and he's going to end up with a smaller percentage of the vote than Corbyn, and that will never be mentioned by any of these fucking hacks. Never. Corbyn bad, Starmer good. Vibes.
What's interesting, I think, what this shows is that people have no respect. They have no respect for the opinions of their superiors anymore. This is what's changed. The big change that we see here is all of these people who represent the establishment can come out and tell you specifically, this is the man that you have to back, this is the movement you have to back, we know what's best for you. And people said, no, I want Nigel Farage. People said, no, I want the guy who's destroyed the country, for example.
We've seen the full extent of the democratisation of opinion. Back when Lord Beaverbrook basically controlled the media narrative for an entire fucking nation, or back when Rupert Murdoch was in a similar position in the 80s and 90s. You saw them being able to manipulate things just in a minute way. Whereas now you've got 1 million people with a blog or a camera, and they can stream, or Substacks and all the rest of it. You've seen a massive dispersal of that concentrated media power. And that, in general, I think is a good thing, actually, for A, democracy, and B, for undermining corrupt power elites. But unfortunately, in this instance, it's been co-opted by someone who is part of the corrupt power elite, i.e. a fucking wanker banker like Nigel Farage.
Oh, fucking Dan Jarvis is going to lose his seat. I mean, if Reform UK are going to get rid of anybody, getting rid of Dan Jarvis is fucking hilarious.
There's going to be some odd bedfellow type shit tonight, like... frankly, there are some seats that Labour might lose to either Reform or the Tories or something that actually I wouldn't give a fuck about. There are some people I'd like to see fucking lose. Simple as that. I don't want to see Tories sent to Parliament, but I also don't want to see red Tories sent to Parliament. And if it fucks over them and maybe makes the point that actually maybe we need to put some progressive policies in a manifesto at some point, that might be for the best, actually.
Yeah, Dan Jarvis leaving after backing military action in Syria. Like, I'm so fucking glad he's going to go if he's going to replace Barry. If anyone can get fucked by reform, Dan Jarvis can get fucked extra hard.
Tiny question. I know it's entirely unlikely and it's almost definitely not going to happen. But I'm just wondering what the procedure is if Starmer loses his seat. So Starmer loses his seat, Labour win a massive fucking landslide.
Leadership election, and then they have a prime minister.
Yeah.
They'll choose a caretaker prime minister. There'll be leadership election.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In theory, like with David Cameron, you can be a member of the House of Lords and be prime minister, but there hasn't been a House of Lords prime minister for like 250 years, and that would be realistically impossible. Look, it was fucking shitty and undermining of democracy and very unpopular at Westminster just to have the foreign secretary in the Lords. To have the prime minister there would be just that's not a thing that would happen. There would have to be a leadership election. And to be honest with you, I don't think Labour Together would be too bothered by that, because I don't think they think that Keir Starmer is the best option they have. He was supposed to be a stopgap to bring them back to maybe like a hung parliament or a small Tory majority at this election, had the Tories not fucking imploded, and then they were going to get their man involved, whoever that person is, maybe a Wes Streeting or something, someone with a bit more charisma and slick kind of thing.
What, Wes Streeting charisma?
Well, by comparison to fucking dead-eyed freak.
I don't know. Every time I look at Wes Streeting, he looks Weasley and evil.
Well, he is Weasley, but my point is, it's not what me and you think; it's what the public think.
No, but he looks like in the face. There's something about his face.
Look at this fucking div in the purple hat.
Rat fuck. Sorry.
This div in the. Oh, actually, I'm not even showing it to you, am I? Sorry, hang on. I'll put it on the Discord. The teller in Blythe is dressed like a suffragette or something. I don't even know what the fuck this get-up is.
I mean, some people do dress as suffragettes for the election, and some of them are TERFs and some of them are not.
She's like a teller. I don't think she actually is dressed like a suffragette. It's like some sort of purple 19th century gown and hat thing. Very odd. Ian Lavery.
Another northern seat with reform getting double the votes of the Tories.
Yeah. Ian Lavery, he's the Ways and Means Committee chairman guy, isn't he?
SCG member.
I think I remember him being fairly based, yeah.
SCG, yeah, he's good.
Yeah, Socialist Campaign Group, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, reform again. I mean, they're still miles behind, but the fact that they're hoovering up votes in the north should be worrying for both. Yeah, that's him. Yeah,
should be worrying for anybody with a fucking conscience, in all honesty. But yeah.
Well, I need to go to the loo, and then I've got to join with Novara. So I will leave you guys to entertain the chat whilst I'm gone, and then I will have to jump off for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Better come back, bitch.
That's unnecessarily harsh.
What? Saying she should come back.
No, calling her a bitch.
So she better come back, bitch.
Fair enough. Wonder what Andrea Ledsam's talking about. So funny to me that this, I'm going to use the word now, this bitch, literally lost the leadership election to the Tory because she was like, Theresa May doesn't know what it's like to be a parent. Her and her fucking barren womb would not know anything about this. And then, fucking.
That's horrific. What the fuck, dude?
Well, I don't think she literally said barren womb, but basically she did. And she was secretly recorded, and then she had to step down. So that was the first of the unelected prime ministers. We've had many of those since.
Oh, Andrea Leadsom.
Yeah, just an absolute fucking freak of a woman. Awful. I presume she's not standing, given that she's sat in a studio in London rather than wherever the fuck her seat was.
Yeah,
that's another thing. There's been a record turnover. The Tories were going to get battered so hard that there's been a record turnover already. Literally, the number of people not standing again It's huge
Yeah.
by comparison to the natural wastage, I think is the phrase that gets used. Why are reforms so popular? That's an interesting thing. It's a weird coalition of different reasons. Firstly, of course, there are lots of racists. That's first and foremost the thing you've got to bear in mind. The number one appeal of Nigel Farage has always been some weird racist shit, right? Secondly, there's a lot of disaffection. A lot of people are looking for any kind of alternative, really.
And they
And
don't want to vote
and
Labour
thirdly,
because they hate the lefties.
well, exactly, yeah. The people on the right are looking for something else, and the Conservatives are fucking despised. I mean, really, no one likes the Conservatives. Not even the Conservatives like the Conservatives. We've literally had fucking Soubry, a former Tory minister under Cameron, was it? I think, come out and say that you should vote Labour.
Okay,
You've had defections.
Soubry has always been kind of weirdly lefty for a Tory. Not lefty.
Well, you know,
lefty.
she's one of the Webs, no doubt about it. But the point is that even sort of natural Tory voters, i.e., people who are literally Tory MPs, are saying vote Labour because they're that despised. And so people on the right who would never vote Labour and would never vote Lib Dem and Green for exactly the same reasons are gravitating towards Nigel Farage, a person who, by the way, you've got to bear in mind, even though he doesn't have a ground game in the country, he has a well-established political machine because he was a member of the European Parliament 25 years ago. Like, he's been a political force in Britain for 2 decades at least. So he's like a known entity in Conservative circles, and most of these people probably either voted for UKIP or voted for Brexit at some point in the past, and so they're comfortable with him. They're comfortable. It's not like Carla Denyer or something where they have to be introduced to this new person. Who is this person? What do they stand for? What's their vibe? What's their thing? They already know what Nigel Farage is, so it's not that big a deal to step from Tories to Reform. You know,
he's had 2 decades to build up his brand with the help of constant platforming from the BBC. And I've got to go, folks. It's been fun chatting. I'll definitely be back later on.
Yeah, enjoy Navarra and all the rest of it.
You'll be back next
Pop back
Tuesday?
on later if you want.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
100%. See you in a bit.
Awesome.
Okay.
Bye.
Everyone.
Oh, okay, right. Let me bring up the Novara thing. Yeah, we shall see. We'll see what ends up happening. Sorry, obviously I was chatting with Kevin Viv, didn't really have much to say with chat. I do apologise for abandoning you all. Hope we're all doing well in chat. Mash is doing live soon. We'll definitely see what he wants to say. I'm not sure, John DeBrazen. We watch from here, yeah. I'm gonna be keeping the stream on so that you can still hear me from my end. JK part, if exit poll is right, will Labour need to be on will some Labour need to be on the opposition benches? I don't think so. Yeah, Blythe just declared it was a Labour hold 3 in Lavery. Boundary changes too hard to compare. Never thought I'd be disheartened at a Labour landslide, but it's the worst result barring a Tory landslide. Oh yeah, like this is just fucking blackpilling shit, it really is. Anyone know the first close call seat announcement? I'm not sure. The exit poll gives Carla Denyer a 99% chance to win in Bristol Central. True. I mean, this is definitely the line that we start from to be able to build a movement alternatively. But how we win people over is going to be difficult, and we're just going to have like 5 years of Nigel Farage constantly on TV. I mean, my expectation was 8 reform wins, so it's slightly above my thoughts, but. When we start seeing Tories lose their seats, I guess we'll be able to get a bit more chipper, won't we? I think we'll still end up closer to 8 than we will 13 reform seats, but there's still plenty of the night is yet young. We need to have alternative to Keir's vision ready by 9 AM Monday morning. But what platform to tell people about it? That's the problem. And we think the Greens will get 2 seats. 2 or 3. Maybe Waveney Valley, but it's looking unlikely. Oh no, like the people mocking Reform UK voters as being stupid are just shooting themselves in the foot and creating more enemies. It's nonsense. Like, bottom tier. It's a way of being able to create more people who dislike you. Yeah, it's antagonistic in the way that doesn't build bridges. If you'd make fun of Reform UK, it's like stupid or something. It's interesting to see that the Lib Dem polls are way below what the actual polls leading up to the election were. A real tightening between left and right, if not between the actual. Yeah. Hull East is a toss-up between Labour and Reform. I'm not surprised. It's just crazy to me to see the Labour vote drop from 42% a week ago to 36 now, and Tories. There were some MRP polls that had Tories on 15%, and we're now projected at 26%. That doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. Then again, if they're too far gone, no one's ever too far gone, but the important thing is being able to have enough bridges available to come back to you when they can, which means not burning it. As long as there's a bridge available, you can make the points and they can be too far gone, but as long as that bridge is there for them to walk back over, then, Right, I'm just looking at Novara for a sec. I don't know which 13 seats now.
Seats. We were just talking about Reform now being second in Bridget Phillipson's seat. Is that driven by presumably that's driven by anti-migrant sentiment, is that correct? And do you think that will be something that Labour finds it impossible to ignore, and they have enough of these MPs who you've got a massive majority, but if you've got a few key MPs who want to keep their seats and they're saying, well, I need something to tell these Reform voters. Do you see that as being a direction of travel in British politics at the moment?
So one of the key trends we know, which I don't think will surprise many, but is important to understand this election result, is that 2019 Conservatives, people that voted for Boris Johnson essentially, tend to put immigration as their number one issue. And 2019 Conservatives switching to Reform overwhelmingly above all other issues prioritise immigration. And so, fundamentally, whilst it might feel like a simplistic way of explaining this election result, the right has split over the issue of immigration, and the perception amongst those voters, the Conservatives simply haven't delivered, and that under first past the post is pretty devastating. There are other factors going on, like I say, there are people moving to Labour over public services and the cost of living, but that is a key component of this election result. So that's obviously a problem that the Conservatives and Reform are going to have to work out what they're doing about that in the future. From a Labour perspective, though, what's really noticeable in the polling is that when you ask the public which party do you trust on immigration, the Conservatives or Labour, the majority will say neither. And so at the moment, that's not really punishing Labour in this election, for reasons we've sort of explained. But it will become Labour's problem, won't it, in office? They will become the incumbents, they'll become the government, it will become the issue that they own. And I suppose some of these questions we've had about the so-called Red Wall, or the north of England, or the areas of the Midlands that were strong for Leave and strong for Brexit back in 2016, a lot of those dynamics haven't gone away. And how they manifest themselves with Labour in office, I guess, remains to be seen. But I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that immigration is going to remain a key issue for that 2019 Tory voting coalition. And now they're out of office, you'd expect the Conservatives will see that as a key route, for them getting back to power. So I think it's going to be a significant issue. But again, I'll go back to the original point. It is kind of about delivery. Labour will want to be able to show that they can deliver on all of the issues that the public care about the most, and that they're making progress, so that they can run a campaign, whenever it might be, 4 years' time or so, that says, we're making progress, let us finish the job, don't go back to the chaos of the Conservatives. It's the oldest political campaign in the book in many ways. You have time for change, you have stay the course. Those are the two sort of key messages in elections, really. And Labour will want to run a stay the course campaign next time, I'm sure. And so part of that's being able to show there's a course that you need to stay to. And obviously Rishi Sunak hasn't been able to do that.
Kieran Pedley, thank you so thank you so much for joining me. I suddenly got Grace in my ear, but that's irrelevant to the people watching at home. Kieran, thank you for your time. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Michael.
I'm assuming Grace is going to appear at some point because I just heard her arrival. But I want to hear from you two. I spoke to John Trickett earlier, and he was talking about sort of the left needing to come up with a vision. Do you think the left are going to have any relevance in this parliament? I mean, a majority of 170, if that's what it turns out to be, I mean, that's a lot bigger than the Socialist Campaign Group, is one way of putting it.
Yeah, I think that, I do think it will be interesting to see what happened in the seats where independents challenged Labour from the left. Even if they don't win any seats off of Labour, I think it will be interesting to see what the kind of turnout was, what the vote share was, because it will give an indication of whether or not this is a viable strategy to put pressure on the Labour Party. But I do think that over the next 5 years, we are likely going to be seeing a lot more, it's going to have to go back to the streets in many ways, social movements, things.
Grace and Helena, if you're both just okay to hold tight for a minute, and we'll be with you in a moment.
That audio is really quiet.
There's power and pressure. Ideally, we would be able to do it with 1 foot in Parliament and 1 foot out. But I cannot see the left, because I think it's very difficult to overestimate, to overstate how much Jeremy Corbyn surging to, winning the leadership of the Labour Party was a horror show. For the establishment and for the right wing of the Labour Party. And I cannot see that happening for another generation. So I think that kind of external pressure, seeing to what extent doing that external pressure in forms of targeted campaigning against Labour MPs and going for their seats, but also more broadly social movement coalition building is going to be our only vehicle for political expression and power.
We have got another result. It's in Blythe, Ashington, and here they are zooming in. I love it. Labour on... zooming in again. Is this the same seat or a different seat? Blythe and Ashington, perfect. Labour on 50%, Reform on 27%, the Conservatives on 15%, the Greens on 5%, and the Lib Dems on 4%. And can we see the changes? Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Basically, all you can see is very little change, apart from the Conservatives down and Reform up by 18% in both parts. So, obviously, maybe oversimplifying it, but that just looks like shed loads of Conservatives went over to Reform and everyone else voted the way they did in the last general election. Thoughts?
Yeah, is that Ian Lavery's seat, I think?
I think that is Ian Lavery's seat, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense in that seat for that to be the case. I mean, there's always been there was a strong Brexit Party presence there, as I'm sure Ian would be happy to tell you. Yeah, look, I mean, I think we've seen a repeat here of what we just saw earlier with the Reform catching very closely into second place. In this case, I think it'll be really.
And Helena and Grace, are you both ready? Give me a nod. Legends, coming soon.
You know, where Conservative voters are going, where Labour voters are going, really, really important. Whether there's a differential with a left-wing Labour MP like Ian Lavery and a relatively right-wing Labour MP like Bridget Phillipson in terms of the affection in which, or the degree to which they are held in affection in their constituency. Just to mention the left, to pick up on what Dahlia was saying, question of Corbyn in Parliament will be very important. It looks like that's going to be quite a close result in Islington North. That will provide, I think, naturally a focus for left-wing energy and agitation. I think that's a mixed blessing in some ways. I think his defeat would be very bad for the left in the short term. The left's voice in Parliament will be deeply diminished, but there are issues that are going to arise in the course of this Parliament which are inevitable. It's not just Gaza, which will be immediately important, especially if Israel opens a northern front against Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's going to be hugely, hugely important if that happens. Climate is going to be really, really significant over the course of this Parliament, not just in the terms that we've already seen it, but the increasing supply shocks. So it would generate supply shocks in energy, it would generate supply shocks in food. Of course, those of us who have bought olive oil recently have seen the results.
Tell me about olive oil. It's like a nightmare going to shop and trying to buy olive oil.
So it will come through into cost of living, but that, food flows will be important as well. So there's lots of opportunity here for the climate movement to intervene in the politics of this Parliament, perhaps not in Parliament itself, whether that's through protests, whether that's through finding some sort of hybrid here. But look, I mean, it's time for the left to get up off the mat. We've been sort of licking our wounds since 2019. That's in some ways legitimate. But really, I mean, giving all our attention to the Labour Party, I think is unwise at this point. So yeah, I mean, there are opportunities here as well, but influence in Parliament, not going to be very strong.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. The great olive oil riots of 2025 is what I'm looking forward to. Joining me now over the line are Grace Blakely and Helena, aka No Justice MTG, both Green Party supporters, I think. If it were the case that the Greens only win 2 seats, is that a great disappointment? I'll begin with you, Helena.
I don't think it's necessarily a disappointment. My predictions coming into this election were...
Sorry to interrupt you, Helena, but Gary, I can't hear the guest again and I'm not going to be able to respond. Perfect. Helena, can you begin again for me? Thank you very much.
Worries. I don't think it's necessarily a disappointment. When it was coming into this election, my assumption was that it was going to be around about 2 or 3 seats. I wasn't predicting necessarily that they would win Waveney Valley or Isle of Wight East or North Herefordshire. I just knew that there was going to be 2 big bastions of Green support and a broad increase in the vote share across most of the kind of Labour stronghold seats where they've lost support over abandonment on economics, where they've lost support over Gaza. Really and truly, we needed more Green voices in Parliament, but the big chance of this election for the Green Party was base building. Build voices in communities, build along where we already have councillors and try to build a base of support for next time round. Whether it's 2 or 3 or 4 MPs, I don't think that's really the point of inflection in 2024. 2029 is where we've got to take what we've built now in our communities and through vote share, and then be able to take that into another election when all the tactical vote sites, instead of saying you have to vote Labour, it turns this is a seat where both Greens and Labour can win.
That's a really good point, actually. Sort of the amount of seats where Greens become second place is also significant, as well as the amount of seats they actually win. I mean, on the flip side, that's also the case for Reform. So sort of if you worry about the far right in the country, the fact that Reform will now, it seems, become second place in many seats could also be worrying. Grace, Ian Lavery back in Parliament, that's somewhat of a pleasing development.
thinking, I guess, back to 2015 when, that was the last time I voted Green. None of the issues that gave rise to the Corbyn moment, the movement, the surge in support for the left, none of those issues have gone away. And for people who have, in the Labour Party, spent the last 8 years defining themselves as people who, whose political careers depend on attacking the left, beating back the left, Wes Streeting, who, has responded to any criticism of his stance on healthcare by just saying, oh, you're a left-wing keyboard warrior, that's so terrible. These people are going to have to govern now, and they're going to have to govern in the context of all of the problems that they gave rise to this movement that they so existentially hate, none of them having gone away. So yes, that's the climate crisis, obviously, but it's also the cost of living, it's poverty, it's inequality. It's actually a very profound challenge to our democracy that we're seeing, not just because what looks like it's going to be a relatively unproportional parliament, but also because things like voter turnout are going to be very low. Also because people's policy preferences aren't going to be reflected in what this government does. And to respond to the last conversation that you were just having, the left has a very significant role there. It's easy to just kind of look back over the last 8 years of politics and think, oh, the left's role has only ever been to build institutions and try and kind of create a force within the Labour Party, take over the state, etc. But actually, we have a very significant role here that, it might be somewhat easy to forget, which is we need to make trouble for these people. We need to force these issues that gave rise to Corbynism in the first place, into the front and centre of politics. And that means organising in our communities, in our workplaces, and having a very strong presence on the street as well. So I'm looking forward to making trouble for Starmer. I think it's going to be fun.
Helena, I want to know your thoughts. You're a Green Party member, as far as I understand. I think there is, time should be ripe, let's say, for a campaign for proportional representation. And in terms of getting people interested in, because people aren't interested in constitutional questions very often, let's face it, to see sort of Green Party politicians campaigning with Reform Party politicians, would get headlines at least. It would be risky. Obviously, you might have some Green Party members or Green Party voters who then say, we don't want to be anywhere near that party, we're going to vote Labour next time. I mean, it would be a risk. But can you see that sort of conversation happening, and what would you think about it?
I think the problem that I have is because the Conservatives have won slightly more seats than I was expecting, because the Labour vote hasn't been strong enough, especially across voter bases who wouldn't usually be able to get to vote for them. The Conservatives now have no interest in being able to at least soft look at proportional representation. There's no reason for that. The establishment too are aware they are, and that can shift backwards by the next election. The tide hasn't really turned against first past the post, in terms of the people who genuinely support it in the way they otherwise wouldn't have done if this was the kind of 40%, 20% vote share splits that the polls were looking like they were going to be, 7 days ago. Because all the Tories do by supporting this means that Reform take more vote shares off them, and Labour don't want to get more vote share off the Greens either. And also the argument for, this is so much further away than the broad vote share of the people who've won, which is usually how you'd be able to get against the proportional representation argument. Like if Labour was sitting here on a massive 250 seat majority off of 38% of the vote, I think the argument for proportional representation would have been stronger than this kind of large majority Blair style, but not enough that it wipes the Conservative Party out, therefore broadly uniting the right of politics, along with the kind of the progressive left in opposing an incredibly undemocratic system. Like the voice on the right and the left, I don't think is strong enough given the results that we've seen for proportional representation.
Grace, I want to know your thoughts on this. What do you think will be the sort of first economic crises that face this government? And I suppose I've been thinking actually a lot about sort of the public sector and public sector workers, because I think there is going to be a mood sort of in the public sector potentially to say, there's a Labour government, we want a pay rise, we need a pay rise. And obviously Labour have said, we're not going to spend any money. And I could imagine a showdown that could be very politically damaging there.
I mean, if we started seeing strikes across the public sector in support of higher wages, that would be, yes, damaging to the government and potentially a good opportunity for organising. Personally, I think that the kind of economic crises that we're going to be seeing over the next 5 years will be a lot more slow burning. So Labour has basically said that they are going to stick to these fiscal rules. They're not going to raise taxes. They're allegedly going to fund all of their spending pledges through growth. Now, if you look at what's going on in the global economy at the moment, that does not look particularly good. And most of what happens when it comes to growth in this country, when you don't have a government that's investing a lot in, boosting GDP through kind of expansionary fiscal policy, that's going to relate to what's going on in the global economy. Growth in Europe is anemic. In some of our major trading partners in Europe, it's looking pretty bad, and that's not going to change. The US is doing okay, but again, there's a question about what happens, with the Trump presidency, and also what happens as this new Cold War with China continues to mount, and that's going to be something quite significant. Growth in China as well has been slowing and is also pretty anemic. So there's, this kind of ongoing issue that we've had for quite a while now, which the period of low interest rates was supposed to arrest, which was this challenge of kind of secular stagnation, of slowing productivity, slowing growth, and alongside that, lower wages. Now, alongside that, and something that could potentially bring this, create this, that transform this slow burn into an actual crisis, is that you have stagnation at the same time as you have these kind of supply side challenges that lead to these basically peaks in inflation that we've seen already, one of, and that was to do with a number of contingent factors, including the war in Ukraine, including the reopening from the pandemic, but also because of climate. We're going into this with a hurricane season already in the Atlantic that's looking, fairly unprecedented in some ways. That is going to create chaos in a lot of places. Extreme weather events are going to continue to create chaos. We're going to continue to see, desertification. We're going to continue to have many countries struggling to produce enough food. That's going to create some unpredictable, potentially inflationary incidents over the course of the next several years. So if you have that combination of kind of repeated slight cost of living crises alongside stagnation, you do get this recipe for a series potentially of economic disasters.
I'm literally a communist.
And those disasters that could actually be leveraged, as you were saying, through by the labour movement to make demands for higher wages from a Labour government, which would obviously put them in significant political pressure, under significant political pressure. But we have to bear in mind that these pressures are always going to be felt much more by the poorest in society. And the job is just to try and convert that rage and disillusionment that most people are feeling after a decade of more than a decade of stagnation and more than a decade of being ignored by political leaders into a positive force for change rather than a reactionary force just purely against the system as it is now.
And presumably, I would imagine, so you're talking about climate there. I mean, reform having a presence in Parliament, I would imagine the Conservatives sort of trying to move closer to reform. That means we could now have a real backlash against net zero. I think it could easily be the case that sort of the next Conservative leader says, we want to have a referendum on net zero. And, I think that potentially is bubbling under the surface, but hasn't quite yet had political expression, basically because, none of the major parties have adopted this anti-climate position. Helena, do you think that could be, a real big political issue of high salience over the next few years if the Tories and reform sort of take it on as a battle cry?
I think I'll find it difficult to see how that works. When you look at polling in terms of support for pro-climate policy in this country, even amongst Conservative voters, they poll in terms of those policies much higher than even some portions of the Democratic Party voter base in America, or even people from Macron's party in France. In terms of being pro-green in this country, in terms of green policy, we're actually further ahead than a bunch of other Western counterparts on these issues. A lot of the kind of Southwest kind of blue wall liberal conservative people fully support the green transition. And I really only think that the true supporter base that is vehemently anti-net zero is reform, and even in their own messaging, their own messaging isn't even, well, apart from Richard Tyson, some descriptions, they only really say things like, well, this will make us poorer, rather than, climate change doesn't exist, for example. There is some climate denialism amongst their voter base, that's to be sure, but I don't think that there is enough of a current supporter base who's vehemently anti-climate or even sceptical of it to be able to foment that vote further, especially since as demographic aging moves forward, as current voter bases move out of the electorate and millennials become more of the main electoral cohort, people who are fully sold on climate action, I don't think that 5 years and 13 seats in Parliament is enough for Reform UK to have a big enough effect on an already pro-climate voter base to be able to move that over.
And in terms of Grace, sort of the Green Party vote. So again, the usual disclaimer. It might be the case that the exit polls are wrong, but it seems as if the Greens have won their two sort of metropolitan, very left-wing seats. So Bristol and Brighton. There were a couple of other seats, I think Hereford and Waveney, which seemed more like where they were appealing to Tory voters. Do you think the fact that they've been successful, or it seems as if they will be successful in those two seats, means that we can expect the Greens basically to sort of double down on a very liberal, very left-wing position?
I hope so. And I think the reason that that's important is relating to the conversation we were just having. Climate is going to become another kind of culture war issue, but not really a culture war issue, in the sense that it will become, as Reform are trying to make it, a question of, the liberal metropolitan elite are trying to make everyone poorer by introducing 15-minute cities. And having a strong climate movement is important for like pushing this issue onto the agenda. As we've seen, it's important for holding politicians to account, for kind of, the divestment movement, for example. It's really, really critical for that. When we think about the narrative that we have around green policies and green politics, having MPs in positions of leadership and able to go into the media and really push a particular kind of narrative that's able to push back against that is really critical, because you're seeing this happen all over the world now, with working class voters who actually several years ago were kind of swayed in a lot of areas by these promises around the Green New Deal. We saw a lot of, particularly kind of around 2018, there was this moment when unionists in the US and the UK were starting to get on board with this idea of a green transition, green jobs, and that becoming, a progressive narrative that was like, this is a set of policies that can not only support the transition, but also kind of, create jobs, increase incomes, all these sorts of things. The fact that that's kind of now been pushed to one side and it has become a much more culture war-y issue is really problematic. And you've seen this not just because of the narrative that the right are using, but also because of policy choices that have been made by green movements in power. And the most obvious example of that is in Germany, when this very liberal centrist approach to green politics, which relies on, things like carbon pricing, and really, just allowing those who profited from climate breakdown to continue to profit from it whilst forcing the costs of it onto ordinary people. There has been a lot of that. And even today, a lot of the policy solutions that many people, in positions of power are advocating do rely on that kind of, level of trade-off. So having a climate movement that can force divestment, that can hold fossil fuel companies to account, that can stage mass protests and get these issues onto the agenda is important. But it's really critical to have green MPs and green activists that can go out there and say, look, this is about creating prosperity for all, rather than this model that's about basically making working people pay for the greed of a few massive fossil fuel companies.
Grace Blakely, Helena, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Now, in case you weren't already aware, Navarra Media has its own merchandise store. I'm personally wearing the T-shirt now. If you
That was interesting. I had fun there. The thing as well, right, is that I'm just fine. I would rather have been asked about what the left want to do in the future, because the thing I think is important here is that it's not necessarily policy that wins this argument, right? It's not policy that wins this argument, because the issue that we have is about narrative. The issue is about narrative at the end of the day. People realise they're poorer. They need to understand why it is they're poorer. We don't need them necessarily to understand the policies that fix it. We just need to sell them a message, sell them a story, sell them a narrative. Sell them a reason to why systems have created the fact that they're poorer. People already hate massive corporations, but the conspiracy theorist, liberal, anti-materialist brain rot is why a lot of people are turning against climate policy, the anti-15-minute city stuff, talking about the World Economic Forum and things like that, for example. These are all conspiracy theories as to why people are pushing the green transition, when the people who are against the green transition are fossil fuel companies, the same kind of corporate giants that they say that they hate. That's the issue. And so that's why we need to get, this is why I keep saying it, to make people into fucking Marxists at the end of the day. Yeah, help people contextualize their conditions, yeah. Is there any source of hope in right now? Nope, sorry. I have nothing to give you. I have literally no hopium to give you, Jim. I'm sorry, I literally cannot provide you with any hopium whatsoever. I wish I could, wish there was something I could do for you. But genuinely nothing. Genuinely nothing that I can give you to give you some hopium.
But obviously Labour are entitled to another view.
Is that an existential crisis for the Conservative Party?
No.
Lowest seats, since the corner.
I mean, the only hopium I can give you is that there is these percentages, like, we're seeing some really low Conservative percentage votes here, that they may actually get fewer seats than we're predicting. The only thing, basically everything that you're looking for is the Conservative vote going down. Every single Conservative seat that goes, that we think that they otherwise would have taken in the exit poll, that's the best that it can get.
Laws, potentially.
And also Reform UK not winning seats that they're predicted to win.
I don't think so. I think it's worth bearing in mind that it wasn't so long ago that Labour MPs were splitting out of the Labour Party and trying to form their own grouping through the independent group. And people like Keir Starmer stayed within the Labour Party and decided to save it, and indeed they did save it. So I think we live in tumultuous times thanks to social media and so on.
Yeah,
and
but
it's not the end.
I mean, we could all move to Bristol Central. I kind of want to move to South America.
No, I mean, Labour, even in 2019, worst performance.
Catch you up. Anything interesting yet? Shit's fucked. That is my incredibly expert appraisal of the current situation. Shit's fucked.
Since 1935, they picked up 202 seats. On these figures, you are nearly losing 2/3 of your seats. I mean, it is. How can that not be an existential threat to the party?
Well, it is clearly a devastating result for us tonight. There's absolutely no doubt about it whatsoever. But if you're saying existential in the sense of not coming back from it, no, I would reject that.
Okay.
What do you put it down to?
I think that it's a combination of events, human frailty, and overwhelmingly social media and WhatsApp. Social media and WhatsApp has so massively accelerated the public debate that the moment that something kicks off, it's so easy for an agitator to...
Base building, I guess, yeah.
Oh, well, and good luck then, because you're the first Labour politician, Andy, as I would expect, with great respect for you, to spot that Labour's going to have this problem.
Well, we already do. I'm already in a position where we're running something, so we all have to deal with it. But to blame it's like uniquely aimed at you, I don't think that is true.
I mean, Corbyn starts a new party, I guess. Like, that's my shot.
Been in power during a period where suddenly...
I mean, there's another pandemic. I hate to be bleak, but if there's another pandemic... If you're picking up what I'm putting down, chat, like, I don't want that to happen. I think it would be bad for society if it happened, but it'd certainly be good for the left if that happened.
All MPs are on WhatsApp. And I think if you have this enormous majority, you're going to find a lot of Labour MPs who feel they don't have any influence and are treated like...
Isn't it more, if we're off, and I'm not saying this to rub people's nose in it, but I think objectively, with the 3 Prime Ministers we've had, this has been the worst government of our lifetimes. Would you agree with that?
I got into politics because I felt that our settlement within the EU...
Remember, if you're enjoying the content, you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 or for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Get your free sub every single month to be able to get access to my ad-free viewing as well as my animated and static emotes in Twitch chat. If you want to message read out, 100 bits on Twitch gets you text-to-speech. If you want to message read out on YouTube Super Chat, I read out all Super Chats regardless of value as long as they're not rude. And on top of that, you can become a member on YouTube for 99p. That's cheaper than a can of Red Stripe. That gets you access to my archive live streams, my static emotes in YouTube chat and the YouTube comments section. But the best way to support the stream, is to gift memberships over on YouTube. Gifted memberships are the best way to do it because they boost the stream and the algorithm and spread the love around. So if you do want to help support the stream, but you don't have a message for super chatting, take that money and put it into gifted subs as the most effective way of helping support the stream today. You are a 6-month member already, Stu. I appreciate your continued support.
Was illegitimate because a Labour government put through the Lisbon Treaty, which was the constitution for Europe, precisely to avoid getting a democratic mandate. I got into politics because of the Iraq War and Labour's complicity in extraordinary rendition, which is torture. And because you guys rode an enormous... You guys rode an enormous credit boom which tripled the money supply and led us into the devastating global financial crisis. So when you ask me, is it the worst government in history? No.
How could the money supply cause the global financial crisis? There wasn't any inflation.
1997's Labour government.
Can I jump in the middle between you two?
Yes.
I'm going to stop you here. And I think that there is an element of truth in that the scrutiny and the way in which information is given has completely changed. Even since I started in politics, or 12 years ago, it's completely changed, and social media has changed it, but it's changed it for everybody. But I think the problem is, Steve, that as
Thank you for the gifted 10 memberships, Monkey Nuts. Appreciate you.
a government, we haven't delivered enough for people. We lost our credibility.
Real Dan Cody with a raid of 48. Welcome in, Dan Cody viewers. Appreciate the raid.
Neoliberalism.
Dan Cody is an elder of the left, actually, in terms of Twitch content. Somebody who I definitely followed previously and have chatted with before. Welcome in, Dan. Appreciate it. It's been a while, actually. I didn't realise you were streaming still. I thought you were doing online journalism now rather than raid content, rather than Twitch content. But I appreciate the raid. It's been a while. Everyone can feel free to refresh your screens. You're through to the No Justice stream. We talk about UK politics from a socialist perspective 6 days a week. If that sounds like your thing, please drop a follow. Please go and drop me a subscription. It's free over on YouTube. At No Justice MTG over on YouTube. I post content there every single day. If you want to do that over on YouTube, I recommend it.
For competence, because we've had 5 prime ministers who seem to have taken a kind of anti-papal view.
Sir Robert Buckland's seat.
Okay.
See what's happening. Of course, Heidi Alexander up against him, former Labour MP. Let's see.
Declaration of the election of a Member of Parliament for Swindon South. I, Sam Mowbray, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice.
Oh, fucking Heidi Alexander, isn't she from Change UK Bellend? Oh my god, Change UK people are back. Oh, this is so fucking awful. Oh, I hate this country so much. Oh no.
The votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Heidi Alexander, Labour Party, 21,676. Robert James Buckland, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,070. Martin Costello, Independent, 472.
Well, but Heidi Alexander almost double the votes of Robert Buckland, who was the sitting MP.
2,500.
Fucking neoliberalism.
And the Reform vote?
Catherine Kozidowski.
Oh no, I'm thinking of somebody else. Sorry, ignore me. It's not somebody from Change UK.
Reform UK, 6,194.
Of the Conservatives. Heidi Alexander.
Yeah, thank you for the gifted.
The
thank you for the
MP
membership, Tegan.
For Swindon South be returning to Parliament is the correct phraseology that I should be using. The exit poll had suggested Labour 44%, Conservatives 27%, Reform 70%, no Brexit candidate in 2019.
Okay, so this is a bigger swing to Labour than the exit poll projected.
That is how it is.
Greens keep their deposit.
25 points down.
Liberal Democrats lose their deposit. Greens keep their deposit. That's the shit I like to see. Thank you, HJ, for the membership, and thank you, AV Jack, for the Prime sub. Welcome into the chat, everybody.
Yeah, that was a target seat. Keir Starmer has made many a visit to Swindon. That was their 55th target. So when you're looking at an exit poll where they're heading for a majority of circa 170,
I'm thinking
you
of
would
Heidi
expect
Allen,
Swindon
yes.
South to go. Steve, I have to say, your seat in Wickham also looks like it could. Do you think you're going to lose your seat tonight?
I'm widely expected to be swept away in this tsunami, yes.
How are you
didn't
feeling?
help yourself, though, did you, by going on holiday?
I've got all the work done that I needed to, and I'd encourage Sky to interview my chairman at the count later.
How are you feeling, Steve?
I feel great, but the people I feel sorry for are the staffers who are going to lose their jobs, who don't deserve to lose their jobs. And, you know, I employ 6 at the moment, and they're not all full-time, but I employ 6.
Oh, my God, that's so
they
mad.
They deserve to continue their service to the people of Wickham, and they're not going to be able to if I'm swept away.
You had wanted to potentially run as the leader.
Well, I made
party.
there was a private speech which leaked. These things happen. As a result, it went into the press. But I'm very, very
Never
clear.
alone with the microphone, Steve. First
Well, I calibrated my remarks so that they could be leaked, and it's a question of the timing which fell into somebody else's hands, not mine. But, you know, as I say, I'm expected to be swept away in the tsunami. Many of your viewers will rejoice at it, I'm sure. Others
Are you not
so much.
feeling quite... I mean, you're very...
That's my mum and dad's constituency, Steve Baker. My dad's a Labour member, been pounding the pavement to get rid of Steve Baker. My dad would be really happy.
Very sanguine at the moment, but do you not feel quite angry about how the party has been run over the past 4 to 5 years that has meant that you are going to get swept away in this massive swing to Labour?
I know what, Beth, I am not angry. You and I have gone a long way through the last few years, haven't we? And, you know, I've 14 years of this. I've been involved in the main issues of the day repeatedly. I'm in all the history books, and it's just a matter of fact. It's been a hell of a 14 years. If it's time for me to go and do something else with my life, I can assure you, I did not ask anyone to
change my
vote
stream
Conservative
title
for
like
my
an
sake.
idiot.
If I lose, it'll be the best thing that could happen to me and my wife.
You're being admirably clear-eyed about this, but can I just take you back to something that you said earlier on? Are you genuinely saying you think this is to do with social media? Are you saying there's nothing deeper going on here?
Oh, yeah, there definitely is. I mean,
Okay,
I tweeted out.
What is it?
Earlier, I tweeted out a set of references, which I scheduled them because I knew I'd say it on the BBC and happy to say it here. What's going on, I believe, which is much more likely to explain the turmoil in North America and France as well as here, is we've spent 50 years as Western welfare states living far beyond our means and paying for it.
Turnout is incredibly low. Turnout's really low. Imagine, right? Imagine if Labour Party had a message that people actually wanted to hear and actually wanted to go out and vote for, and instead they've gone with fucking nothing.
I said to Andy moments ago, the money supply tripled when New Labour were in power, from 700 billion in 97 to 2.2 trillion in 2010, a great rush to destruction. And then since then, we've had a categorically different monetary environment, and that's what's wrong with the economy. The post-Bretton Woods social order is blowing up. We can't afford
Oh my God. Fucking libertarians, eh? Right, chat, bear with me. I'm going to put some chicken strips in the air fryer.
Live like this.
Yeah, I get the economic point, but I'm asking...
Well, do you know what, Trevor, to hear you say that...
Why are you getting punished tonight?
Trevor, to hear you say that makes me so happy, because this was the substance of my maiden speech. I've done the documentary, I've done the book.
You don't have to make a speech again. Just
if after 14 years, I can say live on TV what I've just said and you just accept it and move on, thank God, because we might actually avoid the default of the welfare state, which is otherwise coming.
I'm sorry, this isn't about Bretton Woods. This is about whether people that are living in Methil or Sunderland or Surrey or anywhere across the country feel like they're better off now than they were before, feel like they had a government that was actually competent, that actually did what it said it was going to do, that actually delivered, that had a plan, that we were able to espouse as a party, Steve, what the last 14 years have been about. And every single leader that's come in has, to a greater or lesser degree, wanted to give themselves some clear blue water to their predecessor, has undone what they've done. We didn't give our candidates a clear story to go to the electorate with. We didn't say what the Conservative Party was anymore, what we stood for. We should have spoken more about our values and spoken a lot more about how we can deliver. We were all over the place. We ran a shambolic campaign from start to finish.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't settle on what the campaign was even supposed to be. You know, in many ways, this picking could have been a lot worse than we're seeing tonight, and it is bad. And I'm sorry that you've lost your seat, and I feel so bad for everybody.
I haven't lost my seat yet, we'll find out.
No, but if it happens...
You know as well as I do that Conservative economic policy is limited government, low taxes, balanced budgets and sound money. None of those things have we had for a very long time. So whatever our problems may be, they're not to do with having Conservative economic policy.
Just a second, Danny, because I do want to ask him about the spectre at the feast, and that is Nigel Farage. Should he be accepted into the Conservative Party?
No, I've already said no. Look, I represent, or have represented for 14 years, an extremely diverse constituency. About a third of the British Muslims in Wickham typically vote for me. So when Nigel Farage recently went out and said some comments, in fact, you took him up on some comments as well.
He said it to me.
No, indeed he did. He said those comments he made to you.
Let's not repeat them, please.
I called him out on. And, you know, we can't have within the Conservative Party somebody whose treatment of sensitive issues is so clumsy and offensive to people. It's just not acceptable.
Steve, when you look, though, at what's happening with the Reform vote, you can see the trend where the Reform Party is coming in second and the Conservative Party is being pushed into third.
Yeah.
You know all too well, you've managed your party, you've been an operator, you know all too well that the pressure for the next leadership race will be that there is a need to win back reform voters, and it will tap to the right and it will point that in that direction. Do you not think?
I think that there's a great deal of sense in what your analysis, because of course there is. The challenge for the next leader will be how to deliver a centre-right party and policy platform which appeals to the obvious coalition of voters who are there for the taking. What's happened here is that I don't think there's been a huge appetite for Keir Starmer's Labour. That's not what people have told me on the doorsteps. I don't think that's actually what's seen in the polls. People have just got fed up with us. But I think the rise of reform really shows us that there is a coalition to be built here on the centre-right.
Steve, I've been credited for coming on, by the way, and facing it in the way that you are. But, you know, can I just really get to the heart of it from your point of view? You were a big architect of Brexit. Do you have no regrets about how that's played out? Do you not think you should have backed Theresa May's deal?
No.
Well, people feel worse off because of the because of the disastrous Brexit that you've done.
Well, I've talked a bit about the monetary stuff and what's the underlying long-term trends, and I'd encourage anybody to look at the links I've tweeted out. If I'd backed Theresa May's Brexit deal, the Tory party would have split catastrophically, and we would have had this kind of wipeout.
The country might be better, though.
Well, we would have had this...
I bet you the country would be in a better
hang on,
place.
You've asked me a question, I'm answering it. If we'd had that kind of wipeout in front of Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell, and I bet you wouldn't like a Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell government, they would have wrecked this country catastrophically. It would have been probably irrecoverable in all of our lifetimes.
Can I ask you a really personal question?
Sorry for the long delay. The air fryer took like 3 minutes. What's interesting as well, though, for Steve Baker to say, oh, well, the problem is that we increased the money supply and the people wanted small government and we gave them big government. No, mate. People elected Boris Johnson, right? People elected Boris Johnson for 40 hospitals, for levelling up, for HS2, for green transition, for increased benefits, for high-wage, high-skill economy. The idea, right? The absolute lunacy of this man. To claim the real problem with the Conservative Party was that they weren't small government enough, when the public voted for big government and then they U-turned on it and became austerity merchants, is ridiculous. It's ridiculous from Steve Baker to say that. So ridiculous.
Question, because you've had one of the more interesting journeys of any MP on any party, I think, from the kind of Brexit hard man to talking about...
Yeah, that was a mistake, but yeah.
Well, but talking about some of the ways in which your views have changed, the way in which you hold yourself now, the way in which you've had to practice mindfulness and other things because of...
I don't think I don't practice mindfulness. Who said that?
Sorry, you've talked a lot about the pressures
I've talked once about the pressures, and that was to help other people. And, you know, I've had several people shake me by the hand and say I saved their life by doing it. So I'm very glad I did.
And that's why...
I don't practice mindfulness. I don't bang on about it.
Sorry. OK. But in terms of some of the journey that you've had...
So I reject the notion that I've had a journey. I don't think anything different today from before. What's happened is, unfortunately, I came to prominence at a time of great turmoil in the party. And it was necessary for the reasons I just given to defeat Theresa May's deal. But I've always had the same warm disposition to the people of Europe, the same willingness to compromise and build deals. When I took over the ERG after the referendum, I actually built it to unite the Conservative Party. There were people from all wings of the party in it. Unfortunately, it went south because the deal just wasn't acceptable. But, you know, I recommend Tim Shipman's book.
You know what? I love watching Tories fight each other. Like we all said, right? As soon as these people lost, there'll be like this really kind of destructive circular firing squad. That's the thing that's going to kill the Conservatives, really and truly. It's going to lose them to Reform UK. Reform UK are united in a message that they want to bring to the country. Absolutely united, 100% along the ideological lines they want to see the country go towards. And the Conservatives are fighting like rats in a sack. Reform UK's 13 seats, if that turns out to be true, are going to seem gigantic in comparison to the Tories' 131. Gigantic in comparison, given just how unified the Reform UK message will be, especially in comparison to the Tories, who will not be able to beat them on their own game.
Books to anyone until I write my own. Should I be swept away? I'm sure there'll be a series of books you can all enjoy.
Steve, just about being swept away as well, how damaging was the Truss administration for you? Because when I look at your seat, someone's just pointed out that 38% of households in Wickham, I grew up there, so I know this area really well, have a mortgage. Did it hurt you, Liz Truss? Did you feel a step change in your constituency over the budget, the mini-budget, interest rates, mortgages?
Wickham is a place where people who...
I mean, Steve Baker surely thought that Liz Truss would have been stupid, right? Surely the man who's going after the money supply would get mad at someone doing tax cuts during an inflationary period.
Work hard, very often struggle to make ends meet. And they might be on £50,000 a year, and as their mortgage goes up, it means they're not taking a holiday once a year.
Come off it, Steve. Or they're struggling, not being able to make ends meet on £50,000 a year, more than double the minimum wage. Fuck off, Steve. And this conservatism just completely distilled into its clearest form. These people are struggling to pay their bills. They're on more than double minimum wage at £50,000 a year. That's the world they don't know what it's like to be somebody who lives below the breadline. I have never, ever in my life earned more than £23,000 in a year. That's double more than I've ever earned in a single year. And I used to earn bonus as well. And also stream on the back end too. Never had that much in a single year. Oh no, they can't make ends meet on £50,000 a year. Fuck off, Steve. Fuck off.
More with the kids, that's the sort of thing that I will hear. And I'm very, very conscious in Wickham that the median pay is about £35,000 a year and the median house price is about £350,000. It's because we live in the London fringe. But
about Liz Truss and the damage.
But I'd say that as context to answer you very directly. I think in the course of this, I've only had one person say to me directly that their mortgage soared because of Liz Truss. And I think if you look globally, there are other countries which saw interest rate spikes for which Liz Truss was not responsible. So it's a thing which deserves a more detailed analysis than we've got time for.
I wonder if I might be able to ask you this, Steve, given that you're teetering on the edge of losing your seat, sadly, for the people that work for you, as you said. How do you feel now, looking back at your Brexit reputation, given that your seat was very much a Remain seat?
Well, Wickham district was bigger than Wickham constituency. I'm afraid this has been one of the banes of the conversation. And Wickham district had a result, and you couldn't extract Wickham constituency's result from the figures. But this really is OTOs because we had a national result, and yet it wasn't legally binding. But everybody understood that if they voted that the UK would leave the European Union, then we would go outside the structures of the EU. So yeah, it's been very painful, but I still would maintain that even for my angriest Remain voters, if I'd voted for Theresa May's deal and allowed it to go through and split the Tory party...
Why are we still talking about Brexit? Why are we still relitigating Brexit? What does this do for anybody? What does it do for anybody to relitigate Brexit over and over? Why aren't we talking about austerity? Like, come on. Even the rightoids, brains broken. It's like the FPPE dial turned all the way the other side, like... FPPB, follow back pro-Brexit.
Oh, hang on a minute. Because all those Rory Stewart, Dominic Grieve, David, they were in the Tory party and they were all pushed out, so you did split it.
Alas, and it was their choice. But what I would say...
No, you did split the Tory party.
Look, you can't get away with this. The main outworking...
You made it. You went from a centre-right party to a right party. That's what happened, because you split it.
What? Did Theresa May's deal not go far enough in causing war on the island of Ireland between... the South and the 6 counties?
No, the main outworking of my work on Brexit was that we won an 80-seat majority. And shortly, 2 years ago, I became a minister, and I'm very proud of the work I've done in Northern Ireland, even as that is a hard compromise for Eurosceptics and Unionists. But it's just a matter of fact that the main result of my work on Brexit was that the Conservative Party won an 80-seat majority. And the main reason that was squandered was COVID.
Washington and Gateshead South just returned a Labour hold on that seat. Trevor, you wanted to come in?
If I can... take you back to tonight.
Sorry, Trevor, one thought. Reform second in Washington and Gateshead South again, picking up 15%. Same pattern again, as you said. Trevor, I interrupted you. Go on.
No. I think it's a confirmation that something definite is happening in this kind of seat. But I wanted to just take you back to Swindon South, which is not unlike Wickham in some ways. It's in the orbit of London and so on. The interesting thing about Swindon South is that it's got a lot of jobs. New,
I'm getting mango habanero sauce on my
fingers. Open there, young people moving in. These are the kinds of people that in the past you would have thought, upwardly mobile, aspirational, professionals, would have been Conservative voters. Now, it looks like you've lost those people. What happened?
Well, if the Conservative Party doesn't stand for freedom, then it stands for nothing. I've said it, I'm sure, several times. We've ended up not standing for freedom. We've stood for a technocratic managerialism. And that's not who we are, and it's not what works.
Is that what you mean? You're talking about Rishi Sunak there?
But everybody knows that I've been a Conservative who, as we've already discussed, has often criticised my party. It's ironic that we're both sitting here. We've criticised our party from different perspectives. But I regard myself...
Interesting current Conservative vote share on what very few seats we have are lower than the exit poll.
as a classical liberal in the Conservative Party. And one thing we haven't had for 100 years is classical liberalism. And that's really what's damaging our economy and our society.
Okay.
Because we're all trying to live at everybody else's expense, and it's ruinous.
We must let you go, but thank you for taking the time to join us. Thank you. Washington and Gateshead.
Manchester Liberal.
Washington and Gateshead South, 1 in 10 adults are in poor health. Almost a third of adults in Washington and Gateshead South have never worked, which is well above the national
Thank you for the membership,
average. So
Visual
that's the demographic for you in Washington and Gateshead South. Heading up to Glasgow in just a second. But before that, watching Election Night Live here on Sky News, the headlines for you so far. The broadcaster's exit poll has predicted a landslide victory for
Hildebeest with the raid.
Space.
Welcome in, Hildebeest Raiders. You're through to the cope stream. We're coping really hard,
literally
right?
a communist.
You'd think, oh my God, the Labour Party have won a massive landslide, and I feel nothing but despair. You truly are true to the absolute cope stream because, things may be fine now, but in 5 years' time, we're going to have Farage. Like, we're going to have our Poilievre moment in 5 years' time after Labour fail. Because they're basically just like the Liberal Party, but even less socially progressive than Justin Trudeau. And they're not going to do as well at managing, and they're going to do just as badly at managing the economy for young people, and they're all going to start voting for Farage. So, welcome in, just to let you know that things suck in the UK. Even though our nominally centre-left party, even though it's very right-wing now, is on course for one of the biggest majorities ever in the modern era. This is shit. This is really shit. But we're going to spend at least the next 7 minutes laughing at Conservative Party politicians losing their shit over the fact that they're going to get wiped out.
Labour. Sir Keir Starmer is expected to win 410 seats.
Phillipson, 18,837.
True, shit light on the way, let's go.
Reform coming second in many of those
Luckily,
seats.
though,
Bridget Phillipson there.
Right? On the other hand, though, I have ham and cheese sandwiches. So, things are looking up.
Taking her seat. And it's looking like a bruising night
Well,
for
the thing is, it's the GB News crew. They love Reform UK. They hate the Tories. Like, why should the Reform UK's crew? Why should the GB News crew care about these results?
Conservatives who are predicted to win just
5 years of Keir Starmer doing exactly the same kind of policies that they support regardless, and Nigel Farage waiting in the wings like this is GB News' wet dream.
31 seats. Robert Buckland becomes the first Conservative to lose his seat to Labour in Swindon South, losing to former Labour MP Heidi Alexander.
Yeah, Rees-Mogg is nailed on to lose.
And Sir Ed Davies' creative campaign appears to have worked wonders for the Liberal Democrats, who the exit poll says will take 61 seats in the House of Commons. Bad night for the Conservatives, equally bad nights, I might say, for the SNP, predicted to win just 10 seats. Connor standing by for us in Glasgow this morning. Hello to you, Connor. 10 seats is the prediction.
Kay, this is a grim night for the SNP if the exit poll is to be believed. Let's remember the SNP has been huge in Scotland, the most dominant political force north of the border for more than a decade, has won every election in that period. And this will be the first time, if the polls are to be believed, that will not happen for the first time in a very, very long time. Now, I've been speaking privately to some senior SNP sources, and they are saying, look, this is bad for us. It is worse than we were potentially expecting. 10 seats was at the lower estimate. Potentially around 20 would have been a good night. What's going on here? What are the voters thinking? Well, clearly the SNP's been in power for close to 2 decades here in Scotland. It's still mired in that police investigation examining its funding and its finances, that has had the arrest of its former leader, Nicola Sturgeon. She was released without charge as well. And clearly it is not really pushing the case forward for independence. It's been in a really...
I'm so gutted the SNP have lost Adrian Schott. Anum Kaisar's a great MP and I'm really sad to see her go. It's really fucking depressing.
Tricky position. not able to further that cause because both Labour and the Conservatives at Westminster have said no, they will not enter any more negotiations on that. Now, I think what's interesting from the SNP camp tonight is the narrative coming out. They're trying to push this away and say, look, this was the SNP supporters swinging behind other parties, swinging behind Labour, because they were the only party who were going to be able to kick the Tories out of Downing Street. Interesting, because given their manifesto said, page 1, line 1, that independence would be front and centre. So rather than the SNP recognising, actually, that the independence question is maybe heading for the back burner just now, they are flipping that on its head and saying, actually, this was an election about getting rid of the Conservatives. How will that hold, and will that be the position of John Swinney going forward? Look, this is a really bad night for the SNP, but here in Glasgow, the polls are suggesting it could be a flip from all SNP seats, 6 seats, flipping that on its head, with Labour taking control of this city once again. It's a huge night across the UK, but...
Yeah, imagine Peter Morell not getting any convictions whatsoever, and the SNP having collapsed from Nicola Sturgeon's peak for no reason at all, just total establishment stitch-up.
The Scotland story should not be underestimated. This is potentially an abysmal night for the SNP, a once dominant political force. And what does this mean for the question of Scottish independence? Another final thought from me, a senior source from within John Swinney's inner circle has said, look, we may only be getting 10 seats potentially here in Scotland, but we'll revert back to this so-called mandate from the 2021 Scottish elections at Holyrood, where the SNP was the biggest party. So already there's a bit of manoeuvring around the question of independence and where that debate will go next.
OK, thanks very much. And Rutherglen likely to be the first seat to declare north of the border. I know we're going to go to Ed in just a second, but I know, Ruth, you want to come in. SNP could lose seats to Tories as well as Labour, and the exit poll suggesting Labour could become the largest party in Scotland for the first time since 2010.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the poll, and we'd certainly seen, particularly the way the votes stack up across the Central Belt, which is where most of the seats are, that even if there had been a tie in terms of vote share between the SNP and Labour, you would see Labour getting a lot more seats, so they would move into being the biggest party. It looks from this as if they've actually got quite a sizable vote share increase. I would just give one caveat, though. One of the authors of the...
Remember, chat, remember when all of the Liberals said that the UK's populism moment was over? That we've got rid of Sturgeon, we've got rid of Johnson, we've got rid of Corbyn, right? Only sensible adults in the room, that everybody hates, by the way, and the polling shows it. We can go back to having to care about politics anymore. Politics is now boring again, the boring politics that they wanted, right? Record low share of the vote for the two main parties, and Nigel Farage in prime position to be Prime Minister in 2029. The thing about Liberals is they never, ever, ever fucking learn. They never fucking learn.
Of the exit poll that happens is the psephologist Sir John Curtis. He is saying that there is some uncertainty about the poll forecast for Scotland and some of the numbers that are in it. So we might just have to take that with a little bit of a pinch of salt. Okay. And members of the...
Let me just see if that clipped correctly.
The party in Scotland, the Conservative Party in Scotland, spokespeople have said that it is, quote unquote, and this is a direct quote, bollocks.
Everybody hates, by the way, and the polling shows it. We can go... No, I didn't get the right clip. Shit.
That the party in Scotland is going to put on a number of seats, doubling their seats in Scotland. My analysis would agree with that. We're not going to be winning seats like Aberdeen South, which are projected. We're probably going to come third there. We're not going to be winning Stirling. But if we hold what we had, that would be a good result for us there. So in terms of the Scottish picture and the exit poll, it was...
Yeah, fucking David Aronovich, just like, no, Reform UK won't be in a position to win in 2029.
5 or 6 seats out last time in 2019 because of local variances on the ground. We just want to do some caveats with this here.
Yeah, because the Green Party the Greens are only ones who don't want us fucking dead.
To see some of the results coming in.
So if you do hold what you've had, given that Douglas Strasser says he doesn't want to stand again, do you fancy being the leader again?
Not a chance. My partner would kill me and then she'd divorce me and then she'd kill me again.
I'm glad about that because you were very good when you were the leader. Can I just say the story of the night though, just very quickly,
yes.
if I might.
Please.
Is that governments are losing because they're unpopular. And obviously there's a lot of truth in that, both UK government, the worst of our lifetimes in my view, but also in Scotland where we've just had obviously something of a meltdown in the SNP. But that is not the whole story. In Scotland, I need to say that Anas Sarwar, I think as Labour leader, Scottish Labour leader, has done a phenomenal job.
No, fuck off, Andy. Anas Sarwar's done a good job. The man does nothing.
Quietly building back support for Labour.
Hey, Satnav, let's hope this clip went a bit better than the one I clipped. Remember, chat? Remember when all of the Liberals said that the UK's populism moment was over?
Sir John Curtis. Exit poll that happens as the psychologist.
We'll never fucking learn.
Of the exit poll that happens as the psychologist. Sir John
Well
Curtis.
clipped. Thank you.
I think his role really, if the exit poll is to be true and the SNP are back down, the heyday of the SNP is over, Anas Sarwar deserves huge credit. That has required the most enormous political skill.
I mean, independent Kerno would be an absolutely based moment.
Build Labour back in the way that he has. It's partly due to his personality, the way he works, but I just think I need to recognise Anas's role, because if these results come through, it's a big vindication of his
I need to bring Ed in. Ed?
It's actually interesting.
Greens keep depositing Newcastle Central. That's good.
What Ruth was saying, definitely when it comes to Scotland, you know, you've got these kind of confidence bands when it comes to the exit poll. So the kind of range that it could possibly be in. And when it comes to Scotland, the range is bigger than for other parts of the UK, just because there's just a lot of uncertainty there. However, it could actually be worse. It could actually be on the downside, even worse on the downside for the SNP. We just have to wait and see, and that's one of those evolving stories. But one thing I did want to show you is, should we look at Swindon South? Just down there, so Swindon South, because we had a result there that was really interesting. Obviously, you see Heidi Alexander kind of coming back into Parliament, Robert Buckland out. But if we look at the backstory here, we've been doing this with all of these constituencies so far, comparing the exit poll with the eventual results, and so far it's looked pretty good. There's what the exit poll suggested would happen in Swindon South, 44% Labour, in the event 48%, so a bit better. Conservatives, 27 in the event.
Thank you very much, Dalton. Welcome in from Alabama. I hope you're doing well.
Well, 26.9, so again, that's kind of bang on. And Reform a little bit weaker in Swindon South. 17% was the expectation. It turns out to have been about 14%. But broadly speaking, take all of these results together, and actually the exit poll's looking pretty good, to be honest with you. And what's significant about Swindon South, OK, same constituency, is it's a very different demographic story to the story that we're seeing there in the northeast that we were talking about a moment ago. And so the fact that we're seeing that reflected elsewhere, the fact that we're seeing that the exit poll looks pretty accurate elsewhere, again, it makes you a bit more confident that those numbers we were talking about, those landslide numbers you probably heard about at the start of the programme, that they look pretty good, as does... This is a really striking chart, OK? This is showing you swings at general elections, OK? And what we have here is a kind of broad swing. Actually, I shouldn't say that's not quite the exit poll. This is the swing that we have implied by the results that we have so far, about 12.5% or so.
These are showing that the Greens are doing even better than the exit poll suggested. These are all Labour heartlands, though. The current seats that have been declared, apart from Swindon, are all Labour heartlands, where minority and student communities and young people... a much more bigger percentage of the vote. The Greens won't get that big an increase in vote share in the Tory heartlands. So I think it's more likely to be around about correct for the Greens overall, as the exit poll says. Partial counts in Broxtowe show Reform second to Labour. I'm not surprised. Stapleford probably a very Reform style area, and probably Rylands too. Like lots of older people in Rylands. SCC Herring, hi, see me on YouTube for a while now on your channel and Navara, big up. Well, thank you, SCC. I really appreciate the kind words.
So, and just look at how high that swing is. As I say, it's not the exit poll, this is the result swings, but one presumes it's kind of in the same kind of ballpark. About 12.6%, which would be basically unprecedented in the post-war period. There is nothing else in terms of the swing. Even this is the famous Blair swing of 1997, is not as big as what we are potentially witnessing right now.
That's right, Effie.
So that's from the results that we've got so far, but we know those results are kind of not that far off, not that inconsistent with the story that we heard about from the exit poll. So already, you know, you're seeing it, Kay, in the actual numbers as opposed to the exit poll projections.
I'm hearing Labour not potentially doing quite as well in Wales as they are in other parts of the country.
That's exactly true, yeah. So you see some of that kind of reversion, so seats that were previously Labour that then went Conservative in 2019 are kind of going back, but the effect is not as marked in Wales, and that's definitely what the exit poll says.
Bring in Dan Whitehead, who's standing by in Cardiff for us. Dan, hi.
Yeah, evening, Kay. Really interesting hearing from Ed there about that impact in Wales. We're yet to get any results here, but it is looking like, looking at the exit polls, that
what do I think about the exit poll, Grim?
red wall that went blue in 2019 is going to go back red, especially in North Wales. One interesting point, the Welsh Secretary, David T.C. Davis, we've just been huddled around on the phone with him. He is the candidate for Monmouthshire, and my colleague Thomas Evans has just been on the phone.
Central declaring Newcastle Central.
Also hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Newcastle
Chion Were is still around.
upon Tyne, Central and West Ward is as follows. Ali Afe, Liberal Democrat, 1,946. Francis Lazok, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,800.
Oh my God. I mean, I was absolutely desperate for the Greens to win Sheffield Central. I know it was never going to happen. I just was like, hoping there was just like some like crazy moment that allowed the Greens to win in Sheffield Central, but I think it's incredibly unlikely.
15. Chi Onwurah,
yes, drink another
Labour
pint.
Party, 18,875.
Like Reform second again,
John
Andy
Pearson,
Burnham.
Green Party candidate.
Yes,
Labour
I mean,
winning.
Senior Labour source claims Jeremy Corbyn has won Islington North.
that is certainly the story.
Baby's born, we've said we're going to have
Did you vote Green in Sheffield Central SCC?
100,000 more places in nursery. That baby goes to primary schools, we've said we're going to have breakfast clubs. That child goes to secondary schools, we're going to have 6,500 more teachers. They then go on to apprenticeships, that's going to be grown. And finally, we are going to have 1.5 million more homes for young people. That is a vision. That's a vision. That is a vision.
These houses will be in the hands of private landlords, who are the problem, and they won't be in the hands of councils such as and authorities such as Andy's. That's the message that at the ad in 45.
You're just so negative, Mick. You're just so negative. This is
Negative.
this is
I'm
a
feeling
brand
upbeat
new...
because we've got rid of the Tories, but you've got to have something to fill the vacuum, and that's why you're only getting 48%, where you should be getting 70%.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Mick
are a liar.
Can we get the Mick Lynch emotes in chat? Let me see those Mick Lynch emotes fly. Let me see it. Go ahead. Spray the emotes in chat. Just absolutely calling out 100%. They're in the hands of private landlords and they're the problem. Literally 100%. Mick Lynch never fucking misses, apart from telling people to vote for Labour. That's where he missed.
Log it out a bit. Go on, Margaret, go on.
You are a liar.
Well, I just think, who has said that the 1.5 million houses that we've promised to build will not be affordable?
Council houses, not affordable. Council fucking houses, you daft bit.
Please agree with Mick.
I said bint.
They're not affordable. You look at any development, they're selling.
Hang on a minute. We don't know how many. We don't know how many will be.
Owner. The council should be the landlord, not these developers.
Actually, housing associations or council, as long as it's social landlords, at a price people. No, they haven't.
Yes,
at prices people.
Ask anyone who's got to buy a house association flat.
Mick, can I just say this to you? If you're a person in housing need, what you want is a decent home at a price you can afford. If that is provided by a housing association or by a local authority, that doesn't matter. What matters is you get a decent home at a price you can afford. And for you...
It destroys communities. The housing associations are fucking cons. Again, I hate the Labour right so much. They just don't get materialism. They don't fucking get it. They don't get it. They don't get what they're creating. They have no vision for the future. They're idiots. They're morons. They're stupid. Stupid idiots with no theoretical basis for anything that they believe and no material basis for anything they believe. Nothing at all. So stupid. I'm so glad. And yeah, this fucker. This fucker like speaks over everybody. She's so arrogant and stuck up. Right? She's so like. Remember when she would like chatted over Corbyn the whole time? Sorry, Corbyn over Owen Jones the whole time, speaking up for the war crimes in Gaza. Oh, your little pet project. She's so condescending. I fucking hate her. She's so awful.
No, you can't.
This is fundamental.
Very much
House associations are
fascinated to hear a party that is going to
developers.
literally have a landslide, and you're arguing about what you want it to look like.
Well, that's what politics is about, isn't it? Arguing about the future and working out what you're going to do. If you just go into a bland, vanilla election campaign, you'll get working-class communities that are not coming out.
We won.
That's what's happening.
We're winning. Arguments on the right for arguments on the left.
I think there's something in the middle here, though, because Margaret is saying 1.5 million homes, which is the commitment, Margaret, isn't it? And I support that. But that is to build homes at the level we've not built since the 1970s. And the reason why we were building...
Which you won't do just by deregulating the private sector. You need to build council houses. Literally the only time in history we've built enough houses. The only time in history we've built enough houses is when we built council houses.
300,000 homes here in the 1970s is because we had a huge council house building programme. So I'm going to come in and say, I think I'm in the middle of the two of you here. I actually think this will be a radical housing policy, to be honest with you, because I'll be knocking on Angela Rayner's door, Mick, and saying straight away, in Greater Manchester, we will get you up to the rate of building homes, but a big, big number of them will have to be council
Andy, a
homes.
politician like you will come up with clever answers, like make the pension funds, the occupational pension funds, come forward with innovative bonds that are backed by the government, that doesn't have to go on the government borrowing requirement. Nobody is coming forward with bold plans like that we are going to restructure our towns and cities in favour of working people, rather than putting them in the
All
hands
I'm saying, because
of
I think
commercial
it's
developers.
implicit in the huge ambition that they're setting in the manifesto around housing.
This is why politics is fucked. The media think that because Labour are due to win a landslide, no debate needed. Exactly. Like, this man speaking pure facts and just getting talked over.
You know, Angela's talked of an ending homelessness unit in the Cabinet Office. We're really ready to get stuck into all of that. So the truth is in the middle of both of you.
Somebody who's keen to get...
Yeah, why don't we outsource even more things? Outsource everything. We're outsourcing our government to fucking consultancies.
Stuck in even more than all of the rest of you is Rachel Reeves. She could well be the Chancellor by tomorrow morning at number 11 Downing Street. There she is. Can't take the smile off her face. Good evening. Thoughts when you saw the exit?
The melon helmet is back. The cat wearing the melon helmet is back. Alert, guys. We have the melon helmet back in the room.
Pill drop.
Good evening, Kay. Yep, well, if the results unfold in the way that the exit polls suggest, then Labour are on course for an historic victory. But it's still early hours yet, and we'll see how the results unfold as the next few hours go by.
It might be short-lived, the celebration, though, because by all accounts, there's no money.
I'm under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that I will face, that Labour will face if we get the opportunity to form the government tomorrow. The severity of the inheritance from the Conservatives.
Yeah, 100% for the next 5 years. Cat melon emotes, 100%, yeah.
Is truly awful. But we will get to work in starting to rebuild our economy, returning stability to the economy, and improving our health service and our schools after 14 years of chaos, division and decline. We will get started in that work of rebuilding our country for the better, turning a page on what has gone before and starting a new chapter for Britain.
Rachel Reeves, it's Beth Rigby here. Just before you came on, there was a lively discussion between Mick Lynch and Margaret Hodge about whether a big majority, should this poll be correct, means that you, as perhaps the first female Chancellor this country has ever had, will be under far more pressure.
Yeah, exactly. There isn't no money. There is plenty of money. There's plenty of money. It's just in the hands of the wrong people, like all of the fucking billionaires.
To be more radical than perhaps you would have been had you had a much smaller majority. Do you, one, recognise that this will be a live issue and problem for the Labour Party? And two, what's your reaction? What do you want to say to people that think you should go faster, further, bolder?
If we win tonight, it will be on the manifesto that we fought this election on, to bring stability back to our economy, to bring investment back to our economy and start reforming our economy, reforming the planning system, the New Deal for working people. But I think everybody recognises the huge scale of the challenge that will face any incoming government after the damage done by the Conservatives. Debt at almost 100% of GDP, taxes at a 70-year high, the first parliament on record where living standards are lower at the end than they were at the beginning. We can't promise to turn everything around straight away, but we will get to work in starting to rebuild our economy, bringing growth back to our economy and starting to turn around public services that have been so neglected by this Conservative government.
How much time do you think that the electorate will give you to try to start to turn the supertanker around?
Just going to get a drink, chat.
Well, let us get started. We still don't have all the results from the elections. Let's wait to see how that unfolds. But whoever forms the next government, whatever composition it takes, the scale is huge. But we are ready for it.
Yeah, but my question remains the same, Rachel Reeves.
I am ready for that challenge.
Yeah, my question remains the same, Rachel Reeves, which is how long do you think you have?
Well, look, we've said that we are looking for a decade of national renewal to reform our public services, to bring the growth back to our economy, to improve living standards. But we want to get started work straight away. Our first steps on bringing stability back to the economy, 40,000 additional appointments every single week in our National Health Service, recruiting 6,500 teachers into our state schools. Those are the first steps that we will take if we are privileged enough to form the next government as we start to turn our economy and our public services around.
I think you're going to have to change that record. I think it's a foregone conclusion now, given what we've been looking at. Andy Burnham's here.
Well, it's just to say, like I've said to other shadow cabinet colleagues, Rachel, if the exit poll's right, you know, we're so proud of you. And I know I'm speaking for Labour, people across the country and those who voted for us today, and we thank everyone who has voted for the party.
we're ready, as you know, to help. In Greater Manchester, we're growing faster than the UK economy. We look forward, if you're up for it, to signing a growth plan and really getting moving on building those new homes, bringing those jobs in. You saw Stockport with me, didn't you, a couple of weeks ago, and you've seen how we're bringing a town like that to life. Can you see the Greater Manchester model kind of going further, deeper, and going to other parts of the country?
Well, it was great to see the work that you're doing, Andy, with the Mayoral Development Corporation in Stockport, building that new housing that we desperately need.
Rachel Reeves smells bad and has stupid hair.
She is bad. She does smell bad and she does have stupid hair. I'm going to have to get up the Cat Melon helmet. Our fiscal rules are not negotiable.
The commitment from an incoming Labour government to build 1.5 million homes in the first term of a Labour government, but also the investment that you're putting into transport as well. So we want to work with our mayors, with you, Andy, also with Tracy Brabin here in West Yorkshire, and the other mayors right around the country to make sure that we are starting to turn our economy round. And I want to work in partnership. I thought you were going to ask for money for unity, not division.
I nearly started bidding for money, but I think I'll leave that a couple of days. But I just think there's an interesting point, actually, that means election 24 is different than 97 if we are to see an incoming Labour government. In 97, there was no infrastructure in the regions. And that government sort of had a couple of years where it couldn't really do anything, and the regional development agencies were set up and they weren't great. That's the difference between that election and this one. I think...
There was somebody in chat made a really good point. They knocked down a tower block in Bingley to replace it with like single family housing. Like that's just happening all over the shop because because single family homes are profitable for developers, and that's not what's got the most societal utility. It's so fucking stupid.
Expectations probably are not as high, which is probably helpful from your point of view, Rachel. But at the same time, there's also a big infrastructure in the city regions that are ready to build the homes for you, ready to reform transport, as I'm doing in Greater Manchester. So there's a big opportunity to drive delivery and growth very quickly indeed. And as you rightly say, all the mayors are ready to do that with you.
He wants money.
Rachel,
he wants money.
Monday we'll come to that, not today.
Rachel, are you going to be...
Well, I know what Andy wants: a partnership, a partnership approach with mayors, local government and central government working in partnership to start rebuilding our country, build the homes we need, the transport infrastructure that we need. I've been in opposition now for 14 years. I'm ready to get going in the huge task that we have ahead of us, and the missions that we set out in our manifesto are now national missions, and we want to work in partnership with the whole country to start delivering that reform.
Okay, Beth and then Ruth.
Just quick question, Rachel Reeves, just on getting ready. Are you ready to become the first female chancellor? And if you are, what should viewers expect from Labour in the first couple of weeks in terms of kick-starting this growth agenda that you say you so desperately have to get in order to improve public services? We're going to see a new house building plan before the month is out. Can you give us any idea of what you're going to do in your first few days?
Well, we sought a mandate at this election to grow the economy, and that is what I'm going to get started on doing. Reform of our planning system is clearly essential to build the housing we need, the transport infrastructure, the energy infrastructure. And on a personal level, if I am appointed by Keir...
Is this stream more Labour-leaning or Tory-leaning? Sorry you're a Yank and you're here mainly for general interest in the UK. We're mainly communist-leaning, so we hate both. We hate both of them, like, equally. I mean, the Labour and Tory are both basically the same party and ideologically now, so we don't lean to we're pro-communism here, by the way. I don't know if that's your kind of politics, David, but this is a pro-communism stream, hence the I'm literally a communist alert when people follow.
Starmer as the Chancellor
Sleep
of the
well,
Exchequer.
Becca.
I will be the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Yeah, I think that's
and I
nailed on.
see with that both a huge privilege but also the responsibility to ensure that our economy works for everybody, including women who have borne the brunt of austerity, who are paid less, earn less than men, and our policies like the free breakfast clubs, the additional nursery places, closing the gender pay gap will be crucial
Another
to
strong political woman come in, Ruth Davidson. Yeah, I was going to...
All of the UK communist parties are incredibly authoritarian, B, incredibly infighting-y, and they're all TERFs. All of the Communist Party are TERFs in the UK. In fact, the Communist Party in the UK is so TERFy, it got endorsed by J.K. Rowling. The best kind of like pure socialist party that we have is the Trade Unionist Socialist Coalition.
That's Rachel. I mean, one of Keir Starmer's mantras throughout this campaign has been, I have changed the Labour Party and now I'm going to change the country. Actually, one of the bigger changes has been with the business community, and that has largely been down to you and your team in the shadow.
I'm not joking, Maltese leftist. Literally, J.K. Rowling endorsed the Communist Party of Britain. Actually, the Revolutionary Communist Party are pretty good. The one that endorsed Fiona Lally. But there's the Communist Party of Britain, the Communist Party of Great Britain, and the Communist Party of Great Britain Marxist-Leninists. All three of them are like real kind of like campist Leninist types. But the RCP are a little bit better. But out of all of the kind of the actual like left-wing parties, like Tusk are the best of them.
Treasury team. In terms of when you started as Shadow Chancellor...
Oh, yeah, they did, and actually, they're not quite transphobic enough for J.K. Rowling because they denounced the J.K. Rowling endorsement.
Not long after we finished with John McDonnell and others. I mean, how...
No, they're not quite MAGA communists. They're turfy just because it's Turf Island. They're still like traditional Leninists in that regard. They're not weirdo like nationalist types like Infrared or Jackson Hinkle or anything like that. They're just like regular campus Leninist types, but just with British turfery like stuck on top.
Much work have you had to put in to gain trust of the business community, and how much do you want to continue the journey that you've done? Because I personally, from an outside perspective, from an opposition perspective, would say you've probably done more than anybody, including Keir, to change the view of the Labour Party in this country over the last 5 years.
Praise indeed.
Well, we've campaigned as a pro-business and a pro-growth party, and that's how we intend to govern. The partnership approach to try and unlock that private sector investment, which is crucial to improving our productivity and growth performance. So working in partnership with business to ensure that we bring wealth and prosperity to all parts of the UK with more good jobs, paying decent wages right across Britain. That's what I want to do. And of course, we have to work in partnership with business if we're to achieve that.
She said like partnership with business 3 fucking times. I hate this party so much. Welcome to the next 5 years of the entirety of our government partnering with business. Like nothing will fundamentally change. These people are to the right of Joe Biden, by the way.
OK, just one last thought before we let you go. I know you've got a busy night ahead.
I noticed you didn't say no, Keir changed the party.
OK, we'll leave that hanging. David Lammy we had on the programme a little bit earlier on, and there is some suggestion that given that Dougie Alexander is likely to win the seat back up in Scotland, they'll be vying for the post of Foreign Secretary. Who would you prefer?
Well, the Capital Party, yeah, not Labour, the Capital Party.
Well, it's up to Keir Starmer to appoint his top team, and if he becomes... Well, of course, but Keir Starmer has done more than anyone to turn around the Labour Party. He has, in the last 4.5 years, done something which I don't think many people believed was possible.
Yes, there was previously an RCP, which was very kind of socially conservative, which disbanded. That's where all the people from Spiked came from, because they came from the Living Marxism magazine. The new RCP is completely different, yes. So we have multiple different revolutionary communist parties, 3 communist parties of Britain, Great Britain, and Great Britain Marxist-Leninist. And we've got the Workers' Party, who had a soft endorsement from CPGB-ML, who then disendorsed them for some reason I don't even know. There's the Socialist Party, there's the Socialist Workers' Party, there's the Trade Unionist Socialist Coalition. We've got a real cut fight. We've got a real... we've got a real rogues gallery of leftist parties.
In December 2019 to ensure that Labour could be a viable political
I'm not
force
surprised,
again.
Maltese.
He's done that. This is his moment, and he will, tomorrow, if he becomes Prime Minister, appoint the cabinet that he chooses.
OK. Good to talk to you. Thank you.
Great to talk to you too, Kate.
Yeah. Thank you.
No SWP are like strict Trotskyists who don't believe in vanguardism.
I think early priority for investment might be digital infrastructure in Leeds, I think.
I think you might not be wrong. Just hearing that Jeremy Corbyn's arrived at his count in Islington.
Been told that's too close to call at the moment
that's
by my Labour sources.
That's what we're hearing as well. His team are saying they're in with a shot, but the exit poll saying otherwise. Our learned friend to my right saying too close to call. We'll have to wait until they declare around about 3 o'clock in the morning.
I've got an update for that, actually, from a Labour source. It's literally just come in.
Yeah.
It's looking difficult for us in Islington North. So that's the latest I've got.
For Labour or for the,
It's looking difficult for Labour in
Okay.
Islington North. So that's suggesting that perhaps
Corbyn.
Corbyn might take it. So
As an American trans woman, how bad is this? Labour kind of got co-opted a bit in this election, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is like the worst possible result that the left could have. The Tories haven't been destroyed. The far-right party have won more seats than anybody, or projected to win more seats than anybody expected. There's more broad right-wing support than there is broad progressive support. And even the Labour Party have essentially told the trans community that they're fucking worthless. So, as far as like pro-trans parties, in total they're polling projected about 15%. It's fucking miserable. Although Jeremy Corbyn looks like he might win, which is something.
first I had too close to call.
Yep.
Half an hour later I've got it's looking difficult for us, so let's see.
This is the hopium. The hopium is that we're likely to have Corbyn back in Parliament.
Let's see somebody who is feeling pretty confident given the exit poll. That is Nigel Farage. This is what he said.
It's midnight. There were two results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. And what does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
Just to clarify, Mr Farage, if I may, and I'll be chatting to you later on and I will correct you then, you said no Reform people have been interviewed by the media this evening. I think you'll find that we did we not?
We did, extensively.
Yes, Mr Bull was his name, Mr Bull, I think his name was.
Thank
you.
Forgive me.
Thank you. Andrew, let's...
Literally, to be fair, what Reform UK are tapping into is the Facebook conspiracy theory vote. That's really what they're doing. 15-minute cities, critical race theory, gender ideology, the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization. Like, 15-minute cities, net zero, like, the vaccine... Like, they are the mainstream conspiracy theory party.
It's joined us. Hello.
Okay.
Goodness.
Devastating night for the Conservatives, and obviously we need to regroup. We're going to have to rethink. We're going to have to do it quickly. I think there's a very clear message for us from lots of people who, certainly from where I've been around the country, well, it's that we've not been properly Conservative enough. And I don't actually think, in the end, we'll see huge enthusiasm for Labour. But I think a lot of people are very angry with the Conservatives. I think Reform have done very well out of it because they've been a protest. I think a lot of...
The 15 minutes conspiracy is particularly amusing to you, but it's horrific in its effect, obviously. I don't know if you watched the Abigail Thorne video about city planning that brought up 15-minute city conspiracy theories. Like, weirdly, 15-minute cities conspiracy theory is just like this big kind of all-encompassing conspiracy theory that I just don't think you can ever get people out of.
Conservatives have gone to Reform in lots of areas, and we're going to have to rethink. You know, it's fantastic that we live in this democracy. You know, just 5 years ago, everyone was saying, oh, Labour's going to have to wait 10 years.
Imagine if Farage had died in that plane crash. Yeah, has anyone here watched The History Boys? Like, if you watch The History Boys, there's a point where they talk about subjunctive history, about points in time that may change the course of history, and, like, Nigel Farage surviving the plane crash is just, like... Things could have been so different.
Vegan sausage roll.
You had QAnon and managed that to a supposed to extent. How you've not managed that shit. Trump's going to be president in November. Look forward to that.
Before they even get a chance at government again. But here we are, just 5 years on, and the people have spoken, and it's great that they can do that.
Yeah, I've got a good Atlantic submersible trip that I think Nigel Farage would love to spend some money on.
And there's a smooth transition of power, as there will be.
What does not being Conservative enough mean? Coming to you in a second.
They're having a disco.
So, you know, there's lots of things. People feel we've not dealt with the issues that concern them. Migration, I think, has been a big issue, something that the Reform Party has benefited from a lot. People are worried about the sharing of scarce resources, the cost of living, the number of people they feel are arriving unfairly to this country. There's a lot of people who...
George Galloway set to lose his Rochdale seat to Labour. That's surprising. I thought he was going to hold on. Fucking Paul War. Although I guess that Paul War, I mean, he's bad, but, you know, like, Galloway is what he is.
Who have concerns about frankly, the turnover of leadership in the Conservative Party. I think a lot of us will agree that that kind of turmoil is not helpful to government. But also, I think, you know, since 2010...
We've got a Prime Minister who's a Brexiteer, who also wanted to put people on planes and send them to Rwanda.
Yep, absolutely, but it didn't happen. And yeah, no, I completely agree. He's a Brexiteer. I'm a Brexiteer too. But the fact is, government is very difficult. We've had some incredibly difficult issues to deal with over the last 14 years. And actually, in a lot of areas, you know, we've got higher employment, 4 million more people are in employment now. We've got huge achievements in net zero. We've got fantastic, over 5.5 million new apprenticeships for young people,
Andrea,
2.5 million new homes. So there's a lot of things to be proud of.
Because the previous election SCC was a by-election, and a completely different electorate turns out to vote in by-elections.
Feels broken.
I don't disagree.
Feels like Conservatives have broken the country, broken the railways, broken the water system, sewage everywhere. That's how it feels to people. They wouldn't recognise you reeling off those achievements. Everyone just feels this country's gone backwards under the Tories.
I agree that's how people feel, and that's why, as I say, we need to regroup and rethink.
I didn't realise the polls were saying Galloway would lose. Oh, well.
And it's very clear that in this great country of ours, the people will speak, and I think we will see much more frequent turnover of governments because government is increasingly difficult.
OK, Trevor and then Beth.
Yeah, Shaps may lose his seat, but he lives on in Great British Railways.
Yeah, I mean, let's not be too abstract about this. You say the people have spoken, and they've said one thing: we don't fancy Tories much.
Yeah.
And
Low
the other
turnout,
thing they
yes.
said is we like look of reform rather than going to Labour. I mean, it's possible.
I mean, it's true. It does mean Tristan Tate wasted his money. Yeah, that's true. Tristan Tate wasted his money on George Galloway.
Actually, the combined Labour and Tory vote this time will be the lowest for more than a century. What do you?
Yeah, Liz Kendall is just like the ultimate career politician. I fucking despise her. Oh, another seat declared
going
soon.
on there, and what do you have to do about it?
Yeah, so that is something for the days and weeks and months ahead. But it's absolutely right. It looks very early hours, but it does look as though...
Yeah, Tristan Tate funded George Galloway. George Galloway's gone like full anti-woke, anti-migrant, like a proper red-brown type. He's really disgusting. And that's after, you know, his very weird comments about other things too.
Reform, that party of protest, has really touched a nerve with people who are sick of an incumbent government that they feel hasn't met their requirements. They don't have enthusiasm for Labour. I have huge concerns about Labour myself, but it does look as though the surge in reform has been enough to significantly...
He's not like... Galloway isn't just bigoted against trans people. He literally said that he thinks that gay people aren't normal and that gay relationships aren't normal.
Give Labour a huge majority. I think there's a lot of questions for Labour about what they're going to do with people's taxes, with the country. How are they going to make things better?
Hey, good to hear you rejoined the unions too.
I think voters have felt the same. They've concluded the same. They don't see Labour having the answers. So they're voting for reform as well. Can somebody else do it?
400 and...
Hold on a second, Andy.
Not to take away from
Hold
it,
on a
Andy,
second,
but
Andy.
it's
Just
not
let me say
enthusiasm
Gateshead
for
Central and
Labour.
Wickham are Labour hold, Beth.
Can we just go back to the campaign and let's just go back to where the party is? Because on these projections, it's the worst performance.
Devastating, yes.
For 2 centuries plus. You were furious about the election being called when it was called, weren't you?
Personally, I was. For very good reasons. As a health minister, you know, I just launched this dental recovery plan, which is way better.
Yeah, turnout is absolutely shocking, looks
than
like.
Labour's offer. You know, I was about to launch a progress update on the family hubs and Start for Life, an absolutely integral part of what I see as a way to really improve our society. So for me personally, I felt there were some things I was desperate to get out the door. So yes, I was angry, but you know, equally, I do completely understand this is a very personal decision for any Prime Minister. The
Turnout usually in mid-60s.
Has to weigh up all sorts of different considerations.
You wanted to put in a resignation letter, didn't you? Didn't you want to ask him
I'm not going
You're not going to say it on...
Have a look at this, Gateshead Central. I mean, look at the 21% down, Nicholas Oliver, and look what's happening with reform. This is Gateshead Central and Wickham. Labour's vote down a little bit as well. Tories are fourth there. Look at that. Tories are fourth in Gateshead Central and Wickham. More than just regrouping, you're going to have to give serious thought about what you're going to do about reform.
I totally agree. I mean, that is for the days and weeks ahead, is to consider how is it that, in effect, we have led to people voting for...
One thing I will say, if turnout is low now, those are non-voters we can win for the left next time round. If Reform UK are doing this, like Reform UK are the ascendant iconoclastic party, right? Nigel Farage is casting himself as the iconoclast at a time of deep dissatisfaction with politics. And if he can only get this percentage of the vote with this low turnout, there is a whole sea of disengaged voters that we can appeal to for next time round. That's what is it. If it was a high turnout and Nigel Farage was sweeping through the polls, then I would be worried more. But the fact that so many few people are voting means that we can at least sell a message to the people who are disengaged from voting at all moving forward.
What is a protest party? It's come out of nowhere. There's been all sorts of...
It's a Brexit by any other name.
Yeah, well, possibly, except that what we have seen is some pretty horrible comments and views expressed by some Reform candidates. We also had a Reform candidate just in the last couple of weeks reverting back to the Conservatives, saying that they wanted to back the Conservative. One, exactly, one. But nevertheless, the fact is that their vote was not a hard vote. It wasn't a very clear manifesto. There's all sorts of pledges that, a bit like the Lib Dems, people think, well, we can safely vote for them because they're never going to have to...
Is it the wisest thing, though, you just said? I do agree with what you said, but shouldn't you, therefore, have sort of taken Reform on a bit more than you did? It felt to me, watching from the sidelines, that you were kind of frightened of them and you wouldn't sort of call them out as Conservative MPs. Is that a fair point?
I think it's a fair point. In hindsight, we should have gone after Reform much more in the early days. But genuinely, again, that's hindsight. And I think at the time, the plan was to really make the appeal on the grounds of what the Conservatives have to offer. And as you know, a lot of the campaign was about, we will cut your taxes, Labour will raise your taxes. So there were some very clear dividing lines between us and the traditional party of opposition. And so, yes, I think in hindsight, we will be thinking, wow, we should have gone after Reform voters much more than we did.
Well, I mean, I was going to ask whether it was that wise, looking at the trends, to come on and dismiss Reform in this way. But I want to ask you about a specific question about your own constituency. According to the exit poll, it looks like it will have gone. And one of the interesting things about your
We should say former constituency, which is why you're sitting here.
Yeah, is that it's 10th in the list of mortgage holders. I mean, a lot of people own their own homes. And I noticed one name that hasn't been mentioned tonight is Liz Truss. Now, to what extent did the Truss interregnum really lead to punishment for the Tories tonight?
So, first of all, my hopes are very high for South Northamptonshire. It's a fabulous constituency. We've been very busy this weekend. We've got the British Grand Prix there just coming up. I was talking to some constituents and their friends in the pub just this evening, having just voted. And people there were saying, we're sticking with the Conservatives, but you do need to change. So that is very clear to me. I have high hopes. We had a great...
Hatred and irrational fear of immigrants by Middle Englanders can't be understated. Actually, I don't think the Middle Englanders are necessarily racist. I think a lot of them care about the idea of Britain being overcrowded more than they do about whether or not they see brown faces. Now, there are a lot of people who say that there are too many foreigners around, for example, right? There's definitely a lot of that around, but I think the broader anti-immigrant rhetoric is really about the idea that the green and pleasant land is going to have houses built in it. Now, of course, it's stupid because only 4% of land is built upon, but I understand the concerns.
Candidate there. But to your point about is Liz Truss, has she been a big factor? I think undoubtedly yes. Yeah. I think actually what Labour have done very well is to somehow...
Now, I don't want a Lewis Hamilton win. I want a Lando Norris win. I want Lando Norris to win at Silverstone. Lando Norris needs to win for that fucking move that Verstappen pulled last weekend. I was livid. I was absolutely livid at Verstappen. Driving so dangerously and conking out Lando Norris on an easy chance to be able to win a Grand Prix. Verstappen, so used to winning, just moulds and gets mad and breaks the rules if it looks like he might lose. Right? Verstappen, crybaby. Gigantic fucking piss baby. Oh no, I might lose a race for the first time in years after winning all but one of the races so far this season. What, gonna turn into Lando Norris and take us both out? Pathetic.
Make out that the whole cost of living crisis, the impact of Putin's invasion of Ukraine and energy bills going through the roof was all about Liz Truss's mini budget, which isn't true. And the Bank of England quite clearly, when I was on the Treasury Committee, made quite clear that was a blip. The Liz Truss mini budget was a blip. But Labour have made absolutely fair enough. They made great political hay out of that.
Lib Democrats, it looks as though they're projected to...
Important that the left are well prepared and organised for this, so they don't just go off to reform. I mean, but we're not organised. Where's the union support? Where are we in our communities? Where's the credit unions? Where are the housing? Where's the proper building societies and shit? Where is the community built around? Council housing is gone. Communities have been fragmented and destroyed by neoliberalism and privatisation. I think that we should try and build those bases. I have very little hope that that's going to be able to happen. Like, sure, we'll be able to find a lot of common ground with, like, Muslim and minority communities, but that's not enough. And even then, like, the Islamo-leftism conspiracy shit will start creeping in.
To do very well this evening, potentially 61 seats according to the exit poll. We've just had some new images in of the man himself.
A Liberal Democrat.
A Liberal.
Any more seats being declared now? I'm just going to go straight up to the live.
Across the UK. I know it's not geographically accurate, but it gives you a bit of a sense of where these constituencies are. And broadly speaking, look, that's what we're talking about if we're talking about Labour having 410 seats, so getting towards that Blair majority, well over the line that the Labour Party would need to get to, well over that line. And the Conservative Party, really a shadow of its former self. If you see it there, there's the Conservative Party, 131 seats. Based on the exit poll. And as I say...
Yeah, ideal podium of Lando, Lewis and George, 100% agreed. Absolutely 100% agreed. And if not Lewis or George, Oscar Piastri, just because it's McLaren.
These exit poll numbers are looking pretty accurate.
Might pass out soon, but
one way
to
we can
say
do that
thanks
is
for
by
all your
looking
coverage
at
and company
the
on
results
this grim
versus
night.
what actually happened.
Thank you very much for the bits, Kay, on Twitch. Appreciate you.
Again, here's a little sneak preview of that. OK, we've had a few constituencies so far. There's Newcastle, there's Washington, there's Swindon South, there's Sunderland Central. And this is just tracking the reform votes in these constituencies versus what the exit poll was suggesting. And actually, in these constituencies so far, at least, Reform doing a wee bit worse than the exit poll.
Actually, if they're doing an average 3% worse than the exit poll suggests, that's down around about the 15% that I had them marked on for, which probably means around about the 8 seats I predicted.
All suggested. Remember, the exit poll talking about 13 Reform...
Oliver Behrman confirmed to Haas, that's cool.
MPs by the end of this process. And broadly speaking, they're not doing quite as well in the actual results. But like I say, it's early days, and we're talking really about a small number of constituencies. And as we get more constituencies, we'll update that. And I want to show you that as well later on for the Conservatives. We'll show it to you for the Labour Party as well, because...
We do have 5 years. We do have 5 years to build these communities up. We have 5 years to organise, 5 years to get people joining unions. I'm going to spend the next 5 years hammering on about trade unions, hammering on about privatisation. This channel's small now, right? Maybe I don't have the base to build on. People are going to get mad at me for criticising Labour and Keir Starmer and whatever, right? But I'm not going to, I didn't get into this job because I wanted to be a rich fucking YouTuber. I didn't get into this job because I wanted to be Hassan Abi, just buying my massive mansion and just sitting around critiquing from the sidelines. I wanted to be able to get people thinking. I wanted to be able to build movements and build coalitions and try and win people over. I'm not here just to be a cheap grifter. I'm not here to just fucking grift. I'm here to try and get people organised and educated. So, we'll put out content. We'll get people organised. We'll go campaigning. That's what this is for. The work starts now. The work starts now. Exactly, Lemmy Redneck. Every single time a news story breaks and it's private company does shit thing, another privatisation success story. Let's hammer that shit home.
The trends matter. The trends matter.
I'm just being told by Isla that the Reform is second and the Conservatives under 20% in all of the North East constituencies so far.
I'm not saying Hassan is a grifter. I don't think Hassan is a grifter, right? I just think he doesn't put enough effort into building a movement. He doesn't put enough effort into how to get people organised, for example. A lot of it is just being C-SPAN and playing video games. And you know what? Being a Zoomer C-SPAN and playing video games is good. It's a good role that he provides. But with the gigantic platform and financial float that he's got, he could be building cooperatives. He could be building something that has material gains. But at the moment, I just see that he's wasting a huge opportunity that he could be taking to be so much more effective in shaping American society, because the left have tried hammering at people. The left have tried hammering at people with rhetoric and bullying for all of these. Has it worked? Has it worked? Just trying to bash people over the head with rhetoric. They've won some people over, but it's pushed people away. We have to show people material gains, and that comes from trade unions, it comes from credit unions, it comes from community pantries, it comes from getting involved in your community and municipal politics. It comes from a ground level upwards. The Labour movement was always like this. That's how the Labour movement always worked in our communities, and that's the thing that we have to start now.
Exactly it. And, I mean, looking, for instance, so that was Gateshead. We'll bring Gateshead back up.
Yeah, it's true. He's not the Koch brothers. It's true. He isn't the Koch brothers. But
just these are the actual numbers. Just look at those numbers. I mean, what we are seeing is potentially a redrawing of that map, with the Conservatives down in 4th place and Reform
I don't think
there,
so, Rory.
with 21.4% in
Can I tell you something else while I've got you? South Shields, same pattern.
South
Tories
Shields as well.
4th.
I didn't load that on before.
I know, because it's only just come
Has
in.
that just come just now?
So it's
Okay.
breaking news for you. South Shields, Labour winning, Labour hold, I should say. Reform second, the Conservatives into 4th place, very much like we see in both of them. Beaten by the Greens. Ed Davey is just arriving at...
So there are plenty of polls that did project this much reform.
His
plenty
count.
of them.
There you go. As we were saying earlier.
I sort of expected him to...
This is just kind of the upper bound of what polls predicted. I mean, some polls had Reform UK on 21%.
Jet skiing or like fall out of the sky or bungee jumping or have like a rocket trail or something. I'm a little bit disappointed in that, to be honest.
I think it's fair to say he's had
my
a good
muffin.
campaign.
I'm looking, do you
Clapton,
think?
apparently the
I
turnout
think I've
there
got
just below
drippage.
60%.
So I've got
but the turnout for Keir
That's low
Starmer,
for Clapton.
well, Keir Starmer, 54%.
Low for both, I would say, but, you know, you'd think Farage, with the big gatherings, to have a turnout of lower than 60%. I wouldn't have predicted that. I'd have predicted
Well,
much
one of
higher
the things that we
turnout.
keep getting in is you'll see us on our phones. It's not because we're rude or that we're not listening to each other. It's because we've got lots of information coming in all the time. And one of the rumours that is doing the rounds is that there's actually a bit of concern that Labour might be being run very close in Normanton, which is Yvette Cooper's seat. So that would be one of the former, she's the Shadow Home Secretary.
Pontefract.
No, sorry,
Pontefract.
That was Ed Ball's seat.
Sorry, but in terms of the
Next
seats
door,
here,
husband's.
Barnsley South,
Yeah.
Normanton, Pontefract, Castleford are ones where Reform are running.
Greens had a bigger swing than Reform in South Shields. That's pretty... yeah, that's interesting, actually.
Good. Well, it'll be interesting to see.
It will. Let's have a look at this one behind us. Where is it, Lee?
I mean, South Shields has always been a bit of a Green stronghold. I mean, by stronghold, I mean having a bit of a Green vote, which is basically a stronghold in Green
See?
terms.
Oh,
There
come
you
on,
go.
Lee.
Yeah, let's go right there. And Shingy, there it
Hopefully
is.
some good
Shingy's
news.
right behind me. I can see you, Shingy. I'm waving. You can't see me.
Do you see what I mean about actually with the South Shields? The independent and Green vote was was 21%. Independents and Green vote split is going to be really bad at this election.
Hi, Kay. Well,
Hiya.
just an update in the sense of looking at the declaration here. So it's going to come a little later than expected. It'll be about 2 a.m. We're expecting 1:30 a.m. So we're about 30 minutes from the declaration here in Lee. It's interesting here because of that seismic shift we had in 2019 with the first ever Conservative MP being elected here, the first time Labour had lost here since 1922. Today, the polls are projecting that Jo Platt, the MP who lost her seat that night, will win and win comfortably. We obviously know that she served as an election agent for Andy Burnham in one of his election wins, and that his majority the last time he won here was around 15,000 votes. They're looking at a strong majority again tonight if the polls are correct.
Also, to move away from saying Reform are in the opposition of bots, that's just how we got Brexit in tonight's results, dismissing dissenting opinions. I mean, I never do this. The Liberals are the ones who call all Reform people bots. Like, again, me and Aaron Bastani, like, we're on a level, just acknowledging that the Reform UK coalition is built out of a serious amount of disaffection. And it's rooted in a material and obvious and realistic critique of the fact that corporate culture has ruined our country. But Nigel Farage has no plans to fix that. He just talks like he does because he understands where the disaffection comes from and sells people this like anti-corporatist snake oil that has no basis in material policy, whereas we, here on the left, we actually have a policy to deal with these people, which is called fucking tax and nationalisation.
And I also just wanted to reflect on why that was a seismic victory. This is a former mill town, a former mining town in and around that Red Wall area, which obviously collapsed last time, but it looks like it's being rebuilt, at least in the northeast. Another national trend that I think is worth talking about is that Reform vote. So here we've been talking to the Reform candidate and his team. They sound quietly confident that they can sneak into second place and that the Conservatives will fall into third, which obviously suggests that they're having, just like they are across the country by the looks of it, having parts of their vote share sliced by reform. This is, of course, a Brexit voting seat. They voted for Brexit here in 2016, so that's linked to that complex mix of factors. But a headline here is we're expecting Labour to win the seat, perhaps with reform and an interesting subplot coming second here.
As about half an hour delay, Andy is being told.
Used to declare around 2. So
She used to
for
work
me,
for
that
you?
was normal. I predicted.
She was one of your aides?
Yeah, Jo's brilliant. And, you know, the great thing is that she lost in 2019, but has dedicated herself to a community project of actually bringing an old mill back to life, and she's done it brilliantly. And I think that says something about her. You know, sometimes politicians...
I mean, the positive male role model I always look at is Carlo. I think there's an issue, of course, is I think a lot of the best male role models in the UK are all from the black community, and I think there's a bunch of like white working class kids who you don't see somebody who looks like them.
And then they lose and they're out. She
I
really...
know that sounds right-wing, but if you're brought up in a culture, especially a white supremacist culture, that teaches you need a white male role model, then it's difficult to be able to get on board. But Akala is like the best male role model. He's so good. I wish Akala was pumped into every single young boy's inbox, just saying, go and listen to Fire in the Booth Part 1.
She deserves to win, Jo. She's a great
Anatoly,
friend.
another one, actually. Anatoly.
Well, exactly, MCH. Again, the important thing is agreeing on solutions, not problems.
Again, for
respect
Redco.
that, haven't you? When you've lost, but you stick around and you rebuild. So Anna as well, Jo. I think that's a really commendable thing.
Yeah, we've seen just a few moments ago.
Can I?
You can. Go on.
I've just got this from a Lib Dem source saying that they now believe they've won 47 seats, beating their 1997 result. An astonishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
But that undershoots the
That
exit poll, doesn't
undershoots
it?
it by
That's
quite a lot, doesn't
61
it?
is
Yeah.
what...
Yeah, but I mean...
so far.
Yeah, so far. Yeah,
Although projected so far.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Anyway.
Okay, we're keeping an eye on that, because look who's joined us, John McDonnell. Hello.
Hello.
If only you guys could have done this in 2019, then, you know, you'd have been in a much better position from a standing start.
I mean, if they'd done it in 2019, they would also have been destroyed by the pandemic and the war.
Where Keir Starmer is now.
Too right. Yep, but let's
Well,
rejoice.
thanks for joining us.
Let's rejoice about getting rid of the Tories, shall we? That's good enough for me at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's great to see you, John. We just had an interesting conversation, Mick Lynch and Margaret Hodge. I'd like me, you'll have read the
Harmonious, I'm sure, was it?
Oh, extremely so. You know, there's just a little bit of difference there. But I think the messages of the campaign sometimes haven't reflected some of what's in the manifesto. Do you look at our manifesto and see good things like renationalisation of railways and building of council homes?
Yeah. I can see shades of the 2019-2017 manifesto in parts of it, definitely.
Foundational document.
You're trying to tempt me, aren't you?
John, Andy, what I didn't say was, as you two are having this discussion...
No more Liz Truss. You think Liz Truss is going to lose her seat?
And you and Margaret, sorry, not you, Mick and Margaret were having this discussion. A senior Labour figure texted me and said, more seats does not mean more money. The point being that even though the majority is going to potentially be very big, it does not change Labour's position on tax, spend, investment. Are you intensely relaxed about that, John?
The situation is this. They're going to have, I think, the most toxic inheritance any Labour government has ever had. That's the first thing.
True.
Second thing, they've got a limited programme that they've campaigned on, the 6 policy areas. They'll implement those. But the reality is, within about 6 to 12 months, they'll have to recognise that they'll need to be a lot more radical. And they can be. I think they can be. And it would only require...
Oh, 100%, Rory. McDonnell seems really beaten.
Elements of some... I'll just give you an example.
What does that look like?
Well, I'll give you an example. One of the key issues that's come up on the doorstep with me in my constituency, and I don't think mine's much different from others, 30% of our children are in poverty in my constituency.
Child benefits.
Child benefit, but also the 2-child limit has got to go, you know? So there's issues like that I think they'll shift onto, because it's almost inevitable if we're going to really fulfil the mission of a Labour government.
OK, so this is interesting.
Can I just explain while we're looking at Ed Davey, and then we'll come back, because it looks, well, definitely, the Lib Dems have had their first gain in Harrogate and Knaresborough. Former Andrew Jones Transport Minister
Former
losing.
Conservative stronghold.
Exactly so, and those are how the numbers are looking. Labour fourth, look at that. I mean, is that tactical voting? Looking at that?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is some... Lib Dems are going to be incredibly highly efficient with their vote share.
Right there, what do you think?
What we're seeing right the way across the country is people are just voting to get rid of the Tories, and they're doing it in whatever way they think is appropriate.
Yeah, Gillian Keegan going. I want to see Michelle Donnellan go as well.
And I think that is tactical voting.
But John, if we could go back to what you just, because this is interesting, because you obviously are on the left of the party. There's a big chunk of MPs or candidates to be MPs potentially on that side within the party. Just what you're saying is that in 6 to 12 months, you think that the government will have to become more radical. You want to see them scrap the 2-child cap on benefits, which Keir Starmer very clearly in the interview I did with him said he would not do, and that extends.
Well, even Nigel Farage wants to get rid of the 2-child cap. I mean, he knows that we need to increase the birth rate, make sure people can afford to have kids.
Aren't you, about what you expect from them as time goes on?
I think it's not just me. I think the whole of our party will expect more because things are so bad out there. And what I think people will expect is to, yes, let's get this first wave of policies implemented because you'll restore confidence then and trust in the government being able to do these things. But then let's be honest with people about how bad things are.
And I see people are getting mad in my mentions on Twitter. So I'm going to keep this playing.
Therefore,
with
there'll be
muted, sorry, but to actually stay on time for declared results. I apologise for skipping around and pausing. But people are getting mad in my replies on Twitter because I said this is genuinely the worst possible result for the left. And all of the replies just like, no, we just got a majority. And I'm not talking about liberals. Not talking about liberals, mate. Just not talking about liberals.
You're staring down the barrel of another general election. So you've really got to be producing them and then also giving people hope of what a second period of office would be. And the point that Andy's making, the vehicles are out there now.
Well,
Give them the resources and we can deliver.
And I think the point that's being a bit missed in the conversation is the manifesto has more in it than any of the manifestos I stood on when I was in the New Labour. Rail.
Wait a
second, though. Wait 1 second, though, Trevor. You know, rail. One second. We never touched rail in those. You know, we never went near it. Just look at it now. This manifesto is talking of renationalisation. The energy market, Great British Energy, that is to be shaped.
You're not renationalising the energy market with GB Energy, you idiot, Andy. It's a fucking investment fund. You're nationalising the trains by finishing off the job of the Tories using Great British Railways, a part of the government they set up in the Shapps-Williams Rail Review.
Lots of stuff there that will allow us as mayors to work with them and shape it and actually, I would say, bring through stuff that the new Labour government should have done something about and didn't. For instance, re-regulating buses, which I've done in Greater Manchester. Now everywhere can do it in our manifesto. These may never get the Westminster attention or the kind of political world's attention, but these things really matter on the ground. And I think it's a manifesto that actually goes further, certainly than the 2001, 5 and 10 ones that we stood on.
Okay, can I just say that may I just say that we're waiting for Nuneaton, first seat.
John's making good points, but stupid centrists aren't going to listen. Just say, yeah, but you lost and we won. I hate it here. I mean, that's the problem. Like, they're looking at this and going, everything is back to normal. Politics is boring again. The adults are back in the room with an insurgent, like, hard right party creeping up in the background, just thinking that everything is fine. Nothing is a problem, you know. They're literally the centrists are the dog holding the mug saying this is fine.
Who is the chairman of the Conservative Party, 1 in 3 chance of not holding on to that seat is what the bookies were suggesting. Waiting for, what else are we waiting for? Broxbourne. That is quite late as well. Not sure what's...
Hey, thank you, Carl Kentish, for the 10 gifted. Remember, of course, you want to support the stream. I'll be going for 24 hours. So any contributions to the torture I'm inflicting upon myself, having to deal with British politics for 24 hours straight. If you can, of course, support the channel, it'll be very much appreciated. Memberships, gifts, subs, bits, gifted memberships, just like Carl has done, is the best way to support the stream. Super chats if you want your message read out. 100 bits gets you text to speech over on Twitch as well. And I've got a Patreon and some merch in my YouTube bio as well. So any of you want to support the stream as we go on tonight and as we torture ourselves into the morning, it would all be very appreciated if you could financially support the stream and keep me employed here on Twitch and YouTube.
What's going on there? Labour has gained Stroud and also held Jarrow and Gateshead East. So
Jarrow.
That's an update. And also waiting for our first seat in Scotland as well. SNP, according to the exit poll, likely to very badly with...
Yeah, it's Kate Osborne in Jarrow, and she's really cool. She's pro-trans lesbian MP, and she was actually a blue collar worker. She was a postie for 25 years.
To 2010, as you were.
Neoliberalism.
What was your point that
Can
you
you
were
turn off
making?
the alerts for a moment? Thank you for the gifts in Twitch. Thank you for the gifts on Twitch. Thank you, Jim Speak for the 10 gifted, Billy Thompson for the 10 gifted, Carl Kentish for the 10 gifted, and Newman Noggs for the 10 gifted as well. Appreciate all of the support, guys.
Was going to be the party of government potentially for 2.
Want to give you £20? What's the best way to do that? Gifting 20 memberships on YouTube.
Made it a little bit more middle of the road than we could have been in government already.
I was the person they always sent out for the exit polls, you know. So in 2017, I went along. And again, everyone thought we were going to be crushed then. And we came level with Theresa May, basically. I had a Tory minister beside me. I can't remember who it was.
100 bits.
His face completely drained. I thought I was going to have to do compression on him or something like that. So that.
Thank you for the 5 gifted, Andy.
19-1. It was just all Brexit. It was just a nightmare. No matter.
And thank you for the 10 gifted, Frank. Appreciate all of the continued support.
It was Brexit. And our party was divided over it. Realistically, that was the problem with us, you know. But again, my view is this, and that you might think I'm wrong.
Oh my God, Yvette Cooper losing her seat would be so fucking funny.
First of all, austerity, biting, and Osborne and whatever. Then Boris Johnson comes along, and to be honest, he's a congenital liar. And those images of the Queen burying her husband and they're partying at number 10.
How do you feel when you see this guy, Jeremy Corbyn?
He's my friend. He's my friend and always will be. And if he wins tonight, I'll be arguing for him to be restored to the Labour whip. That's what I'll hope to do. That's what they did with Nye Bevan and others who lost the whip. But
oh, John. Oh, John. John. I know you really want it. It's not happening. It's not happening, John. It's not happening.
And the losses wouldn't be as great. I still think they would have lost. But they lost economic credibility over Liz Truss, and that was it then. They were out.
Is he going to win?
From what I hear, it's really close.
Labour sources saying to me that they think it's going to be difficult for them to...
It's a huge popular support. It's been there 40 years.
I know, I live in the constituency next door, and there has been so many Corbyn stickers and posters.
Thank you for the 20 gifted, James. I really appreciate the support.
There's a real irony here. It was the first general election I reported on, and you will remember this, John.
Yeah, I'm sure we can give Jeremy Corbyn the whip back by getting John McDonnell to send an incredibly strongly worded letter. Oh, we have a declaration.
Left the Labour Party to join the SDP, and Corbyn came in for Labour, beating a defector from... So it'd be very interesting to see what happens tonight.
I'd like to point out, in the only seat the Tories have won, they had a minus 36% swing. Minus 36% in Raleigh and Wickford in their only seat that they've held.
Interested, obviously, because it's the Northwest. I'm sure you've been to Blackpool many times before. But also, Nuneaton declaring. Here we go.
216. John Robert Homer, the Workers' Party, 967. Robin Adlington Howard, Reform UK, 9059. Marcus, the Conservative Party candidate, 11737.
Labour.
Keith Anthony Condacore, the Green
I would have
Party,
thought Greens are going to beat them. So there you go. Conservatives into second.
Oh wow, that's not too bad for the Greens. In that seat, you wouldn't expect them to do well in, not losing their deposit at least. And that is exactly the kind of vote split that's going to give Labour a lot of these seats that are part of the big total.
When it was the first marginal to declare a swing to the...
Yeah, of course, workers are getting low. The Workers' Party are getting low amount of the votes. Like, they're not a real part. They're not like a serious party.
Prime Minister, you can see that Jodie Gosling has taken that seat. Beth.
Yeah, Nuneaton is one of these bellwether seats in the West Midlands, again, one of the red wall areas.
But the drop for the Conservatives
there
is...
I mean, that's given what the exit poll is, you would absolutely expect Nuneaton to change hands, and there it has. Marcus Jones was the former MP. He'll be glad to come into second.
Need 5% for the deposit.
What's going on in vote? But, you know, symbolically, to come in second, not third, will be some crumbs of comfort for him, given what we've seen in other seats.
Beth, just comment on turnout, because if I look at the turnout, 58.7, for a seat like this, that is low.
No, and I think this is...
Yeah, imagine it's because your party are offering people nothing, Andy.
This goes back to what we've been talking about, which is when you...
Plus 3.3% is the green swing across the country, according to the exit poll.
Have looked slightly down, and I really think that one of the themes of this night, as we go through it, will be turnout lower, but majority really big.
Do you know what's
and
interesting?
that's the question of the mandate.
Is the
then,
number
right?
the number of sort of themes that have been discussed during the course of this campaign, that the numbers are kind of bearing out. And one of the kind of conversations have been there is a real will after 14 years to get the Tories out, you know, to have change, that it is a change election.
Yeah.
But the deal hasn't been sold yet on Labour. And if you're looking at the cumulative vote shares, the Tories are down 22% on the
Humans making a big deal about Palestine.
ones that we've seen so far. Massive kick to the Tories. Labour's only up 2 points.
Yeah.
Only up 2 points on 2019, which was not a high watermark
No,
for
it was
Labour.
not. Labour
So that
did really
kind of
badly.
almost anecdotal.
Yes.
You know, we're not that enthusiastic about Labour yet, but we really want the Tories out.
And
It does appear that these early figures are playing that
actually
out.
down in some constituencies.
In some.
And that's what...
Hang on a minute, though, to turn around.
It wasn't in Newcastle.
That's quite a...
But I'd say cumulatively of all the ones we've seen.
Clearly, you didn't understand social democracy from a Marxist perspective.
Majority in 2019, he got 43.6% of the vote. In 1997, Blair got 43.2% of the vote. In 1979, Thatcher got 43.9% of the vote. Yes, Theresa May got 42.3%.
We're likely to win on under 40%. Aren't we?
Yes, exactly. And so, if you think this is one of the historic landslides...
Oh yeah, but the Greens were the first party to call for a ceasefire alongside the SNP.
To 2019, actually, in which that was the biggest majority.
But the reason for that, though, was...
When we were leafleting for the Green Party SCC, the very first leaflet we put out was specifically a Gaza leaflet.
That's the point, isn't it? That
But you had that in 2015 as well.
Therefore, the share...
Yes, but that's kind of the rise of the other.
They did.
No,
Okay,
the Lib
so
Dems dropped off.
just to let you
No,
know,
wait a second. The Lib Dems dropped off.
just to let you know that Jodie Gosling there is actually is the leader of North Warwickshire Council. She'll be stepping down from there. And apparently, just to let you know that Labour's lucky seat is Warwickshire North. They've never won an election without winning Warwickshire North, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. Let's talk about how some of the Conservatives' biggest names could fare tonight. Our chief political...
Now, no chance Greens win in Chorley. The closest Green win that's not nailed on at the moment is North Herefordshire. Like, Waveney Valley looks potential. Definitely sent Bristol and Brighton. And then there's like these really kind of far outside chances in Sheffield Central and Isle of Wight East.
First of all, is he going to keep his seat?
Doesn't look like it.
Not that I disagree, but it's funny how the news is talking about turnout and mandate in this election when turnout has never been used to undermine mandate before. Anyone want to take a hazard? Anyone want to hazard a guess at which election we saw a really big increase in turnout? Anyone want to have a guess at when we had a really high turnout for an election after previously low turnout? Oh yeah, it's 2017, isn't it? That election that never happened.
Years going back to when it was Southwest Surrey, and it was represented by first Virginia Bottomley and then by Mr Hunt. Now there have been some quite small majorities for the Tories in the old Southwest Surrey seat. What's happened here, Kay, is that they've carved this seat into two constituencies. Mr Hunt is fighting Godalming and Ash. The other one is called Farnham and Borden. Some here think perhaps he made a mistake in opting for Godalming and Ash because it looks always...
The Darlington vote that Labour won, the Tories were down 16%, which is bang on where the exit poll says.
And hold this seat. He has come, and of course, from what we're hearing, he'll be one of the big beasts left in the Tory party in Parliament, one of the grown-ups, if you like, experienced politician. If, on the other hand, it's the end for Jeremy Hunt, he can look back on a 19-year career.
Thank you, View from Nowhere. Appreciate the kind words.
Posts, including two of the so-called great officers of state, Foreign Secretary and Chancellor of the Exchequer. All the signs are, looking at what's happening around the country, Mr Hunt is probably going to lose here.
Yeah, just also seeing, while I've got you, before we move on to Amanda, a Liberal Democrat source saying schools out for summer for Gillian Keegan were confident of clinching a win in Chichester, making her the first cabinet minister of the night to lose her seat. Quoting a Lib Dem source here, this seat has been Conservative for 100 years. Winning here is an extraordinary achievement which has unseated the Education Secretary.
GCHQ getting to work early.
Your response to that, John?
Sorry, Kay, I didn't quite hear that.
OK, basically, the Lib Dems are saying that Gillian Keegan's lost.
Yes. Well, You're right, that's been a safe Tory seat. It was Andrew Tyree who chaired the Treasury Select Committee for many years, and that is a shock. She will not have been expecting that. The point about this seat is that...
Yeah, sometimes that happens on Twitch.
Yeah, there might be another Portillo moment. Think about Michael Portillo's defeat in '97. That was a shock. Gillian Keegan is a shock. Mr Hunt himself has talked about the prospect of losing here. He told his children a few weeks ago, he told us, Daddy might not be Chancellor of the Exchequer, he might not be an MP. He knows he's in a tough battle here, and if Mr Hunt does lose, it won't be a great shock. Yes, I think Gillian Keegan going is a shock. I mean, this area also, like Chichester, has been Conservative since 1910. Classic blue wall. I mean, you drive around here and you can imagine it's the £5 million homes and so on. The majority of people either own their own home, they own cars and so on. We are talking one of the most affluent areas of the country. And if the Lib Dems do win...
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Twitch that's made us lose the sound, but it should come back usually.
Here, that is a massive scalp for them.
OK, thanks. Amanda Akehouse, Welling. Looks as though the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps is likely to lose his seat.
Yes, indeed. So he's held this seat for 19 years.
Yeah, if you were a Twitch viewer who wanted to watch on Twitch but is now over on YouTube, give it some time and the audio will come back.
And during that
Go and
time,
tell people
he
in
served
Twitch
in the
chat,
cabinet
'cause I
of
can't
every
speak to
single
them.
Conservative Prime Minister except for Theresa May. Famously, last year he had 5 different cabinet posts, ending up as Defence Secretary. But certainly he's someone who is well known as a campaigner, former Tory party chair, well known for having a long spreadsheet of the views of different Tory MPs, which he used to help get Boris Johnson elected. And indeed, he's been tipped as a possible future Conservative.
Also, someone will need to tell the Twitch viewers that I can't restart the stream on Twitch to get the audio back, because then it will get rid of the stream on YouTube and we'll lose the link. So you just have to go and watch on YouTube until the sound is back on Twitch.
Leader himself. Certainly, even just a few weeks ago, there was lots of talks about him as one of the likely contenders. But certainly now, given the results of the exit poll in particular, that doesn't seem that likely. Only a 6% chance, according to that, of him holding onto this seat. And his majority is fairly narrow in the context of the pretty dire polling we've seen. So he's only got a majority.
Hey, thank you for all of the gifties. Thank you, David, for the 10 gifted and the other David for 20 gifted. Both of the 2 Davids coming in clutch with 30 gifted between the 2 of you. Appreciate the support.
Hold back under the Blair years.
OK, for now, thank you. Ed is here. Ed, is that your food, love? What have you got?
Yeah, so I heard you've got a poke bowl coming. They asked me what I wanted. There's some pizza on offer, but this is.
By the way, if you're missing your Twitch emotes over on YouTube, YouTube memberships are only 99p, and you get most of the same emotes and a few more emotes as well. Most of the emotes that you have on Twitch are also available on YouTube too.
Basildon and Billericay, it's been confirmed that is a recount. Now, the reason that we're interested in Basildon and Billericay is because it's Richard Holden's seat, and it was literally bolted.
The chair of the Tory party, who moved seats to get to Basildon and Billericay, might lose to Reform.
Yeah, I was trying to think of another way of saying it, but we can go with that. And there is a recount.
Close. I mean, we'll keep an eye on that one. Do you want charts?
Yes, please. Love a chart, as you know. Can't believe you had to ask me.
Look at the map first of all. Okay, look, just you can see how we are starting to get a little bit, because before I was telling you it was all about what was happening in the northeast, but now look, you can see Rayleigh and Wickford over there, and Harrogate as well. We're starting to get some stories telling us a bit of the other dynamics, the geographical dynamics, the demographic dynamics around the country. Let me focus.
Thank you, everyone who's putting the YouTube links in Twitch.
Nuneaton, because this is kind of interesting here. Again, what we're doing is we're comparing exit poll results with the eventual results. We're not going to do this all night, but it's just giving you a sense of whether that number that we've been focusing on quite so much does look good. And it looks pretty good here in Nuneaton, because look at that, 36 in the exit poll. The eventual result's 36.9. OK, so that's pretty close.
Yeah, like, I don't mind seeing like Tories lose to Reform.
Conservatives 27, the eventual result 28.5, so slightly stronger, and then Reform more or less the same. So that's a result that looks pretty similar to the exit poll. So again, if you're looking at the exit poll, wondering whether it looks kind of reliable, this result in Nuneaton, of course, a former kind of bellwether constituency. Remember that? Ed Miliband really wanted to win it, but didn't get to win it, and that was really significant back in 2015. But have a look at this. OK, so Nuneaton, what's interesting here about that Labour vote share...
neoliberalism.
Is it as high as...
Hey, Ben, thank you for the membership.
Given that they are winning there. And that's the story here that we're starting to see evolving. Labour winning seats without necessarily having enormous majority shares of the vote. And why is that happening? It's partly because Reform is eating into that Conservative vote. Just look at those two numbers together. Reform really having an impact, even though it's in third place here in Nuneaton. So that's kind of interesting. Also, think about places like Harrogate. So obviously, Lib Dems there, picking up the Harrogate there from the Conservatives. OK, but again, Lib Dems there at the top, OK, increasing their share of the vote a touch. Conservatives down a lot. But look, again, Reform sandwiched in the middle, eating in...
I'm not sure I can watch Channel 4. I think I might get copyright cucked for Channel 4. So I have to stick it to the YouTube streams only, unfortunately, as much as I'd love to. So I think I'm just... Because Channel 4 is good. I'm definitely down for some mad nads, to be honest. I'm definitely down for some mad nads, but, like, I don't want to risk copyright cucking the stream.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Fucking neoliberalism. Absolutely. Thank you, Niall Hogan, for the new membership. And thank you, Mr. Piananda, for the £5. So Grant Shapps is going to lose his seat, but the big question is, will Michael Green lose his seat? And what about Corinne Stockheath as well? I wonder what happens. What's going to happen to her?
But have a look at this for the Conservatives. And most of these are northeast constituencies. So again, it's telling you one aspect here, one geographical focus. But look at how many of these bars are above the line.
Noreen Newman, good to have you.
The Conservatives doing a touch better, whether it's in Sunderland, whether it's in Blyth, in Gateshead as well.
Channel 4 has a YouTube stream? I'll have to have a look and see. Eastleigh's got a result in. As a gain. Better safe than sorry. I mean, it should be fine. Lib Dems winning in Eastleigh very, very slightly by a very few small percentage points. Even with a Labour vote split as well, Lib Dems still winning in Eastleigh.
Fucking neoliberalism.
The Conservative Party, the Labour Party, is more or less around the 10%, 10.3%, which puts it...
We'll try Channel 4. We'll try Channel 4. See what's happening for Channel 4 election coverage. I think election coverage might be okay.
I'm literally a communist.
We'll have a look and see.
Team, all our Labour councillors and everyone who has volunteered in Armley, Bramley, Carveley, Farsley and Pudsey. I could never list all of those whose support and friendship I have been so grateful for these last 14 years or more. But special thanks must go to my election agent, Joe Fiddis, and also to my predecessor, John Battle, whose help and generosity have been invaluable for so many years. A word too for somebody who isn't with us today. Jane Hill, who ran my constituency office for the best part of the last
Reeves
decade,
there looking absolutely delighted.
I've never seen her look so happy.
Yeah, she sort of looks radiant because I guess she is now recognising that having cleared the hurdle of winning her seat, the trajectory is on for her to become the first female Chancellor of this country. Whilst we're talking about Labour results, I think it's only fair to say that rumours of Labour's demise in Barnsley, both North and South, have been prematurely exaggerated. Nothing has gone on there, it sounds.
I haven't heard about Barnsley South yet, but Barnsley North, Dan Jarvis just won, the Labour MP who's been there for a while. And so it suggests, again, that the exit poll is not, not flawless.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan Jarvis beat Reform. Okay, I mean, it's probably better that Reform don't win the seat, even if I think Dan Jarvis is a massive bell end.
How they
8,000 majority, yeah.
And thank you for another $4.99, Popey, for the support. Like, you're so generous, Popey. You know I love you, right? You know that you. I mean, before you go to bed, before you go to bed, chat. I just want everybody to know. So my mod, Popey, right? This guy. When I first moved to Manchester, I was in the total shit, and he helped me out in a really tough situation. And I would have not survived to be able to move to Manchester on the spur of the moment, and then after leaving university in a really kind of shitty place and be looked after by people like Popey. And I was in a bad place, and I should have been more grateful, and I wasn't at the time, and I feel really bad about it. But I tried to repay him with friendship at the very least, and the times I spent with Popey in Manchester are some of the best days of my life. And I'm so glad that he's part of the chat and somebody who regularly watches the content. And I wouldn't be in the place that I'm in at the moment with the friends that I have currently if it wasn't for some of the incredible kindness that Popey showed me in some of the most kind of difficult times that I've had over the last kind of decade or so. And I hope Popey, if you're still watching, you haven't gone to bed already. I hope you know I love you. And next time I'm in Manchester, I'll definitely come and say hi, and you mean the world to me. You really do. You really do. And so thank you for everything, David. I really do.
Have to wait till the end of the night till we see what the results actually are.
But what's the change that you think we're going to feel?
Oh, I think we're going to be far more positive. I think what the results have shown is that emphatically there's been a rejection of the Tory politics of hate and division and the culture wars and all of that negativity. And I think the country has just rejected that overwhelmingly. So
good to be here. Senior Navarro loved you on there. What do you think of Reform winning all these percentage of the vote? It scares you. I think Stan will fuck up badly. Oh yeah, we're totally on for Farage 2029. But it looks like the exit poll might have over-predicted Reform's vote share on what we've seen currently. So maybe it's not as bad as we first thought.
Play that game and say, yes, these are big problems and we've got to address them? Or do you take them on and say, well, actually, no, it's not?
Oh, I think we have to. I don't think Reform should be centred in any of our arguments or any of our policy making. What I think we need to do is look at issues such as immigration and look at it from a fair way, because the majority of people in our country just want fairness and practicality. They don't want all this division and hate. So I think we just look at it from there and we can't go wrong.
Angela, let me bring you in. Have you been at Labour headquarters? Have you been at the secret party that isn't a party, that might now be a party?
I couldn't possibly comment, Chris.
Is it a party?
I don't know.
Who was there?
There may be stuff, yes.
There may be alcohol and nibbles.
Not for me, not yet. I just seeing Rachel win, I think we've had 14 years of shocks and frights. The country feels like it's been doing this for a long time. And there's something very steady and sensible. I heard she was on Alistair and Rory's podcast. I heard when you spoke to her. And she's a wonk for finance. Mm-hmm. And there's something very steady and deep-rooted about her. And there was a woman made a comment, she was a town planner, writing into The Guardian, just saying, Starmer's political vegetable broth. The Tories have been sugar-laden cakes and jellies and foie gras and caviar, and we've all got a bit of a sore tummy.
I'm like, what? What is this? What are we talking about? Is this Kate Rayworth on donut economics?
Financially, we need it. There was a chief exec from a big pharma company just saying the other day, they haven't felt like they wanted to invest in this country because the planning laws are crazy. There's no financial steadiness. We're in the G7, our growth is slow. We just need to be steady. We need to have no fireworks. We don't need any big extreme things. We just need a steadiness. And so I think with the partnership of Rachel and Keir, there'll be something steady.
But culturally, I mean, Dawn just sort of said, people have rejected the culture wars. Do you think the culture wars are are behind us.
Honestly,
Because I'm literally a communist.
in the great scheme of things, I think we need to steady ourselves financially. We need to stop mould growing in people's homes. We've got 30% of 4.3 million children are going to school hungry. You know, we've got really big fish to fry.
Chat, what I'm going to have to do... Chat, I'm going to have to turn the camera off for a bit. My phone is running out of battery because we've been going for over 8 hours. So I'm just going to charge my phone for the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so. So I can get ready so I can join in on Curtis's stream after they finish with Zach Polanski. So I'm just going to turn the camera off for about half an hour. Don't go. I've not gone anywhere. I'll still be here. Don't worry.
I mean, has it become a very different place for you?
No, but I mean, obviously, 14 years has shifted. And I look over and see Vince over there, who obviously I work with in the coalition government. We work very well together. And I think the period between 2010 and 2016 felt pretty steady and stable. And we actually got a lot done. And then, of course, we had the referendum. And I think we all know what...
Literally, you do not need to make any more points than this. I remember working with the Liberal Democrats, everything was really steady until the Brexit referendum happened and everything fell to pieces. And I'm just like, yeah, 330,000 people died, Nikki. They died under your watch because of policies that you killed them with. And then you're here going, everything was fine until fucking Brexit. I hate these people so much. Like, I genuinely despise these people from the very inner depth of my being. Because the world was fine. It was fine in 2012. It was fine when we had the fucking Olympics. But as long as the Conservative Party was in power, it doesn't matter what happens to the little people. Fuck them.
What's happened since then. But look, I mean, I think overall tonight is obviously, if you're a Conservative, it's a pretty gutting thing to watch as former...
Isn't the camera connected by USB? Yes, but my phone, when I'm using it as a webcam, when I'm using it as a camera for the stream, the phone loses battery quicker than it charges. Obviously, like, it's got like 8 hours of battery whilst doing it, but I still need to give it like a charge for like half an hour for like each third of the streams. This is like the first camera outage, at the very least.
Don't agree with the characterisation of either of my two neighbours here of the whole of the last 14 years. But I mean, I can't sit here tonight and not say that the country hasn't spoken very clearly about wanting something different. I would just say, having been in government, that actually you can't both want stability but also have that big majority and know there are big things to change. And I think for those of us who are interested in these issues, actually,
I think the stability
how
is
is
the
hang on, let
change.
me. So the point is, actually, if you're going to be ambitious for change, you've got to go in and really go. And I think, didn't Tony Blair say that actually his greatest regret was actually when he had an opportunity to really go for something and make big change, he didn't.
I mean, he said his biggest regret was the Freedom of Information Act because everybody knew how corrupt everything was.
Quite big news from Telford. Can we get the results from Telford?
Where's Telford? Big news, isn't it?
So this is a massive win for Labour over the Conservatives. Former seat of Lucy Allen, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Sean Davis got 44.7%. Let's look at the swing. 24.2%. That is the biggest ever swing in a general election from the Conservatives to Labour.
Wow.
BBC's
crazy.
swingometer machine in the old days used to only go up to 15.
Wow. Wow.
Go that high in 97, there were some off the scale.
Swindon North is 18.6.
And there's a Southport gain for Labour as well. And I think that was really quite unexpected, right? You did not expect at the beginning of the night to see what...
Oh, Southport. Show me Southport. Sean.
I mean, Telford, was a marginal. I mean, it's sort of less than 1,000 votes either way for a long time.
Southport result.
I mean, Gary,
how did Sean do? How did Sean do?
In Telford, or...
Wasn't this the seat where the Conservative...
Lucy
Allen decided to endorse the reform candidate. And so essentially that split the vote and Labour got in because nobody ever quite
Make an Amazon wish list, some can buy me a webcam.
But
the webcams are like worse quality than my phone.
And if the Conservative candidate or former MP...
Like, I don't need people to spend money. I don't need to spend money on a webcam or get someone else to spend money on a webcam when my phone camera is like many megapixels. I've got a Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra, so I've got a really powerful phone. It just means that I can't go for like massively long streams.
Reform stealing a lot of the vote away from the Tories in contributing to all that. The story of the night again. I mean, Labour are getting these amazing swings in some seats, but it's not all their own heavy lifting.
And Barnsley South, we've just had, has been held by Labour. So to go back to all those jitters, again, slightly rather led by the exit poll, which was that reform could creep in.
13 seats were being talked about, and these were 2 that were in play, and they haven't come reform's way.
Yeah. I mean, if I manage to make enough money, I'm pretty strapped for cash at the moment, paying for like private healthcare at the moment. Yeah, actually going private as a socialist because the NHS is so shit for like trans healthcare. If I make enough money from like YouTube revenue, I want to get like a DSLR so I have like proper like high quality streaming. But any like regular webcam that I would buy that would be work via USB just wouldn't be as good as my phone as a camera.
The Liberal Democrats have fought all their lives for proportional representation, and yet they've sort of worked the system very well tonight, it seems to me. The people who are probably going to shout loudest for proportional representation are going to be the Reform Party.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a very interesting alliance as to whether the Liberal Democrats will want to be in the same bed as Nigel Farage. But I think the voting system is going to come under quite a lot of scrutiny.
I agree, Alison. I agree. I think that that's going to be one of the big stories where people are going to be talking about the weight of the votes and you know, how the country goes. I think because Cameron won.
I mean, it's fine. Like as I said, like my phone lasts 10 hours.
I think PR is going to be
like streaming as a camera.
I think it has to be PR plus.
Yeah, exactly. The DSLR would be the only thing
be
be better than a phone for streaming.
Go around the country and talk about
camera.
what people want and how they want it to look like. Because what I wouldn't want to do is sever the link between MPs and their constituencies. And some of the PR does that.
I mean, all I'm guessing is that somebody who was very much in favour of PR would see what it might be doing to the Reform Party, i.e. keeping them out of parliamentary seats and saying, well, actually, let's just go with what we've got.
Well, that's
that is the problem with
we always talk. Can I just, Nikki, you can see that the Reform Party is stealing votes from the Conservatives, which makes a challenge for our part of the Conservative Party.
Yep.
Right? We want to make the argument for the centre-right, and there'll be people saying, but these elections show that we're going to have to look to the right. How would you make the case for the Liberal centre-right against people trying to drag the Conservative Party in a more Farage direction?
Well, I just think that actually, as I say, I think elections are best won
Potentially,
from the centre ground.
I said it's fine. Like 10 hours is long enough. I never usually stream more than 10 hours.
Attractive.
Like, I never usually stream more than 10 hours. It's an election stream, and I decided to do 24-hour stream because I'm like because I'm on a mad one. So usually it's not a problem that it doesn't last that long. It's just an idiosyncrasy of having a 24-hour stream on. Navarra stream down. Thank God you're here. Were they only planning to go until 2? I'm surely they're going out longer than this. That's probably where all my viewers have come from. Welcome in, Novara viewers. I've kind of got my camera on because my phone is charging, but this is the No Justice stream. It's just myself currently. We are currently. I mean, I'm slightly less. The copium is slightly less. I'm in less copium now. The Reform vote looks like it's lower than the exit poll produced, so it might not be as bad as we expected in terms of how many seats Reform are going to get. I still think it's going to be around 8 to 10, but we'll see.
A chance, but I think if the Parliamentary Party is serious about winning again in a not too distant future, it needs to think, going back to the conversation just had, how do you appeal to those people who...
Just to say, we are on standby.
So they're going till 5? Well, they're going to be going 13 hours shorter than me.
Where the exit poll is on this. It's the seat of Ashfield, which was Lee Anderson, former Deputy Party Chairman of the Conservatives, who then defected, well, was actually, I think, kicked out, removed from the Conservative Party. He then joined the Reform Party before Nigel Farage became leader. And the contest is, would we say, three-way here to see whether...
Jason Zadrozny, let's fucking go, Jason. Let's go, Jason. Let's go, Jason and Ashfield.
Or whether Labour comes through the middle, as has possibly happened in a couple of other places like the Telford seat.
Come on, Jason Zadrozny, let's go in Ashfield.
To get the Ashford seat up and running. We should say there have been a few other results coming through. The Lib Dems have gained Eastleigh.
Like, the amount of seats people get determines, like, loads of stuff for the next 5 years in terms of the ability that they have to be able to talk about things on the media. like having an electoral result where you get like 2 seats or 13 seats, that's a big difference in how much you get platformed on Question Time, how much you get talked about on the news, how much that you will be part of the general zeitgeist in terms of setting the agenda for 5 years' time. How many seats they get here is massive. It's really big in terms of how people change the discourse.
Portsmouth North, lots of people saying that the vote could be very, very close, as predicted in lots of the polls. Some saying that it could just be up to 1,000 votes between the Labour win and the Conservatives here in second place, mainly due to that big reform vote splitting the vote share across the two. Amanda Martin, she's the candidate for Labour here. She's already here, and so are a lot of Labour canvassers and supporters, whereas on the Conservative benches, the numbers are dwindling. And even, I don't know if you can see behind me, but you can see the ballot papers. The question...
So sorry about that. Ashfield is declaring.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows. Lee Anderson, Reform UK, 17,062.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's won. He's won.
Alexander Coates, the Green Party, 1,100. Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Keane, Labour Party, 11,500.
Oh, wow. Wasn't even close. That must mean Jason got like 9,000.
Debbie Solomon, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,271.
That's so funny. 3,000
Jason
from Tories.
Zadrozny, the Ashfield Independents, putting people before politics, 6,200.
Oh, Jason didn't even do very well at all. Oh, so sad for Jason.
The number of ballot papers rejected was 102.
But to be fair, let's be real.
Is 1. The electorate was 60.
Tories on 3,000 seats. That is so fucking funny. That is so funny for the Tories to get 3,000 seats.
Turnout was
58%.
I do hereby declare...
I did predict that he would win this. Like, Clacton, Ashfield and Boston were almost certainly going Reform.
And he's done
Great
it
Yarmouth.
very, very emphatically. Lee Anderson has been returned as the Reform MP, and here's his speech.
Thank you. First of all, just a massive thank you to all the staff that's been in here tonight helping. I know they worked incredibly hard, and all the people that's worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they've now backed me again as the Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they are part of that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place, which I call my home, is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my...
It is interesting. Thing is, what's interesting about Lee Anderson is that for somebody who seemed to have like this... you'd think would have some real conviction to switch parties at the stages that he did. He speaks with so little conviction. He sounds like somebody who's bored and doesn't want to be there. I want my country back. It doesn't sound like, if you want your country back, you want you feel this kind of this sense of loss for something that you feel like you should have. Whenever he says he wants his country back, I don't fucking believe him. I don't believe him. Like, the man's genuinely a grifter in my mind.
Yeah, that's right.
He's
The Labour campaign. He took it from Labour to Conservative. Now he's taken it from Conservative to Reform. And remember, not very long ago, people were saying the only Reform seat was going to be Nigel Farage taking Clacton. So this is interesting, and it is worrying, because it indicates a vulnerability for these Labour seats. What he's proved can be done to a Labour seat could be done to some of those others where the Reform vote is getting close, particularly up in the northeast.
There'll be a few...
I think it's quite unique, though. I think Lee Anderson's position is quite a unique one. So I don't know if that transcends to other Labour seats, but there is a worry there of the protest vote, because like the Reform vote is just a section of the Tory vote, because the Tory was so extreme.
But it might not be.
Yeah, honestly, the best Lee Anderson moment, 100% the best Lee Anderson moment was the time when he said that he got laughed at by the Labour MP, so he changed his vote. That's a very fucking Lee Anderson moment. Real thin-skinned motherfucker. What's the guy sit the particle reading? I actually think very low. Like the man, I just think he's a grifter. I just think Lee Anderson will say whatever he thinks will get him votes. Just like, remember when he said, well, I don't really care about trans stuff, but I just think that we should make trans people the butt of our election campaign, be like anti-woke. Like, the man used to be a Labour candidate. The man was Labour, then Tory, then Reform. The man is nothing but a grifter. No real thoughts in his head. No thoughts, head empty, is Lee Anderson. He really is. Like, I thought he was going to win. I thought Ashfield, Clacton, Boston, Yarmouth, some places like that were definitely going to go Reform.
He was Lib Dem. He's well known in the area, and the Tories, who were absolutely.
Name one MP who isn't in it for themselves. Jeremy fucking Corbyn, the Jezza, the jam man himself.
Defecting to Reform. He'll be looking at that performance there and just thinking, oh,
The
only thing is, maybe I should have done that.
That phrase that he has about, I just want to have I want my country back. I think, I think that's a definite headline for Reform, and I think that will take votes from all sorts of people who.
Do you find that an ugly phrase, or do you find that an understandable phrase?
I think there are people who just feel disenfranchised and powerless, and they want to find some way to regain some sense of agency over their lives, and to lean into a party that says this was ours and it could be. It's got a twinge of the MAGA about it.
I find it quite ugly.
And that can be frightening, because it's like, what country was that you want back, and who was part of that citizenship at that time?
It's a shame Carol Vorderman's gone, because if the tactic...
I'm just going to be right back, one sec.
Independent to get almost 6,500 votes. The Tory OK 3, Lib Dems not just under 1,000, Green 1,000. If there had been heavy tactical voting, he could have been stopped. So what's the story of the Independent? Not many.
I think he's he was a Lib Dem. I'm pretty sure. Yep. And then I think he's now moved to be he's leader of the council, so he's very well known.
He's got the whole council, hasn't he?
He's got the whole council, and I think must be, I would say, at least second, if not third time he stood in that seat. So he has got a profile.
He almost took it in 2010.
So the swing from Conservative to Reform. Any guesses?
No. From Conservative.
34%.
Wow. That's huge.
34% from the Conservative vote.
That's huge.
To Reform.
Yeah.
Right.
And there you go. And he's going to be a big, noisy voice in the House of Commons, and a big, noisy voice all over our television screens.
Yeah.
Well,
hopefully, if, as you said, the exit polls show that Reform will only get one seat, possibly now, hopefully that's it.
I don't think we're saying that.
No,
I just think we're saying that.
Maybe I just imagined that.
The exit poll said 13. It might not be 13.
What you wanted to hear.
But also, it is quite difficult, isn't it, for smaller parties?
What's interesting with the Labour vote being the Labour vote and the Independent vote being higher than Reform is that obviously, like, Jason Zadrozny was running on like local community regeneration. Jason Zadrozny wasn't running on get the immigrants out. Whereas Labour are running on that. They are running on the Get the Immigrants Out plan. They're running on the fucking anti-migration plan. Like, Jason Zadrozny was like, no, you've been hit by austerity. Austerity is what's destroyed our city centres. Austerity is what's taken away our cultural existence. Austerity is what destroyed our communities. And he was fighting for local like community politics, which wasn't good enough.
Of guests, Murray Black has rejoined us from the SNP side of RC. Of course, former Conservative Minister Heidi Allen, former Conservative... Oh, here we are. Keir Starmer's just arriving at his count. We understand that they are hoping to make the announcement in his seat of Holborn and St Pancras a little earlier than we might have done otherwise. And there he is, greeting his supporters, looking rather happy.
Well, the exit poll predicted that Reform would win in Hartlepool, and Labour have got like double the votes of Reform in Hartlepool. So actually, really and truly, like, the exit poll seems super off on Reform.
Right. Okay.
That's
well,
a hot
now,
ticket
yes,
this evening.
And Dan Snow, of course, historian and political obsessive. So let's just get your first reactions to the night, Dan, as we watch these images of the incoming Prime Minister. Put it in some context for us.
Well, I'm watching those images, I'm thinking Campbell Bannerman. I'm thinking 1906, one of the greatest anti-Tory swings of all time. But it also the Tories' share of the vote, possibly the worst in not just the modern era, but really the last 200 years, since 1832, post-Great Reform Act. The Tories led by terribly out of touch, incredibly wealthy oligarch, dazzling career in other fields, disappointed as a politician, the Duke of Wellington, successful on the battlefield of Waterloo. He looks like Rishi Sunak might have got a lower share than him in 1832, which is abominably bad. Like, it's hard for me to describe how bad that is. But yeah, 1906 is an interesting one. Huge Tory majority in the previous election, but a single issue, khaki election, war. So a big frothy majority that fell apart. The Tories, knives out for each other, tore the party apart, civil war. They were seen as aristocratic dilettantes who were not very interested in governing. Their majority was blown away by the Liberals, but the Tories came back in 1910. So, you know, I think we could be moving into an era where we are just seeing these swings, these majorities come and go. It's not the stuff we remember from our childhood when big majorities were said to guarantee you 10 years.
13 reform seats was a horrible prospect, so hope the exit poll was way off. Well, they've lost 2 seats that they were predicted to win the exit poll already. So already, like, the Reform UK ceiling for seats is down to 11. If there was a chance of Starmer losing his seat, they would have told us now because they'd have an idea. Ah, fucking Heidi Allen. People are mean to me online because I killed 330,000 people with austerity. Don't call me a murderer for my murderous policies I voted for. Such a crybaby. Sorry, I just the people, the Tory MPs who think that they're blameless but just got boned by Brexit. I fucking hate them. I despise them with like a burning passion after what they did to this country with austerity. Like, I'm sorry to be like a child and just like mock people at this point. You know, we get irreverent on the No Justice stream, right? But Heidi Allen going like literally crying on camera because people told her that she was a murderer for the fact that she voted for austerity policies that killed hundreds of thousands of people. And I'm just like, yeah, you cry, you did that. That's the blood that's on your hands, Heidi.
All things politics, Labour, Reform, Tories, Greens. But did you notice he said something? He said he a tingle in his spine that maybe the exit poll might have underestimated the Green vote or the Green seats. I don't want to say anything here because I know as much as you guys watching at home, but maybe the Greens are doing a little bit better. And that also means, confirmation from Zach, that Bristol Central will be called pretty damn soon. So good luck to on LBC when maybe the people coming in the mainstream, they don't like left voices particularly.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Now, I do want to show a graphic of Ashfield because as me and Zach were talking, Lee Anderson, 30p Lee, has won his seat for Reform. If you get that graphic up, it is up now. Lee Anderson, 17,062 votes. Labour's Ria Kaheen.
I think 8 is my Reform
11,153. Conservative 3rd, Greens 4th, and Lib Dems 5th. God, I despise Lee Anderson, but not gonna lie, he's won 3 different political parties now. He clearly has personal appeal to people of Ashfield. Not that I think he has their interests at all, but it is astonishing result for him, and clearly a big boost to Reform and his ego. But what I will show you, for those who did vote Reform, and maybe those who did vote Lee Anderson in this election, we got a nice little clip of him where he, let's say, coordinated a doorstepper, or he went round someone's house and pretended it was all natural, but actually it was a fix. So if we can get that video up, it's a bit of a laugh.
Oh, yeah. I'm Lee Anderson, your parliamentary candidate for the Conservative Party. How you doing? I recognise you. It's Steve, isn't it? Yeah, I recognise you.
How you doing, mate? All right.
Yes, I'm
Just doing a
fine.
bit of last-minute campaigning. Are you going to be voting on December the 12th? And do you mind me asking which way you're going to go this
It goes
time?
really slow on my end for some reason.
No way.
Although I guess
Labour
Chrome just eating
are ever gonna
memory.
get my vote,
Chrome
yeah.
being Chrome doing Chrome
Mr.
things.
Anderson's very personal policy initiative this week.
I watched that video.
Yeah.
What do you mean, putting anti-social people in tents?
Yeah, I did.
He's
I
not
think
allowed
you
to
were a bit
talk about
soft.
that now.
I think you're a bit soft on it. But,
A bit soft?
Yeah.
What would you do then?
I'd give cat and nine tails for.
Cat of nine tails?
Make them wear a pink tutu.
Pink
That'd stop them going round bullying anybody.
What about that?
I can't support this. Can we just cut there for one moment, please?
You can't support the cat of nine
No,
tails?
No, I can't support that. I can't support that. He obviously got very strong opinions, but
Very strong.
that's wrong. But I can't support that.
Well, thank you very much indeed.
Well-
But I mean, is this? It's almost like it's been set up for us.
Set up? Well, more than I'd realised, for it was only after Lee Anderson had left us that my cameraman producer had the chance to tell me that because Anderson was wearing one of our radio microphones, we'd managed to record him setting up the apparently spontaneous doorstep encounter beforehand. Watch and listen. You can just see Anderson on the phone behind me.
Don't just make out you don't make out you know who I am. You know I'm the candidate, but not a friend. All right. I'm at staff car park. Have a quick look.
Apologise for the choppy video here.
All right, I'll see you in a minute.
Bad when it plays
See
the
you
video.
At the time, Anderson said the call was merely about campaign material.
All right, best turn this off. Some leaflets have just come for me, so.
In all my years filming elections, I've long suspected that certain candidates have set up friendly voters to make them look that much more popular. But this is the first time we've caught some candidate blatantly in the act. A lesson to us, journalists and viewers, that in this world of fake news, we should be a little bit more sceptical about what we see on screen.
Hello, we are back. How you doing, Harry?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Now we've got a beer and cheers. I mean, it's that time, and now what is it? It's 2:35 in the morning.
It's never too early to start drinking. I would say.
Never too early or
Never
too late. I mean,
It's
what
5
do we
o'clock-
say?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Should be. I don't know.
That is the normal time, right?
I don't know. I mean, I've kind of lost all. I think once it got to 12 o'clock, I was like, right, that's it. The time no longer matters. All that matters is watching these results come in. Yeah, no. Lee Anderson, hold, reform. That was an interesting one.
It was an interesting one. I mean, I hate that it is obviously going to boost his ego. He's won. I mean, was he a Labour MP? He was Labour MP.
No, he was a Labour councillor.
He was a councillor.
And then he was kicked out of the Labour Party, something to do with fly tipping, I believe, trying to stop GRT people setting up a site. And then obviously defected to the Conservatives, was elected in 2019, resigned, was had the Tory whip removed when he said that Sadiq Khan was under the control of Islamists. And then he became a Reform Party.
But he's won elections through 3 parties, isn't he? You know,
Yeah,
obviously
well,
his
he's won 2
councillor.
general elections and then 1 local election.
Yeah.
And what have we got?
George Galloway has just lost Rochdale to Labour. Wow, this is probably the first really big one. Polls were showing that Galloway was going to win. I actually said, and I'm not going to toot my own horn here, but I didn't think that George Galloway was going to hold on to a seat because I thought the by-election was based on low turnout, really bad candidates for the Labour Party.
3%
George Galloway, very short-serving MP.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised either. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's a by-election, which means it's obviously there's going to be a lot more focus, as you said, lower turnout. I'm not surprised at this one at all. And to be honest, I mean, like, given some of the comments that he's made about LGBT people, we need less of that. I mean, the thing with George Galloway is he's praised a lot on the left.
Yes.
And for the life of me, I struggle to figure out why. Yeah, he's correct on Gaza mainly, but that's one thing. And obviously there's more to politics than just Gaza.
Yeah.
Obviously that should be a focus. But to be honest, we don't need people like that in our
Corbyn has
parliament.
won, guys. Corbyn is
and the Workers' Party of
confirmed to
Britain.
have won,
I am slightly
which is good news.
concerned about them. I don't think that they'll win any seats in this election. And if they do,
I think George Galloway was probably going to be the only Workers' Party to win.
Well,
and if he's lost it,
he's
well,
lost.
he's
So
lost
that
it.
means that's probably.
I can't see anyone else.
The rest of it.
Look, there are some people who watch this channel on the left who like George Galloway. Everybody knows my view, right? As a socialist, I think socialism includes everybody, right? And I think if you're if you're making statements
Lib Dem
about
source says they're
trans
confident
people,
winning in Henley.
pushing
Been
this bullshit
Tories
like
for over 100
72
years.
genders. Oh, I don't want my kids being taught about, I don't know, that people who are trans exist. I'm sorry, but his comments on Navarra were not made out of context. They weren't clipped out of context. I mean, it was an hour and a bit interview. He said his own words, and even Aaron Bastani said, like, kind of got him to clarify it. And I think there's a lot of support from him on the left, and especially look, he's a fantastic orator, great public speaker. He was amazing on Iraq, superb on Gaza, and I think some people are letting the other issues slide. But imagine Keir Starmer, imagine any Tory made those comments, we'd all be fucking gunning for them.
Exactly.
So I think that's important to note. I mean, look, I respect other people having different.
This is the Turn Left stream. So there's Curtis Daly on the left here, and this is the Champagne Socialist, who's a TikToker.
Breaking news: Owen Jones claims that Jeremy Corbyn has won Islington North.
I feel like everyone's been claiming this for the last few hours or so, but,
I mean, this is the claim now.
This is a big claim, and apparently a Labour source that is quite high up within the party has confirmed that Labour are probably going to concede it.
I mean, look, I fucking hope this is true.
What message do you think this sends to the Labour Party? Because obviously, I think they were hoping big turnout. They knew that. Well, obviously, they knew they were going to. Sorry, not big turnout. Big landslide. Sorry, they knew they were going to win. And then obviously beating Corbyn was just kind of a bit of a benefit because it kind of showed the idea that Corbynism was dead.
Yeah, it's not even about necessary Corbynism. I think what the Labour right wanted to show. And by the way, just as Zach Polanski mentioned that the Labour Party threw a lot of their weight at Bristol, not Clacton. You mentioned obviously Jovan around Clacton. Labour threw a lot of their shit behind Praful Nagan. You had scumbag Peter Manderson go down to Islington North.
Tom Watson was down there today as well.
Tom Watson was down there. And you think it's quite embarrassing because you should be taking on what it looks like reform voters or reform votes going from Labour. If that makes sense. You shouldn't be concerning yourself about a left-wing MP. Someone who was a former leader, was a member of the Labour Party for, God knows, 60 years. And I think that's a seat you can be like, well, it doesn't really matter to us. I mean, it's not going to make us look bad if we don't particularly fight it as much.
They could have maybe sort of appeased it. They could have said, you know what, don't throw that many resources at it. Let the Corbynites have that little victory, and then we can actually focus on winning the rest of the country over. Clearly, I mean, as we've seen, Labour are on course to win a massive landslide. But obviously the reform vote that's creeping up, that's why with Lee Anderson's it's quite interesting. Though the exit poll may not as accurate as some people are thinking, given that Hartlepool was deemed to be going towards reform and Labour have been re-elected by a considerable amount. So it's, kind of hoping that we see more of that. The less reform MPs, the better.
Let's stick with Jeremy Corbyn. There's a lot I want to say, but before I do that, I want to open up the conversation. Friend of the show, superb content creator. She is doing a 24-hour stream. Props to her. Helena, aka No Justice MTG, is on the show.
How are we doing? I was pretty black-pilled about 4 hours ago. But hearing the good news about Jeremy Corbyn is great. Reform votes, according to the exit poll, it looks like reform votes in general are much lower in terms of seat count than the exit poll predicted. So it's not as bad as I thought. Green's doing okay. Green vote looks like from the exit poll numbers, the Green vote has increased more than the Labour vote has increased, which I find not something I would have predicted coming into the election. So we've got some green shoots, we've got some silver linings.
I mean, I saw a tweet of yours earlier where you said initially at the exit poll, this is the worst thing the left could hope for. Lib Dem's not in opposition. Green's
SNP
not getting 4 or 5 seats. Reform doing the SNP as well, and then Reform doing 13 seats. Slightly more in our favour. I mean, explain. Tell me more about that.
Yeah. Basically, that was my thing. It was just like Labour having a majority, but not a huge majority. So there was still room for the Conservative Party to be a force in British politics rather than getting totally wiped out and being completely irrelevant. Reform UK wildly outperforming expectations in terms of seat share and in terms of vote share. was something that was never on my radar. SNP, I thought SNP would do badly, but I did not expect anything like a wipeout towards like 10 seats, like genuine kind of like catastrophic territory for the SNP. And the Greens not getting Waveney Valley was something that I thought was going to be, that was something I was expecting, not expecting, but was hopeful for and was pretty disappointed about. And their vote share not breaching 7%, which some of the polls said. Like I was hoping 7 or 8% and 6%. It's good, it's fine, but it's not what I was hoping for. But seeing the Green vote slightly higher in lots of seats, lots of kept deposits, and seeing Reform UK not having that leap, and the Tories actually losing a bunch of seats they were projected to keep as per the exit poll, these are a lot of things that I think slowly as the night goes on, it's moving in our favour. And I did say, actually, I did have the caveat on the exit poll when it was released on stream. I made this point, which is regardless of what the result shows the result would be, it's all going to be incredibly difficult to predict because local issues, different demographic changes, voter swings, independent candidates, there are loads of kind of interconnected issues that make demographic shifts in terms of MRP very difficult to predict. So the exit poll could be completely way out, even though it was going to predict broadly what the voter percentage might look like. And it looks like that's playing out from that prediction I made.
Probably had something to do with it as well.
Postal votes might have had something to do with it, if it breaks for one side or the other, or I just think the even MRPs were always going to have trouble predicting this election because Tories are down, Labour are up, but are massively up in some demographics, but massively down in some demographics, which broadly makes them a similar vote share that they had between 2017 and 2019, but distributed more efficiently, which were difficult to predict on both of those axes. Greens more difficult to predict in both rural constituencies and in terms of urban constituencies for different demographics. Lib Dems concentrating their vote in very specific seats rather than broadly. There's no uniform swing for Lib Dems, all concentrated in target seats. And Reform UK scattered amongst very young and the very old, in coastal communities, in southeast communities, and in like the northwest, but not really in anywhere urban. So it's genuinely difficult for any kind of exit poll to give us a firm idea of how these are going to be spread out across the country. And that's being played out. Lib Dems winning more than was expected, Tories winning less, and Reform winning less.
There's a lot to unpack there, and I think in a way this is quite an unprecedented election.
It is.
I think the way votes are split across the country is really, really interesting. I think that typically when you have a two-horse race, and this is not a two-horse race, when you have that,
the other horses gave up.
Well, the other horse, it wasn't even a race, but you got the threat of reform here, and I think it's a very intriguing election. We'll see in terms of like the nationwide. We know it's obviously Labour, but we're very interested in sort of the smaller parties. So George loses his seat, and I'm sure. I mean, when we had this conversation, I don't know if you predicted he would keep it. I mean, I do want to say though, George Galloway loses his seat, but we've got bloody Paul Warren. I mean, really.
I mean, Paul War it's miserable. Like there was no good option in this seat as far as I'm concerned. But like my prediction was that it was going to be close, and I think that George Galloway was just going to sneak it. But 3% either way, it was a toss-up. It really was.
Well, I mean, we've got. I mean, you've already seen the figures. Yeah, Paul Warren 13,000, 30% of the vote, and George Galloway 27%. But the thing is, though, look, I mean, for me, I suspected Galloway would lose because the by-election was low turnout. It was terrible Tory, terrible Labour, and actually even a bad Green Party candidate. I think that's interesting. What do you think about Rochdale?
With Rochdale, I think it was interesting because there has been a lot of focus on Rochdale in recent years. I think with the Galloway by-election, obviously, was it back in March, I believe, when it was? The big focus obviously was on Gaza, and Galloway ran heavily on a Gaza ticket, which obviously inspired a lot of people to come out and vote for him because they were justifiably angry about what they were seeing on our screens of the IDF destroying Gaza, and basically the West going, oh, there's nothing to see here. So I can understand the frustration there, but ultimately at this election there are more issues at play. Galloway obviously has been very vocal on Gaza. On other issues, not so much, and ultimately and as we've alluded to the entirety of this campaign, looking at polling, the main reason people are voting Labour is because they want the Tories out. they're not necessarily focused on who the other candidates are. I was like, right, who's got the best chance of beating the Tories? Okay, it's Labour. We're going to vote Labour. Rochdale has been very much a traditional Labour area, so it's not really a surprise that it's gone back to Labour.
Just sad state of affairs, though, to echo what Helene was saying, that Paul Wall was in there, though. We had to get such a centrist melt.
He's a iJournalist, for those of you watching or listening who aren't
Actual
aware
lobby
of who the guy
journalist
is.
for the Labour Party, standing as a candidate.
If
Again, one of
you
the
want to
things
know
that's
what client journalism is, it's that.
Well, literally, we've got
There seems to be
on
a
top of like
right-
Baroness Hazarika, not a client journalist, client aristocracy from Aish Hazarika,
Yeah,
providing plenty of
it's
hipster
hipster analysis.
Yeah.
It's trendy.
Let's talk about Jeremy Corbyn then. It looks like it's incredibly close. I know more information on that. You said, I remember that you think that Jeremy Corbyn would win the seat. I mean, I kind of campaigned on behalf of him, so I was trying to keep quiet about my predictions. I was quietly thinking, I think he's left it too late, but it seems like he might have just won it.
It's looking like it's been reported by Labour that he's won. They wouldn't be reporting that he's won if it wasn't essentially nailed on. My seat's just been announced in Broxtowe, and Labour has taken Broxtowe, meaning my Green vote didn't split the left vote. Not that Labour are the left, but all of those people banging on like, oh, you can't vote Green, you'll split the left. It didn't make any difference. The councillor parachuted in from Lewisham, 150 miles away from my constituency, over Greg Marshall, the well-loved local hero, who got a round of applause and standing ovation at the selection process that he was blocked from, has won the seat anyway, whether I voted Green or not. So all of those people banging on can shut up now.
Obviously, we've heard that a lot throughout this election, this idea of like stopping the Tories, vote Labour, criticise them later. How have you responded to that? And do you feel like, that those people have a point?
I mean, at the end of the day, the big thing I always said in the run-up to the election was that the kind of seats that we're targeting, the kind of people who are part of our voter base currently, before we expand them and we sell them, but the people who broadly share our values, they already exist in urban communities that are usually Labour-safe seats, for example. Like, when you look at the targets, they're actually, the Greens are seeing increases in vote share in Sheffield Central, Bristol Central, Birkenhead, plenty of Green extra votes in Leeds and South Shields. Like, these aren't rural areas that we're actually seeing the kind of splits that might put the Conservatives across the line. These are straight up Labour versus Green seats. And we are building bases to start retaking over those Labour heartlands in the future. The idea that it could let a Conservative Party member get into office is just nonsense. It's complete nonsense.
Well, we've just actually seen some results come in. Angela Rayner's held a seat, not surprising. Emily Thornberry has also held a seat. Now, obviously, Emily Thornberry, someone I used to respect, used to like.
Israel does have that right.
Israel does have that right. Owen Jones sort of echoed it, because Owen Jones has been on record and said, look, I've had a personal connection with her. And he basically told her, I'm never going to support you again because of her disgraceful comments on Israel and Palestine. But again, these are two seats that we expected. I'm not surprised about this.
Emily Thornberry and Angela Rayner, they're two very well-known faces within the Labour Party, both from the Corbyn years and obviously post-Corbyn as well. So it's not a surprise that they've retained their seats. Definitely the star quality is cutting through for a lot of people. I've seen some speculation. There are people that I know in Yvette Cooper's constituency who think that Reform might just edge it. Potentially. I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. We'll believe it when we see it, though. I think that would be very interesting if the shadow Home Secretary was to lose their seat. What was I?
And also quite funny to lose a seat to Reform. Controls and immigration mugs. They can have their own mug.
That seems like a very if I was the tactician for Reform, that would be what I would sort of be focusing on.
Yeah.
As opposed to all the other seats, but they're definitely not focusing on immigration. So I think, but then I think with Yvette Cooper, Labour have been playing politics on easy mode for a while now, and I think they are getting the scrutiny that they have needed for a long time.
Helena, do you think that some Labour figures are not as ecstatic as the result, given that they might get 36% of the vote share? Do you think there's people, I asked this to Zach, I'll ask you, there's people even going after Keir Starmer now? They're looking elsewhere. I'm probably going to get Wes Streeting in, Richard Reeves in. I'm talking about Morgan McSweeney, Labour Together sort of people.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, the Labour strategy is exactly what they're going for. They knew this was their strategy coming into the election, and it's paid off for them electorally. I just think that their entire electoral strategy is built on sand and would collapse at the next election because it's broad but it's shallow. They were clearly maximising voter efficiency rather than trying to pile on the votes in constituencies they already have high majorities in. Let leftists go and campaign for the Greens and move over in their urban seats that they know that they can win regardless because they're safe, and try and go after swing voters in swing constituencies, especially once they knew there was a vote split with Reform. And that's exactly what they've done. This is the most efficient Labour result in terms of votes versus seats of all time, most likely, because they're going to get a gigantic number of seats off of way fewer votes than Tony Blair got in 1997, for example. And actually, it looks like, given the current errors in the exit poll, they're probably going to have a bigger majority than Tony Blair had once it finishes out. Like, they knew this was what their plan was all along. We've been warning the whole time that once you don't increase living standards, which clearly they're not going to, this can collapse in a heartbeat. It can collapse in a heartbeat, and not just in the seats that they've won with swing voters who's lent their votes to Labour to get the Tories out now. Just looking at the Islington South results, right? The Green vote is up 13% in Emily Thornberry's seat. 13% up, and Labour are down in that constituency. They're now the second place in a constituency that should be true red Labour forever. And they are potentially going to get attacked from both the right and the left at the next election. This is not a long-term election plan. This is a quick, opportunistic plan to try and get into power once, and I don't think it's going to work again, especially when Farage is knocking at the door.
We've got ITV News. They've got a forecast. They think this Labour's going to get a majority of 178. So that puts Labour on 414. The Conservatives 130. Lib Dems 60. Reform 10 and SNP 11. So, I mean, this is just their forecast. It looks like the Conservatives slightly up, Reform down a little bit. Do you think, I mean, we know the exit polls kind of... Right, okay, we've just got pretty confirmation here from Ricky and Peston. Labour sources saying that Jeremy Corbyn has won Islington North. Static. Absolutely static here. I know we're kind of jumping in between different sort of seats there and different bits of information, but it just pops up on the screen. I mean, let's go.
I mean, I think it shows the power of the grassroots campaign. I mean, Corbyn was going into this campaign, obviously with his own name and his own reputation, and obviously he's well loved within his constituency. But ultimately, this time round, didn't have the financial backing of the Labour Party. So he was going into this campaign basically running on basically support and love, which, if the results are to be believed, if these journalists are telling the truth, and Labour basically saying, yeah, look, we've lost. Well, I think it shows the power of grassroots campaign. And this is a true grassroots campaign, not like what Reform are presenting, when basically their entire party is being bankrolled by Richard Tyson, man reportedly worth £500 million. So I think it shows the power of an independent candidate and what they can achieve when people really do back them
in weeks.
And I think as well, what I was concerned about, and a lot of people within the Corbyn campaign were saying, we're worried that people think that Jeremy's not is the Labour candidate still. I mean, I come across people who said, oh, I'm surprised he's not the Labour candidate. People didn't know. And I thought that was going to be something which was going to give Labour a win. Two polls came out. One was 29% Jeremy Corbyn, I think 43%, I think it's 43% Labour. The polls are tight, and 38%, 43% Labour. It seemed almost an impossible, well, not impossible, a huge hill to climb. If you're fighting against the brands, the money, it looks like Jeremy Corbyn has pulled it off. What does that say? I mean, you asked me this question, I didn't really answer it. What does that say about the Labour Party? Can the centrist melt still rejoice, or do we get one up on them for this one? And what do you think the media response is going to be to this as well?
I mean, I don't think they'll be surprised. I don't think they'll be surprised at all. I think they know the sort of the strength that Corbyn had in Islington North, and I don't think this will come as a surprise to them. I don't think it'll put a dampener on Labour's election win, because essentially now they can just basically ignore it. I mean, they've been ignoring the left within the party for so long now. Ignoring them a little bit longer, not really going to make the blindest bit of difference. They'll enjoy this victory over the next week or so. I mean, their honeymoon period will be very, very short-lived. And once they start getting to work, I think they'll realise that actually, you know what, we have a bigger mountain to climb.
I think it's also really interesting, and Helene, I want to get your views on this, is we're seeing votes from the Labour Party move to Reform. Now, I've brought this point multiple times now, given that Labour have tried to court more right-wing votes. I mean, just last week, John Ashworth saying, well, we're going to send them all back. And the Keir Starmer saying that we should send people back to Bangladesh when they come from here. Basically, they're trying to dog whistle their way through. And it looks like it's backfired. I mean, they haven't offset Reform. In fact, they've lost votes to them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just shows you that you can't appease these people. You can't appease their rhetoric. In fact, we're seeing across the northeast, Labour down on votes and Reform taking them off Labour and Conservative. And this mirrors the drop in polls on both Labour and Tory in the last few days of the election campaign and the increase in Reform votes. The more people saw of Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer being nothing in comparison to Farage being a charismatic iconoclast is why we're seeing the results we're seeing at the moment. And again, you can't, unless we win the argument against these people, they will continue taking our complicity with it, or I guess Labour's complicity in it. They will take that as a vindication of their positions, and that will become the public zeitgeist rather than something that we can oppose, and that's going to be something moving forward. I mean, and on top of that, this dog whistle rhetoric is losing them votes elsewhere. It's just been put up in my chat that in Batley, it looks like an independent might win. Not just obviously standing on a Gaza ticket, but there's loads of minority communities put off with this kind of, and there's this weird attacks on Bangladesh, and it's going to bite them in the arse. In the historic communities, they've always voted Labour.
Speaking of winning the arguments, Keir Starmer's very much likely going to be on the steps in Number 10 tomorrow, giving his sort of maiden speech as the UK Prime Minister after he's visited the King. Do you think he's going to acknowledge any of this, the gains that Reform have made in the sort of the mountain that Labour have climbed really to win? Wait, what?
I genuinely don't know. I'm really not sure. He said he's going to be talking about the people's priorities, so one can only assume he's got to include a bunch of people who voted for him because he said he'd bring down immigration and have a border command to stop the criminal gangs. So we shall see.
I'm hearing some little bit
got very excited.
Yeah, some excitement from the producers. What we hearing?
Starmer wins, Holborn and St Pancras. So Andrew Finstein has lost. He was the only person actually running against.
But the amount of votes is staggering. Right. Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party, going to be Prime Minister, won 18,884 votes. Andrew Feinstein won 7,312, and I think that's quite big. Given that, I mean, look, first of all, I thought Feinstein was probably on 2 or 3%. Looks like they've beaten the Greens. So the Greens got 4,000 votes, Reform only 2,300 votes. But Helena, Feinstein on 7,000. I mean, that's given that Keir Starmer's the Prime Minister, that's quite close.
Way more than I expected. I mean, if you take the Greens as an anti-Starmer vote as well, that's like 11k. Like Starmer is only 6k ahead of like the joint anti-Starmer tickets in this. It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
Down their candidate, didn't they?
Did the Greens actually stand down the candidate? Do you know that, Helena?
Yeah, somebody's put it in my chat saying they got 4,000 votes.
So I know that I think they sort of suspended their campaign there. I believe. I don't know whether maybe people still voted for them. I mean, I spoke to people within the Andrew Feinstein camp, and who were producing sort of their social media content, and they had mentioned that the Greens had stood down. So basically, it was basically being presented as a runoff between Feinstein and Starmer.
Okay, these numbers that have come in, right? This is staggering. So in 2019. Keir Starmer got 36,641. He's lost 17% of his vote. Now, of course, there's going to be seats where Labour are going to lose a lot of votes. But to see the incoming Prime Minister lose nearly 20% of the vote, you've got Andrew Feinstein, who was an independent, not a member of the Green Party, which is existed for decades, got that name recognition, is got 7,000 votes. And as you pointed out, Helena, the Greens and Feinstein together is a combined anti-Starmer vote of 11,000. I mean, those numbers are astonishing, and that is not good for Keir Starmer.
And it's a sign of things to come if Labour continue trying to tell people who are on the left that the door is open and they can leave. Because we have. The door was open and we scarpered, mate. We ran as far as we could away from you and your disgusting platform.
We did what he's instructed, right? He told us to leave, so we fucked off, and off we fucked, and we fucked in. Well, I was going to put that sentence together. That actually sounded kind of wrong. But we got behind Andrew Feinstein, the Greens. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit lost for words for those figures there. I'm really happy though, because I think that personally takes a big hit on his ego. I think a lot of people in Lotto, I mean, he's very worried about that. I think Andrew Feinstein should run in the next election if he can do that. The Greens stand down. He could actually beat Keir Starmer in the next election.
Well, I guess it depends on the political landscape in 2029 or whenever the next election is. Maybe it will be sooner than we expect. Obviously, the landscape will be entirely different. I think we're seeing the gains that Reform are making. And obviously, there's going to be a heavy Reform UK presence in this country, amongst the electorates and within our parliament. And whether that puts pressure on the governments, we shall see. And perhaps that will change things. Again, I feel like the next election, if Reform continue to make these gains and keep making these inroads, our next election will be presented a bit like how US presidential elections have been recently, as the fight for democracy, and do a case of like, look, you may not like us, but do you really like them? And again, once we'll be forced to sort of vote for the lesser of two evils.
I mean, that's kind of been the case. So that the lesser of two evils isn't a new thing. I've heard this for a fucking decade. But I mean, Helena, you probably had loads of information come your way as well through your chat and your 24-hour stream.
Sorry, Helena, when did you actually start streaming?
6 p.m.
Fuck.
So how long have you been on stream for?
9 hours.
9 hours. How do you feel?
I feel fine, absolutely. I mean, I'm glued to the reporting. I mean, I was really blackpilled, like as I said, like 5 hours ago when the exit poll came out. But seeing the charts move and things slowly get a little less good for the Tories and Reform it's making me look okay. Like we just got a result here from 2 Lib Dem gains from the Tories in 3 gains. Cheltenham, Hazel Grove, and Carshalton all have gone to
And Alex Chalk is the
Dems.
Justice Secretary, so this is the first cabinet minister that's lost a seat.
Yeah.
I thought Gillian Keegan.
According to Sky, apparently it's the first cabinet minister.
Okay, all right, yes, stand corrected.
But yeah, no, I can see what you're saying, because I'm not gonna lie, when I read out the exit poll, I did not feel good. I kind of had the same analysis that this is the worst outcome for the left. But I'm starting to feel a little bit confident, even if simply, and call me bitter if you want, but it's not bitter. I think it's about confirming that we have an argument here, is that Keir Starmer not doing so well in the election, getting like 36% of the vote, and his own seat doing poorly, just shows that simply it's not even being less of the two evils, it's being exactly the same, won't wash with the voters. But this puts them in a very precarious position. But yes, no, Alex Chalk is the first cabinet minister to see. But you just pointed out it's to the Lib Dems, right?
It is. I mean, the Lib Dems have gone down in vote share according to the exit poll from the last election and have massively increased their seats by concentrating very specifically. It's been incredibly impressive how the Lib Dems have conducted themselves strategically in this campaign to be able to maximise their vote share. It's why that the possibility of a Lib Dem opposition was on the cards. It's obviously not on the cards now that we've seen the exit poll, but there was clearly a case that if the Lib Dems did well enough and the Tories lost all of their toss-up seats to the Labour Party, that we could have seen the Liberal Democrats in second place. There was something else I wanted to say as well, which was that people were talking really and truly saying, well, it's only 13 Reform seats. Was that really a problem for us? If it goes down to like 7 or 6 or 8 or whatever, is that a big difference? I'm like, it's a huge difference, really and truly. I mean, first of all, there's the rhetorical thing of saying double-digit seats, that's a breach that they could potentially get over. And second of all, the idea that every single extra seat somebody gets, that's 5 more years of coverage on the media. That's 5 more years of positions on Question Time. That's 5 more years of democratic legitimacy and questions in Parliament, positions on select committees, etc., etc. Like the difference between 7 seats and 13 seats is huge, and just the same way for the Greens, the difference between 2 seats and 4 seats, 5, 6 is huge. So we'll have to see, but this could be super interesting as the night goes on as to whether or not we could be facing down Reform UK setting the terms of the debate for the next 5 years, or being a footnote on the Conservatives setting the debate. And that's a big difference.
And in what areas do you think they could steer the debate?
On things like, I mean, I say obviously immigration and taxation and free market economics, for example, but the big thing about Reform UK, you have to understand, most people, unless you really paid attention to the messaging and the kind of things they say in the manifesto. The Reform UK is the mainstream conspiracy theory party. In the manifesto, they talk about 15-minute cities, gender ideology, critical race theory, the vaccine, the WHO, the World Economic Forum, all of these things, they all come up in terms of Reform UK Party's messaging in their manifesto. All the time, they will always try and dog whistle towards conspiracy theories, the kind of boomer, Facebook type, all of these things that you've seen everywhere, especially amongst people who are of kind of lower middle class, capitalist buy-in, Gen X boomer types. And that's who they're messaging towards. So if they get more of a position to be able to mainstream these ideas, that's an epistemic problem.
I'm literally
it sets a certain
communist.
level of truth in people's minds about the nature of the debate, the narrative that's being woven over the next years. Is this a liberal idea of just different ideas being better, like a tenocracy? Is it a leftist idea of the material relationship between the base and the superstructure, between labour and capital? Or is it about a cabal of people from Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum who wants you to eat the bugs and not leave your little pod in your little city, right? Like, I know this sounds obviously fantastical, but this is genuinely the kind of things that people say all the time online, and this is the core Reform voter base. Not allowing that to become common parlance is important.
And I always see. I'm actually sorry to cut you off. Labour sources are confident they will unseat Shapps and Penny Mordaunt. Grant Shapps gone.
Wait, but
so he's lost. So it looks like Labour have just unseated Grant Shapps.
I mean,
I'm
yeah.
not surprised. What about Michael Green, though? What about Corinne Stockheath?
People just lost their job.
Say it again. Sorry.
Myself.
Helena, what do you say? I missed what you said.
Sure. Well, Grant Shapps has lost its seat. What about Michael Green and Corinne Stockheath?
Yeah, exactly. You know, 3 people have just lost their job. Let's have a bit of respect here in the studio.
Oh, okay. Let's
moment of silence for Grant Shapps.
Moment of silence for Grant Shapps.
Yeah, we're done. I mean, that's got to sting. A lot of these guys didn't want to do this election campaign. I mean, like, as we plaster analogy, you know, I think it was best for them to just rip it off. But in this case, they've literally just been peeling it slightly.
I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it. So I like the slow pain. I mean, this is how bitter we become. Helena, once the Labour right ripped out any sense of hope from our politics, all we've got is bitterness. So seeing the plaster being slowly ripped off the Tory party, I enjoy. It is also that makes the second minister then, because he's defence secretary.
Yeah.
The second minister has lost a seat.
Wait, that means Putin's going to invade right now.
Oh God, what have we done?
Yes, I mean, it was definitely past 6 p.m. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, the night is but young.
Apparently, more sources reporting Jeremy Corbyn win. Waiting for official declaration.
When is
Chingford result coming in now? Apparently, as well.
Say again.
Yeah, Chingford result coming in now. One thing I'll say about Spite and the Labour riot. Did you see?
We've got Faiz Shaheen coming up. Very important seat.
Labour are expected to win this from
yeah.
Pfizer got 12k. It's not bad.
What's the feed you're watching on your end?
I was just getting people coming in chat. I'm just reading chat.
So, I thought. I mean, a lot of the talk around Chingford or Woodford Green is that Ian Duncan Smith's going to win it because the only person that could win the seat for Labour was Faiz Shaheen
on a Labour ticket.
Yeah, and it's I mean, if Sharma Tatler's going to win with Pfizer as
well, Conhol's the IDS one
candidate, is that a complete failure of Pfizer Shaheen there? Because if Pfizer ate into a lot of the vote, the Tories won. Of course, people say, "Oh, it's vote splitting." The fact that Pfizer Shaheen ran and Labour still won, I mean, it seems like there was no leverage on Pfizer's side. Am I completely wrong in saying this? Does that mean it was a complete failure on Pfizer's behalf, or?
I mean, I think
guys, IDS won. The Conservatives hold that seat, so it was a vote split between Labour and.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry for viewers. I've given you misinformation. Ian Duncan Smith has won that seat. Sorry, I got confused. I thought you said that.
Do we have the numbers?
Right.
Can
Okay.
someone
Well,
give me the numbers?
scrap everything I just said.
Yeah,
Then
so
ignore that.
Those just tuning in, Ian Duncan Smith, the architect of Universal Credit, has held his seat of Chingford and Woodford Green, where we are based right now. So we are still under Tory rule. Can't say I feel much different. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's not a surprise. I don't think it. I don't see that as a surprise.
Yeah. No. I mean, look. I think it was incredibly hard seat for Pfizer to win. I mean, she had a lot of polling data come out saying that she was winning, but of course, this is canvas data, not real polling. I mean, Helena, now we've got the correct information here. What's your thoughts about that?
I honestly, the Labour Party got what they wanted. Tough shit,
Yep.
Labour. You want to get rid of IDS? Well, you shouldn't get rid of the candidate who everybody loved. It's tough shit, Labour. Honestly, I think as much as I think that IDS is the butcher and I despise him, this is better than Labour winning this seat. They have to learn. They cannot treat people this way. If they do, they'll lose seats. It's as simple as that. Simple as that.
Yeah, and do you know what? Speaking to people on the street of Chingford, Lewis was asking people, "Are you worried about this splitting the vote?" Some people were saying, "So be it." I mean, they were very, very angry with the way the Labour Party treated Pfizer Shaheen. They were like, "Well, we're supporting Pfizer, and if that means Ian Duncan Smith wins, so be it." And I think you're right here, Helena. Labour has to be punished. I mean, if they're going to get a huge majority, they have to be punished in some way. And if Pfizer Shaheen was the candidate, she would have clearly won. I mean, looking at these numbers now, Sharma Tatler, 12,524. Pfizer Shaheen, 12,445. So not even 100 votes in it. So that translates to 24.
And Ian Duncan Smith was on.
Ian Duncan Smith got 17,281. 35% of the vote. So it's close between the three of them. But yeah, not even 100 votes between Sharma Tatler and Pfizer Shaheen. I think Pfizer should probably run in the next election. What do you think?
I mean, look, in 2019, when she ran against Ian Duncan Smith, she was the only Labour candidate to actually increase the number of votes. I think that was the only seat where Labour's vote share actually increased compared to like the national average, which was basically like, we don't want Labour. So perhaps it would have been a good idea for her to stay on. I think the reasons that they got rid of her were awful. I think when you actually look at the case, if candidates are being removed for liking tweets, the fact that other Labour candidates have stayed, someone like Rosie Duffield, for example, who was like tweets endorsing Holocaust revisionism, the fact that she's been able to keep her seat and maintain the whip despite everything that she's done, and a Labour candidate like Pfizer Shaheen, who was clearly very popular in the area, is removed. I think, as Helena said earlier, like, tough shit Labour.
Yeah, 100%.
Tough fucking shit. We've got apparently Clacton in 5 minutes.
There's one interesting result. Speaking of Labour vote splits and Labour getting punished, Labour have just lost a seat to the Conservatives. The Conservatives have gained a seat off Labour. Leicester East, yeah. There was Claudia Webb and Keith Vaz courting the anti-Labour vote, so Labour lost by 15 points. Tough shit, Labour.
Lost 29.3% of the vote. The Conservatives, so both Labour and the Tories lost their vote share, but because Labour lost a lot more, that is now being given to the Tories.
And where did Reform poll on that one?
Reform, 5.6%. They got an increase of 3.1%. So the breakdown is Conservatives win with 31%, Labour 21.6%, Lib Dems 13.5%, Independent, which is the two, Claudia Webb, 11.8%, one Leicester.
That's Keith Vaz.
Reform. I mean, both Claudia Webb and Keith Vaz polled above Reform Green. Yeah, that is another example, a perfect example of Labour basically tough shit. That is, when you kick people out, you should get some repercussions from that. And can't say I feel bad here. I can't say. I mean, look, and there I see the Labour Party and Tories almost exactly the same. In a way, I'm fucking kind of happy because I feel like they deserve it.
Yeah, they absolutely deserve it. Every single seat that happens like this, that's just how electoral politics works. They had the choice to try and keep us on side, and they chose to tell us to leave, and so we've left. Simple as that. Like,
And the thing is, you can't. What's funny is when you got Keir Starmer and Labour figures saying, "Oh, they were kind of right to reject Labour in 2019." Even Keir Starmer said, "Look, I'm not going to go to the voters and say you got it wrong. No, we have to change." All right then. If independent candidates want to stand and voters want to vote for them, that means it costs you a seat. Can't blame the voters, and you can't blame the independent candidates, can you? I mean,
I
that's
think
democracy.
that's been a running theme where it's like, am I to blame or is it the voters? We've kind of seen that a lot when people have voted Conservative over the last few years. I do understand it to a certain extent, but if they don't see something on offer that's better, well, they're going to stick with what they know. I mean, we clearly seen it with this election so far. I mean, the idea that anyone is looking at the last 14 years of Conservative government going, yeah, I want 5 more years of this, I find odd, but ultimately, if they don't see anything else better on offer, they're going to stick with what they know.
Yeah, no, I agree. Oh, sorry, getting a bit confused on the iPad here. Again, this is a very professional setup. Helena, you're going till 6 p.m. tomorrow, right?
That's right, 6 p.m. tomorrow.
So what you going to be covering? Because obviously by what 6, 7, most of the results are going to be in. What are you going to be talking about for the next 8 hours? Are you covering the speeches?
Yeah, we'll see all of the fallout, all of the potential ramifications of what the results are. Anything. Obviously, we've got these postal vote problems as well. We'll be covering that, and we'll just chat and we'll shoot the shit. We'll see what's up. Again, there'll be people waking up wanting to know the results, so I want to be there to ensure that I capture them and we can see all of the Conservatives infighting and breaking down why they've lost in the way that they have. It should be super interesting to be able to watch that. I'd also like to remind everybody, if you're enjoying the content, you can come and become a member for as little as 99p, or support Turn Left Media on Patreon from as little as £3 or £5 per month, and myself as well. I also have Patreon and memberships available too.
I promised you that was discussed beforehand. Helena does absolutely incredible work. You probably already know she's on Navarra every single week. They should have got Helena earlier, but I guess better late than never. There's a reason why
stole her from me on some occasions. And they're like, sorry, I got doing Navarra, and I'm like,
there's a reason why she's in high dance, because she's absolutely incredible. I mean, you are one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. Your politics is fucking based. Your content is entertaining. And people watching our show right now, if you haven't, I'll chase you if you haven't, subscribe to No Justice MTG. So it's at No Justice MTG. That's on YouTube. That's on Twitch. It's TikTok. Support her on Patreon. Actually, shout out your Patreon again, because I don't know your.
It's just patreon.com/NoJusticeMTG. Every single social I have, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, it's all at NoJusticeMTG, regardless of the platform. Got a nice unity of branding on my end. So yeah, thank you very much for the shout out. I appreciate it. Best place to go is to subscribe on YouTube. It's free, and there's content every day. I stream 6 days a week on
neoliberalism.
That's a hard worker. Helena, I'm sure we will probably have another conversation in a few hours. Maybe if you're still going, I'm sure you will. But
yeah, when you wake up in the morning, you have some breakfast chats. You're welcome on the stream.
Of course. Thank you so much for coming on, and we will speak to you soon.
Take care. Stay safe. Bye, everyone, and free Palestine.
And free Palestine. That was absolutely incredible. One of the best political commentators I've ever known.
That was very nice from Curtis. I appreciated that.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Thank you very much for the 5 gifted, Andy. Appreciate the support. Libs gained Stratford upon Avon. Like, it looks like the Liberals are... I mean, it looks like the Tories are doing worse than the exit poll announced. Although funny that we get that they're keeping IDS and they're gaining Leicester East. That's very strong. Very funny to me. Greens didn't lose their deposit in Burton. That's cool. Labour gained with 16,000. Interesting. I'm still fucking shocked. I am still shook. I'm still shook from the Andrew Feinstein increase in the vote share. That's some crazy shit. I never ever would have in my wildest dreams expected Andrew Feinstein to get as many votes as he did. What does that mean to lose a deposit? So in the UK, you have to pay £500 to be able to stand as an MP as a deposit to make sure that people who aren't chancellors just stand for no reason. And if you don't get 5% of the vote share in that seat, then the government keeps that £500 and you lose your deposit.
Clear that that is what happened in his own seat, and I think that's going to be such an important brief that the new government inherits. I think what's also kind of interesting was that in relation to the Ian Duncan Smith seat, I am delighted to see Ian back on the back bench, on our benches, and I'm sure Nikki will be too. And you know, who knows? When we're looking for a new leader, maybe Ian will have another go at it.
I think we've been there. I'm not sure we'll go back. Yeah.
But he's been an amazing campaigner on issues around social justice. He's been an amazing campaigner on things like the persecution of Uyghurs in China. I think he's such an important voice for us to have back on our benches. But there is no doubt that Ian is a member of Parliament tonight because of a decision that was taken in relation to Faiza Shaheen. And I think there has to certainly be some thinking about what happened in relation to that particular matter.
Was it worth it, taking out one Corbynista to lose that seat?
Well, you know, Labour was set to win that seat, especially with the boundary changes as well.
She was set to win it.
Labour was set to win it, and Ian Duncan Smith is now being saved because Pfizer stood as an independent against...
Yeah, because you fucking got rid of her, you stupid bellend.
...the Labour candidate. And I just would say that I'm sure she's very disappointed that she's been the reason that Ian Duncan Smith is still the MP for that constituency. And I think there is a tendency, we've seen in Leicester East, Nikki was just pointing out to me, that the Tories have won Leicester East, a safe Labour seat, because two former Labour people, Claudia Webb and Keith Faz...
Don't fucking purge people then, you stupid twat. Don't purge people and they won't split your fucking vote, Harriet. Miss fucking abstain on the welfare bill scumbag. Absolutely fucking subhuman piece of shit. Your fault. Your fault.
Stood and the Labour and cause it to lose to a Conservative, which presumably she's fought all her life against. I don't think this is on Keir Starmer. I think this is on Pfizer, and I think it's very disappointing.
No, it's your fault. It's Keir Starmer's fucking fault.
She didn't win the seat.
You're purging piece
she just
of shit.
Enabled a Tory.
So will you say that about Jeremy Corbyn if he wins in Islington North tonight?
Keir Starmer is.
Well, I hope he won't win in Islington North, but he won't be making a Tory win. He will be winning against a Labour candidate, and I think we should have a Labour candidate winning in Islington North.
Nikki.
But I think, you know, his whole life has been the Labour Party, and he owes a great deal to the Labour Party. And then because he wasn't able to be part of it, he then stands against it. I think that's, you know, it shows people up for what they are. I'm sorry.
It's sounding
against that.
Honestly, the cheek of these people, the cheek of the Labour Party people like Harriet Harman, who never stood for Labour values in the first place, abstaining on the welfare bill, absolutely repugnant person that she is, the repugnant little rat that she is, and now going, oh, I can't believe people stood against me in seats that we were supposed to put them, but then we purged them from the party for factional reasons. Nah, you got what you wanted, Harriet. You got what you want. You got your fucking wanted. You got what you wanted.
We're more likely, according to...
Utterly despise these people. Ed Balls admitted on ITV that the Brexit strategy from Starmer was deliberately done to sabotage the Corbyn campaign in 2019. We all knew it. They fucking admitted it. Admitted it. Ed Balls did. These people are disgusting rodents. I'm never voting Labour again.
Fucking
don't join Labour.
neoliberalism.
Don't vote Labour. Leave the Labour Party.
The Tory briefings that Penny Mordaunt...
Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, independent, 24,000.
Yeah, eat shit, Praffle. Eat shit. Eat my poo, Praffle Morgans. High quality political analysis on Twitch today.
That's 24,120. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling,
And if
32.
I'm going to live rent-free in his head...
Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660.
And if I'm going to live rent-free in his head...
That's 2660. Praffle Nargan, Labour Party, 16,873.
Fuck you, Praffle! Deleted! Get out! On your bike! Taxi! Taxi for Praffle Nargan! Out you go! Off you go back into political relevancy! Get fucked!
16873. Martin John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710.
Neoliberalism.
That's
Fucking neoliberalism. Let's go. Thank you for the 50 gifted Scaly Bubble. We love you in chat. We really do. You're an absolute legend. Thank you very much for the continued lovely support of the channel. We love you here.
Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 72. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 1. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 116. Turnout percentage of the poll, 67.5. And I do hereby declare that the said Jeremy Corbyn is duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for the Islington North constituency.
This is a good moment, chat. The Dark World is a good moment. You'll have to see it.
Hard work and very efficient way in which it's been run. It is a credit to Islington.
Can you?
You've done in those respects.
We're going to leave.
Keir Starmer, Emily Thornberry, Lisa Nandy, Bridget Fullerton, James O'Brien. Can you hear me, James O'Brien? Your boy took one hell of a beating. Your boys took one hell of a beating. Can you hear me, James? Oh, one hell of a beating.
Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225. Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317.
Who's always going to win, guys? Like, I know it's
Osborne
frustrating
Natasha,
that Farage is now
Green
getting
Party,
paid on public dime, but he was never going to lose.
1,935. Owusa Nepal
Right, Katie, how you
Jovan,
doing?
Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820. The number of ballots.
Thank you for the clip.
That's 2660. Praffle Nargan, Labour Party, 16,870.
You people, deleted. Get out. On your bike. Taxi. Taxi for Praffle Nargan. Out you go. Off you go. Get fucked.
16873.
Excellent.
Papers rejected was 111. I therefore do hereby declare that Nigel Paul Farage is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency. And the turnout was 59.23%. Would you like to?
Eighth time lucky. Nigel Farage has
Corbyn
been
got more votes
standing
than
to be an
Starmer.
MP, and he has
More
now
percentage,
made it
sorry,
in
than Starmer.
Parliament.
I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a
How often do you think he'll actually go to his own constituency? Literally never. But let's watch the clip. The clip that my microphone was the wrong volume here. But...
2660. Praffle Nagan, Labour Party. 16,873.
Fuck you, Praffle! Deleted! Get out! On your bike! Taxi! Taxi for Praffle Nagan! Out you go! Off you go back into political relevancy! Get fucked!
16873. Martin
It's a good
John.
moment. It's a good moment. My microphone was the wrong volume though. StreamYard keeps lowering the volume for some reason.
Across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament.
StreamYard was the program that Curtis was using to stream with. Actually, I'm not going to post that clip. It's kind of embarrassing. Actually, yeah, I'm going to delete that clip. It was funny for 5 seconds.
We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
We'll discuss that in a moment, but we have some shock news.
Thank you very much indeed.
That Labour's Jonathan Ashworth in Leicester South has lost to the independent candidate.
I mean, this is exactly what you were talking about a second ago. We should explain that the independent candidate, Shokar Adam, was running on a pro-Gaza ticket. I think...
Hey, can you hear me, Emily Oldknow? Can you hear me, Emily Oldknow? All that shit you said about Diane Abbott, this is for you, Emily. This is for you. Emily Oldknow and Jonathan Ashworth. You wreckers, you pieces of shit. I'm so glad that Jonathan Ashworth is no longer going to be an MP. Get fucked. Alright, enjoy your highly paid jobs in industry that you're almost certainly going to get after being booted out, or indeed your seat in the Lords, but incredibly funny result. Goodbye, Ashworth. Get out. How about you go back to, you go to Bangladesh? I'm sure if you're so certain that people should be sent to Bangladesh, how about you go to Bangladesh and fuck off?
That has had some impact on his ability to campaign in his seat.
Well, I just think it's, very disappointing indeed. And the whole politics of Israel and Palestine and what's been going on in Gaza has been, intensely and deeply felt and, cause a great upsurge in feelings. So I'm very disappointed.
We're going to come back to you, Harry. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
We're just going to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister's count in Hertsmere.
Number of votes, 536. Dowden Oliver James, the Conservative Party candidate, 21,451. Humphreys John, Green Party, 2,200.
I think that's a win.
Yeah, Oliver Dowden holds on then and keeps his seat. It was a very safe seat. Let's just come back to this, Harriet, and the question of the Israel-Gaza impact or anger at Labour's position on Israel and Gaza amongst many people. And John Ashworth is the victim of it.
Well, he is. And, the politics of it is incredibly difficult. But what is even more difficult is that it hasn't actually been solved in the Middle East. And, what Keir Starmer is going to have to do with his government is play as strong a part as he possibly can to try and make sure there is peace and there is a resolution of that appalling conflict. I'm sorry about the fact that Jonathan Ashworth has lost. Very sorry indeed. But, you know, ultimately, it is a terrible situation, which as a government we'll have to really put our shoulder to the wheel and try and be part of the solution.
But it's not a terrible situation in which you are sort of neutral, and that is why people have voted against you. They're angry at the position that Keir Starmer took, at the things he said.
Yeah, Israel does have that right. It is an ongoing situation. And how much did Sharman get? 4,000. That's not too bad. Fourth place could have been better, but I'm glad Sharman has won back the deposit. Almost beat the Tory candidate as well. But I'm shocked that Shockett Adam got so many votes. I'm absolutely shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Casualty of the politics of this situation, but Keir Starmer will just have to put his shoulder to the wheel on that.
As we said a few moments ago, all these results are coming so thick and fast. You're not really getting the time to...
I mean, we've still not got anything close to Liane Mohammed yet.
That Nigel Farage has become an MP in the British Parliament for the first time. I mean, one of the most active voices in British politics, as he has said, for 3 decades. He's been an MEP before, but he's now in the House of Parliament.
And the leader of the Reform Party. And he's now got a base in Parliament. From which to promote reform, promote policies of reform, and get some sort of effective opposition going. Because I have to say, quite honestly, I haven't got that much faith in the Tories getting their act together anytime soon. So I'm delighted that it's happened. I think it was always going to happen. The instant he announced it was Clapton.
It might be a parliamentary party of two, though.
Look at these look at these crazy numbers. 125 seats to like a tiny amount. Yeah, this is crazy. Stephen Flynn kept his seat. Excellent. Absolutely. 100 up to 16 seats. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy.
Labour. Sure. You know, as we've just heard, it's too early, I think, to despair like that. And I'm quite happy to wait a bit longer. There are still some...
want to get sucked into a vortex of sitting there patiently waiting for the Speaker to call him, because that will lose him a lot of time and may end up nowhere.
Yeah, I just can't see him in the House of Commons tabling amendments to pieces of legislation. Absolutely. And the one thing you have to say about Nigel, love him or loathe him, is that even when he didn't have a seat in Parliament, he got heard and he managed to get his message
We're going to go
across.
to Saffron Walden, as was. This is Kemi Badenoch's seat, now called... North East.
Essex Northwest.
Essex parliamentary constituency on Thursday, 4th of July. I, Peter Holt, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at said election is as follows. Badenoch Kemi, Conservative Party candidate, 19,360, 19360.
There's going to be a vote split that's going to let her in.
Benino Eric, Independent, 699, 699.
Vote split's going to let Kemi keep her seat.
Edward.
This is really sad.
2,846, 2846.
19k to beat.
Green Andrew, Independent, 852. Omilana Nico, Independent, 156, 156. Rajesh Smita, Liberal Democrat, 6,055, 6055.
There's going to be a vote split.
Sinclair Armstrong Grant, Reform UK, 7,668, 7668. Wait Issy, the Labour Party, 16,750.
Yep. Labour Lib vote split. I told people to vote Labour in this seat and she's kept her fucking seat. I told people to vote Labour and they didn't. And now she's fucking in the House. That's so fucking sad that she's
Number
there.
of ballot
She's such a disgusting slug.
Was in total 215. Of an electorate of 79,698, 54,609 ballot papers were issued for a turnout of 68.52%, and I do hereby declare that Kemi Badenoch is elected.
So Kemi Badenoch wins her seat, and she's a likely contender for the Tory leadership once Rishi Sunak steps down.
God, if she's a fucking Tory leader, all your fucking muting you absolutely fascist scumbag, disgusting monster. Gullis is gone? Okay, if Gullis is gone, I mean, he was always going to go, but... Let's go into Sky News, see what they're saying.
You have to bear in mind, the demographics of different parts of the country we're talking about here and what's going on beneath the surface. And Leicester South, one of the highest proportions of Muslim voters, and Gaza was a big issue. It was a really big issue in this election for so many people. And we're really seeing that now. And one way of looking at this is not just looking at one constituency, but looking across different constituencies for the Labour vote. And here you can see, essentially, we're showing you different parts, different Labour constituencies, ranked in terms of the Muslim populations. So from more people who are Muslim through to lower Muslim populations. And just look, in lower Muslim population areas, the Labour vote's going up. So up 3.4%. But look, as you move into areas with higher Muslim populations, you're talking about big falls, really big falls. And it's pretty striking, isn't it, just to see that. And that is something that we're seeing, across the UK, different areas, different regions, depending, on what the Muslim population is, some of the urban populations. People are unhappy about the Gaza policies of the Labour Party, and you're seeing that kind of borne out.
Zara Sultana hold
in those numbers. So listen, that was just a quick one, Kay. I won't take up too much of your time.
Oh, it's not my time. It's this gentleman's time.
It's your own time, you're waiting.
And surprise. I don't think, when you sat down, Brandon Lewis, you didn't look surprised at the results in your former seat.
No, we had a good sense of how things were going much earlier today, actually. So, disappointed. By lunchtime, my team up there, who are very experienced, have fought lots of campaigns successfully, including last year's local.
Sheffield, Birmingham, Bradford have big Muslim populations, you think? Yes, they do, yeah.
Know what they're doing, and they...
Yeah, no results yet to see. Jess Phillips in trouble in Yardley against Jodie McIntyre. Shabana Mahmood in trouble against Ahmed Yaqub in Birmingham Ladywood as well, so...
Big chunk voted reform. And it was what they were picking up this morning was... people we...
Oh, DUP losing seats. Good to see DUP losing seats. Also, one of the only Tories I'm glad to see win is Caroline Noakes in Romsey. So we may even have, Caroline Noakes and Alicia Kearns in the same party as Kemi Badenoch. That's very strange.
If you'd fought it again...
Right? A smaller party rather than like a broad church.
Would you have held the seat?
Who knows? But with that kind of gap, we all like to think we've got...
It'll be very funny if the Workers' Party have one MP and it's not Galloway.
Between where we've come third, thousands of votes behind. I'm not sure any personal vote can make up that difference.
70-odd% leave, wasn't it?
72.5% leave, yeah. And I've gone from that 17,600 majority to a...
I mean, it is funny that the Ladywood constituency is a runoff between two transphobes.
That's the third cabinet minister. Brandon, you must feel absolutely gutted.
Is Alliance winning against the twats at the DUP good? Well, the Alliance are the 6 counties Liberal Democrat counterparts, and the DUP are ultra-Christian, anti-LGBT freaks. So yes, it is good to see Apney winning against the DUP.
Party chair, you're a big campaigner.
And to see Plaid Cymru have gained seats from Conservative and Labour in Caerphilly and Ynys-Môn.
I think that's going to be a PhD, let alone an A-level question for the future. I think there's a whole series of things you can go back over a period of time.
Where's the third reform seat? Farage, Anderson, where else? Great Yarmouth, is it?
Range of things that have happened and done, and the public have taken a view. And what's interesting tonight, I think what will be interesting as the night develops on further is in certain areas, clearly reform have done huge damage to the Conservatives. What I would say to my party is we need to see where we end up in a few hours' time with more.
Yeah, I called Great Yarmouth. Mike, my 6 seats that I had them nailed on were Great Yarmouth, Clacton, Boston, Ashfield and Mid-Bucks.
Voting reform, but also is missing the fact we're losing seats to Liberal Democrats. That's not over right-wing politics, and that.
Oh, the DUP are way crazier than Miriam Cates. If you think Miriam Cates is crazy, the DUP are way crazier.
Was when to call an election,
and you thought it was a bad idea.
There are going to be a lot of people who wonder why you call. I can't think of a leader anywhere in the Western world who has chosen to call an election when they didn't need to, when they're that far behind in the polls in modern history.
Chichester, Gillian Keegan, declaration in just a moment or two. She's in trouble from the Lib Dems.
Yep.
Is that all you're going to say?
Yeah, well, no, as I say, I think we're going to... And that's going to be the challenge,
Wasn't just
I think.
the timing, though, was it?
Oh, no. As I said, I did say,
Should we
there's a whole range
to the declaration and then come back? Here we go. Gillian Keegan. She said she was going to fight to the end.
Isle of Wight West is Labour. We may still have Isle of Wight East for Greens. It's not out of the running yet.
High Sheriff of West Sussex being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Chichester constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Brown, Fuller, Jessica, Sean, Louise, Liberal Democrats, 25,000.
It's over. Gillian Keegan is gone. Gillian Keegan is gone. She's gone. She's over.
25,000 for the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think you can see from Gillian Keegan's face.
Labour Party, 3,175. DeSantis, Theresa, Reform UK, 7,859. Emerson, Andrew, Independents, 190. Keegan, Gillian, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,368.
13,000. It's all over for one of your colleagues. Gillian Keegan, 12,000 plus behind the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, and that backs up the point I was just making. There's been a period of the evening where you see it on social media and that, where people are talking about what reform is doing on the right of politics, but that doesn't recognise this challenge I think we're going to see from the Liberal Democrats as well. And our party's going to have to take some time to think through how it manages that.
It seems to me, Brandon, that
Suella Braverman's declaration.
Andrew Wannell, being the acting returning officer at the Fareham and Waterlooville election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Suella Braverman, 17,561. Kevin Chippendall Higgin, Reform UK, 9,084. Edward Dean, Rejoin EU, 210. Gemma Furnival, Labour Party, 11,482.
It's a vote split again.
Bella Hewitt, Liberal Democrats, 9,530.
Yeah, the combined Liberal Democrat and Labour vote in Fareham and Waterlooville has let Suella Braverman retain her seat. I told people to tactically vote against her, and they've not.
I have to see who is still standing in a few hours' time. And this, as I say, this is one of the things the party's going to be
really
looking at.
depressing.
Suella's made no secret of the fact that she wants to run for leader. She ran obviously in 2022 as well. So I suspect that, there'll be a few people, and over the next couple of weeks, parties first of all got to select a new chairman of the 22 committee. That's process-wise, because they do that first stage of the process, and then they'll move into the parliamentarians deciding who's going to be the final two.
Let's listen to her. Shall we see what she says?
Launch her leadership bid.
I want to start with a few thank yous.
No, I'm not listening to this fucking slug. Yeah, you can stop. You can tell me I'm being nasty to these Tories, but I don't think I'm being nasty enough. She's going to be the new leader or Bathe not, because there's very few people to choose from. Yeah, really sad to see both Cruella and Kemi Kem back. I did think they probably would hold their seats, but they were like key targets for tactical voting, and a lack of tactical voting has cost both of these seats. It's really sad. I haven't mentioned Roblox once. True. Kev mentioned Roblox, but I haven't. True. With Jeremy Corbyn, you come at the king, you best not miss. Badenoch versus Braverman leadership contest, Christ above. I hope Caroline Noakes runs for leader. She's nice. Caroline Noakes or Alicia Kearns, the people I want to be able to live. To win, sorry. Be able to run for leader. The Gillian Keegan count. Why are they showing that? What's this being called now?
22. Lawson, John Craig, Liberal Democrats, 1,036. Nietzsche Townend, Leah, known as Leah Nietzsche, the Conservative Party candidate,
Green wins in Bristol,
8,269. On, Melanie, Labour Party, 15,336.
It's a Labour victory.
Stevenson,
Conservatives in third place.
Party,
again.
108.
Thangham's just lost Bristol.
And Thangham Debonair's just lost Bristol to the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah. No, to the Green.
Taxi for Thangham. Taxi for Thangham.
So she's a Green gain from Labour in Bristol Central. So that's the shadow culture secretary or would-be culture secretary. So that's 2 cabinet ministers now that would have gone into a Labour government that have gone, John Ashworth and Thangham.
And for...
No votes for genocide, chat. No votes for genocide. You get in the fucking bin, Thangham. Get out. Take up your seat in the Lords. The Commons doesn't want you, Thangham. Get the fuck out. Get out of my House of Commons. And into the House of Lords, almost certainly. That'll take you for your fucking pro-genocide, anti-trans shit. Get out.
Is what exit polls will struggle with because they've not had it before.
Yeah, we're seeing a trickle of the sort of Scottish seats come in, and we're seeing, you know, Labour taking seats here and here. What we're not showing is just how big some of these results are, and they're bigger than expected. So we've seen that Falkirk
still waiting on Waveney Valley. That's going to be the interesting one.
Labour's coming from third there.
Right.
It was the safest seat. That's the SNP's safest seat in Scotland coming into this campaign. Wow. They had a 15,000 majority. They got over 52.5% of the vote last time, and that's fallen. In East Renfrewshire, again, Labour's coming from third. They've gone from under 7,000 votes to 22,000 votes. Yeah. There, that's a 31.3% increase. It's enormous, 31 points that's gone up. So that exit poll that we saw where the SNP were down from 48 seats to 38, they're losing 38 down to 10. God, it's getting late, isn't it? They're losing 38 seats. That could be optimistic, and there are some of the people that are running the exit polls that have now revised down that figure. Really? So it might be an even worse night. Okay. Now, I know that I always bang on about Scotland, but they were not just, you know, the biggest party.
Wasn't even close. Carla won by 24%. Get fucked, Thangham. Get out. Get out of my house. Oh. Can you taste those Labour Party tears? Can you not taste? Can you taste the tears of the pro-genocide party? Perfect, perfect. Oh, it tastes so good. The sweetest tears of Thangham Debonair.
The election of a Member of Parliament for Basildon and Billericay constituency. I, Paula Deary, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bateman Christopher David, British Democrats, 373. Connolly Stephen, Reform UK.
The Cons lost Tunbridge Wells, even after redirecting all of that funding from deprived urban areas.
11,354. Goshawk Stewart, the Green Party, 2,123. Harrison Alexander James, Labour Party, 12,885.
Got it.
No.
Holden Richard John, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,905.
Oh, it looks as though he's...
Richard Holden won by 17 votes. That's crazy.
Squeaked.
Conservative hold Havon after a recount of just 92 votes. Wow. So it looks like that the Tories are just squeaking by into being the opposition now.
Squeaked in by 20 votes. I saw you whistle through your teeth there, Brandon Lewis.
In a seat like that, that's far too close for comfort.
Yeah. But you still
the chairman of the party is. Yeah.
You still have a chairman.
Yeah. I mean, look. Every seat is going to make a difference in terms of the party's ability to really be able to move forward. But when in a seat like that, it needs a recount, and it's that close, that's an indication of just how difficult a night this is for us. There's no getting away from that.
And
also, can I just say...
20-odd votes there. We're hearing as well that it's going to be incredibly close in Godalming and Ash.
Yeah, I've just got a Lib Dem source has just told me that it's too close to call, and they think there are 100 votes.
Okay, here's Richard Tice's. Guys, bear with me. Richard Tice.
All illegal immigrants, 518. Forbert Alexandra, Labour Party, 7,629. Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution for People Not Parties, 397. Lloyd Richard Gordon, Liberal Democrats, 1,375. Moore Christopher Michael, the Green Party, 1,506. Tice Richard, Reform UK, 15,520. Warman Matthew Roberts, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,500.
Tice wins in Boston.
Candidate will be returned to the House of Commons, 15,520. Into second place is the Conservatives. Reform are going to have to be a party that whoever is the next leader of the Conservatives will need to take seriously.
Yes, well, one of the things we've seen in those early results this evening is even where they're not winning, in what was called the red wall, they're coming second and pushing us into third. And as I say, my own constituents, they've effectively pushed us into third and won the seat. So that this is why this is going to be a real challenge for the Conservative Party in terms of how it balances out and works through what the Reform Party has done in certain parts of the country, and then I think we're going to see a very different result where we're up against Lib Dem.
Brandon, I've asked some of your other colleagues who've been on tonight whether you've made a mistake in sort of almost like cowering in front of Reform rather than actually taking them on their NHS policy, their Putin policy. Do you think you have made a mistake?
I mean, the Tories have won like a couple of really close seats. That means that the dream of them being like absolutely tanked is gone. But if a Tory loses to like a couple of reforms, that's fine. It depends. Like reforms on 6, 7, 8 is like okay, manageable, but then 13, 14, 15 is a real problem.
Common denominator between...
No, Liberal Democrats' official opposition is off the cards now.
There's a very striking regional pattern. We were saying, Ruth was talking about...
Like, I think it's really unlikely that the Lib Dems can now go back ahead of the Conservatives. Like, that's not happening. But it's going to be close. It's going to be super close.
I see the coastal seats particularly, and I think we'll see something different in that donut, particularly that donut around London, where the Lib Dems, I think, will be successful at our expense as well.
But it's an interesting thing that the least deprived seat in the country, Hampshire North East, you guys should have kept it. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's going to be super difficult. I mean, what's interesting as well is that Reform candidates might lose votes at the next election, essentially off of the back of the fact that they probably won't do any constituency work, and people in the constituency will want to vote for somebody connected to the area. Like, I think they'll see a problem in trying to retain seats where local people want somebody who actually answers their questions.
It's quite challenging for people.
Brandon, have you partly also, it seems to me, when you keep saying wait for the night
Sheffield
to
Central
play out,
like
wait
let's
to
go
see
to
what
Labour.
happens in some of the Lib Dem Conservative battlegrounds, is that because you're worried that your party are going to look at this and decide that the solution is to tap to the right and try and become even more perhaps reform light, as Joe Johnson would put it, and that's not what you think that they should do?
Yeah, look, I think I'm on the right of centre, certainly economically. But I think we have got to be personally very wary of chasing the reform vote. I actually think it is more important to challenge it, but also remember what got us into power in the first place in 2010,
so is there a battle
15
coming now for the kind of soul of what's left of the Tory party? Because you either go...
The problem is that Reform and the Tories aren't going anywhere. They're still going to vote split on the right. What do they do in the coming elections, like local elections? Like, this is really interesting to understand what's coming moving forward. Because if the Tories aren't dead, like, they're going to be fighting like rats in a sack. They really are. But I think the Tories have to move left. They have to move to the centre ground. They have to start being the David Cameron liberal Tories who like murdering children but aren't fine with, but are also fine with, brown people and queer people.
If he was a drink, he would have been crying in his beer.
Well, go Labour, SCC.
If he was still chairman, what would you be saying to him tonight?
Well, I've not served in Rishi's government, but I think there has been a series of issues as a party that we, if I had been chairman over the last couple of years, there are a series of issues that I think we needed to have done differently about when we called the election, the type of election. Look, I think people vote for positive reasons generally.
Okay,
people go out and they vote because they want to vote for something.
The Green result, the Sheffield Central result wasn't close. So it was that Labour in first was 16k, with more than double the votes of the, actually exactly double, 3 more votes than double the Green Party candidate in Sheffield Central. So this wasn't a particularly close election between Labour and Green, but Greens were massively far out ahead in second. So it's not a terrible result to get 8k. Like, this is definitely something that we can take at the next election. The Green candidate that got removed for being a TERF only got 1,000, so it didn't cost them.
Yeah. I don't think he will shirk responsibility. I don't think he's the type of person who will shirk responsibility for where we are and what we've done. He's the leader. He knows that. He's an intelligent man. I don't have any qualms about him
not intelligent enough not to wait to call the election.
Well, there's a difference between political decision making and being a smart person who has, you know, he does what he genuinely thinks is right for the country. And I don't think for 1 minute he will shirk responsibility as the leader.
I mean, centrism is more of an attitude towards politics, but liberalism is the founding ideology of individualism, capitalism, equality under the law, ideological understanding rather than a materialist understanding. That's liberalism. Centrism is an approach to politics, though, where you define yourself as your opposition to left and right, rather than as being a liberal yourself. That's the difference between centrism and liberalism. And thank you for the £10 super chat, UV Power. Appreciate the support.
Worst campaign in history, I think.
Jenrick's howled.
Yes, I can hear you all talking.
Jenrick's
Kay, thanks very much indeed. Rishi Sunak's gone into a private room. We're told he will be extremely brief. Obviously.
So. Remember, if you want to, thank you for the £10 UV. Remember, if you want to support the stream, you can become a member for 99p. You can gift memberships to your fellow YouTube viewers. The best way to support the stream is gifting YouTube memberships. That helps boost the stream in the algorithm and spreads the love around and keeps me employed here on youtube.com. So if you want to support the stream, but you can gift memberships, please do. It's the best way to support the stream. Super chats, if you want a message read out, you can always read out super chats, as long as they're not rude or anything like that. So if you can, that'd be great. You can also on Twitch. Subscriptions are only $4.99 for all of the benefits of being a Twitch subscriber, like my animated and static emotes and ad-free viewing. Twitch Prime, if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you can use Amazon Prime to link it to your Twitch account, and then from there you can get a free subscription every month to transfer money from Jeff Bezos to myself. That is free for you to do, including your Twitch membership, and help support me in the channel. And if you also want a message read out on Twitch, 100 bits gets you text-to-speech over on Twitch as well.
Election back in May, but a very tough night here for the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Hold up an
Oh yeah, liberalism's property rights, yeah, but that's capitalist property rights, yeah, 100%.
Darren McCaffrey here, and the great debate that we've been
Dan
hearing
Jarvis
from
did
people
resign,
like Charles Walker, Brandon Lewis there, the strategic
Diane
error
Abbott is Hackney and
of
Stoke
calling this
Newington.
election 6 months earlier than he had to. Is this defeat his fault?
Well, this is going to be the big argument. There's going to be 2 big arguments, if you like, Anna. One, looking back at whether it was the right time to call this election. You know, no one's ever called an election so far behind in the polls. If you'd waited another 6 months, could things have changed? Could the economic recovery have been stronger? And additionally, the campaign itself. And, you know, I followed Rishi Sunak around for the last 6 weeks. I've been to almost every single visit he's been on. I've spoken to an awful lot of activists. And
Darren, stay there. We're just getting the declaration for Penny Mordaunt down in Portsmouth.
Penny Mordaunt, waiting for Penny Mordaunt to hear her declaration. It is a close one. This we've seen plenty, I think 4 cabinet secretaries losing their positions so far. Penny Mordaunt, who wielded that sword so splendidly during the coronation. Exactly, there's a theme developing here. There she is on the stage. You're running out of people who could lead the party, Brandon Lewis.
Well, I mean, there'll be plenty of MPs who will be looking at their opportunities and whether they think they're the right person, and that's the discussion the party's going to have in the weeks ahead. I think we're going to need to have a leader in place relatively quickly to establish things, but we've got to get that balance right about having a
The problem about the Conservative Party moving rightwards is they're still fighting over the same voters, and they're getting rid of their reach to the centre, if they're just fighting over scraps with Reform UK, that just means that they just know neither of them win anything. Neither of them can win elections.
Period of time. I think one of the things we're seeing in these results tonight is a reflection. If you look at, as I come back to what I said before, what we're losing to Liberal Democrats, we're losing to Reform. That means it's not one ideology or another. It's a vote against us, and not least of all because we have spent far too much time in the last few years arguing amongst and with ourselves about who's leading us, what we're doing on various issues. And one of the things that's been consistent, and I remember making this point when I was chairman, for our party is our polling has never hit as hard as it is when we're fighting ourselves. And we're falling into that trap too often.
Simon Clarke has lost Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland by 214 votes, and he got the Reform candidate to stand down in that seat. He'll be absolutely devastated.
Yeah, he will, and he's a very, very good man who's, you know, and I'm a big fan of Simon, not least because he was very pro getting house building going in a positive way, which is something we should be doing.
Suffolk Coastal Green gain from Conservatives? What? What is this? Green gain in Suffolk? What is this shit? Suffolk Coastal goes green? You fucking what, mate? Not Sheffield, not Birkenhead, not Isle of Wight, not North Herefordshire or Waveney Valley. That's completely out of the blue. That is completely out of the blue. What the hell has happened there?
For young people, so it'll be a real loss to Parliament, I think.
And Rishi Sunak arriving at his count, as we said, as we bring you news that the Armed Forces Minister, Leo Doherty, has lost his seat. And Theresa Coffey has lost. Theresa Coffey has lost to the Greens. Former Deputy Prime Minister.
There was a poll earlier in the week that did show that seat was very tight, but that it was going to let potentially Labour in. So
Are
for
you
the Greens,
surprised by
that's
that?
not a seat Green. I was with Greens on Sunday on TV. They were not expecting to win that seat.
North is declaring.
That much Greens could end up with more.
Here we go, guys.
Right.
Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031.
That's so fucking hype, mate. Imagine if we get Waveney and Herefordshire.
Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715.
Seats as well. Looks to the Labour Party waiting for the Reform results to come in, but they're falling thick and fast now, Brandon Lewis. Do you want to go and lie in a darkened room?
Who will lead this party?
I've felt like that for a fair few hours now, but look, I mean, and again, very close. It'll be interesting to see what the Reform vote result is there. But we've lost a very, very good parliamentary performer in Penny as well.
Brandon, do you think if he hadn't...
A good parliamentary performer? Yeah, stand up and fight, maybe.
She would have got that extra 800 votes.
Well, she blamed him, didn't she?
I mean, because that is a catastrophic thing to do in a military seat, isn't it?
Again...
Suffolk Coastal is Labour, they made a mistake. Right, OK. That is, yeah, I was going to say, that's like crazy. There was no way that the Greens were going to win that. Like, I'm just like, nah, surely not, surely not.
An interview.
Can I just say, sorry, coming quick and thick and fast, Johnny Mercer's lost his seat.
Yeah. Mercer's gone.
Again, a military seat, Plymouth, Portsmouth, big old naval seats with huge veteran communities in there. And what do? You upset the entire military community. I mean,
and to be fair, Labour were very smart. Labour also, had a military person up against Johnny, so balance that the military.
You can call election timing wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah, like in Suffolk Coastal, the Greens came fifth. Like they didn't win. Like I was going to say, that very silly.
At a time where the country is effectively on a war footing, if you like, with the situation in Ukraine, with what's going on in the Middle East, our armed forces are every day putting
and even the
themselves at risk.
explanation annoyed me. Oh, well, I was with the British veterans, but the international... The whole point was you should be there for...
Also, the entire fortnight, the first fortnight of the Tory campaign was based on security and defence and the idea that Keir Starmer was going to be a danger, etc., etc. It was part of that negative campaign. This will go up there. It'll be worse than the donkey jacket that Michael Foot wore at the cenotaph. It'll be worse than that bigoted woman. This will go into political folklore as the biggest gap.
See, like, as much as I like seeing Tories lose seats, but, like, Therese Coffey is memes. Therese Coffey is, like, super memes. And again, I mean, if we're not going to get like the Tories as not the opposition, can we at least keep the meme candidates?
Elections as well, and I think in Northern Ireland the DUP made a big error by stepping away from Stormont in the first place, taking so long to go back, because the people in Northern Ireland were smart enough to know that the situation at Stormont had no reflection or involvement with what was going on with the Brexit debate and the agreement with the withdrawal agreement. It was a separate issue. And I think people in Northern Ireland will not forgive the DUP for leaving Northern Ireland without government, for their mind, for no good reason, really. And I think that's
the party that you did business with.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, my job, I did business with all the parties in Northern Ireland.
It's Theresa May.
Oh, yeah. But as I say, at that point, Northern Ireland Stormont wasn't sitting because of Sinn Féin, but it came back. When it came back and when the DUP left, they left over an issue that was not a Stormont issue. And the people of Northern Ireland felt strongly about that. It was very clear at the time. You could see it on the streets. People were open about that. They felt that the DUP wasn't moving forward with some progressive issues. You know, I made sure we had access to abortion support for women in Northern Ireland. DUP fought against that. Young people in the unionist community couldn't understand it, and I think they're suffering from that. What will be interesting tonight as well is to see how the Alliance Party do.
Yeah, I understand the hatred for Coffey, but you cannot deny that she's memes. You cannot deny that Therese Coffey is memes.
And Protestant unionist backgrounds not wanting to vote based on sectarian.
I think that's true. She was terrible at DEFRA. Like, it's true.
Taking Jeffrey Donaldson's seat already.
They take the Wagon
and
Valley.
that, in a way, democratically is an interesting move for Northern Ireland.
The
key
one.
one. Yeah.
But, Brenda, you guys are coming in advancing a whole series of tactical reasons.
Let's hear from Penny Mordaunt. You need to make your questions short.
To those disappointed at the result tonight, let me cheer you.
I don't care about you and your swords, Penny.
Leader of the Labour Party, now the independent Islington MP, Jeremy Corbyn.
Fine,
good evening.
Thanks,
and congratulations on your win. Do you want to congratulate Keir Starmer?
Thank you. We had a great result here tonight in Islington North.
Sorry, go on. There's a delay on the line, Mr. Corbyn. So just tell us how you feel about your win and what you think about Keir Starmer.
At the same time. It's a fantastic win we've achieved here tonight in Islington North. It's a popular win where people have come forward to support an inclusive democratic campaign. It's a people-powered campaign, and I'm very, very proud of our result.
17% swing to Greens in Birkenhead, that's based.
I will be an independent MP. That's what I've been elected as.
Absolute bully.
And I will be there holding that government to account on issues of child poverty, of mental health, and of global peace and environmental demands. And that is what the people of Islington North have asked me to do. But it's also a very strong message that if you tread on democracy within your own party, it has consequences. And so tonight, the people of Islington North have spoken and elected me with 24,000 votes.
But isn't the message, in fact, that when you take the Labour Party to the centre, it wins a landslide? And if that means, you know, you're on the edges of it, sometimes supporting it, sometimes criticising it, well, so be it.
It's a landslide, yes, in seats, but it is a lower vote than has been achieved in many previous elections. It's only 37% of the national poll, and our political system exaggerates parliamentary majorities because of first-past-the-post system. Now, maybe that's a debate for another day, but it comes with it a huge responsibility. We live in a country which is dominated by the power of billionaires and the poverty of millions. I think we need to change that. And I'm not convinced that the Labour manifesto's economic offer will be able to deliver the fundamental changes our society needs. So I'll be a voice to try and bring about greater equality and opportunity for everyone in our society, particularly young people.
Let us just bring in a couple of the people around our table. We have Harriet Harman and Alistair Campbell, and I'm sure they're both keen to talk to you. Harriet.
Well, I think you make the changes that Jeremy says that he espouses by having Labour as the party in government, not by having somebody standing against the party as a maverick on the backbenches. And I think
Maverick on the backbenches, you trollop. Like, now he's not a maverick, he is a person standing up for his community. And again, you know, there is more to being an MP than just voting with the Labour whip and being a part of the party machine. This man is a dedicated constituency MP who serves his constituency with absolute 100% fastidiousness. He is a dedicated constituency MP. Can you say the same for what Harriet Harman was like? Again, the person who whipped Labour to abstain against the welfare bill? Yeah, that's what having the Labour whip is, when you whip people to support the complete fucking immiseration of children, you absolute harpy.
You know, we've always stood for in the party collective endeavour. Sometimes things go our way, sometimes they don't, but collective endeavour on behalf of the people of the country as a whole. And what Jeremy Corbyn has done is stood out just as an individual and put himself as an individual above social progress for the country as a whole. And I just don't agree with that. I would never do that, put my own interests above the party and the good the party can do the country. So I'm disappointed.
Yeah, the good the party can do by starving children.
Well, thank you for what you've just said there. The people of Islington North simply voted for me because we put forward a positive, inclusive campaign, because we offered hope of real change, and also we stood up for democracy within our society when the Labour Party's machinery was destroying democracy in Islington North.
Jeremy, it's Alistair. Would you hope that one day, like me, having been expelled from the Labour Party, that you'd get back into it?
Listen, Alistair, we've just had an election. I've been elected as an independent MP. I am very much part of the wider Labour movement. I've been a trade unionist all my life, and I'll be a trade unionist to the day I die. And I will obviously be campaigning and working with people both inside and outside the Labour Party. But I've been elected as an independent, and that's the mandate I've been given.
Jeremy, it's Rory coming in here. Are you worried that Labour's going to come in with a kind of...
From the man of peace and justice to the fucking war criminal.
Mini austerity. They're signing up to £18 billion worth of spending cuts. They're ruling out any additional borrowing. They're ruling out tax rises. How are they going to be able to invest in public services and get the country going again if they're running on an austerity package?
I think you've taken us straight to the kernel of the problem. If the Labour manifesto doesn't offer any substantial changes either in taxation or in redistribution of wealth within our society, then how on earth can you bring about the social changes that are needed? Or are you going to go down the road of further wage freezes on top of the 20% cut in the living standards of the poorest people over the past 15 years? People vote for change and they expect to get it. So I would imagine there's going to have to be some serious heart searching about the economic direction in which this government is going to go, because if it doesn't deliver fundamental change, there's going to be a lot of very angry people out there.
Jeremy, can I ask you one other question? What if you were still the leader of the Labour Party, what would you do to handle what seems to be one of the developing stories this evening, which is that there is something of the rise of the radical right in this country? What, in your view, is the best way for the Labour Party to tackle that?
Improve material conditions.
Good question, Alistair, if I may say so. The rise of the far right across Europe and the titanic struggle that's now going on in France with the second round voting this Sunday is very, very serious. The far right has risen because centre parties have moved to the right to try and mop up the support of the far right. Social democratic and centrist parties have moved a bit to the right with them. And we've had some appalling examples of blaming refugees, blaming migrants, blaming boat people that have made a perilous journey to try and get to a place of safety, as if they're the cause of the social problems of our society. Let's stop blaming minorities and start looking at the fundamental inequalities of our society. The message I put out throughout this campaign in my own constituency of Islington North is I am not getting into that of blaming people who've come, for example, from Bangladesh or somewhere else. I'm instead saying, bring people together so we solve our problems together. And I think the rise of the far right is dangerous. You won't beat the far right by conceding the ground to the far right. You have to make a stand against their horrible message of hate and division.
Jeremy, just
Exactly. Fix material conditions, address material conditions, of course, first of all, but also stop giving them credence by adopting their policies.
Finally, before we lose you, I just want to fill in the viewers on the fact that Johnny Mercer has lost his seat and Therese Coffey, former cabinet minister, has also lost her seat. But I just want to finally ask you also about Labour's position on Israel-Gaza, which has been costly to the party tonight. Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat. Other people are in trouble over it. What's the lesson?
Well, the lesson is that people are appalled when they see the pictures of the destruction of Gaza. 30,000 and more people have already died in Gaza, and we are complicit because we're supplying weapons to Israel which are used to bomb Gaza. There has to be a ceasefire. There has to be recognition of the state of Palestine. There has to be justice for the Palestinian people. And that is a message that resonates with millions in this country, be they Muslim, Jewish, Christian, or of no particular.
Greeting almost lost! Oh my fucking god. Oh no, how are we this close? How are we close? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. We were this close. We were this close. We were this close. To Leanne Mohammed, yeah. We were this close to greatness.
Because I'm literally a communist.
Why can't I get a proper crop of this fucking image? There we go. Ah, so heartbreaking. I'm absolutely heartbroken. Obviously, I wanted Wes Streeting to lose, but Leanne was such a pure soul. Leanne was such a pure soul. I really wanted her to win. I really wanted Leanne to win. She's such a beautiful soul. Streeting won by 500 votes, 1.2%. Bassett Law won for Labour. Yeah, right. Okay, I'm gonna have to charge my phone, but you keep those "Shut Up, Wesley." You get those "Shut Up, Wesley" sounds going. You let the "Shut Up, Wesley" soundboard. Actually, is the sound? Yeah, I've got the soundboard on the end. You mash that "Shut Up, Wesley" soundboard, chat. Whilst I get this fixed.
Shut up, Wesley. Shut up, Wesley.
That is a disgrace.
Devastating. Absolutely devoed, mate. Devoed.
Shut up, Wesley.
You are a liar.
Shut up, Wesley. Shut up, Wesley.
Right, I'm going to go to the loo. I'm going to leave this on your screen. I'm going to go to the loo. Please keep slamming the...
They're having a disco.
Please keep slamming the what? Shut up, Wesley soundboard. That is gutting. That's... Oh my god, that's so gutting. Oh my god, how are we so close? Oh my god. Oh. Imagine how much we'd have fucking partied if she'd have won. Imagine what it'd been like if she'd have won. Imagine.
I'm actually very right wing, and I loved it.
Shut up, Wesley. Shut up, Wesley.
I'm actually very right wing, and I loved it.
Shut up, Wesley. Shut up, Wesley. Shut up, Wesley. Shut up, Wesley.
I'm so fucking heartbroken, chat. I'm absolutely heartbroken. This was so close.
Shut up, Wesley.
Yeah, the Greens shouldn't have run against... I mean, the Greens were running every constituency, and they did stand their candidate down, but 3.8% of the vote, that is way more than was necessary to beat.
Shut up, Wesley. Shut up, Wesley.
Oh, I desperately wanted him out as well. Oh my god, chat. This would have been better than Corbyn winning. This genuinely would have been Corbyn. This genuinely would have been Corbyn. Would have been better than Corbyn
Shut up,
winning.
Wesley.
I agree. You're absolutely. They have to run candidates in every seat if they want to be a national party. The Greens do. I get it, and you can't say these votes would have gone to Liane Mohammed either. They might even have stayed at home. So you can't really say anything. It's just, I'm just absolutely gutted, absolutely so gutted. Olivia Blake won? Okay. Duffield win by 9,000, that's depressing.
Faith. And I think the incoming government needs to reflect that the people that have spoken out about Gaza are not going to go away, are not going to shut up. They're going to carry on speaking out until the killing ends and we see justice for the people of Palestine.
Should Keir Starmer recognise the Palestinian state?
He should recognise the Palestinian state, but the last statement I heard from him appeared to be having so many caveats in it, it's not clear when or how that recognition will come about.
Jeremy Corbyn, thank you very much.
We've just had some more results coming in. We are hearing that the Cabinet Minister, Lucy Fraser, Culture, Media and Sport, has lost her seat. We will bring you an update on that when we get it. Suffolk Coastal, as you were hearing, is Therese Coffey, who we understand has been made a peer, but she has lost her seat to... Are you sure it's the Lib Dems? I think it's to Labour.
It's Labour. It's Labour. There's been some confusion.
Yeah, if you're hearing that it's the Greens, I think that was one weird too far, actually, for that particular seat. Labour has taken that seat off Therese Coffey. And, as I say, Lucy Fraser in South East Cambridgeshire has lost her seat. So we are seeing the...
Well, I don't want to I mean, as Nikki says, it's much more complicated. But again, Lucy was a Remainer. Lucy was one of the stars of the Cabinet. She was a progressive, smart woman who I thought, along with people like Alex Chalk and Gillian Keegan, were part of the real future of the party, and they're going. And it makes me very, very sad. These were the last people that I was hanging on to in the past years as bits of hope.
Can I just ask you, Rory? Johnny Mercer has lost to Fred Thomas. They had a very unseemly spat argument. Johnny Mercer accused them of lying about his service record. Do you think that's been a factor in him losing?
Yes, I also think it was a pretty marginal seat. I mean, it was a seat that he took when it wasn't a natural Conservative seat. He held it again.
Hello.
Hey, Madge, how you doing?
Who's this? I'm not meant to talk to strangers. Very tired. No, I'm just playing.
How you
The second game today. I had a fedora hat man on earlier.
Absolutely, Fedora Hatman, let's go. You just caught me. I'm absolutely gutted. I'm so gutted that Leanne Mohammed lost by 1% to West Streeting. So gutted.
Oh, you're fucking kidding. Oh man, I've not even gotten that far in.
500 votes. 500 votes between Leanne Mohammed and West Streeting. Weasel Wes could have gone to a Palestinian woman by 500 votes was the margin.
I hope next time she runs it back, honestly. Jonathan Ashworth's gone, though.
Oh my god, that was incredible. Incredible to see Ashworth gone. I had no idea that the Independent was so popular in the area.
I didn't know either, to be honest. It's kind of a shock, I think. You see, what's his face was crying. Mandelson was like, "Oh, I can't believe he's gone." I'm like, "Fuck that guy." He was talking about deporting people, deported himself from Parliament. Fuck that guy, honestly.
Absolutely, he can get to fuck. Absolutely.
Yeah, honestly, he's in Leicester South, and you're starting beef with Asian people. Are you stupid?
Such a clown person.
Honestly, just the arrogance is crazy.
But we might. What's crazy is if West Streeting had gone, we could have had like a real kind of drubbing for the Labour Together people. Like this looks like Shabana Mahmood might lose in Birmingham Ladywood to Ahmed Yacoub, which is funny that two massive transphobes are going to lose in the constituency called Ladywood, which I think is quite funny.
Yeah, I need to. I've not followed some of these Labour ones closely enough, to be honest. But man, it's a bit mixed. The news, honestly, I'm not sure 100% how I feel about it. I'll tell you what I did though. You know when Star was giving his speech, I put the Naruto sad music on because he makes me feel sad when he speaks because he's so boring. And it works perfectly. It works perfectly, honestly.
Did you see that Starmer, like Andrew Feinstein, got like way more votes in Starmer's seat than anyone would have expected?
Yeah, he did quite well. Yeah, a lot of these independents did quite well, to be fair. One of those independents did well in Islington North, I think. Were you following that one?
Yeah, some guy I've never heard of called Jumbly Crombins or something. I don't know.
I heard he likes jam.
Yeah, big fan of jam, isn't he?
Yeah, he's won apparently. So yeah, that's a big win against a private healthcare guy.
Absolutely. You should have seen my reaction when I saw the result cast. I was it was really funny.
I was not super surprised given they put a private healthcare goon against him, and I was just like, guys, how did you think this was gonna go?
Literally.
I'm trying to think which other big. Yeah.
I'll tell you what though, Reform UK seemed to have been overestimated by the exit poll, which is something when I saw the exit poll, I was absolutely gobsmacked. I was gutted to see Reform UK get like 13 seats. But it looks like about 4 or 5 of their targets have already been declared as being won by other people. So I probably will end up with Reform on like 8, which was my prediction at the start. Was 8 seats for Reform.
I said about 6. Someone asked me. I think it's about 6, which I'm still not happy with. I don't want to see those fucks anywhere near Parliament, to be honest with you. They'll shift the Overton window big. Because they're going to get more coverage now. Like the BBC guys were like, oh, he never misses a chance to miss a microphone or whatever. And like, because you fucks put it in front of him. That's why. You guys do not miss any opportunity to promote him. Literally cut off Rayner so they could cut to, what's his face? Farage just walking around. And I'm like, it's you guys who have done this.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. It's really it's frustrating that they give him such. I mean, his career has been bought essentially by the fact that he's been over-platformed by people who should know better.
Yeah.
But hey ho, it is what it is, and it is what it is.
Yeah, Question Time brought him on like he had a season pass. He was there. He was on more than Dimbleby, I think. Honestly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So he's got his own special box.
Honestly, what did you think of a lot of these Tory ministers losing? Like the ones that have stayed. the big Tories that have stayed are, I think, the far right ones, really.
Badenoch and I mean, some like basically like it seems like the moderate Tory, like the centre ground, centre right Tories have all gone. Like liberal Tories have stuck around. You got, I mean, like Caroline Noakes is still there. Alicia Kearns probably almost certainly going to win hers. But then you've also got real people on the hard right like Braverman and Badenoch, and both Braverman and Badenoch could have been beaten by tactical voting as well. Like they both got fewer votes than the combined Lib Lab vote.
Yeah. I think the postal vote might have saved Badenoch, I think, because that's still a huge question mark as to what the hell happened with that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I'm hoping there's just a weird postal vote irregularity in Ilford North, and we might end up with Weasel Wes. But it's just, I'm just so gutted. I'm so gutted for her. So gutted for her.
Yeah, I mean, they almost got rid of IDS. You know, if they didn't split, if the Labour Party didn't fuck about with that one. And you know they're gonna blame Fazasheen for that one. It's not her fault. Like they withdrew her for bullshit. Like the fact that still the Shackles guy is allowed to run, but she isn't, is nonsense.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this has been a very, very strange election. Very strange election.
I think it's because we've seen the collapse of the Conservative Party, who were a huge party. I think that's just caused massive problems amongst the other parties.
And the pollsters as well, trying to predict what's happening here. It must have been incredibly difficult. The problem is there's a couple of seats where the Conservatives have just squeaked over the line by like 20, 50, 100 votes, right? And if these seats had just like gone the other way very slightly, they could still have been not the official opposition. It's really not that far away, but the Labour vote just wasn't strong enough. They didn't put up enough of a retail offer to voters that they wanted to get and vote for. Turnout is incredibly low.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well, and that's what happened. That's what Blair did better than what Starmer's done. You know, Blair didn't turn off as many voters, I think, as Starmer did. He didn't, disrupt as many. Like the fact that he's dissing Bengali people before the vote, you're just like, do you want to lose a community? Like, what are you thinking? I don't think Blair did shit like that in '97. If you see what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, like no, there's no reason for it. Literally, absolutely no reason at all for these like whack ass comments about Bengali people, and then just like, of course you're going to lose huge votes in minority communities.
Yeah, like Jess Phillips, I think is one. I think is her vote been called yet? Because she's a question mark. I think
she'll win. I don't think Jodie McIntyre's got a big enough like base to be able to do that. It'd be funny though if he does win, because it means the Workers' Party will have one MP, and it won't be George Galloway. But I think that's unlikely.
Yeah.
But Ahmed Yaqub is likely to beat Shabana Mahmood, which would be great because Shabana Mahmood is a piece of shit.
Oh, she's the I think she was campaign manager for Stam, wasn't she?
She was the campaign manager, and she was the one who backed like the anti-LGBT protests in Birmingham.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we'll see on some of these. But the thing is, like we're learning with the Conservatives, like if your voter base don't turn out, it's over. And so if people don't turn out for those two, it's over for them. It doesn't matter. If you see what I'm saying, like that's what we're seeing with the Conservatives. Their low turnout, their voter base not turning out, and Reform are getting enough to disrupt them. It's kind of like what happened in 2019 with a lot of the Labour MPs that lost. Reform just came in and disrupted it. And so that's what we're seeing now on a broader scale. But yeah, quite a few Tory ministers gone though. Quite interesting.
I mean, are there only going to be are there any actual ministers that have won their seats apart from Badenoch?
That's
Oliver
a great
Dowden?
question. You know, I
Oliver
don't think
Dowden
they've announced many.
Oliver Dowden was the Duchy of Lancaster, I think it was. Dowden's won, and Badenoch has won.
Yeah, PPM. Okay, I know Grant Shapps lost. Alex Chalk lost. Keegan, she lost. Penny Mordaunt lost.
Yeah. There's a couple.
Someone's asking, can you? Someone's asking, can you body James O'Brien again soon?
Oh my god, that video was so. I lost my shit. I lost my shit during that James.
Honestly, video. Yeah. I saw your clip, and then I saw someone tweeted the original clip. I was like, I'm not going to cover it because there's no point. Because I can't cover it any better than that. Because he just literally just laughed at him, and I'm like, I can't, because it's true. Like he just like, oh yeah, Starmer's not a liar, and I'm just like, what the fuck? I was like, how do you say that with a straight face?
I know. It's literally, nobody thinks that Starmer is a compulsive liar. Everybody thinks that he's a liar. Literally, the main criticism of him throughout the entire election campaign from every journalist was nobody can trust you because you keep changing your mind all the time.
his trustworthiness is in the bin. And then it's like that show Impractical Jokers where someone's like to him, now say no one believes Starmer's a liar. It's like literally like one of those TV shows where he gets dared to say something, but he'll just say it because he's so deranged. Where anything that you kind of like centre left, Labour Party say, he'll back it no matter what. The footballification is allowed because we're going to win, guys.
Literally, and again, he just said that, at least I can recognise the faults with the people I support, whilst completely glossing over the biggest, massive, most glaring fault with the Starmer who he supports. So I was just like, you couldn't make it up. The cognitive dissonance was unfucking real.
It's like, just, it's my team versus the enemy team, isn't it?
It looked like Jeremy Hunt kept his seat, which is surprising.
Oh.
I thought it was going to be absolutely destroyed, but
they had him as like minus like a lot.
Another really liberal Tory keeping their seat here. A really weird split. Like a lot of the kind of ERG, not hard right socially, but hard right economically, have all lost their seats. Then like the real kind of culture warriors have kept, and then the real liberal Tories have kept, like the One Nation is. It's very weird kind of.
It's the boundary change. I think the boundary change has had a big impact, to be honest with you, because it's very hard to keep track of a lot of it. Like certain people might not have known who to vote for tactically because of the boundary changes. Your voter ID as well, which I don't know how much of an impact that would have had, but some people said it did. There was a decent amount of people turned away. So I don't know, but it is a bit ropey, this election, because of multiple reasons. But I think the Tory vote collapsing like that, it's like when you see like when you see above -10, you're like, wow, that's wild. Like you've completely hollowed out your base of support.
Sunak holds his seat as well. So the Liberal Democrat.
Man,
it's Nico Omalana is behind Rishi Sunak holding his speech with a massive L. That's absolutely that's so good.
Oh, I love Nico. Nico's so cool. Honestly, he's yeah.
Absolute memes. Tobias Elwood is gone. Okay, wow, that's a shock. After all of the Taliban comments,
he's a liberal Tory, I think, as well.
He's a very liberal.
Oh, what did he say?
But he said that he wanted to.
What did he say about?
He said that the UK should reach out to begin trading with the Taliban. I was just like,
Break what?
He did like a whole promotional video going around Afghanistan, talk about how of a beneficial business trade partner it could be. It was a very strange video.
My life. It reminds you of that guy who got kidnapped by the Taliban after he went to Afghanistan.
Oh my god! Yeah, what's his name? What's his name again? I forget.
Thogden? Is it Thogden or something like that?
Yeah.
I remember. Let's see. Let me see. YouTube. That was honestly. I'm just like, why are you messing with like the most ruthless people on the planet?
I mean, the Taliban have had a really weird time in charge of Afghanistan. Like, my favorite part about the Taliban is that they once they realized.
Oh, it's Miles Routledge.
Miles
calls
Routledge,
himself Lord Miles.
Lord Miles Routledge. But yeah, like the Taliban have got, because it's modernized in the time during the occupation. The Taliban have realized that they have to start working in offices, and they hate it, and they're addicted to Twitter, which I think is very, very funny.
Because I'm literally a communist.
I'll tell you, the most unhinged people love Twitter because they can just write about whatever they want.
Oh yeah, 100%, and always get like validation about it as well. Like you see it with the TERF types. The TERFs just like all they do is get this kind of self-perpetuating feedback loop where they start off saying, I have concerns about the nature of how we decide who gets what rights where, and they come out saying all trans people are groomer paedophiles. It's a really weird feedback loop.
Yeah, it's because they designed it, I think, more like that now, especially because it's all blue ticks. So if you got a blue tick, you get promoted. And so I really don't like the stuff Elon has done to Twitter, but that's a different conversation. But it is, a lot of people do seek validation from people on the internet, which is sad.
I mean, the problem is that Elon Musk is a neo-Nazi. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Elon Musk has just become a neo-Nazi since he got his brain broken by the sheities on Twitter. Like, the stuff that he tweets out and likes is like great replacement style shit. Like genuine like stuff that's come directly out of like the white supremacist far right. He's a dangerous man.
I'm telling you, divorce breaks these people, honestly.
And
it
the
just
internet.
it just
like
yeah, and the internet, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of boomers they were cooped up inside on the internet all day during the pandemic, and they came out becoming conspiracy theorists. And that's a lot of the Reform UK voter base. 15-minute cities, critical race theory, gender ideology, World Economic Forum, World Health Organization, vaccines, etc., etc. George Soros.
I was going to ask you, did you get a lot of pro-reform comments on any of your YouTube videos? 'Cause I've seen a lot on mine.
I block all of them. I block every single one of them. I don't get that many, actually, not that often. Some people will just say like but the vote reform, like, there's a lot of them online. I get more of them on my TikTok than I do on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, apparently Farage has done quite well on TikTok, to be fair. Like, he's kind of
You're more than double any
himself,
other party. You're more than double any other party in social media interactions.
Someone's asking, how do we... Oh, sorry.
I'm sure it's just like a stack of Raspberry Pis pumping out like bot comments, but there are genuine people on there as well, of course.
Could be, yeah. Someone's asking, how do we see Farage progressing over the term of the next parliament? I think he's just going to try and ask as many questions as he can at PMQs and talk the mad shit. Like, he's going to just use himself. He's going to use his time as an MP to promote his platform as much as possible. What do you think?
I think he'll shift. I think that he'll talk about immigration a lot, but I think he'll talk about economics a lot. I think he'll want to, obviously, because the Tories and Reform UK talk the same game about immigration, and he can't run as a fodder to the Tories' failure on immigration once they're not in power. So he has to find some point of contention between Conservative Party economics and Reform Party economics, because they are identical in terms of being anti-immigration, and they will be even further together on anti-immigration once Tories are competing for Reform votes on the right. So they're going to have to find a different economic strategy, whether it be broad tax cuts or this kind of 50% nationalisation plan for critical infrastructure, or going further down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole. They'll have to find some point of differentiation between mainstream Conservative Party politics and, obviously, he's got his far-right social views, but in terms of his kind of populist right economics, there's going to be a point of inflection there. He's going to have to find it and campaign on it.
Yeah, he can't get squeezed out like the Lib Dems often do. I just wonder what he's going to run with, because immigration's all he's got. Immigration's all he's got, really, and I don't know what he's going to do outside of that, because I can't lie, changing the tax threshold to 20,000, that's an actual decent policy, but the problem is, how are you going to fund that? And that's the thing he hasn't really been asked about. So it would be interesting to see, yeah.
He doesn't want to tax rich people. In fact, he wants to slash their taxes by far more than he's giving people who are on the bottom end a tax cut. It's a real kind of 3-card trick snake oil that he's selling to people. Cut poor people's taxes by a bit, slash corporation tax, slash inheritance tax, slash tax on like upper middle class people as well. It's a real con trick that he pulls by giving poor people a little and the rich people a lot. Which
he doesn't talk about the other ones.
It also means that poor people will get poorer, right? When rich people have way more, like, percentage-wise purchasing power than poor people do, they'll buy your mum's house. It's what Gary Stevenson talks about a lot.
Yeah, I think the thing they push is that 20k one. They don't talk about the other stuff, really, about cutting inheritance tax. And there was another one they wanted to cut as well. I think it's corporation tax. They don't talk about the other ones because they know it doesn't poll well. So what they do is push the one thing that they can, that they know does well. I'll be sad to see. I'm sad that those guys in Parliament. I was guessing 6. If you're guessing 8, we should probably be roughly right in terms of how many candidates they get. But it's annoying they've got any this time round. In 2019 they didn't get any, I think, and this time they've got the annoying ones. Like, you're gonna have Farage, Tice, and what's his name, Lee Anderson. Like, that's a horrible combination. Just those three
really
alone.
Is, yeah, absolutely.
Awful human beings. I can't imagine those guys asking questions at PMQs. My only hope is Farage doesn't turn up. Because who's going to make him? Reform UK Limited.
I was going to say as well, the one thing I mentioned this before on stream, but I think that one thing that might hurt Reform UK, they'll have a big national profile and a big kind of wide-scale plan to use social media to foment a different kind of politics, but in their own seats, still competing against a Conservative Party that's down but not necessarily out of politics in this country. What we'll probably end up seeing is a lot of Reform candidates not turning up to surgeries, not answering like constituency questions.
Oh, okay.
And
okay.
if there are vote splits in the future, come 2029, right? Reform UK might have a different voter base. They might be able to increase their overall vote percentage in the country, but they might lose their incumbent MPs off the back of just being shit and too busy trying to create like a grifter career rather than actually acting like an MP.
Yeah, like kind of trying to build a TV profile. Yeah, I kind of see that. How do you see the next few years play out for Labour then? Yeah.
They're literally planning like Liz Truss style, literally planning like Liz Truss style car crash disaster capitalism to try and get quick economic growth. They're planning things like slashing regulations, free ports, special economic zones to try and get like really quick growth, as well as this kind of PFI 2.0 on steroids BlackRock plan they've got going on. It's really tough.
I saw Phil justifying that stuff on his stream, and I was like, "Fuck my life."
Oh, the man's cooked. His head is cooked. Like, the man is so blinded by Labour Party politics, he's forgotten everything that he's supposed to believe. He calls himself a socialist. He's embarrassing.
Yeah,
that's like, for somebody he's not an idiot. He's not an idiot as well. That's what's so stupid about it. He's not an idiot. He's smart. He's educated. He's well read, and he knows what's going on. He knows about politics. But he's so blind to Labour. Like, we should just scrap everything that we believe in, chasing growth that we could get from fiscal expansion, just so it looks like we're doing better in terms of economic management for electoral reasons. Like, he's cooked. His head's cooked.
Yeah, I think with these guys, they hate the Tories so much that they don't care about anything else, and they just see Labour as the vehicle to get rid of the Tories. Like, you know, with proportional representation, there's no way Labour are going to do proportional representation. You're talking about just under 40% of the vote. And then you've got a stonking majority. Why the hell would you reform that if you're Labour? Honestly, like it just doesn't make any sense.
Joanna Cherry has gone. Excellent. Glad to see the back of that person.
Yeah, she's not great.
She's awful.
Really like
she's awful. Independent gain in Blackburn as well on a Gaza ticket, I think.
Okay, I'll have to see. Yeah, thingy. Ian Duncan's withholding. Such a stupid and petty decision to deselect Pfizer. That's what Rachel Sharpie is saying about that decision. She put out a tweet saying she matched the Labour result, to be fair to her, Pfizer Sheen, so that's pretty good. I mean, I think she... Yeah, I'm just looking at... She tweeted out that result from West Streeting's constituency. He was so close to losing.
I'm genuinely heartbroken. Not just because I wanted to get Wes Streeting gone, because he's a disgusting person with a rancid platform who was genuinely a danger for the future of the NHS. But also Leanne Mohammed herself, such a pure soul, somebody who genuinely wants to get into office for public service, local and known by her community, putting up such a fight in an independent stronghold of a Labour MP to get that close. Honestly, it breaks my heart, because she deserved to be in Parliament. She really did.
Yeah, I'm glad at least we got rid of Ashworth, but getting rid of Wes would have been bigger. I hope he realises like people do not like him in his constituency, and they should be very careful going forward. Because I think this election shows anyone can lose their seat.
Yeah, 100%. No seat is safe. And I said this at the start of the election that no seat was safe.
Yeah, even like what they call the news agents are calling out Labour for dropping Pfizer Shaheen as well, saying that she would have won that seat. So they're not blaming her for it; they're blaming Labour, which I think is the right thing to do. Because it was, like I said, the way they deselected, the way they went about it was so dumb. That West Streeting vote is a heartbreak, though. I agree 100%.
Again, I just want to. I'd love to have seen that. Just Wes Streeting do a concession speech would have. It would have warmed the cockles of my heart. It really would.
Honestly, yeah, I would have. That'd been a big win, but we've got a load of annoying people in Parliament now, and Wes Streeting is stuck there.
Oh,
that's tragic.
Oh my God, Jess Phillips won by 700 votes in Yardley. 700 votes against, I'm assuming, Jodie McIntyre. Which, to be fair, I as much as I hate Jess Phillips, Jodie McIntyre, massive anti-trans, homophobe.
It's not a big. Yeah, okay. It's one of them. It would have been a hollow win. That one
really super hollow. Because again, it's not like Shabana Mahmood is up against a transphobe as well, and they're both transphobic. But obviously Jess Phillips is pretty bad on trans stuff, but she was nowhere near as bad as Jodie McIntyre. And Jess Phillips won't have power in the same way that Shabana Mahmood will.
Yeah, she's inside the party. Yeah.
She's Labour Together. Like, she is like right at the dark heart of the Labour right. So her going is really important, I think.
What about Thangam Debonair? What was she like? She's gone.
Oh, awful. Yeah, awful. Didn't vote for a ceasefire. Like, defended their plans for NHS privatisation, trying to say that Greens were lying about them, and on top of that has said like transphobic stuff as well. Like, that campaign was awful.
And she's gone. Yeah, there's a few I'd love to have seen gone, but you can't get everything, especially when Labour are on the upswing as well. Someone saying Farage is going to build an English nationalist movement. I think that's right. I think that's what he's going to try and do.
I think we're too. I think the problem is I think we're too diverse already. I think there's a real ceiling to this.
You never know, because it happened in Germany. They've got the AfD party. They're quite a nationalist party, aren't they? France as well. France are quite a diverse country. Because you don't need a majority. You just need a decent amount of people. And France, the far right are doing okay. And same goes for Germany as well. Germany has I don't know what, I'd have to look at the demographics, but they've got a decent amount of minorities. And like I said, you don't need 50%. You need like a third or more to cause damage.
I think that's true, but I think another problem is that France has done a much worse job of integration than we have. We've done it's incredible the kind of integration that we have in the UK, given the amount of migration we've had over the last 30 years. I think we've people talk down our record on race relations, and I do the opposite. I think considering the history of the United Kingdom, considering the kind of levels of immigration that we've had, I think our integration has been world class, really and truly. We have done a really good job of integration.
Looks like Starmer called Sunak his conceded defeat. With the race relation stuff, like some of the stuff I've seen in, the riots in France, was it? I think it was this year, where one of the guys was saying Macron, politicians visit us, but they don't talk to us, or they don't have conversations. They come down here just to talk down. And I think that area is full of minority groups. I think it was in like Nice or somewhere like that. And it sparked riots. I think one guy was killed by the police unjustly. And so I can kind of see what you're saying. It's very rare you get examples like that here. So I see what you're saying. I think it's gotten worse recently, though. I think with kind of English nationalism. I think, and there were a lot of dicey moments. I think during like the 2010s, especially. But I guess I don't know. I'd have to see more in Germany. I thought Germany was doing okay, but I think what's her name did not do a great job, Angela Merkel, and I think that kind of got snuck under the rug because she was good on the world stage and things like that. And under Olaf Scholz, it's just a lot of problems just appearing rapidly.
Yeah, it's
a bit nervy. I'm not gonna lie.
It is
but
really nervy.
I don't know. Do you think Labour are going to deliver like decent economic growth? Like, do you think that they're going to like actually achieve much? Because they are going to sell out, the PFI contracts, but and things like that. But I don't know, short term, can they actually get growth by doing that?
I mean, even if they do, like, at what cost? At what cost again? Like, it's growth, but growth for who? Growth for where?
Yeah.
Who's gonna receive the proceeds of that growth?
Because what they're saying is they need to build more hospitals and whatever, but they haven't put the planning in, I think, to staff those hospitals. And he talks about spare capacity in the private sector. We know that doesn't exist. So I can't see them based on what they're saying. I just can't see it working, and that's what scares me the most.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. And again, like,
oh
God, it's just imagine if Lian Mohammed had been West Streeting and he couldn't do his awful plans. Oh my God, so many what ifs in this. So many what ifs in this election.
Did Cooper lose her seat? Was that confirmed? Was that still not been announced?
No, she won by like 7,000 votes. It wasn't close.
Oh fuck! Okay. Because I saw that thingy earlier where they were saying she might lose her seat. I think we're still waiting for Liz Truss to be announced. I don't know how many more we're waiting on, to be fair. But there was a fear that Mogg lost his seat. Oh, apparently Mogg's lost his seat.
Mogg, yeah, I'm not surprised. Mogg was predicted by basically every MRP poll to lose his seat.
Yeah, but he's a prick, so I'm glad he's gone. But he looked very.
He was a prick.
Yeah, he was on BBC News earlier today. He just said, like, when you lose your core voters, and they go elsewhere, you're going to lose. And he's not wrong, to be fair. Like, that's probably the most intelligent thing I've seen him say.
I mean, not wrong for both as well. Not wrong for the Conservatives and not wrong for Labour either. Where's Labour's base going to be in 5 years' time if they don't actually deliver?
This is what I'm saying. Like, this is what someone else pointed out. Like, have you seen the YouGov thing that YouGov tweeted out the other day? What's the number one reason people voting Labour? Is to get the Tories out.
Yeah, literally.
And so,
literally.
In 5 years, where are those people going to be?
Exactly. And if you look at the percentage of the vote from the current seats, it's 36% for Labour. That's like 6 points away from the vote percentage that was predicted by MRP polls. It's 4% behind Jeremy Corbyn in 2017 and only 3 points ahead of 2019. Like, this is a ridiculous election. And, like, the Tory, and the Labour Party are going to try and claim that this move to the centre ground was the rock that their electoral victory was built upon. And it's just a vote split on the right and the collapse of the Conservative Party. And they've just stood still doing nothing. The Greens have increased their vote share by more than the Labour Party have.
Yeah, it's just the meme of that guy sitting in like a takeaway and like the other people fighting each other. That's all it is. Like,
it's also,
the Tories have collapsed.
It also reminds me of the bargain hunt meme where it's like total profit £2, just like relentlessly shitting on your voter base, expelling everybody who dislikes you, 3% more of the vote.
Yeah, honestly, even Curtis was saying this is a Tory failure rather than a Labour victory, and he said that consistently. Labour haven't done much to win. The ball has hit him on the head and it's gone in the net.
We've been saying this all election. We've been saying exactly this, right? You didn't need to have this like radical, like centre-right policy platform from the Labour Party to win this election. They could have had somebody, I don't know. Obviously, it wouldn't have been Andy Burnham because he's not an MP, but somebody from like a unity candidate from the centre-left of the party running on a proper social democratic manifesto to rebuild the country using fiscal expansion, Bidenomic style to fund industry without relying on BlackRock and not deregulating and just building council houses. And they would have absolutely smashed this election with a hopeful message. And in the end, they've put people off. They've tried to lie to the public about what they will do, offer them a mystery box. The turnout is low. Their vote hasn't increased that much, and they've just stood around and then picked up the pieces of like a collapsed electorate. It's a really hollow victory.
All right, last question before I need to go and find Mog losing. How fast do you think Rachel Reeves stabs Starmer in the back?
I don't think
she definitely wants to be home.
I don't think it's going to be Reeves.
I think it'll be Reeves.
I think it'll be. I think it might be. I think it'll be Streeting. I think Streeting's been groomed to be
like
the future leader. Yeah, they'll have to parachute him into a safer seat, though, will they?
Oh, I reckon it's going to be Reeves because I think she's got her eye on being Prime Minister.
But she's just too. I think she's too uncharismatic. I think she's born to be Chancellor. Like, she clearly had her eyes on the Chancellorship specifically.
I'm escaping.
Yeah, that's true. Someone said she looks like Cruella de Vil. She's going to steal the Dalmatians. I'll tell you what, she's almost as evil with the 2 child caps. So
100%. I mean, I think that it'll definitely be someone from Labour together. It might even be Bridget Phillipson if they want a female leader. But Rachel Reeves wants to stay as being the Chancellor of the Exchequer. They might want to boot for Bridget Phillipson. They've been pushing her front and centre. By the way, I just want to say thank you very much, Suze Kempner, for the raid. Appreciate the raid on Twitch. Welcome in, viewers. Welcome. You're through to the No Justice stream. We talk about politics. British politics, from a socialist leftist perspective, 6 days a week on YouTube and Twitch. I'm currently streaming with Big Mad Studios. You can find him on YouTube at Big Mad Studios, who talks about UK politics every single day from a kind of left-wing perspective as well, or from just a good politics perspective, I guess, because there's so little of it going around at the moment. And you should definitely drop him a follow. Please refresh your screens, Raiders, and drop a follow, and if you feel like that's your thing that you're interested in. And please go and find me on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, at No Justice MTG on all of the platforms. Please drop me a follow. Everyone in my chat, please go and follow Suze Kempner, excellent, hilarious comic. You should also follow on Twitter, which is at SoozUK, SOOZUK on Twitter, or Suze Kempner over on Twitch. You'll be able to find the link from the raid notification. Welcome, everybody. We are just discussing the future of Labour under Sir Keith.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I find it really funny that Bridget Phillipson and Rachel Reeves basically have the same haircut, the I want to speak to your manager haircut, so people are going to confuse them a lot. I think if one's Chancellor.
It's the cat with the watermelon helmet.
It's I want to speak to your manager, please. That's the haircut they have. It drives me nuts because they have the same one and they dress similar, and I'm like, there's no originality here whatsoever. What is going on?
It's the turf bangs, literally the turf. Oh my God, I've got another raid. Kevin Logan with the raiding party of 46. Welcoming Kevin Logan raiders. We're here with Big Madge. You know who it is. You know who I am. Please drop follows. Please refresh your screens. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And go and follow Suze Kempner as well, Kevin Logan viewers.
Yeah, I don't know. This election's been weird. I don't know what to make of it. I think it's just a lot of like Conservatives that have been around for a while that are gone. I think that's one of the major things we're going to be looking at. I'm glad the Greens have done well, though. I think them only winning 2 is a bit.
I mean, we've not.
I think it could have gone better for them.
Have we had results from Waveney Valley or North Herefordshire yet?
Oh, I'm not sure actually. That's a good question.
So those are other target seats.
So they got 2 out of 4 is not bad. I guess. Well, they had one already, but there was a lot of fear when Caroline Lucas went that they wouldn't even hold on to that one in Brighton.
So that's not been announced yet, has it? The Brighton Pavilion seat?
No.
Canterbury, Rosie Duffield won in Canterbury, unfortunately. I was desperate for her to lose, but...
there's a lot of mixed results tonight, to be honest.
Oh shit, Greens won in North Herefordshire. Amazing. Ellie Chowns is in Parliament. They might get all 4 seats. They're still... Like, they came second in Birkenhead and in Sheffield Central as well, 2 other target seats.
They came second in Sheffield Central.
Yeah, by like they got 8,000 votes. So like Labour won with like 45% and Greens on like 20-something%. So a definite target seat for 2029. Second in Bristol North East, second in Bristol South. Loads of Labour strongholds like Emily Thornberry's seat in Islington South. Loads of strong second places for the
neoliberalism.
Loads of second places for the Green Party in Labour strongholds. Like, there's a real coup going on for the soul of the Labour Party at the moment by trying to take their voters for something new from a Corbyn-style platform. That's clearly what the Greens were trying.
Yeah, they were going. They went for a much different strategy from like how Greens typically are, going for disaffected Labour voters. Something I spoke about with one of the rejoining you guys recently on the channel. Someone's asking, do either of you have anything to say about the SNP? They did worse than the Tories, arguably. I mean, without being at risk of being lynched by Scottish SNP voters, they did pretty bad.
I mean,
they did pretty bad.
Literally not surprised in the slightest that they got wiped out. Like they had a tough. I mean, I thought they were going to do better. But this is all within the realms of what I expected was likely.
Yeah, I think they're burnt out a bit as a party, and the other thing is you got tactical voting by kind of unionist supporters. I think that's the other thing that's kind of done them in a little bit. That Conservative vote collapsing has been a disaster, I think, for the SNP. And they're going to be down to 10. I hope Flynn keeps his seat. I saw him on the TV, on the screen, but I'm not sure what the context was. I'm hoping he keeps it because he's one of the few MPs I actually like.
He has kept his.
He has kept it. That's good news.
Not that it's particularly relevant in a world where he's never going to ask any questions in Parliament, and the SNP have no legislative power whatsoever.
Oh yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, because they're not the third smallest party anymore. Or what day before they were the third smallest. Right now they're going to be. Goddamn, they're like 5th. Yeah.
They might even. Could theoretically. I mean, how many seats have they got? They might even be 6th. They might even be behind the DUP.
It might be behind, Reform and the DUP. That's nuts. Oh, that's going to be tragic. That's going to make PMQs even worse. He was the highlight of PMQs. He asked good questions.
Yeah, it was the best PMQs performed by a country mile. My favourite moment where it was just like, looks like the Tories are looking for a new Home Secretary, which born-again Thatcherites on the Labour front bench does he believe best fits the bill? Which I thought was an incredible moment. Yeah,
like which party is going to take the legacy of Thatcher? He was really good. Hopefully you see more of him, but it's sad he's not the SNP leader. To be honest, I think they'd be better off under him. But
I mean, he was also the best performer in the debates as well.
Yeah, he kept saying, "Be honest with people about the what the IFS have said."
$18 billion pounds of public sector cuts. I won't do a Scottish accent again, I promise.
Yeah, no, it's true. He was probably the best performer. Yeah, I think he did really well. But yeah, they've been decimated, and I do see, the irony of them saying, if you don't win the most MPs, do you think that you've lost your mandate for independence? And I'm like, well, you guys kept arguing they don't have a mandate anyways, so what difference does it make? They had the most MSPs and the most MPs. No one said they had a mandate then, so what difference is it now that they've lost some seats? That made me laugh quite a lot.
Exactly. Someone in chat wants a summary. You got up. Tories, ministers losing left, right, and centre. Reform we had a generous prediction by the exit poll and performed way worse. So they're on like half the seats that the exit poll expected. Greens are up more than the exit poll expected. SNP doing even worse than the 10 seats that they were predicted. And Corbyn won. Liane Mohammed lost to West Streeting by 500 votes, which was an absolute heartbreak. And Jonathan Ashworth is out, beaten by an independent. The Labour MP in Blackburn beat by an independent. Leicester East was won by the Tories because there was a three-way vote split between Labour and two independents. Lib Dems absolutely hammering Tories in the southwest. Jeremy Hunt won his seat though, which was very strange. So a real kind of mixed bag around the country. Very strange election.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Ashworth losing a seat is great. The reform, the worst of the Reform Party being in Parliament is not great. So yeah, it's just mixed, not good. Pretty mixed all round. You can't say it's been really good or really bad either way, I think. But it's kind of not the end of the Conservative Party, but they're going to have a while in opposition, and they're probably going to be run by lunatics as well, in like Badenoch or Braverman.
Yeah.
Like I can't see Jeremy Hunt winning a leadership contest or any of the One Nation Tories.
I mean, it's unlikely to be a One Nation Tory, but maybe that might be like a weird split. I'm not sure. It's very, very strange. Yeah.
The Tory leadership contest, the way it works is quite strange, to be fair. But if they end up with Badenoch, who's very condescending, I can't imagine she's going to do well with voters. I just don't think she'll win. I don't think she'll beat Labour like at all. Braverman as well. I think she would struggle.
I just worry about what happens to the trans community if you have Starmer versus Badenoch. That sounds like that's like literally the worst case scenario for trans people. If Kemi is just like on TV all the time because she hates us so much, and it's not like a tactical thing that she's doing to culture war for votes. She is an ideological harridan who despises the trans community. Like she was in the background as like undersecretaries writing legislation, nobbling the FCA to stop being pro-trans. Like she is a real ideologue on this stuff, and I do not like the sound of that one bit.
Yeah, I can see why a lot of people are desperate for the Lib Dems to be the official opposition. But that's not going to be an excuse for Labour being shit. That's not.
100%.
I'm not going to have that as an excuse. Yeah, that's not. No way am I going to accept that for Labour being shit. Honestly, but overall, I think it's been quite a mixed night. But you know, it's not been awful. You know, 2019 was a nightmare. At least this time, that there are some positives, especially with the Conservatives going. There's no excuses for Labour, which is good. That's the one thing I will take pride from this. There's no excuse for them to do bad or to not get things done.
Overall vote for Labour is now, percentage-wise, is now under 36%. Which is wild. Under 36% for Labour.
The what's it called? Their votes to seat ratio is going to be insane.
Oh, it's the most efficient Labour election ever of all time, most likely.
Yeah. Yeah, it must be. It must be pretty up there. But I can't see this. You know, there's no way they can do this again. There's no way they can repeat this. Someone's asking, are there any Portillo moments? I'd say probably. What's her name losing? Penny Mordaunt losing would probably be the closest one. I think as a minister who would define the future of the party. Probably say Mordaunt.
Honestly, every single Tory MP who's gone are people who I expected to go based on polling. I think the biggest Portillo moment is Jonathan Ashworth. I really do.
Someone say QA. I don't know if you can hear it, but NJ saying it's Jonathan Ashworth. I guess that is true to an extent, yeah.
Because no one expected it. That's the thing with Portillo. Nobody expected it. Loads of these Tories losing. It was on a knife edge, kind of predicted. Like, so about Portillo, it's a big person, and nobody thought it would happen. Like, Stephen Twigg in 97 had already planned to use this as a springboard for another seat and just happened to find himself in Parliament without even thinking he would be there. Whereas Penny Mordaunt, we all knew that she was kind of at risk. But Jonathan Ashworth, out of nowhere, out of absolutely nowhere. Like, Streeting, it would have been Streeting too if it was Mohammed, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess it is ironically a Labour MP who would be the Portillo moment. I still can't believe he's gone. You know, after all the shit he was talking as well. Wild. I'd be embarrassed if I was that guy. Mercer going as well, but I think a lot of these ones were predicted. Like Mercer, Mogg. Yeah, what's her name? Penny Mordaunt. They're all predicted, weren't they, to lose? Or at least they were in like it's close, wasn't it, 50-50? So
Yeah, none of them. There's no candidates from the Tories who I was never expecting to lose who've lost. There's not been any candidates who I've thought were unlike. There's no surprises in the people who've like the Portillo moments I had on my radar were Sunak and Jenrick. Those are my two Portillo moments that I said if these people lose, that'll be surprising. But everybody else is kind of what I expected.
Yeah, are you surprised Sunak kept his seat?
I'm not surprised. I said that's why I said it was a Portillo moment. Like I think that he was very likely to win, but there was a chance he could theoretically lose given the votes and if there was a concerted effort. But again, it would have been a Portillo moment because it would have been unpredicted, surprising, and a big name.
Yeah. Kind of running out of words to say. To be fair, I don't know what to make of this. I think I'll need a couple of days to process.
Has there been a Rutland and Melton? Has been a Rutland and Melton announcement yet?
I'm not sure. Let's see if I go to.
That's Alicia Kearns, who's one of the best Tory MPs. Wow, in Folkestone and Hythe, Tories got -30, losing to Labour by 8 points. Reform UK were behind the Tories by 1.4% with a +24.7 swing, and the Greens came fourth on 9.1%. Impressive.
Yeah. I've got not much more to say on this, I'll be honest.
Esther McVey held on.
Is she gone?
The Minister of Common Sense. She held on just.
Oh no! I'd have to look back at the polling where it said which ministers would lose and which ones would stay on and compare it to what actually happened because she was, I think Sky were confident she would lose based on polling. She was not. She was minus a good few points. Maybe they're just more popular in their constituencies than we think.
I mean, Esther McVey is somebody you'd think would be a big enough personality to be able to make people vote for her for who she is. I mean, I think she's awful, but she is at the very least somebody who is visible enough to be able to court people's votes.
Yeah, I guess she's a goofball as well, which would probably help a little bit. Like you wouldn't really. Yeah, I think she's quite goofy. Maybe people like that. I don't know. Or maybe they should just a better constituency MP than people think. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, if Esther does stay, but on this voting percentage, Philip Davies and Shipley has absolutely gone for all money.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I'm gonna just carry on covering this and hopefully get some sleep at some point. I think they were saying Liz Truss's seat will be announced around 5:30. So I'm pretty excited to see that if they do announce it. Do you think she'll win? Do you think she'll stay on?
Yeah, I think she'll win. Yeah, it'd be utterly insane. It would be completely insane if Liz Truss loses her seat because she is absolutely nowhere near losing her seat. This is Dover and Deal. Cons lose 35% into third. Well, to be fair, there wasn't a Labour MP in Dover and Deal because Natalie Elphicke.
There was a Labour MP. There would have been one because
Elphicke defected.
Yeah, but she didn't run again, so they did have a candidate there.
Yeah, but that would mean as she was the one vacating the seat, that was a Conservative seat. I guess it's based on the last election, so whatever.
Oh, got you. Yeah, a lot of those resignations were weird. Those defections, they were bizarre. It's just this has been a weird. I think the last few months have been bizarre. Honestly, they don't make sense. When he called the election, that was bizarre. Nothing made sense that the Conservatives did. Labour just kind of ran with it.
Because of the D-Day stuff means that Labour are winning in military seats. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that because Starmer did try and push his credentials, saying that I was there at the PSNI and I want to build more nuclear subs and all of this kind of stuff. But Sunak leaving the D-Day thing was just nuts. I genuinely couldn't believe it.
Yeah, very, very strange.
I've never seen a guy fumble that hard in my life.
It's the worst election campaign of anything I've ever seen. It's even. I tell you what, right? Obviously, we think that the Theresa May and Boris Johnson did bad campaigns, right? This is worse than Scott and Morrison. This is worse than a Scott Morrison campaign. After I don't know if you know Scott Morrison was the Australian PM. Where where he fucking left Australia during the bushfires to go on holiday to fucking Hawaii.
Oh, it's Ted Cruz vibes there.
Literally Ted Cruz in Cancun. Like that's literally exactly the same kind of vibes. Yes, Katie, JRM has gone. Yeah, lost to Labour.
Yeah, I just they'll study this. If I was in Sunak's team, right, I would not put this on my CV.
This will be out. I mean, it'll go down in history, not just for the results, the way the result panned out, but for just how catastrophic the campaign was.
They will study this. Future students must study this campaign and realise these are not the things you want to do. You do not piss people off at cultural events.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've got more to cover, and I want to see Mog lose and see what he has to say. But this has been a really pleasant conversation, and hopefully we'll run it back at some point. With
I'll be live for another 12 and a half hours, so I'll see you then.
Why do you? How do you function? It doesn't make sense.
I said I was going to do a 24-hour stream because I've never done one before and I wanted to push the boat out for the election, so here I am. And by the way, if you want to support me whilst I torture myself for your amusement, you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 or for free with Twitch Prime by linking Amazon Prime to your Twitch account. You can also become a member for 99p on myself or on Big Madge's channel. I highly recommend that you go and get yourself a membership for Big Madge. You can also gift memberships to either channel to be able to support the streams and boost our streams in the algorithm, and super chats are available as well to help support independent media online for you to consume, because we are clearly ruining our body clocks staying up this late entertaining you all. So if you could, that would be very much appreciated, at least on my end. I don't know how Madge feels.
Yeah, I'm a Big Madge Studios and I endorse this message. So yeah, that's how I feel about that. I would really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for being on, and no doubt I'll probably go to sleep and you will still be streaming, and maybe I'll call you again and we'll discuss more stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Yeah. Take care. Bye-bye.
Oh, bye.
Isn't enough.
No, and I'm afraid, Harry, you're being very romantic about the electorate, but this is the same electorate in 2019 delivered a record for Boris Johnson, despite all three of your four horsemen already being present by 2019. 43% of the vote went to Boris Johnson in 2019. This is volatile.
But I think it was a tipping over the edge. I think it was like this amount we can't put up with it, but also the prospect of a reasonable...
Hang on a minute. Scouse Raw, what the hell is this? Conservatives minus 46.1. From 49% to 3%. 3%? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Now this, right, okay. Lib Dems are certainly winning here. Literally everybody gained votes apart from Labour and Tory. That's so fucking funny. Thank you for the link, Scouseraw.
In a democracy around the world is under pressure, and I put that down to interest rates. Ultimately,
they lost their deposit. The Tories lost their deposit in that seat from 49%. 49% down to losing the deposit. That's crazy. That's crazy ass shit. So fucking funny. Enjoy your stables, Nadeem.
Today, GDP per capita is double.
Yeah.
Right? Yet the incumbent is under pressure.
Rory keeps making the point that Keir Starmer's becoming Prime Minister with very low popularity ratings. He is the most popular politician in the country right now. Now, what that tells you is politicians are not popular. Yep. There was a picture recently of the G7 leaders with their popularity ratings on a graphic, and they were all in unbelievably negative territory.
All the incumbents.
All the incumbents.
Because Maloney was the only one.
Maloney was the only one. Yeah. She was the only one who was reasonably popular in her own country. Yeah. So that's the kind of... that's why I said earlier, I think you've got a very small window of opportunity to capture the mood, generate the energy, and I'm glad he talked about it being hard and difficult and long-term, because it is going to be hard. But I think the point we're making is that the public are less tolerant of politicians say this is going to take time because we live in this TikTok world, and people like Trump and people like Farage, that is how they tap into people.
Well, that's where I think it's
Yeah, sure, Alistair, yeah, sure. Blame TikTok. Yeah, TikTok is the problem. The kids with their phones and their apps, that's definitely the problem, and not crappy centrist neoliberal guff that's gutted working conditions and sold off our country to the super rich at the expense of community wealth building. Yeah, I'm sure the real problem is TikTok and not the massive catastrophic society-destroying failure of neoliberalism. Yeah, no, it's the phones, isn't it, Alistair? Yeah, I'm sure it's the phones.
So, well, I'm certainly worried that where Keir Starmer has been quite comfortable to sort of bend to the right in order to appeal to people, when we're seeing this rise and surge across Europe of the far right, and we're now going to have a parliament with Nigel Farage in it, I want to see Keir Starmer stand up.
Yeah, China app bad.
To condone it or to at least tacitly accept the premise.
Yeah, totally agree with that.
Gary?
Someone was telling me that when they were out on the MP, when they were out on the campaign trail in this general election, that they remembered back to 2010, the expenses scandal, and they said back then the voters had lost faith in politicians. This time they said, and they were clearly traumatised by it, they said, I feel they've lost faith in politics. And I was just looking at the result of Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes. Labour's taken it back. But has it taken it back with sort of adulation and excitement? Their vote's gone up 9%. Reformer in second place, weren't even on the pitch before. The Tory MP's gone down to third. The turnout is 46% in a marginal seat where you think people will be battling to grab something, and they didn't grab their polling card.
A lot of people, I think, are not voting. I think it isn't just a vote repression strategy. I think a lot of Conservatives will not be voting because they can't vote for this party, but they don't feel... And this is something, Harriet, that's worried me a little bit. I'm a classic kind of potential floating voter. And whenever I've said to Rachel Reeves or...
Bet Phil has wanked himself into a coma by now watching this. I mean... I think he's going to be a realist and say if Labour don't get growth, they're screwed. I think he must know this. I think Phil's probably sad that they're not going to have the magical Liberal Democrat opposition, which is close. It's close. Theresa Villiers has lost. Oh my fucking god! Yes, I'm so glad Theresa Villiers is gone. She's so awful with her NIMBY shit. Hate her. So glad she's gone. Current turnout overall currently 0.1% below 2001. Wow, okay. I hope Corbyn starts a party.
That can really help you win. But if you haven't had a mandate election, if you haven't had a space to govern election, it's a really tricky business trying to govern.
I think there's two things, Gary.
Labour ran a textbook, brilliant. I mean, Alistair will know this, right? Elections are a race to define the question in the voters' minds as they're walking into the booth. Right?
There's one word.
Labour's discipline. Change. One word. Change.
Get rid of the Tories.
Right? Boris, get Brexit done. Our campaign. What is the question?
You're...
See, that's what we won on in 2017. For the many, not the few.
To a little bit of culture.
And by one, I mean did better than expected.
Don't allow a supermajority. So there was no clear message that people walked into the booth saying, that's why I'm going to vote Conservative.
But the question of now you've got to govern is so crucial because perhaps your election campaign plans were on a footing to be ready for a July election. But the real question is, are your governing plans in place? Do you have the people? Have you decided who's going to run what? Have you decided what you're going to do beyond the headline pledges? How you're going to deliver all those extra NHS appointments in detail, not just in a pledge, I mean,
but I think that, Gary makes the point that our manifesto was designed to win votes. And, basically that is the job of a manifesto. And they were right. But they were also, I think, making sure that their manifesto wasn't going to be making promises which were unrealistic and undeliverable. And they were very concerned about that because they don't want to have...
Tories squeaked through Bromley. Tories won Bromley. That's crazy. Definitely a vote split on the left.
Are they prepared? Well, I suppose, Alistair...
Sorry, left. Not including Labour in that, clearly.
I guess with the help...
Alicia Kearns held. That's good. David Davis gone. Excellent. Brexit Davis or David TC Davis? Actually, the Tories are wiped out in Wales. TC Davis is definitely gone.
David Miliband had the acting title for... 9 months or something?
Yeah, we had a team. We knew who was who. And also we went in determined to have good relations with the civil service, which I don't think the current government has done. We had some very, very good people who'd been through the campaign, then brought in other people. Look, I think it will be difficult because the civil service has been hollowed out to some extent. A lot of people have gone. But I just feel that the vagueness that Gary's talking about with the mandate they've got, actually, I think now gives them much greater freedom of movement to do things that maybe they didn't want to shout about during the campaign, particularly the difficult things.
Meaning,
growth. The growth agenda.
Well, Jeremy Hunt had a good example. He said in his speech, NHS reform, which as Tories we find very difficult to do, let's hope they can do it.
Yeah, yeah. And West Streeting said when we interviewed him on the podcast, is, you know, he was sort of indicating what he wants to do, but was not really saying how.
The biggest catalyst to growth is housing.
Waveney Valley goes green. Oh my God, we got all four. We've not got all four yet. Still got Brighton Pavilion to go, but we've gotten four. We've gotten three with four potentially now. Third green seat, one odds-on favourite.
Yeah.
Right. If you're going to move GDP, you get on with planning reform, but drive it hard.
Yeah.
He's now got quite a few seats where they won't like that, hasn't he?
I don't disagree with that. That'll be the challenge.
Those MPs are going to have to.
Reform UK have as many seats as the Greens.
Be told
potentially.
Yeah, well,
except then there will be people in the houses who will like it. You know, it's a transitional issue because the people who are there without the houses might oppose it, but ultimately families
6,000
votes
sort
themselves out, and everybody's glad about it.
It's coming up to 5:30. Let's crunch some numbers with Hannah.
Yes, let's crunch some numbers. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the Tory losses.
Crazy.
Now, OK, we have all, in the lead up to this election, heard endless talk about Labour's Red Wall. That's the line of traditional Labour voter constituencies spanning the country that turned blue in 2019 and now turning back red again. But there is another wall, a blue one, which, fun fact, actually doesn't look like a wall at all, but is nonetheless a series of Tory strongholds in the south of England. And in this election, they've been under threat from the Liberal Democrats. For the Liberal Democrats, they're winning these seats in more than one way tonight. Take, for example, Cheadle. This was a victory for Tom Morrison of the Lib Dems. He got 46.7% of the vote, which is an increase on last time of 4.9%. I mean, that's not bad going, but considering that the Conservative vote share dropped by a whopping 23.4%, that was more than enough of an increase for the Lib Dems to take that seat. Here, that sort of hemorrhaging of the Tory vote, it actually ended up going in all different directions. Everyone's vote share here went up in Cheadle. The Greens went up, Labour went up, and Reform, who got 10.1%, also went up. Everyone's vote share went up, apart from Mary Robinson's and for the Conservatives. And so overall, this was a good result for the Lib Dems, but they weren't the only beneficiaries of those voters who were looking for a new home. Compare that story to the one that you see in Chichester. Now, remember, Chichester has been a Tory seat for a full century, and yet, as we saw earlier, the former Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, has now lost her seat. Here, though, Jess Brown-Fuller of the Lib Dems, she soaked up almost all of those ex-Tory votes. She took nearly 50% of the vote share, a huge increase for her of 28.9%. This was a massive win for the Lib Dems. And then there are other places, like Eastleigh in Hampshire. Now, again, the Lib Dems have won the seat here, but they've done it without doing very much at all. They took 34.4% of the vote, which is exactly what they took last time when they came second to the Conservatives. I'll do the maths for you. That is a vote share change of absolutely zero. All they needed was for the Tories to have a bad night, which they did. The Tories' vote share was down by more than 20%, over half of which went straight to Reform. And I think the story here is that the Lib Dems, who are by now up 30-plus seats or so, are really playing the first-past-the-post system well, because they know that sometimes you don't need to win more votes than your opponents. You just need them to lose more votes than you.
Thank you very much indeed. Hannah, that's the name of the game. Harriet, you've got some...
Was fully prepared for Greens to get only one or possibly no seats and the media to have a field day, so I'm delighted. Yeah, seeing 4 Greens win and Corbyn win is it's something to be it's good. It's good, absolutely good, a good thing. Again, just still absolutely gutted for Liane Mohammed. Apparently, Les West Streeting was fucking pissing and moaning that there was a nasty campaign, and good, he's a nasty cunt, and I hope he does get. Oh shit! Well, this stream demonetized. But yeah, West Streeting is a nasty piece of shit, and I'm glad. No, it's currently Bristol, Waveney Valley, and North Herefordshire. We're still waiting on Brighton Pavilion, but it's likely to go green.
Because I'm literally a communist.
Wes was crying about the deepfakes on Twitter by shitpost accounts. We clearly didn't shitpost hard enough, chat. Not that I did that myself, but the shitpost left more broadly clearly didn't shitpost hard enough to try and fucking get that cunt out. Oh, I've said it like once now, so the whole thing is demonetized, so I can say it as much as I want. Who won Ian Duncan Smith's seat? IDS did. IDS held. the Labour and Pfizer got identical votes, which together would have beaten IDS, but tough. Like, Labour have to lose that seat to show them they can't push Pfizer around. Although Ed Ball said it was worth giving up the seat to IDS to keep out Pfizer, Shaheen. And that just shows you what a fucking disgusting slug, what a revolting fucking subhuman slug Ed Balls really is. That he would rather have the butcher, IDS, in Parliament than having a principled economist and supporter of social justice in Pfizer, Shaheen. Absolutely revolting man Ed Balls is. Really genuinely revolting individual. It'll be really interesting to see what happens in the next election. There's a really big base for Green to attack Labour on in Labour stronghold seats. We've done pretty well. Brighton's not declared yet. There's no Justice MTG in the world. John Curtis has just said that the Labour vote is the same as in 2019, except in Scotland, which I think is very funny. Thank you, £10 from MZNO. Terrible night, but kudos for staying up all night. Big love. I mean, it's been better than expected. Pfizer will definitely come back. The Greens have absolutely smashed it, better than we could ever have expected. Ian Paisley Jr. is gone. Labour have taken a battering by independents. Jonathan Ashworth is gone. Better's a gift on YouTube, Scribby.
Fucking neoliberalism.
I'd say that as long as Greens are part of other, you're not doing that well. I mean, I understand, Garrett. I know exactly what you mean, but we're not a party that's doing well in first past the post. We get screwed by first past the post. Like if we had ranked choice voting, the Greens would have much better results in this country, unlike, you know, the Australian Greens. So we'll see. But it's a base to build on, and we're getting massive swings to us in like Labour stronghold seats, which we could definitely contest next time. Bradford West was close for an independent, 700 votes behind Naz Shah. Wow. Exactly, we're base building.
To think we would come out this good despite how bad the exit polls looked. Love from a young lefty from Coventry South.
I appreciate you, Tello Morez. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. And yeah, absolutely, it's really looking far better. Better than I could ever have expected after what such a miserable exit poll looked like. But the fact that Reform have really kind of massively underperformed in terms of managing to find specific seats, I think that it's been a real turnout better than I expected. Better than I could ever have expected from the exit poll. Better than that just to go right-wing to get success like the German Greens. I agree.
Neoliberalism.
Like, remember how people talked about Keir Starmer marketing himself as managerial Corbynism? Like, remember when the whole idea was just managerial Corbynism? Keir Starmer was going to take the project and make it more electable, make it a face that you could bring it to the whole country with, to be able to find votes around it. And we would have actually liked that. We keep saying if he'd have actually stuck to that premise when he made his pledges, when he written his manifesto, when he'd actually talked about policy, we would have still backed him for that, and it would have been a good thing to try and make Labour electable. The Greens need to do this. Managerial Corbynism, but actually more iconoclastic, I think. We need to be talking in class structure. We need to talk about class far more than we do at the moment in the Greens. Make it a party where we talk about working class voices. And take the radical plans we have now and then take the best bits we can of those and make it into a broad electoral mandate. Try and broaden our scope without compromising our radicalism. That's exactly what we should be doing in the Green Party, rather than just saying we always have to be radical or try and cucking ourselves out to the right wing. No, take that radicalism and make it marketable. That's what we need to be doing at the next election. Reform underperforming in terms of seats is delicious, but seeing with them nearly 15% of the vote share is concerning. That's exactly what I specifically said. I thought they were going to get 15% of the vote. I was pretty sure that was exactly the kind of vote share I was expecting, and that's exactly the sector of the electorate that hates the Tories for failing on reducing immigration. Like, it's just that's it. That's it. At the end of the day. I'd love to, Garrett. Yeah, absolutely, definitely worth having a chat about in future. I mean, it would be an honor to have you on the streams on someone with such a storied history as yourself. But you know,
the way it's in our hearts, but it's not necessarily in our first off manifesto.
Do you think the two-child cap will be lifted?
Well, you know, this was a Tory policy which, you know, people are impatient to get rid of, but because we've got to show how we can pay for things if we're going to stop doing them, then it will depend on resources being available to do that. And, you know, our manifesto is limited to...
Hey! Pat Cullen won for Sinn Féin. The chair of the Royal College of Nursing is now an MP for Sinn Féin. That's so based. So glad to see it. So glad to see it.
Wondering what's happened. 8 cabinet ministers have lost their jobs. The Tories have been wiped out in Wales. And the SNP have been wiped out in Glasgow and Edinburgh.
Wow.
John Swinney has pledged to do some soul-searching after a very poor performance. I mean, you wonder, having only just got there, whether he can hang on, and we'll talk about that later. Joining us on the table, Munira Wilson from the Liberal Democrats.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. How's your morning?
Very good. Delighted, obviously, with the results coming in for the Liberal Democrats across the country. Absolutely humbled that millions of people have put their trust in us. And I think it shows that we were in touch with many of the issues the voters cared about. We put health and care front and centre of our manifesto, tackling sewage in our rivers and seas and the cost of living. And people have responded to that.
And how was your own seat numbers? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, I held it comfortably. Thank you.
Comfortably. And so where does this leave you? I mean, the total that you're expected to get is a little...
Bannon jailed. Wow, okay. I mean, yeah, that's promoting Kate Forbes and abandoning progressivism. Yeah, like, yes, SNP, gonna do SNP things, but, like, John Swinney was still pro-trans, though, and Anna Sarwar has U-turned on that shit, so... Like, yes, the demise of the SNP is really sad. It's really sad, but what can you do? What can you do? The establishment had it out for you.
In Parliament. How are you going to...
Oh, yeah, I want interesting to see how many Tories there are left in Scotland.
Because you're to the left of them on some things and to the right of them on others. And,
we set out our priorities in our manifesto, and that's what we'll be taking into Parliament. I mean, one of the first things we called for is an emergency budget for the NHS and social care. So if Rachel Reeves is working on a budget, that's what we...
Absana Begum kept her seat. That is a Labour hold that I'm happy to see. Kemp Town, that's disgusting. Brighton Kemp Town. Brighton Kemp Town.
The 2019 Parliament. It's why I've always campaigned for a different system so that we can have a more balanced Parliament.
And do you still want a different system when you look at the reform vote? Do you take the rough with the smooth?
The Liberal Democrats have always had a very principled stance on proportional representation, and so yes, we'll continue to support changing what is frankly a broken politics.
So you'd support a system that saw dozens of Reform MPs come into Parliament?
The way to beat those people is to take them head on and debate them and win those seats, because at the moment...
Oh yeah, Zara was like absolutely nailed on to absolutely smash it. Yeah. I feel so sorry for Lloyd Russell Moyle. Literally just got like fucking loads of vexatious nonsense complaints by TERFs because he's pro-trans. Like literally just got like absolutely done in by the TERFs. It's really disappointing. You know, the good guys haven't won. Labour are terrible. It's not a good thing. It's not a good result. But the Greens have got gains. Labour have taken a bloody nose from pro-Gaza independence. The Tories have been wiped out, and Reform haven't done very well. So there are worse situations that this could have led to. There are genuinely very much